Chapter 1. Snatching an Egg. Make way, make way. Yi Chen emerged from the crowd, each hand clutching a pair of eggs. Competing with these elderly ladies truly requires some skill. He wiped the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Stop right there. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, a voice called out from behind him. The direction was unmistakable at this moment. Yi Chen was the only one who had successfully secured the discounted eggs and squeezed out of the throng. What's the matter? Yi Chen halted and turned around. You again. A plump, middle-aged woman advanced a couple of steps, jabbing her finger directly at Yi Chen's nose. It's always you. The woman glared, as if she wished to pierce his nose with her finger. Had Yi Chen not been holding the eggs, she would have likely been nursing a broken finger at the hospital. What have I done to you? Yi Chen leaned back, a look of disdain on his face. Oh, please don't accuse me of harassment. I have no taste for fatty meat. Laughter erupted from the crowd, unabashed and loud. You. The middle-aged woman stomped her foot in frustration. You stepped on my foot yesterday while snatching eggs, and today you tread on me again. Do you think my foot is a carpet? Speechless. I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Yi Chen offered an apology and turned to leave. A grown man snatching eggs from us. How shameless. Having received an apology, the middle-aged woman still felt compelled to voice her complaint that, oh, isn't that the son-in-law of the Xiao family? Someone in the crowd recognized Yi Chen. Why are you here again for the discounts? Is the Xiao family's allowance insufficient? The speaker was a slick-haired Yi Chen recognized him as Su Bingquan, the second-generation heir of the Su family, who constantly trailed after Xiao Ruoxue like a shadow. Yi Chen chose to ignore him and turned to leave, but Su Bingquan was not to be so easily dismissed. What's this? You think you can just walk away after stepping on someone? Let's hear it from everyone. How can a man living off a woman be so brazen? The current social climate is truly baffling. Exactly what's so great about being the son-in-law of the Xiao family? Look at him. He resembles nothing more than a pet dog. Such remarks were commonplace, and Yi Chen remained unfazed. Yet, Su Bingquan's repeated provocations were indeed becoming intolerable. What did you just say? Yi Chen halted abruptly and spun around. Without hesitation, he hurled an egg from his hand directly at Su Bingquan. Crack! The egg exploded upon contact with Su Bingquan's head. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Yi Chen, you're courting death. Su Bingquan's head was instantly drenched in egg yolk. Wiping his face, he felt the warmth of blood trickling from his nose. His teeth clenched in fury as he raised his fist to retaliate. However, his gaze caught sight of Xiao Ruoxue, who was attending to a client not far away. Having finally spotted her, he couldn't afford to appear so disheveled. Wait for me. Su Bingquan uttered a harsh remark before hastily departing. Xiao Ruoxue was engaged in a market survey with her client, Wang Yukai, when she noticed from a distance that there seemed to be a commotion in the discount section. She instructed her assistant, Xiao Zhang, to handle the situation. Xiao Zhang nodded and swiftly returned, breathlessly reporting, President Xiao, it appears that the son-in-law is competing for discounted eggs, and a few customers had a minor misunderstanding, but it has been resolved that a grown man constantly squeezing into supermarkets for bargains. Upon hearing that it was Yi Chen, Xiao Ruoxue was instantly filled with ire. At that moment, Yi Chen was juggling 2 eggs, having approached Xiao Ruoxue. Wife, busy at work? Yi Chen stepped closer, transferring the egg from his left hand to his right, greeting Xiao Ruoxue with a casual wave, while also sharing a smile with those nearby. Wang Yukai, overhearing Yi Chen's address, couldn't suppress a smirk. So President Xiao has such a frugal man at home. Compared to the husbands of our other clients from Nanling Company, who are all big bosses from other provinces, it's really not even comparable. Wang Yukai's intentional mockery left Xiao Ruoxue feeling humiliated, forcing a strained smile. President Wang, I apologize for the embarrassment. Noticing Xiao Ruoxue was preoccupied, Yi Chen remarked, Wife, carry on with your work. We'll check out the fresh meat over there. I heard the prices for big bones have dropped today. As he spoke, he loosened his collar, exclaiming, Phew, I'm all sweaty from being busy. After saying that, he turned to leave. The situation was already awkward, and Yi Chen's added comment pushed Xiao Ruoxue to her limits. Why Yi Chen? Xiao Ruoxue gritted her teeth, glaring at his retreating figure, her fists clenched in frustration. She wished she could pull him back and give him a good thrashing. Wang Yukai was a particularly difficult client. The exclusive agency rights for his products had been tentatively agreed upon, but delays ensued because he claimed that the Xiao family's warehouse space was limited. Today, after much effort to secure Wang Yukai's visit to the market for a site inspection, Yi Chun had to appear at this moment. Wasn't this an affront to the Xiao family? Competing for discounted eggs and bones. How tight-knit must the Xiao family's finances be? Xiao Ruoxue was aware that the Luo family from Dongjiang was also vying for the exclusive agency rights to their products. To secure this lucrative deal, which would stimulate consumer engagement, Xiao Ruoxue had invested considerable effort. Just as the matter seemed poised for a successful conclusion, Yi Chun had to create such a scene. At the instant Yi Chun loosened his collar, Wang Yukai's eyes widened in astonishment. What am I witnessing? A frayed red thread around Yi Chun's neck held an ancient, rustic coin. Yi family ancient coin? Wang Yukai murmured to himself. Then he recalled Xiao Ruoxue calling out that name. Yi Chun. This name was familiar to Wang Yukai, and his heart sank, realizing, is he truly Yi Chun? Is it the second young master of the Yi family, Yi Chun from Kyoto? A cold sweat trickled down Wang Yukai's back. Upon arriving in Dongjiang, he had heard whispers about a good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Xiao family lacking wealth, power, and status, idling his days away. Yet how could the son-in-law of the Xiao family actually be the second young master of the Yi family? Over the years, Yi Chun has never made an appearance in any public setting. In fact, many are unaware of his very appearance. If it were not for the unique, ancient coin of the Yi family, Wang Yukai would never have suspected that the man who just seized the discounted goods was indeed related to the Yi family. However, as he glanced again at Yi Chen's silhouette, he noted an increasing resemblance to Yi Batian, the patriarch of the Yi family. The Yi family occupies the pinnacle of Kyoto's social hierarchy and is indeed the principal benefactor of my Wang family. What if this collaboration with the Xiao family is merely a test from the Yi family? If I were to proceed as originally planned, would I not be provoking the Yi family? Chapter 2. Stepped in dog excrement at this thought. Wang Yukai felt a pang of anxiety. If he truly offended the Yi family this time, would the Wang family not instantly become a relic of history in Huaxia? Therefore, he dared not take such a risk. Xiao Ruoxue suppressed her anger, still managing to force a smile. Mr. Wang, our company has more than just this supermarket in Dongjiang. Our storage capacity can certainly meet your company's sales needs. Shall I take you to see the store on Guangfa Road as well? After a moment of internal struggle, Wang Yukai donned a congenial smile. Ms. Xiao, the purpose of my visit today is merely to tour the facility. I am truly grateful for your personal company. Wang Youcai's sudden shift in tone left Xiao Ruoxue momentarily stunned. In truth, he had prepared the contract long ago and would have someone deliver it to Ms. Xiao tomorrow. No, this afternoon. Xiao Ruoxue was taken aback. Previously, he had persistently delayed the discussions, and now he was behaving so courteously. Even Assistant Zhang, who had been closely following Xiao Ruoxue throughout the product negotiations, was left speechless, fully aware of the hurdles they had encountered. Oh, by the way, to demonstrate my sincerity, we will offer an additional 1% discount on our products entering your company's chain supermarkets. Xiao Ruoxue found herself at a loss for words in response. Well, it's settled then. I won't take up any more of your time, Wang Yukai declared, turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he turned back with a smile. Oh, please extend my regards to the second young master. The second young master? It took Xiao Ruoxue a moment to recover from her surprise, yet she was unaware of which second young master Wang Yukai referred to. Looking up again, she noticed Wang Yukai heading toward the exit, and at that moment, she caught sight of someone else. Su Bingquan? As Su Bingquan crossed paths with Wang Yukai, she observed him greeting Wang Yukai with a broad smile. After some contemplation, she thought to herself, could it be Su Bingquan? He was Xiao Ruoxue's high school classmate. The second son in the Su family, which had prospered in the seafood industry and had been thriving in the coastal city of Dongjiang in recent years. Since graduating high school, Su Bingquan had been pursuing Xiao Ruoxue. However, due to her father's objections and the fact that Su Bingquan had previously cast aside Xiao Ruoxue's close friend, their interactions had been minimal. Now, with the impact of the internet on physical stores, business had become increasingly difficult for Baida over the past few years. Today's events, for Xiao Ruoxue, made Su Bingquan a timely ally. This gesture of goodwill was significant. She thought to herself that she must express her gratitude. As she pondered this, she noticed Su Bingquan following closely behind Wang Yukai as they both departed. Turning back to the somewhat bewildered assistant Zhang, she instructed, "Let us prepare to return to the company." Meanwhile, Yi Chun had snatched a hefty bone, carrying a large bag as he exited the supermarket, heading toward the bicycle parking area. After walking a few steps, he noticed Su Bingquan wearing a mischievous grin, watching him intently. Su Bingquan learned that today, Xiao Ruoxue would be visiting the Baida chain supermarket on Yongji Road, so he decided to follow her discreetly. However, he was utterly taken aback to encounter Yi Chun on this very day. Su Bingquan had always believed that this unexpected arrival, the impoverished Yi Chun, had thwarted his aspirations of possessing both wealth and beauty. Thus, each time he crossed paths with Yi Chun, he felt compelled to mock him, seeking solace for his simmering resentment. Yet, Yi Chun consistently ignored his taunts, only intensifying Su Bingquan's animosity towards him. As Yi Chun walked purposefully towards his bicycle, his gaze unwavering and his eyes slightly narrowed, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips, Su Bingquan seethed with indignation. How dare this impoverished wretch act so aloof? In a moment of spite, as Yi Chun passed by, Su Bingquan swiftly extended his leg, aiming to trip Yi Chun and send him sprawling. Unbeknownst to him, his intentions had already been discerned by Yi Chun. Just as Su Bingquan's foot reached out, Yi Chun's shoe came down heavily upon it, not merely stepping but grinding it down with force. Frustrated and humiliated, Su Bingquan erupted, bellowing, "You dare to step on my foot? Are you blind? Are you blind?" A fleeting, imperceptible smirk graced Yi Chun's lips before it vanished, replaced by a facade of confusion as he feigned surprise. "Oh dear, in broad daylight, I've stepped in dog excrement," Yi Chun exclaimed, grinning as if oblivious to the person standing before him. After moving his foot, he vigorously rubbed his shoe against the ground, his face contorted in disdain. Su Bingquan, witnessing Yi Chun's deliberate display, felt his anger boil over, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Yi Chun, do you wish for me to end your life?" he spat. "In my life." Yi Chun's eyes narrowed sharply, and he raised a hand, gripping Su Bingquan's neck with sudden ferocity. "You do not deserve it." Yi Chun articulated each word with chilling clarity, his breath brushing against Su Bingquan's face. In that instant, Su Bingquan's eyes lost their luster, overwhelmed by the swiftness of Yi Chun's actions, which he had failed to comprehend. The force of Yi Chun's grip rendered him weak and breathless, a flicker of regret igniting within him for having provoked Yi Chun. For so long, Yi Chun had evaded his provocations. When had he transformed into such a formidable presence? Just then, a voice pierced the tension from behind. "Su Bingquan?" It was Xiao Ruoxue. Upon hearing her voice, Yi Chun leaned closer to Su Bingquan, whispering a few words before releasing his grip, adopting an air of nonchalance. Su Bingquan, initially startled by Yi Chun's words, quickly masked his surprise with a semblance of calm and turned to greet her with a smile. "Ruoxue, what a coincidence! It truly is you." Xiao Ruoxue approached, her face adorned with a captivating smile. Moments prior in the supermarket, she had speculated whether the individual persuading Wang Yukai to collaborate with Baida might be Su Bingquan. Indeed, this was the first time Su Bingquan had witnessed such a beautiful smile from Xiao Ruoxue, leaving him momentarily entranced. Yet, the words Yi Chun had whispered in his ear compelled him to tread cautiously. Yi Chun busied himself with organizing the items in the bicycle basket, not once lifting his gaze. Upon hearing Su Bingquan's affirmation, Xiao Ruoxue felt her suspicions solidified. To her astonishment, it truly was him. "Thank you for today. I understand that Tuli Restaurant has hired a new chef, and I would like to invite you to join me in tasting the delicacies." In Xiao Ruoxue's eyes, Su Bingquan had rendered her a significant favor. Thus, a prompt expression of gratitude was in order. However, Su Bingquan remained oblivious to the origins of Xiao Ruoxue's gratitude. Casting a sidelong glance at Yi Chun, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, contemplating a response, but apprehensive that Yi Chun might take some unforeseen action. Yet to decline? How many times had he dreamt of sharing breakfast, lunch, and dinner with Xiao Ruoxue, even yearning for further intimacy? Just as Su Bingquan lingered in indecision, Yi Chun maneuvered his bicycle between the two, Addressing Xiao Ruoshu, "My dear, I have procured some large bones. I shall prepare soup for you this afternoon." Chapter 3. Misunderstanding. If Yi Chen had chosen to remain silent, Xiao Ruoshu would not have noticed his presence. After having already embarrassed her in the supermarket, he now stood awkwardly between them. Xiao Ruoshu's face contorted with frustration. "While other husbands serve as valuable partners in their wives' careers, my man, Yi Chen seems to do nothing but linger around the kitchen, offering no assistance and only creating chaos. Yi Chen, what are you still doing here? Go home. You're utterly useless." Xiao Ruoshu snapped irritably. Observing Xiao Ruoshu's demeanor towards Yi Chen, Su Bingquan suddenly grasped the situation, thinking to himself that if Yi Chen possessed any real capability, he would have turned his fortunes around long ago. There was no need to wait until this moment. His earlier words were merely intended to intimidate me, but I, Su Ershao, am not easily intimidated. Thus, Su Bingquan exaggeratedly added, "Don't be angry, Ruoshu. Some people are simply destined to be inconsequential. But you have a friend like me. Since we are dining together, we should choose a place of quality. Let us go to the Shinchi restaurant. It's inexpensive, yet the food isn't authentic. Allow me to treat you." Yi Chen, far from being offended by Xiao Ruoshu's harsh words, wore a smile and replied, "Darling, you've been working too hard lately. I'll make you a nourishing mushroom and bone soup that is both nutritious and low in fat." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Xiao Ruoshu found it difficult to continue her reprimand, recognizing the sincerity in his words, even if she had never felt the need for such concern. Then, casting a sidelong glance at Su Bingquan, Yi Chen smirked to himself, realizing that memories of past grievances seemed to fade quickly. "Darling, that restaurant uses gutter oil. The dishes are fit only for pigs." Su Bingquan's expression turned sour, as if he had just eaten something distasteful. Xiao Ruoshu glared at Yi Chen, exclaiming, "Can you not keep your mouth shut if you can't speak wisely? I am merely stating the truth, my dear." Yi Chen replied, feigning innocence. "What truth? You've never even stepped foot in Shinchi restaurant. How can you possibly know what they use? You neglect serious matters, yet meddle in trivialities. What were you doing during Baida's toughest times? Hoarding discounted eggs and bones? If it weren't for Su Bingquan's assistance, would Wang Yukai have so readily agreed to collaborate with us? You mock the dishes at Shinchi restaurant as fit for pigs, yet you don't even qualify to partake in such fare." Xiao Ruoshu was genuinely infuriated, pointing an accusatory finger at Yi Chen. At that moment, Su Bingquan was taken aback, silently realizing that Xiao Ruoshu had come to Yongji Road to negotiate a partnership with Wang Yukai. It was common knowledge that Wang Yukai had introduced a new product to Dongjiang, a fact that Su's father had discussed over dinner with him just days prior, with Su Bingquan in attendance. However, he had not been involved in the discussions regarding a partnership with the Xiao family. Yet, at this moment, he felt that it was inconsequential. Among those present, it was evident that Yi Chen lacked the ability to facilitate this collaboration. If he had such capabilities, he would have already ascended to greater heights. "Ruoshu, those are trifles, not worth concerning ourselves with." Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, deeming it indeed a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoshu sighed heavily and remarked, "Look at others. They have resolved such a significant dilemma for the Baida group, while to them it is merely a trivial matter. Now look at you, Yi Chen. Can you accomplish anything, no matter how small, for me to witness?" Frustration nearly overtook Xiao Ruoshu as she spoke. In a fit of anger, she yanked the items from Yi Chen's bicycle basket and hurled them to the ground. "Aside from competing with those women for discounted goods, what else can you do? You have brought disgrace upon the Xiao family." To Su Bingquan's ears, Xiao Ruoshu's tirade was music, filling him with delight. Yi Chen, glancing at the scattered items, hastily bent down to retrieve them. These were the discounted treasures he had painstakingly acquired, and he could not allow them to be discarded so carelessly. "Alas, I too desire to remain low-key, yet my abilities do not permit it. Nonetheless, being able to do something for Ruoshu is indeed a fortune for me." Su Bingquan swayed his head in satisfaction. At the supermarket entrance, Wang Yukai descended the steps, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he swiftly moved in Yi Chen's direction. "So the second young master is here. Earlier, He had rushed out of the supermarket with the intention of ingratiating himself with Yi Chen, hoping to at least make a brief acquaintance, thereby paving a bright path for himself upon returning to Kyoto. However, as he reached the entrance, he received a phone call, and by the time he hung up, he assumed Yi Chen had already departed. Su Bingquan's words sent a shiver down Xiao Ruoshua's spine. But since this incident was indeed his assistance, she could only respond with a smile. "You are too courteous, second young master," even before Wang Yukai approached. He called out from a distance. At that moment, Yi Chen had already organized the contents of his bicycle basket. Xiao Ruoshua and Su Bingquan both heard Wang Youcai's shout. Xiao Ruoshua shot Yi Chen a glare, eager to prevent him from embarrassing himself further in front of Mr. Wang, and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry home and prepare dinner." "Oh," Yi Chen shrugged. He was aware of the daily burdens Xiao Ruoshua bore regarding the Baida group, and chose not to say much further. He mounted his bicycle and rode away. By the time Wang Yukai approached, all he saw was Yi Chen's retreating figure on the bicycle. Hearing someone call out "second young master," Su Bingquan straightened his posture, feeling a swell of pride in front of Xiao Ruoshua. Upon hearing Wang Youcai's voice, Xiao Ruoshua confirmed he was addressing Su Bingquan, especially given the respectful manner in which he was addressed, highlighting Su Bingquan's esteemed status before Wang Yukai. Wang Yukai intended to seize this opportunity to foster a relationship with the second young master of the Yi family. Yet was taken aback to find Yi Chen had already departed. He considered calling Yi Chen back, but then thought better of it. The second young master of the Yi family must have left discreetly for a reason, wishing to keep his identity hidden. The mere cough of a Yi family member could shake the entire Dongjiang region. Yet here he was, a son-in-law of the Xiao family, personally out shopping for groceries. Truly low-key. Wang Yukai couldn't help but admire Yi Chen even more. However, he now reminds himself that there is no need to rush. After all, Yi Chen is in Dongjiang, and the nailing company is set to vigorously expand its business in Dongjiang, providing ample opportunities for emotional exchanges in the future. Wang Yukai approached, initially flashing a smile at Xiao Ruoshua. "What a coincidence! I never expected to encounter General Manager Xiao here." "Indeed, Mr. Wang, what a delightful surprise," Xiao Ruoshua responded, concealing her anger with a beaming smile, then casting a glance at Su Bingquan. "Mr. Wang truly has a wide circle of friends. No wonder your business is flourishing." "Oh, not all. It is merely a matter of mutual support and progress together," Wang Yukai humbly replied. "In terms of business matters, I hope the young master will extend his guidance in the future." Chapter 4. A Plot of Land. At this moment, Su Bingquan found himself momentarily speechless. Although Wang Yukai had dined with Su's father a few days prior, the atmosphere then had been one of Su's father incessantly flattering Wang Yukai. After all, the individuals hailing from the capital held identities and statuses that the merchants of Dongjiang's lesser families could not hope to rival. There were reasons behind Su's father's ingratiation towards Wang Yukai, who possessed formidable backing. If the Su family managed to curry favor with him, it would only be a matter of time before they flourished in the business world. Yet today, Wang Yukai exhibited such deference towards him, leaving Su Bingquan momentarily elated. He mused to himself that although the territory had been carved out by the older generation, ultimately, it would belong to the youth of their time. Wang Youcai's courtesy towards him could be perceived as a gesture of self-preservation. Truly, Wang is a humble man. Just as Xiao Ruoshua was speaking, her phone suddenly rang. Upon seeing that it was a call from the chief financial officer of Baida, her expression shifted to one of apology as she recalled the important meeting scheduled for noon. "Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize, but there is an urgent matter at the company that I must attend to. I shall arrange a time to treat you and the second young master to a meal." Wang Yukai was taken aback, pondering the implication of being invited to dinner with the second young master. Momentarily perplexed, he nonetheless responded with a smile, "Of course. Please take your leave." Watching Xiao Ruoshua depart, Su Bingquan did not rush to follow. Since Wang Yukai had addressed him as the second young master, he resolved to deepen their relationship further. The earlier respectful address from Wang Yukai filled him with a sense of pride. Clearing his throat, he straightened his posture, raising his chin high, nearly looking down his nose at others, and continued, "Old Wang, how are business matters faring?" "Who are you?" Wang Yukai had intended to leave when he noticed a flamboyantly dressed man speaking to him. This individual was unfamiliar, audaciously calling him Old Wang. Huh, have you forgotten so soon? Su Bingquan adjusted his attire, glancing at Wang Yukai, silently suggesting, "Where did that warmth you just displayed go?" Wang Yukai was incensed. There truly were individuals like this in the world. He had no intention of wasting time on such a person, snorting coldly before turning to leave. Su Bingquan felt a sudden flush of embarrassment, as if he had been slapped multiple times and the earlier arrogance that had buoyed him dissipated. "So, Old Wang, pretending not to recognize me? Just a moment ago, you were so amiable, addressing me as the second young master. I was even contemplating a future where I would lead the Su family and ensure you had a bowl of congee to drink. Unappreciative, are we?" Su Bingquan pointed towards the direction Wang Yukai had taken, speaking disdainfully. "Old man, if you weren't calling me, who were you addressing? Is there anyone else in Dongjiang worthy of the title second young master?" In Su Bingquan's eyes, there absolutely was not. Regardless of who it was, it certainly wasn't that useless Yi Chen. Yi Chen, enjoy your moment of pride. Sooner or later, not only will Xiao Ruoxue be mine, but all the enterprises of the Xiao family will also belong to me. Mine. In the Danyang Villa district, Yi Chen rode his bicycle into the courtyard of Villa No. 16. Butler Lao Zheng was sweeping the courtyard when he spotted Yi Chen returning and immediately set aside his broom to greet him. After glancing around to ensure there was no one else around, he approached Yi Chen, who had just dismounted his bicycle. "Young master, you're here, come," he said. Yi Chen, puzzled, asked, "What is the matter, Brother Zheng? Why do you seem so furtive today?" "Shu, you have a piece of land," Lao Zheng whispered, casting another wary glance around. "What?" Yi Chen was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. "You have a piece of land," Lao Zheng reiterated while gesturing for Yi Chen to keep it quiet and patted him on the shoulder. He then turned and walked toward the villa. "Wait, what did he say? I have a piece of land?" Yi Chen's eyes lit up. "So, I actually have a piece of land in Dongjiang?" Lost in thought, he inadvertently loosened his grip, and with a clatter, his bicycle toppled over. Soon after, a few eggs shattered, their contents spilling from the basket. As Yi Chen bent down to retrieve his bicycle, he was spotted by Xiao Ruoxue, who had just returned. "Yi Chen, are you out of your mind?" Xiao Ruoxue exclaimed as she flung open the car door and jumped out, directing her ire at him. "You embarrassed me first thing in the morning, and now you dropped the eggs. Do you think the Xiao family's money grows on trees? Not only do you embarrass yourself at the market, but now you're acting recklessly at home?" Her face flushed with anger. "My dear, you're back. Just now, Brother Zheng told me I have a piece of land. We can build an entertainment center on it," Yi Chen declared, hands on his hips, eager to share the good news with Xiao Ruoxue. "What a foolish dream you have. Just look at your aspirations. You consume the Xiao family's resources and yet contribute nothing. And here you are daydreaming in broad daylight. Do you still have the audacity?" At that moment, the financial director of Baida Company called Xiao Ruoxue regarding the Lunar New Year benefits for Lianmu Garment Factory. The batch of goods received from Baida had yet to be cleared from the accounts due to issues with the quality of that shipment. The financial department was currently consolidating funds, but Lianmu refused to settle the accounts, citing the quality problems. After several discussions, the representative sent by the financial director was actually assaulted, and upon reporting the incident, it turned out that Baida was at fault. This matter was quite troublesome. Xiao Ruoxue returned home at noon to seek her father's assistance in leveraging old connections to find a resolution. However, upon entering the house, she found Yi Chen lost in his daydreams, which only fueled her frustration. "Clean this mess up immediately. Otherwise, you can forget about your monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan. Xiao Ruoxue gasped, bypassing Yi Chen as she muttered to herself, "With funds so tight, you can't earn a dime, and yet you waste money every day. Funds are tight?" Yi Chen pondered for a moment before responding, "My dear, since I now have land, I'll forego my monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan. You might as well keep it for your cash flow. What can 1,000 yuan do?" "Yi Chen, are you intentionally trying to upset me?" Xiao Ruoxue clenched her fist and abruptly turned around. "Yi Chen, you have some nerve. From this day forth, you shall not extract a single penny from me." Xiao Ruoxue, as she turned to enter the house, her gaze fell upon old Zheng, who was lurking furtively in the corner. "Old Zheng, what are you doing?" Xiao Ruoxue called out. "Ah, miss, you have returned?" Old Zheng stammered, momentarily taken aback, as he greeted her while hastily concealing the object in his hand behind his back. "What do you have there?" Xiao Ruoxue, with her keen eyes, quickly discerned the item in Old Zheng's grasp. "Hey, delivery." Old Zheng dare not lie. "Hand it over," commanded Xiao Ruoxue. Old Zheng reluctantly presented the item to her, casting a glance at Yi Chen, his eyes filled with remorse. Chapter 5. The inability to arrange a lifetime in secrecy. Ordinarily, Yi Chen treated Old Zheng with great courtesy, and Old Zheng reciprocated. Understanding the strict nature of Xiao Ruoxue's management, unaware of what Yi Chen had purchased outside. Therefore, when the courier delivered a package addressed to Yi Chen, Old Zheng promptly concealed it. Little did he know that Xiao Ruoxue would discover it. Upon seeing Yi Chen's name on the parcel, Xiao Ruoxue's eyes glinted mischievously as she raised the package before him. "So, this is what you intend to use for establishing an entertainment hub? A mere parcel?" Xiao Ruoxue laughed, bemused by Yi Chen's whimsical daydreams. Yi Chen, taken aback, directed a questioning gaze toward Old Zheng. A package? It dawned on him that Old Zheng had indeed mentioned a delivery. Subsequently, Xiao Ruoxue tossed the parcel into Yi Chen's hands, admonishing, "Remember what you just said. Without the 1,000 yuan I provide you each month, I wonder how you will manage to live. You may find yourself unable to afford even a pair of undergarments." Rolling her eyes, she retreated into the house. "Good grief!" Yi Chen exclaimed, feeling as if struck by lightning. "Wife, allow me to explain." What is there left to explain? She shot him a forlorn glance before turning away, leaving Yi Chen to quietly retreat to a corner to open the package. Who could possibly be sending me a parcel? He pondered as he unwrapped it, revealing a blank sheet of paper. Who orchestrated this prank? Yi Chen's mood plummeted. He crumpled the paper into a ball, intending to toss it aside, but reconsidered, remembering that Old Zheng had just cleaned the yard. Instead, he tucked the ball paper into his pocket. Shaking his head, he propped up the fallen bicycle and cleaned up the spilled egg liquid before making his way back inside. As he reached the doorway, he overheard a heated argument in the living room. Who was it that claimed what a handsome, valiant, and chivalrous man he was? "You used every commendable word in the book, and now you blame me and your father?" This was the voice of Xiao Ruoxue's mother, Chen. "So now you all blame me?" Xiao Ruoxue's expression was a mixture of laughter and tears. "Ruoxue, under those circumstances, we had no choice but to handle it that way. Otherwise, with you and Yi Chen being alone and disheveled, what would people say?" Chen attempted to console her as she noticed her daughter's distress. Yet, as Zhao's mother pointed out, the initial decision to allow Yi Chen into the Xiao household was made willingly by her. Now, if they found Yi Chen incompetent, who could they blame? The story of Yi Chen's arrival at the Xiao family traces back to an incident a year earlier, aboard a cruise ship in Dongjiang City. Despicable, shameless, vile scoundrel. Xiao Ruoxue pressed herself against the wall, feigning calmness while her heart raced with fear. At a business banquet, someone had surreptitiously drugged her drink. After just one sip, she lost all control over her body. Once taken to a room, clarity struck her with alarming force. "I like your fiery spirit," the lecherous man exclaimed. Had it been someone else, they would have been slapped for speaking to me like that. He lunged toward her. This man was Kai Yong, the head of the Kai family in Dongjiang. "Help!" Xiao Ruoxue struggled, her cries for help stifled by the confines of the room. The sound of fabric tearing echoed within the room. In her moment of despair, Xiao Ruoxue silently wished that if someone were to save her now, she would marry him. Yi Chen had been adrift at sea for 3 days and nights, and just as a cruise ship came into view, he felt an overwhelming surge of joy. However, at that very moment, a colossal wave crashed down, propelling him and the plank he clutched into one of the ship's rooms with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, he heard a voice amidst the waves. "If someone were to save me now, I would marry him." With a crash, the window of the room shattered as Yi Chen barreled through, a gust of sea breeze sweeping in, startling Kai Yong, who had just collapsed onto the bed. "What on earth?" Kai Yong's words were abruptly cut off as he found himself pinned beneath the wooden plank. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoxue, startled by the sudden appearance of a stranger, fainted from fright. "Ah, red wine, a beautiful woman?" Once Chen regained his balance, his eyes quickly surveyed the surroundings. His master had indeed spoken the truth. After a surge of excitement, he finally climbed off the plank. At that moment, Kai Yong let out a sigh of relief. His fists clenched in anger. Who dares to ruin my good fortune? Upon turning, he was met with the sight of a disheveled figure, hair entangled with long strands of seaweed. Chen furrowed his brow. Swearing? Just as Kai Yong began to relax and attempt to rise, a resounding slap struck him across the head. Dazed, Kai Yong's eyes sparkled with stars. Damn it! Another slap followed, accompanied by Chen's muttered curses. Kai Yong was left bewildered, his fists clenched tightly, teeth grinding in frustration. He had never endured such punishment in his life. Kid, do you know who I am? After receiving 2 slaps, Kai Yong dared not utter another curse or make a hasty move, realizing he had not even seen how the strikes were delivered. Had he not witnessed this person standing before him, he might have believed he was haunted. Clearly, this individual was skilled, and Kai Yong decided to suppress him with the power of the Kai family. Chen shook his head. I don't know, but then he smiled, his narrow eyes glinting with a strange and profound light. However, I don't care who you are. Kai Yong's face twitched. No matter, I can tell you. I am Kai Yong of the illustrious Kai family of Dongjiang. You should be all ears and listen well. Is that so impressive? Chen's eyes widened in surprise. If you know fear, then you should quickly leave. You've ruined my good fortune. You won't get away unscathed. Seeing Chen's astonished expression, Kai Yong felt a surge of pride. But I want to stay. Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile. With that, he launched a kick that struck Kai Yong squarely in the chest. Thud! Kai Yong's body flew backward, crashing heavily against the wall before collapsing to the floor. Feeling as though his insides were turning over, gasping for breath, he was abruptly pressed down by a foot upon his back. You, be silent. Kai Yong, unable to inhale, could only exhale as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. With one foot firmly planted on Kai Yong's back, Chen's gaze shifted towards the disheveled and unconscious Xiao Ruoxue on the bed. Although you profess your intention to marry me, I must first consult with my parents regarding this matter. After all, marriage is a significant affair. It is not customary to make such lifelong commitments in private. Moreover, a young, handsome, and charming man like myself cannot take such decisions lightly. I will deliberate carefully, Chen stated with a nod, his demeanor remarkably serious. Subsequently, he lifted his foot, and Kai Yong, resembling a lifeless dog, was unceremoniously propelled out of the window. Chapter 6. Empty Joy Xiao Wenlei and Qin Fong discovered that their daughter was missing. Upon hearing that Xiao Ruoxue had vanished, many families who had long desired to forge a connection with the Xiao family joined in the search. After all, with Xiao Ruoxue's remarkable talents and beauty, alongside her profound impact in the business realm over a mere few years, it was no surprise that numerous families aspired to ally with the Xiao family through marriage. Ultimately, with the assistance of security aboard the cruise ship, they located the room. However, upon entering, the sight before them nearly caused Qin Fong to faint. Behind them stood numerous onlookers, all witnessing the disheveled state of Xiao Ruoxue, alongside a rather unsavory figure, Chen. To protect his daughter's reputation, Xiao Wenlei promptly apprehended Chen, awaiting Xiao Ruoxue's awakening to comprehend the circumstances. It was then revealed that she had been bullied by Kai Yong, and it was Chen who had inadvertently rescued her. Chen learned from Xiao Wenlei that Kai Yong was merely a rogue in the business world. Having crossed paths with him, it seemed unlikely that Kai would find peace in the future. Unfazed, Chen silently resolved that the Kai family would meet their demise. True to his thoughts, within 3 days, the Kai family indeed went bankrupt, vanishing from Dongjiang thereafter. This incident led to Chen being confined by his master, Xiao Feng, for a year due to violating his precepts. Simultaneously, Xiao Wenlei publicly announced the marriage between Xiao Ruoxue and Chen. From that moment, Chen became the son-in-law of the Xiao family. Initially, Chen had no desire to take on a role of a son-in-law, yet upon hearing Xiao Ruoxue's name, he felt a stir in his heart. 20 years ago, having left the Yi family for Dongjiang, on the eve of accompanying his master to a deserted island, it was a girl named Xiao Ruoxue who had offered him a steaming cup of milk. At that time, after suffering the loss of his family and feeling desolate, it was Xiao Ruoxue's simple gesture and a few comforting words that rekindled his will to live. Big brother, my mother says that milk warms the stomach and the heart. You shouldn't always wear a frown. When the opportunity arises, I'll take you to the amusement park. Innocent and carefree, Xiao Ruoxue appeared as an angel, bestowing warmth and courage upon Yi Chen. 2 decades later, unexpectedly returning to Dongjiang and saving Xiao Ruoxue felt like fate's design. From that moment, Yi Chen vowed to forever protect his angel. Confined by his master and haunted by the past, he had to tread carefully in the year that followed. Just then, Xiao Wenlei's voice broke through, questioning what the problem was. Speak up. What good does reminiscing about trivial matters do? Right now, we are collaborating with Wang Yukai and need substantial funding, but without returns on investment, this collaboration cannot be realized. The Lianmu clothing factory has yet to settle its accounts. Lianmu is nothing but a rogue, owing Baida considerable sums, and even assaulting our personnel. After we reported it, they had the audacity to claim we were in the wrong. Xiao Ruoxue paced back and forth in the living room, her chest heaving with agitation. Father, given the current circumstances, I must seek your assistance. Otherwise, can I rely on Yi Chen, who only knows how to wash clothes and cook? Regardless of the situation, Yi Chen has contributed significantly to our family this past year. You should not always look down upon him. Although Xiao Wenlei held some opinions about Yi Chen, he was, after all, a man. A young man like Yi Chen, devoid of power and influence, had once bravely rescued Xiao Ruoxue from Kai Yang's grasp with bare hands and without fear of the Kai family's might, which was ample evidence of his courage and integrity. Fine, let us not mention him. There is no point in relying on him at this juncture. Xiao Ruoxue replied with irritation. As for my connections, ever since I resigned, I have essentially severed ties with those individuals who would seek unnecessary trouble at such a time. Xiao Wenlei sighed helplessly. Alas, discussing this with you yields no fruitful outcome. Xiao Ruoxue understood that if Xiao Wenlei were able to assist, they would not be in this predicament. Standing at the doorway, Yi Chen had likely grasped the essence of the matter and pondered how a small company like Lianmu could possess such formidable backing. However, it was evident that Lianmu's support transcended both lawful and unlawful realms. Though Xiao Ruoxue was astute and capable, she was engaged in legitimate business. Many companies took advantage of her gender, but how could anyone dare to bully Yi Chen's woman? With this thought, Yi Chen hastily entered the living room. Darling, regarding what you mentioned earlier, I have a solution. Xiao Ruoxue perceived that Yi Chen was deliberately seeking trouble, thinking he was just boasting. If you're so remarkable, why not soar to the heavens? Yi Chen, what plan do you have? Pray tell, Qin Feng urged, her faith in him unwavering. Indeed, do enlighten us. Xiao Wenlei said politely, shifting aside to make room for Yi Chen. Dad, Mom, aren't things already chaotic enough? Xiao Ruoxue crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Chen. Ruoxue, given the gravity of the situation, it is imperative for our family to convene and devise a strategy. Qin Feng implored earnestly. Devise what strategy? What is there to discuss with him? If he can resolve the issue, I shall wash his feet daily. If he cannot, then let us not endure this life any longer. Divorce. Xiao Ruoxue felt stifled. Had it not been for her parents insisting that Yi Chen saved her from that lecherous Kai Yong, she would have expelled him from the Xiao family long ago. Who would have thought that Yi Chen was merely a man seeking an easy life? After her outburst, Xiao Ruoxue stormed off in anger. Yi Chen sighed inwardly. Having maintained a low profile for a year, even his wife no longer believed in him. Fortunately, Xiao Ruoxue's parents had always treated him well. This child spoiled by me. Xiao Chen, you are a man. Do not quarrel with her over such matters. Xiao Wenlei patted the sofa as he sat down. Indeed, Xiao Chen, do not stoop to her level. Qin Feng consoled. Dad, Mom, it's nothing. Yi Chen chuckled awkwardly, feeling guilty that he could not assist Xiao Ruoxue despite her hardships. We are all family. Let's not speak in such a manner. After some polite exchanges, Xiao Wenlei inquired, do you have a plan regarding what we discussed? Yi Chen contemplated. How about I negotiate with the person in charge of Lianmu on behalf of Baida? He sought the opinions of the elderly couple. Upon hearing this, Qin Fong felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. It's getting late. You should go and prepare dinner, she suggested. Xiao Wenlei sighed inwardly and recalled, by the way, dear, what did you say this morning? The fertilizer is gone? I shall take a stroll through the flower and bird market. After exchanging these words, the two rose and departed from the living room. Hey, Yi Chun muttered, shrugging in a display of exasperation. It seemed that after maintaining a low profile for so long, even his in-laws had begun to doubt him. Sighing, he acknowledged that matters concerning his wife must take precedence. His master, Xiao Feng, had confined his cultivation, and according to the sect's rules, he was forbidden to utilize his skills or engage in worldly affairs until the restriction was lifted. Indeed, the regulations were numerous. The task that had once belonged to him had been reassigned to his junior sister, Meng Qingying. Despite being the foremost figure of the War Dragon, he could only bide his time. Otherwise, his master's wrath could be provoked in an instant. Throughout the past year, Yi Chun had diligently adhered to his master's commands, never neglecting his training and remaining well-informed about the outside world. I wonder how my junior sister is faring with her tasks. He pondered. Master, why must you confine me and yet deny me knowledge of the War Dragon's current status? And it's been a whole year. Could you grant me a decree for liberation? As he prepared dinner, Yi Chen's mind wandered through these thoughts. Once the meal was complete, he untied his apron and tossed it onto the countertop. After washing his hands and wiping them on his clothes, his fingers unexpectedly brushed against a crumpled piece of paper from a package. Who could be so inconsiderate as to lead me on a wild goose chase? He exclaimed, pulling it out and unfolding it once more, only to find himself caught between laughter and tears. Chapter 7. Encountering a junior disciple on that crumpled piece of paper, the two bold characters unblocked leapt forth. Yi Chun, utterly speechless, nodded slowly and finally remarked, my master truly knows how to play. The unlocking of cultivation within the sect cannot be accomplished by mere two characters. Of course, to think that the old man even had the audacity to send a courier. Do couriers come free of charge? With a pained expression, Yi Chun crumpled the paper again, ignited the gas, and promptly burned it. It appears that I must swiftly establish contact with the Sanji sect. Otherwise, my name, Yi Chun, shall become but a whisper of history. The Sanji sect is a unique creation of Yi Chen's master, Xiao Feng. Although it is a martial sect within the realm, it has consistently served as special operations unit from Huaxia, known as the Dragon Team. At this moment, Wang Yukai had just concluded a phone call with the head of the family in Kyoto, discussing the matter of encountering Yi Chun. After expressing his astonishment, Wang Youfu, the elder brother of the Wang family patriarch, hurriedly made his way to the Yi residence. At the Yi residence, Wang Youfu was escorted into Yi Boshin's study by the butler. Old Yi, Wang Youfu stood respectfully to the side. Please, have a seat, Yi Batian said slowly, setting down the magnifying glass in his hand. He had been examining a faded photograph depicting a chubby little boy. When Yi Chun left the Yi family, he was but 4 years old. That year, Yi Batian fell gravely ill. Esteemed physicians everywhere shook their heads in despair, pronouncing his death inevitable. At that time, the 18-year-old Xiao Feng arrived with a miraculous remedy and asserted that reviving the dead was not difficult, provided the Yi family was willing to pay the price. Xiao Feng's condition for healing Yi Batian was to take one member from the Yi family. After deliberation, the Yi family decided to send the least favored, Yi Chun, with Xiao Feng. When Yi Batian recovered, he learned that during his coma, his eldest son, Yi Quan, had taken it upon himself to send Yi Chun away. For years, Yi Batian had dispatched people to search for Yi Chun, but to no avail. As he approached the twilight of his life, his yearning for his grandson grew ever stronger. Originally, with Yi Chen's departure, the Yi family still had Yi Wei, the son of Yi Quan, ensuring the family's legacy would not falter. However, Yi Wei proved to be a source of immense disappointment for Yi Batian. Indulging in debauchery and vice, he recently fell into the clutches of addiction. In an effort to have Yi Wei rehabilitated, Yi Batian sent him to a drug rehabilitation center. Yet, mere days later, Yi Quan and his wife, unable to bear witnessing their son's suffering, arranged for his release. Upon returning, Yi Wei's behavior escalated alarmingly. With the affluent Yi family on the brink of ruin due to Yi Wei's recklessness, Yi Batian found himself devoid of the strength to reverse the tide. What is it? Yi Botian inwuit. Old Yi, Wang Youfu replied. Wang Yukai said he saw the second young master in Dongjiang. At these words, a flicker of light ignited within Yi Boshan's murky gaze, yet he maintained a calm demeanor, simply stating, I understand. Dongjiang, once the refuge of Yi Ming and Wu Yu, was where Yi Quan had sent Yi Chen to Xiaofeng, concealed from Yi Ming and Wu Yu. When the couple returned home and inquired about their child's whereabouts, Yi Quan had claimed that he was taken to Dongjiang by an enigmatic master. Though Dongjiang is a coastal city, it was not developed in those days. Yi Ming and his wife, Wu Yu, without uttering a word, rose and headed towards Dongjiang, carrying merely 20,000 yuan. 2 decades have elapsed, and Dongjiang has transformed into a first-tier city in Huaxia. Throughout these 20 years, Yi Batian has been unable to ascertain the whereabouts of Yi Ming and his spouse. He understands that it was the machinations of Yi Quan and his partner that orchestrated this situation, yet he realized this too late. In the years when the Yi family's commercial influence reached its zenith, the disappearance of Yi Ming's family did not impact them in the slightest. Rather, under Yi Quan's stewardship, the family flourished and prospered. Wang Youfu cautiously observed Yi Batian's expression. Since it is inconvenient for you to intervene, allow me to assist. He began. No need, Yi Batian interjected. The Wang family will receive ample gratitude for your message sent today. He resumed his examination of the photograph through a magnifying glass. Wang Youfu blinked, contemplated for a moment, then quietly withdrew. With the sound of the door closing, Yi Batian set down the magnifying glass and opened a box on his desk, retrieving one of 3 ancient coins from the Yi family. Each coin is a crucial key to unlocking the family's treasure. Yi Quan, though you're my eldest son, your insatiable greed and unrepentant malice have led you down this path of your own choosing. You have suffered over these years. Yi Batian's aged fingers traced the faded photograph, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. Meanwhile, as Chen rode his bicycle along the road, he suddenly sneezed. Ouch! Who is speaking of me? He wondered. Could it be that old man, feeling guilty for confining me this past year, is now contemplating how to make amends? Unlikely. That old curmudgeon has tormented us loyal disciples for 2 decades. How could he suddenly become benevolent? He lured me to Dongjiang with grand tales of fine wine, beautiful women, and luminous pearls. Bah, all lies. He claims that restricting my cultivation was to help me grow stronger. Yet here I am, a year later, with no tasks and no contact. Sighing, he pedaled on, his heart brimming with grievances. The bicycle traversed through an alley, a shortcut to the Liamu garment factory, and in his year in Dongjiang, Yi Chen had become well acquainted with every nook and cranny. Just a few meters ahead, a youth with yellow hair suddenly leaped out, raising a hand to halt Yi Chen's bicycle. Sir, looking for accommodation? Fine wine, champagne, crisp white linens, nurses, flight attendants, and executives at your service. Transport provided, worry-free. Just 88 yuan a night. For 88 yuan, you 1T be at a loss. Though here, 88 yuan 1T buy you anything. At first, Yi Chen intended to accelerate and bypass this irksome advertisement, but upon closer inspection, he recognized the familiar face of the young man. He squeezed the brakes, bringing his bicycle to a halt. Shunzi? Chingu. Shunzi, Yi Chen S. Jr., whose name is Wu Taishan, shared a surname with Yi Chen's mother, fostering a particularly close bond between them. Where on earth did you learn all this nonsense, and so eloquently at that? Yi Chen dismounted from his bicycle and playfully patted the head of the young man with the yellow hair. Wu Taishan, with a swift motion, yanked off the yellow wig, revealing a grin that showcased a row of small white teeth. He had recently been loitering around the station, picking up such antics from middle-aged women. Yi Chen shot him a glance of disdain. Wu Taishan, tucking away the wig, remarked, Brother Chen, today marks a momentous occasion for your esteemed self. What might you be rushing off to in such haste? Let us not dwell on that. Whether the restrictions have been lifted is no longer of consequence. At present, I must attend to some urgent matters. I shall seek you out when time permits. Chapter 8. Collision. Knowing that Wu Taishan was active in this vicinity, it would not be difficult to make contact again. Oh no, Brother Chen, is it really necessary for you to personally intervene in such a trivial matter? In the past, it was always his junior disciples who handled these affairs. After all, Yi Chun was the most talented among the disciples of the Sanji Gate. Indeed, the only one whose skills surpassed those of their master. The matter concerning Xiao Ruoxue could not be entrusted to others, yet upon reflection, despite my attentiveness to societal events over the past year, how much of the information relayed to me was genuinely accurate. It was perhaps more prudent to gather some insights from Shunzi regarding the current state of affairs in Dongjiang. Yi Chun nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the situation. He proceeded to recount the dealings between Lianmu and Baida to Wu Taishan. The Li family was but a mere grasshopper in Dongjiang. Yet even grasshoppers have some meat on their legs. Thus, the Luo family occasionally took a few legs from the Li family as a sort of delicacy. This time, it was likely that the Li family sought to curry favor with the Luo family, hoping that their shoddy goods might gain some export opportunities, which is why they allowed Baida, a rival of the Luo family, to suffer a setback first. The head of the Luo family had a long-standing friendship with the Chao family, making this trivial matter inconsequential for them. Analyzing it this way, it was no surprise that Baida ended up at a disadvantage. The audacity of the Luo family stemmed solely from the Dongjiang dragon. Although merely a local tyrant, he enjoyed a reputation revered by the martial world. However, it seemed that no one had ever seen what this infamous figure truly looked like. Listening to Wu Taishuan's analysis, Yi Chun nodded in agreement. His deductions were astute. Brother Chen places such trust in me. I cannot let you down. Rest assured, you are now a respectable family man, and I shall ensure this matter does not burden you. After Wu Taishan finished speaking, he attempted to make a hasty exit. However, before he could take more than a few steps, he was abruptly lifted off the ground. Brother Chen, spare me. I was merely jesting. Just a joke. As Wu Taishan was thrown to the ground, he was warned to focus on his own affairs. Should I discover your involvement in this matter, it will be the end of you. Upon hearing this, Wu Taishan promptly clamped his legs together. His face contorted into a fawning smile. Brother Chen's words were akin to imperial edicts. How could he dare disobey? Let us go. All right. After watching Wu Taishan exit the alley, Yi Chun weighed the yellow wig in his hands, quite a useful tool. Concealing the wig, he mounted his bicycle and sped toward the other end of the alley. Bang! As he emerged from the alley, the bicycle collided directly with the roof of a car. A resounding impact echoed in his ears, followed by a sudden screech of brakes, causing Yi Chun to exclaim in surprise. Upon glancing around, he beheld a luxury vehicle, a Bentley Mulsanne. The cost of a single tire could purchase dozens of bicycles. The occupant of the car was none other than a female driver. Instantly, an idea sparked within Yi Chun. In a split second, he dragged his bicycle off the car and leaped down, striking a pose, falling to the ground, bending his legs and gazing sorrowfully at his bicycle, as though it were a grievous loss akin to having 2 pounds of flesh extracted. Meanwhile, a woman descended from a Bentley. Yi Chun's gaze began at her black stiletto heels, inching upwards. Encased in stockings, her slender, fair legs were reminiscent of a goddess from a comic book, perfectly sculpted. She wore a black bodycon skirt paired with a fitted white blouse. Further up, her delicate collarbone and flawless skin seemed almost ethereal, complemented by a sharp chin. Lips untouched by color, yet as tempting as cherries glistening after rain, and a petite nose with a straight bridge. However, a horrifying scar sliced across her forehead and brow. At this sight, Yi Chun's eyes widened in astonishment, causing him to forget the rehearsed lines he had prepared for a fade of confrontation. The woman's gaze was as frigid as the polar winds, piercingly fixed upon Yi Chun. After a moment, her ruby lips parted. Have you had enough of looking? Yes. I've seen enough. Strangely, Yi Chun stumbled over his words, standing up uncharacteristically. This was far from his usual demeanor. Over the years, he had encountered countless divine beauties, yet none had ever caused him to lose his composure. He was a man who had traversed through a myriad of blossoms without a single petal clinging to him. Now, he was even married to the most beautiful woman in Dongjiang, Xiao Ruoxue. What was happening today? Was it the prominent scar on her face that had unnerved him? The scar seemed to act as a magnet, drawing Yi Chen's eyes irresistibly. How much will it cost to repair the car? The woman said, her expression inscrutable. Repair the car? Yi Chen momentarily diverted his gaze, for the glaring dents on the Bentley's roof jolted him back to reality. Setting aside the cost of fixing those dents, even a mere scratch would demand a sum that, at his current financial standing, would require years of toil to amass. As Yi Chen lingered in bewilderment, he noticed the woman's eyes dart towards the front of the car, a flicker of urgency crossing her features. Who was this woman? In terms of grace and physique, she undoubtedly embodied the essence of Dongjiang's top socialite. Yet that grotesque scar detracted significantly from her allure. The direction of her gaze suggested someone she was eager to meet or pursue. I certainly cannot afford the repairs, so why not? Let us not discuss money. Such matters can sour our relationship. Might you have an urgent matter? Allow me to assist, and I will cover the repair costs, Yi Chen proposed, half closing his eyes. A smile plastered across his face as he negotiated with her. The woman furrowed her brow, realizing that her hasty driving had led her to overlook a bicycle emerging from the alley. Initially, she had considered offering him a sum for the repairs, only to find that he had misconstrued her intentions. His speed upon emerging from the alley had been impressive. He had somersaulted upon colliding with her car to avoid injury. A rare reflex indeed. Moreover, his descent from the car had been remarkably agile, landing lightly on the ground, suggesting exceptional skill. Contemplating this, the woman's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. If you can catch up to that Ferrari ahead, we can consider today's incident resolved. The license plate number is Jiangdi. Chase the car. This is indeed Yi Chen's forte. Although he has not touched a car for over a year, this has no bearing on his abilities. Get in. Yi Chen nodded and swiftly entered the driver's seat, with the woman following suit without hesitation. As the vehicle roared to life, Yi Chen first closed his eyes, replaying the moment of the collision in his mind. A vivid image emerged. A red Ferrari, license plate Jiangdi, piloted by a woman in a crimson miniskirt. Calculating the 2 minutes that had just elapsed, that car had traveled at least 3,000 meters. Noticing Yi Chen's eyes shut and the car stationary, the woman grew impatient. What are you waiting for? If you can't do it, let me out. The road ahead, a straight path of 500 meters leading to a T-junction, where the Ferrari would encounter a red light as it approached. The red light lasts 40 seconds, and if the Ferrari's driver were in a hurry to escape, she would not wait for the signal, but would opt for a right turn. The right turn leads to a bustling commercial street stretching 4,000 meters, where the Ferrari speed would naturally diminish. At this juncture, Yi Chen abruptly opened his eyes, a mischievous smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. So, let's go. With a press of the accelerator, the car surged forth like an arrow, propelled by Yi Chen's final 2 words. Chapter 9. The Pursuit of Debt Collection. 1.5 minutes later, a Bentley came to a halt at a parking space along the bustling commercial street. The woman in the passenger seat, Lin Qianjiao, was struggling to steady her racing heartbeat, which nearly leapt from her throat. Did this reckless driver think he was piloting an aircraft? Lin Qianjiao was determined. Men never admit their shortcomings. Yi Chen adjusted his short hair, adding a remark to his statement. A cold smile crept onto Lin Qianjiao's lips as she mused about the abundance of talent emerging in Dongjiang these days. Wait for me in the car, or you will suffer a most unpleasant fate, she declared, exiting the vehicle and striding toward the sluggishly moving Ferrari that resembled a snail on the road. Yi Chen blinked, thinking to himself, only you will face the dire consequences. He was not foolish enough to collide with someone else's car merely to catch up with the Ferrari and eliminate the repair costs. Yi Chen understood that no such opportunistic woman existed in Dongjiang. Seeing Lin Qianjiao pursue the owner of the Ferrari, he hastily exited the car and dashed away. Zhu Zuheng, get out of the car, Lin Qianjiao demanded, rapping on the Ferrari's door. The woman inside, adorned in strikingly flamboyant attire, appeared to be no more than 18 or 19 years old. She was Lin Qianjiao's cousin, Chu Ruhan. Startled by Lin Qianjiao's sudden appearance, Chu Ruhan exclaimed, "How on earth did you catch up with me? The traffic is congested, and you even hit someone on the road. There's no reason you should have been able to reach me. Cousin, please don't act this way. I'm not a child anymore, and you constantly embarrassing me is quite distressing. After all, I'm a popular content creator. Lin Xianjiao, undeterred, called for a tow truck before seizing Chu Ruhan by her clothing and dragging her towards the roadside. I don't care if you're a prominent creator or not. Uncle has returned to the country after much hardship, and you haven't even shown your face. Don't blame me for not looking after you as your elder cousin. Is it permissible for some to act with impunity while others must remain in the shadows? He is always coming and going, never taking a moment to check on me. Do you think I'm a free Wi-Fi hotspot? Stop with your pointless chatter. If you persist, I'll sever your financial support. As the two tugged and pulled towards the Bentley, Lin Xianjiao realized that the man from earlier had vanished. She glanced around, but there was no trace of him. However, this was of little concern. In Dongjiang, there was no one Lin Xianjiao could not locate. Get in the car, she commanded, thrusting Chu Ruhan into the vehicle. Help! Kidnapping. Deduct a month's living expenses. You miser. 2 months. No. Cousin is a benevolent soul. A living bodhisattva. Yi Chen returned to the scene of the accident, riding the bicycle and inspecting it thoroughly. Aside from Silent Bell, everything else seemed intact. With matters at Lianmu pressing, Yi Chen donned a yellow wig, hopped onto his bicycle, and made a ruckus as he pedaled towards the Lianmu garment factory. Upon entering the courtyard, he was immediately confronted by 2 security guards. Hey, you little rascal, we'll let you in. Scram. One tall and lanky guard brandished a baseball bat menacingly at Yi Chen. I'm looking for someone, Yi Chen replied, standing his ground. And who do you think you are to come searching for someone on our Li family's territory? You must be courting disaster. Another burly security guard scrutinized Yi Chen from head to toe, disdainfully remarking, I'm looking for someone. It's urgent. Yi Chen, wishing to avoid conflict, remained composed. Ha! With that pitiful appearance, you're looking for someone? The burly guard scoffed at his lanky counterpart. Ha! The Li family is indeed charitable. Even caring for stray dogs from the streets, the lanky fellow sneered. I'm curious to hear whom you're searching for, he said, weighing a baseball bat in his hands. I'm looking for Li Muid, Yi Chen replied, still unperturbed. The 2 guards erupted into laughter, their mirth echoing. Did I hear that correctly? Someone has brought us a good joke today. He asked, looking for whom? The lanky guard exclaimed. The burly guard struggled to suppress his laughter. What may? What dong may? Ha ha! Yi Chen furrowed his brow. What was so amusing to these fools? Have you laughed enough? He asked coldly, not wishing to squander time. Upon hearing this, they ceased their laughter, replacing it with a scornful demeanor. If the likes of you can elicit a chuckle from me, consider it a blessing. But look at your own wretchedness, a mere country bumpkin, and you expect gratitude for a laugh? You ought to kneel and bow in thanks. Yi Chen's hands gripped the handlebars of his bicycle tightly, a cold smile forming in his heart. Such arrogance. However, he was there to resolve an issue, not to engage in a brawl. Thus, he calmly stated, I'm here to find someone. I hope you can be accommodating. We have matters to discuss. In other words, if they continued their obstinacy, he would not hesitate to show his prowess. Yet these 2 brutes had no intention of taking him seriously. Looking for someone? What is there to say? Before we lose our tempers, you'd better scram. You hillbilly. The lanky one, his temper flaring, swung the baseball bat towards Yi Chen's head. As the bat descended, the burly guard watched with a crooked grin, anticipating the spectacle of Yi Chen's demise. Yi Chen, however, merely chuckled, completely unfazed by the impending danger. These 2 pests truly overestimated themselves. Just as the bat was about to connect with Yi Chen's skull, a sudden crack echoed. What had happened? The lanky guard felt his arm lose all strength. The bat was firmly gripped by Yi Chen's hand. In an instant, Yi Chen's arm shifted, redirecting the bat, which then struck the lanky guard squarely on the head. With a resounding thud, the lanky guard's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed, convulsing and frothing at the mouth. The burly guard, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. You dare to strike someone? Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his bat at Yi Chen. However, as he moved, he received a powerful punch to the side of his face. The blow was both precise and forceful, sending the burly guard staggering before he crashed to the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth, taking with it 2 of his molars. Yi Chen wore a grim expression, his voice icy as he said, I offered you a chance for civil discourse, yet you refused to heed my words. Do you now comprehend the art of conversation? You You've killed him, the burly guard stammered, scrambling backward in fear as Yi Chen advanced. Yet, as he attempted to flee, Yi Chen's foot pressed firmly against his thigh, halting his escape. The sharp crack of a bone echoed, followed by the anguished cries of the security guard, resembling the wails of a slaughtered pig. Help! Spare me! Please, good sir, spare my life! The series of desperate screams caught the attention of another guard, who promptly rushed to the warehouse to report to Li Myud. As Li Myud was inspecting inventory, the news of his men being attacked reached him, prompting him to hastily exit the warehouse. Upon entering the courtyard, he was met with a startling scene. Who dares to wreak havoc in my domain? Li Myud exclaimed, accompanied by several others, as they swiftly approached. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Yi Chen finally shifted his stance. As Li Myud drew nearer, he cast a quick glance at the fallen guards before allowing his gaze to linger on Yi Chen. These two guards were relatively skilled within the ranks of Lianmu, and the scene bore little evidence of a fierce struggle. The young man before him even rested a hand upon a battered bicycle. Observing this, Li Myud cautiously inquired, Sir, could there possibly be a misunderstanding? Chapter 10. Who says the Dongjiang dragon is ineffective? Yi Chen scrutinized the individual before him, who appeared to be in his 40s, with a square face and a distinctive mustache, dressed in casual attire. This appearance and fashion sense unmistakably belonged to Li Myud, the current head of Lianmu. I seek you out for a matter of importance, Yi Chen stated plainly. Seek me? Li Myud reciprocated with a critical gaze, taking in Yi Chen's disheveled hair, shabby clothing, and a dilapidated bicycle. He couldn't recall ever associating with someone of such impoverished stature. Li Myud did not rush to respond. Instead, he instructed those nearby to remove the two security guards, as two exceedingly significant individuals would soon arrive. Regardless of the circumstances, this scene was undeniably a matter of disgrace for Lianmu. After a brief pause, he glanced at Yi Chen and inquired, Do you know where you are? And do you know who I am? Lianmu Garment Factory, Li Myud. Yi Chen replied, his tone devoid of any emotion. Huh. Li Myud raised his wrist to check the time. I address you as sir to spare you some dignity. After all, you are a man of stature. Yet, knowing that this is Lianmu and recognizing my name, you ought to comprehend the rules of the Li family. What say you? Yi Chen pressed further. What about it? Be sensible. The two who assaulted me must compensate for medical expenses, lost wages, and emotional distress. A mere 100,000. Produce the funds, and you may leave alive. Li Myud boasted imperiously. And if I refuse? Yi Chen inquired calmly. If you refuse? A sinister smile crept upon Li Myud's lips. You shall find yourself tethered here, serving as my family's guard dog. Or, he paused, raising a finger to scratch his head, or perhaps Lianmu could use some human fertilizer for our struggling peonies. The implication was clear. Pay the price to leave alive, or face dire consequences. Oh, Yi Chen replied nonchalantly. Have you finished speaking? Is my message unclear? Li Myud glared, viewing the young man before him as a fool. Then why do you not inquire about my purpose for seeking you? Yi Chen countered. Someone like you? Li Myud pointed a finger at Yi Chen dismissively. You think you have the right to disturb me? This is Lianmu, under the protection of the Luo family. The emphasis on right was laden with contempt, his spittle hanging in the air. Yi Chen tilted his head slightly. Since you will not ask, allow me to clarify. Listen closely. Young man, do not seek discomfort. Li Myud glanced at the time again, realizing he must dismiss this bothersome youth before the two important guests arrived. Despite the evident skills displayed by Yi Chen, Li Myud was reluctant to engage physically, initially intending to leverage the Luo family's influence. However, the young man seemed utterly indifferent to his threats, igniting Li Myud's ire. A thought occurred to him. Perhaps he had not made things clear enough. Let me tell you, the Luo family is not to be trifled with. Provoking me, Li Myud, is tantamount to provoking the Luo family. If you wish to avoid a humiliating demise, depart from this place at once. Lianmu owed Baida a substantial sum of money, amounting to a total of 3,650,000, including interest. Bring me the money, and I shall depart, Yi Chen declared, his expression impassive, continuing to speak to himself. 3,650,000? Why doesn't T. Baida just rob it? Li Myud nearly lost his composure in frustration. How much is that? Am I mistaken? Yi Chen furrowed his brow slightly, appearing to ponder. It is 650,000. Lim Yud managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. So you admit to owing Baidam money. Hand it over. Yi Chen extended his hand. Lim Yud was seething with rage, feeling he'd been more than courteous to this brat, only to discover he was sent by Baida. You think you could take money from me? You're not seasoned enough. Get out and do it quickly. Lim Yud erupted, bellowing towards the door. What else with all this commotion? At that moment, a middle-aged man stood at the entrance, looking displeased. Hearing that voice, Lim Yud was taken aback and turned around only to find it was Luo Wenlai. Luo Gu. I didn't know you would arrive so soon. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. Lim Yud cast Yi Chen aside and hurried forward, bowing to Luo Wenlai. President Lin will be here shortly, and you are still shouting here. Luo Wenlai shot Lim Yud a disdainful glance. Yes, I will handle it immediately. Lim Yud wiped the sweat from his brow, oblivious to which Lin was being referred to. He stepped aside, gesturing for Luo Wenlai to proceed first. As they passed Yi Chen, Lim Yud gritted his teeth and muttered, "Get lost." Luo Wenlai, a monopolist in Dongjiang's import-export trade, was not a stranger to Yi Chen. This man was quite ostentatious, frequently appearing on television and online screens. According to Wu Taishan, the Luo and Chao families had long-standing ties, which naturally facilitated certain conveniences for promotion and protection. Wait. Yi Chen reached out to block Luo Wenlai's path. This gentleman is... Luo Wenlai glanced at Yi Chen, perceiving him merely as a beggar. Yet he maintained a facade of politeness. There's no need to pay attention to a filthy beggar, Luo Gu. Lim Yud wished he could kick Yi Chen away. I'm here to collect a debt, not to beg. Yi Chen replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Huh, even beggars are so brazen nowadays. Luo Wenlai scoffed, pulling a 10-yuan note from his pocket and tossing it to the ground. Take it and go. Yi Chen frowned, stating it's insufficient. I require 3,650,000. Lim Yud scrunched his nose, reminding Yi Chen it was 650,000. Bring me the money. Yi Chen extended his hand once more. You little brat, get out of here. Lim Yud roared. You think you can take money from me, Lim Yud? No way. Even if the Dongjiang dragon were to come today, it wouldn't work. After his declaration, Yi Chen's frown deepened. Meanwhile, Luo Wenlai's expression darkened, as if it could squeeze water from his face. Little did he know what madness had overtaken Lim Yud today, daring to invoke the name of the East River Dragon on such a significant occasion. At that moment, a battered Bentley Mulsanne glided into the courtyard. As the vehicle came to a halt, a woman flung open the door and alighted with a swift elegance, her actions unfolding in the blink of an eye, leaving Luo Wenlai and Lim Yud no time to react. Just moments ago, who had claimed that the East River Dragon's presence was inconsequential. The instant the woman stepped out, her razor-sharp gaze swept across the scene. Her eyes briefly lingered on Luo Wenlai, whose lips trembled in trepidation as he bowed his head, and then moved to Lim Yud, who had just been vociferously cursing the heavens. Her gaze rested on both men for merely a few seconds before shifting to a young boy beside them, pushing a bicycle. At that moment, Yi Chen's heart raced with a cacophony of thoughts. Is this what they call fate's cruel irony? How could this woman have arrived at this gathering? Chapter 11. A casual 1 million compensation. Yi Chen was taken aback, but soon composed himself. Wearing Shun Zi's yellow wig, he thought to himself, she shouldn't be able to recognize me, right? Lin Qianjiao glanced at Yi Chen, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her lips, thinking to herself that this young man was rather quick, which saved her the trouble of searching for him everywhere. General Manager Lin. Luo Wenlai bent slightly, a servile smile plastered on his face. Noticing the fleeting, strange smile on Lin Qianjiao's face, a tumult of emotions surged within him. Lin Qianjiao, the dragon of Dongjiang, was a woman known for her ruthless methods. Every expression she wore carried profound meaning. Upon hearing Luo Wenlai address her as General Manager Lin, Lim Yud quickly bowed his head in a display of humility. The Li family had always been in the service of the Luo family, and their business thrived only because of it. He was aware that aside from the Chao family, the Luo family had an even greater backing, but he never expected that this support would come from a woman. Although he held disdain for her, he dared not show it. Luo Wenlai had stated that whether the shipment could reach the dock today depended entirely on this individual. What are you all standing around for? What has happened? Lin Qianjiao coldly inquired, withdrawing her gaze from Yichun. General Manager. Luo Wenlai hastily began to explain. However, at that moment, Yichun observed Luo Wenlia's attitude towards this woman and instantly grasped the situation. Luo Wenlai was evidently intimidated by her. An idea struck him, and he stepped forward, boldly proclaiming, "Esteemed and commanding lady, you must be their leader, correct? Might I request your judgment? The Li family owes a substantial debt to Baida and is shamelessly refusing to pay. Is there truly no law to uphold in broad daylight? Hundreds of families are waiting for their sustenance, with elders and children to care for." Yichun feigned a pitiful demeanor, his comically arched eyebrows drooping as he quickly articulated his plight to Lin Qianjiao. Upon hearing this, Luo Wenlai broke into a cold sweat. He couldn't fathom how this Li Miud had managed to provoke such a reckless youth, who was now causing a ruckus. Wasn't this an obvious attempt to stir trouble? Li Miud, too, was seething with rage, straightening up to point an accusatory finger at Yichun, cursing, "You little brat. Well, have I ever owed anyone money with such a vast enterprise?" After being interrupted by Yichun, Luo Wenlai dared not utter another word. Those who could speak so freely and boldly in front of Lin Qianjiao while maintaining direct eye contact with her fell into one of two categories, either individuals from the capital or utter fools. Yet, Luo Wenlai was unwilling to wager on which category Yichun belonged to. Thus, remaining silent was the wisest course of action. Lin Qianjiao's gaze flickered towards Yichun, noting that he possessed a measure of audacity. His address of her as esteemed and commanding lady was quite pleasing to her. While it was true that Lin Qianjiao was beautiful, the scar on her forehead rendered the term beautiful somewhat ironic. To call her beautiful was clearly a form of mockery and provocation. Yichun was astute. If Luo Wenlai had to demean himself before her, then did that not affirm her commanding presence? He spoke thus because he discerned from Lin Qianjiao's gaze that she had recognized him as the one who had collided with her vehicle. His words were merely an attempt to curry favor, hoping to escape the burden of compensating for the car repairs, an amount totaling 3,650,000. Yichun repressed his pitiable expression, his demeanor abruptly turning serious. "Continue to speak nonsense, and I shall have your skin peeled." Li Miud, undeterred, glared at Yichun with a menacing glare. "You have indeed admitted to owing money. You even stated that not even the Baida or the Dongjiang dragon could save you." Yichun reiterated the earlier exchange, believing that if he did not, Lin Qianjiao might overlook the incident. "Indeed, I did say that. Not even Baida or that Dongjiang dragon would dare approach me." Li Miud, without kneeling, Li Miud raised a hand, gesticulating fiercely. At that moment, Luo Wenlai nearly fainted from shock. Observing Li Miud's demeanor, Yichun's brow furrowed, and he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. The crack echoed as Li Miud staggered, nearly collapsing. After striking, Yichun spat disdainfully into his palm. "I do not recognize the Dongjiang dragon. Yet you, an individual who refuses to repay debts, exhibits such arrogance. It is truly infuriating." Li Miud, taken aback, could hardly fathom that this young man dared to confront him, his eyes aflame with indignation. "You insolent brat! How dare you strike me?" Li Miud gritted his teeth, raising his hand to retaliate. But before he could act, Lin Qianjiao restrained him. "Li Muji, do you truly wish for me to kneel before you and converse?" Her brows arched slightly, her narrow eyes glinting with a piercing light. In an instant, Li Miud was rendered speechless. Luo Wenlai, equally alarmed, thought to himself, "Li Miud, usually so astute, what folly has possessed you today? Alas, I cannot save you." He hurriedly approached, attempting to placate Lin. "I did not give you permission to speak," Lin Qianjiao uttered through clenched teeth. Luo Wenlai promptly fell silent, retreating a step, contemplating Li Miud's fate. Yichun, astute as he was, quickly realized that the woman before him was the formidable Dongjiang dragon that Li Miud had spoken of. This elusive figure, known for her enigmatic presence, was indeed a woman. No wonder he had felt her commanding aura upon their first encounter, rivaling that of any man. Yi Chen felt a pang of sympathy for Li Mud for a fleeting moment. Lin, General. Li Mud's heart shattered. He could scarcely believe that Lin was, in fact, the Dongjiang dragon. Simultaneously, he cursed Luo Wenlai in his mind for not informing him sooner. What was to be done now? Just as Li Mud felt his spirit waning, Lin Qinjiao suddenly smiled and released her grip. Earlier, this young man mentioned that you owe money to Baida. Upon being freed, Li Mud could hardly trust his own eyes. Had the Dongjiang dragon truly spared him? This was a stark contrast to her reputed ruthless demeanor. Hearing the mention of debts, Li Mud found himself hesitant to speak, uncertain whether to confess or deny the debt. Did the Dongjiang dragon just refer to this young man as a brother? Li Mud suddenly realized something and hurriedly wiped his sweat, saying, "There seems to be a misunderstanding, but I must ask you, do you owe money to Baida?" Lin Qinjiao fiddled with her fingers, her gaze lowered as she awaited a response. Yes. Li Mud dared not beat around the bush any longer. How much? Lin Qinjiao inquired. At that moment, Yi Chen interjected, stating 3,650,000. Their security guard just threatened me. Repay the debt. Lin Qinjiao said curtly, casting aside 2 words before turning to walk toward the parking area. Li Mud nearly collapsed to the ground, just as he was about to offer a feeble defense. He noticed Lin Qinjiao halt and turn back. Threatened? Just give $1 million as compensation for emotional distress. With that, she opened the car door and drove away. Chapter 12. Li Muda was utterly dumbfounded, completely at a loss. He cast a pleading glance at Brother Lai. Luo Wenlai, observing nearby, was acutely aware of the intricate relationship between the young man with yellow hair and Lin Qinjiao. Little brother, since Lian Mu has agreed to repay the money, Xiao Luo, shall assist you in this matter. Within a day, I will ensure your satisfaction. Luo Wenlai, skilled in navigating the circumstances, understood that the young man could not be offended. All right then, I shall await news from Dongjiang Long, Yi Chen replied, nodding with satisfaction. He was unaware of Dongjiang Long's actual name, but at this moment, it would be prudent to leverage her influence to put some pressure on the insufferable Li Muda. Without waiting for further words from Li and Luo, he turned and rode away on his bicycle. Witnessing Luo Wenlia's actions, Li Muda was filled with rage, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Brother Lai, Muda, Luo Wenlai patted his shoulder. This batch of goods may not come through. If you wish to avoid a change of name for this place in the future, it would be wise to repay the money to buy to Brother Lai. I only did this because Li Muda wanted to express that it was Luo who urged him to delay the payment to Baida, hoping to secure Wang Yukai as agency. However, Luo Wenlai would not allow him to voice his thoughts. Muda, as long as there are mountains and rivers, there will always be firewood to burn. With that, he turned and left. Li Muda was seething with resentment, thinking to himself, 4 million plus is a staggering loss. His heart ached with every thought. Yet he dared not offend Luo Wenlai, nor could he cross Dongjiang Long, especially after receiving a humiliating slap earlier that day. Just you wait, you little rascal. Yi Chen refrained from lingering to collect the money, partly to have them deliver it directly to Baida, surprising Xiaohua Xue. More importantly, Dongjiang Long was a formidable figure in the underworld. She had recognized him at Lian Mu, refrained from mentioning the repair costs, and had even offered assistance. There must be a reason behind it. She undoubtedly had her own terms to negotiate. After riding 2 blocks, he caught up with Lin Qinjiao's Bentley Mulsanne. Spotting the pursuing yellow-haired figure in her rearview mirror, Lin Qinjiao felt a thrill of delight. He was indeed no ordinary person. As his bicycle reached the side of her car, the window conveniently lowered. It's rather unbecoming to chase me so fervently in broad daylight, don't you think? Lin Qinjiao smirked. Ms. Lin, I'm grateful for your assistance earlier. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a free lunch. I wonder if there is something I can do to repay your kindness. I fear I lack the capacity for that. Yi Chen replied cheekily, raising an eyebrow. Perhaps I could wash your car as a token of gratitude. Lin Qinjiao curled her lip. I do not accept thanks so easily, Mr. Yi. Consider this favor as a debt you owe me. One day I shall collect. With that, the window rose, and a mysterious smile graced Lin Qinjiao's lips as she drove away. Is she really like that? Yi Chen shrugged, realizing that this debt would be hard to repay. Yet, he could do no more than this. It would be absurd to chase after her just to wash her car. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to his reputation? Speaking of the triad, Chen truly ought to take some time to visit the East River branch. After all, there is still his junior sister there. Since his master has not lifted the restrictions, he must take the initiative. However, this dilemma troubles Chen. The East River branch has relocated since he became the son-in-law of the Xiao family, and even now, he remains oblivious to their new whereabouts. At the East River port, within a magnificent office building, Lin Xianjiao reclines in a spacious lounge chair, receiving a cup of coffee from her assistant, Mo Qing, and taking a delicate sip. "Have you investigated?" she inquires. "Sister Long, there is no one from the 100 Great, as you mentioned." Mo Qing responds with her head bowed. Taken aback, Lin Xianjiao muses. "Is he not one of the 100 Great? Then why does he act on their behalf to collect debts?" She had assumed that someone bold enough to venture alone into the underworld, with an unwavering determination to reclaim debts, must hold a significant position within the 100 Great, at least as a vice president, dressed modestly and conducting herself discreetly, exuding an air of nonchalance. She resembled a bodyguard. Yet Lin Xianjiao knew that such individuals could hardly be afforded in East River. Even if I do not intervene today, he would still succeed in collecting the debt. My involvement is merely to foster goodwill. However, Lin Xianjiao did not anticipate the enigma surrounding this individual's identity. Had she known, she would have inquired about his name. Sister Long, Mo Qing, noticing Lin Xianjiao lost in thought, suggested it wouldn't be difficult to investigate this person. We could call upon the Chao family. "No need," Lin Xianjiao replied, rising to approach the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the expansive sea view, a smile gracing her lips. Now this is intriguing. Lin Xianjiao believed in destiny, the car accidents, the chase, the debt collection. Throughout the day, Chen had brought her a plethora of freshness and surprise. It had been quite some time since such an interesting person had graced East River. Such an individual must be put to her service. "Sister Long, it has been ages since I've seen you smile so joyfully," Mo Qing remarked, standing behind Lin Xianjiao, her gaze also directed outside. "Montauk King, what sort of man do you think would be worthy of a woman like me?" Lin Xianjiao, ever proud, possessed the credentials to be so. The most powerful ruler of the Jiangnan docks, a key player in Asia's export trade, and a pivotal link in the Southeast Asian trade chain. All must heed her authority. No one is worthy of Sister Long. Mo Qing spoke the truth. For a woman of Lin Xianjiao's formidable stature, no man could ever hope to dominate her. "Are you suggesting I shall remain single forever?" Lin Xianjiao inquired, her tone devoid of anger. "All men can only look up to Sister Long." Montauk King asserted. "No, perhaps that was true in the past, but now," Lin Xianjiao replied, finishing the last sip of her coffee. "Sister Long, he is merely a young lad." Mo Qing discerned that Lin Xianjiao seemed to harbor a fondness for this individual. Yet, the disparity between them was far too vast. In the coming days, continue to monitor the Luo family. Lin Xianjiao abruptly changed the subject, handing the coffee cup to Mo Qing. "Understood. Recently, Wang Yukai has arrived in East River with a product, and it seems the Luo family is intent on acquiring it. If that individual indeed has close ties with the top 100, the Luo family may soon find themselves treading cautiously." Mo Qing displayed a look of confusion. "Have you ever heard of martial arts cultivation?" Lin Xianjiao turned around. "I've encountered it in novels, but such tales are often mere fabrications," Mo Qing asserted, convinced that Lin Xianjiao, despite being a martial arts master, had yet to attain the realm of true cultivation. If she cannot, then surely others cannot either. Enjoying novels is not a vice, but do not let it distract you from your duties. "Yes, Sister Long." Mo Qing, having been raised by Lin Xianjiao, was beautiful composed, and possessed a hint of boyish charm, qualities that endeared her to Lin Xianjiao. "Keep a close watch on the recent affairs of the docks. I need your oversight. Do not delegate this responsibility to others." "Is Sister Long preparing to leave again? I might need to indulge in some leisure soon." "Rest assured, Sister Long, Mo Qing will devote herself wholeheartedly to managing everything." Chapter 13. How dare you have a nosebleed? In the office of the president at the top 100 company, Xiao Ruoxue furrowed her brow after reviewing the documents brought by the financial director, Hu Yu. What kind of potion has Lianmu consumed to change its demeanor so swiftly? Xiao Zong, Lianmu has made an excessive repayment. You should be pleased, Hu Yu remarked, perplexed. This is rather peculiar. Previously, we went at great lengths only for Lianmu to adamantly refuse payment and even assaulted our personnel. Now, less than a day later, they have taken the initiative to repay, and by more than tenfold. Is this not too bizarre? Hu Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the oddity. However, they have stated that the excess is interest, along with compensation for emotional distress. The repayment from Lianmu resolves the issue, which should be a cause for celebration for Hu Yu, the financial director. Have you ever encountered a company that voluntarily compensates for emotional distress, and in such a substantial amount? Yet, Xiao Ruoxue felt an unsettling apprehension. What scheme was Lianmu concocting? They truly needed to prepare for this. Weren't you saying today that Wang Yukai suddenly changed his mind and agreed to cooperate with the top 100 due to Su Bingquan's efforts? If even Wang Yukai can be managed, surely Lianmu is no challenge. Upon hearing Hu Yu's words, Xiao Ruoxue found some merit in the reasoning. However, she was reluctant to owe Su Bingquan such a significant favor, especially since he had once represented the archetype of a scoundrel who manipulated her close friend's emotions. This privileged youth indeed possessed some capability, yet his character was unpredictable. Xiao Ruoxue preferred to steer clear of entanglements with such individuals. A favor is a debt that must eventually be repaid. It is better to settle it sooner rather than later, she sighed inwardly. Please, continue with your work, and kindly summon Xiao Zhang, she instructed. A few minutes later, her assistant, Xiao Zhang, entered the office with a broad smile. Xiao Zong, you truly are favored by fortune, he exclaimed, placing a contract before Xiao Ruoxue. What? Xiao Ruoxue asked, puzzled, as her gaze fell upon the document. Wang Yukai has sent over the contract. I examined it closely. Not only has the product entry fee for the top 100 been reduced by 1 percentage point, but he has also proposed that our next product be exclusively launched with the top 100, with even the Kyoto market slated for second place. Xiao Zhang was visibly excited as he opened the contract. Xiao Ruoxue looked at him in disbelief. What are you staring at? Look at the contract. Her eyes scanned the document, where the printed words clearly corroborated Xiao Zhang's description. Xiao Ruoxue was astonished. What day is it today? Xiao Zong, do you think that with Wang Yukai having such confidence in the top 100, it won't be long before we must consider expansion? Expansion? Xiao Ruoxue's lips twitched. With two major issues resolved today, she was undeniably indebted to Su Bingquan. In the afternoon, Yi Chan was in the kitchen preparing soup with bones, a daily ritual he had maintained for the past year at this hour. With the ingredients ready and the clay pot placed upon the gas stove, Yi Chan suddenly noticed that the crumpled paper he had burned at noon had transformed. Strange, the ash remains. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a line of small text. No. 9. Unity Road. My master is truly mischievous. In Dongjiang, there is no such road as Unity Road, let alone number 8 or number 9. Late at night, Yi Chan leaned against a tree beside the Baida office building, waiting for the lights above to extinguish before he turned to leave. Upon returning to Dongyang Villa number 16, he quickly dashed into the house as Xiao Ruoxue parked her bicycle in the garage. For an entire year, every day, Yi Chan had rushed to wait for Xiao Ruoxue before her workday concluded, trailing her all the way home, only to feign a casual stroll upon arrival and serve her the warm soup at the table. 365 days, this was his routine. Today, Baida had resolved two significant matters, and Xiao Ruoxue was in high spirits, even enjoying an extra bowl of soup. The flavor of today's soup seems a bit peculiar, Xiao Ruoxue remarked after finishing her bowl. Hearing this while preparing to wash the dishes, Yi Chan replied, I noticed you've been a bit irritable lately, so I added a touch more honeysuckle. Xiao Ruoxue remained silent, although Yi Chan had only been cooking and doing laundry at home over the past year. The warmth of his nightly soup truly comforted her. However, recalling the events of the day, a slight discontent brewed within her. If only Yi Chan possessed a modicum of ability, I wouldn't be indebted to Su Bingquan to such an extent. How can I repay this favor? Sighing, She cast a glance at Yi Chun, who was still busy in the kitchen, before turning to take a shower. In the bathroom, Xiao Ruoxue, burdened with thoughts, stood there dazed with a bath sponge in hand after removing her clothes. To repay Su Bingquan's favor, one must consider financial aspects. The Su family is engaged in the seafood business, with no ties to Baida. Given Baida's economic capability, it is unlikely they could establish any business dealings. Alas, if money could resolve the issue, it would not be a problem. However, the difficulty lies in the fact that Baida is merely an obscure small enterprise in the Dongjiang business community. Even if I were to offer some money, how could they possibly take me seriously? Sigh. Xiao Ruoxue felt the weight of her indebtedness to Su Bingquan looming heavily over her. In the kitchen, Yi Chun fished the bones from the clay pot, scraping the meat off to prepare for making shredded pork in sauce the following morning. There was still some nutritional value. As he worked on the bones, his mind wandered to the matter of relocating the Sanjiman branch. Yi Chen's master, Xiao Feng, was the most vivacious of the Sanjiman, always jesting with his disciples, yet no one could ever decipher his thoughts. Sigh, after 20 years, I, Yi Chun, have become the first person confined within Sanjiman. I have no idea what the method for liberation is, and my master offers no hints. Could someone intercede on my behalf? Why is there not a shred of information? Sigh. Lost in these thoughts, his knife slipped, and he inadvertently nicked his finger. Feeling a chill, he soon found blood welling up from the cut. Oh no! Yi Chun dropped the knife and hurried to the bathroom, entirely forgetting that Xiao Ruoxue was there taking a shower. Meanwhile, she, preoccupied with thoughts of repaying Su Bingquan, had also neglected to lock the door. Suddenly, the door burst open, startling Xiao Ruoxue. In an instant, the air fell silent for several seconds. Yi Chun was momentarily bewildered. What was this blinding white scene before him? He instinctively covered his mouth with his hand. Blinking, he attempted to retreat, but was nearly pierced through the eardrum by a sudden shout. Yi Chen. Under such scrutiny, Xiao Ruoxue felt as though her head might explode. Why are you calling me? Yi Chun, momentarily dazed, lowered his hand from his mouth and found himself responding. As he withdrew his hand, the blood from his fingers left traces upon the tip of his nose and his upper lip. How dare he still bleed? Xiao Ruoxue was seething with anger. What are you doing? In her frustration, she felt an urge to pluck out Yi Chen's eyes. Get lost. Oh. Yi Chen nodded hurriedly and retreated. Upon reaching the kitchen, he shut the door tightly, his heart racing. He had never witnessed such a scene before. Sigh. His eyes hurt. Serves him right for looking recklessly. Chapter 14. You won't even recognize yourself in your clothes. The following day, Xiao Ruoxue rose early, bustling with energy and devoid of any fatigue, attributing her vitality to her youthfulness. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Chun meticulously prepared nourishing soups each day, attuned to the signals her body exhibited. Over the past 2 decades on Songling Island, he had learned much from his mentor. During breakfast, Xiao Ruoxue shared 2 pieces of good news with Xiao Wenlei and Qin Fong, who were delighted. They owed their fortune to Su Bingquan. Otherwise, they would have been powerless against the persistent debts of Lianmu. The product brought by Wang Yukai represented a pivotal opportunity for Baida. If successful, they would no longer need to worry about the Luo family's exclusion of Baida. As she ate, Xiao Ruoxue chattered on. Hearing this, Yi Chen silently questioned Su Bingquan's audacity in claiming credit for the situation. He considered mentioning that it was his own efforts regarding Lianmu, but realized Xiao Ruoxue might not believe him. Better to let Baida solve its problems. Since Xiao Ruoxue had finally managed to have breakfast at home, he decided not to provoke her. However, Yi Chun had no intention of letting Su Bingquan off lightly. It was possible that the Luo family wouldn't have much longer to boast. What do you know? Xiao Ruoxue rolled her eyes at him. Thinking of how he had seen her entirely the night before, her frustration bubbled over. When they married, devoid of any emotional foundation, she had sent Yi Chun to the living room sofa on their wedding night. This past year, the living room had effectively become his bedroom. The Luo family, engaged in import and export trade, had numerous powerful connections, not to mention the enigmatic East River Dragon. Even the Chao family alone was sufficient to grant the Luo family considerable influence. Who knows, perhaps Baida would also rise to prominence in the future, Yi Chen murmured. Xiao Ruoxue chose to ignore him, knowing he was too preoccupied with the stove to comprehend the depths of the business world. After their meal, rain began to fall outside. Xiao Ruoxue departed for work, and Yi Chun did not follow her to the company entrance as he usually would. Once he tidied up, he noticed the rain had lightened and ventured out on his bicycle. After circling the alley twice, he spotted Wu Taishun napping in a corner. "Shunzi," Yi Chun called as he approached. "Hey, Chingu." Wu Taishun wiped drool from his mouth, rising and glancing around. "What are you doing out here so early? Sleeping on the road? What a sight." Yi Chun found it peculiar that Wu Taishun was sleeping against the wall. In the Sanji Gate, Wu Taishun was known for his keen ear. No significant news ever escaped his attention. "Don't mention it. My senior sister said things have been rough lately and told me to keep an ear out," he replied. "Where's your senior sister?" "No idea." This time, Yi Chun's mission in Dongjiang, assigned by his master Xiao Feng, was to investigate the drug smuggling operations behind the Dongjiang docks from processing to sales, encompassing the entire chain. This task was strictly observational. No actions were permitted. In other words, their responsibility was merely to assess the situation, without orders from above. They could not act arbitrarily. Unexpectedly, upon arriving in Dongjiang, Yi Chun found himself restrained in his cultivation, and the task fell to his junior sister. It seemed that progress was not going smoothly, Yi Chun remarked. "Indeed." Wu Taishun nodded in agreement. "Then, why not quickly tell me the location of the branch office? Are we to wait until we fail the mission and face our master's wrath?" Yi Chun exclaimed. "But isn't it that senior sister forbids me from speaking?" Wu Taishun hesitated. "If you don't tell her, how would she know it wasn't I who discovered it myself?" "That makes some sense. Speak quickly." Number 9 Fuchong Road, Xinhua Street. There's a rather upscale CAF across the street. The waitresses there are exceptionally beautiful. Just look at their eyes. Yi Chun mounted his bicycle and sped away. Upon reaching his destination, the sky had completely cleared. Yi Chun frowned as he surveyed the area. Where was the Sanjiman branch? All that met his eyes was a medium-sized car wash. He circled around, but not a single person there was familiar to him. Could it be that the branch had moved again? Just as he was pondering this, a young man approached, eyeing Yi Chun from head to toe before smiling. "Yi Chun?" As Yi Chun looked at him, the man was clad in a simple, casual suit, his hair impeccably groomed. Why did he seem so familiar? Yet, Yi Chun could not place him. "How could you have forgotten me?" The man in the suit lightly tapped Yi Chun's arm. Yi Chun genuinely had no recollection. Half a year ago, in Gezi village, while catching pigeons, a ferocious dog had suddenly appeared. Gezi village was a place he frequently visited to catch pigeons for soup for Xiao Ruoxue, who suffered from low blood pressure. "Have you really forgotten? If it weren't for you that day, I would have been devoured by that vicious dog." Yi Chun suddenly realized, "Young LV. I wouldn't have recognized you with clothes on." Young LV felt a bit embarrassed. That day, young LV had gone swimming in the wild river near Gezi village with friends, wearing only a pair of underwear when he went to the public restroom. Unexpectedly, upon exiting, he encountered a large, ferocious dog. Fortunately, Yi Chun, who had been capturing pigeons, came to his aid and drove the dog away. "So, you came here to wash your car?" Young LV glanced at the bicycle Yi Chun was holding. This bike doesn't quite deserve such high-class treatment. I wanted to ask you something. Since Wu Taishun mentioned this was the new address of the Sanjiman branch, it was likely they had not moved long ago, so Yi Chun thought it best to inquire with Yang LV about their new location. However, when he asked, Yang LV was also unaware. When he rented this place, it was merely an empty building. "Brother Yi Chun, were the previous occupants your relatives?" "Oh no." Yi Chun had little desire to chat further and intended to leave in search of other places. Yet, young LV insisted he stay, claiming he had yet to repay the favor of being saved from a dog, inviting Yi Chun to lunch. As they were engaged in this polite exchange, a Maserati drove into the courtyard. Yang Lu's eyes sparkled with delight. He had never encountered such an upscale vehicle at his car wash before. "Wait for me. I shall personally attend to this," he declared, striding towards the Maserati. Lin Xianjiao had initially planned to head to the hotel where her uncle was staying, as she had made arrangements to accompany him for a round of golf. However, upon stepping outside, she was greeted by rain, which left her car quite dirty. Once the rain ceased, she noticed a car wash conveniently located by the roadside and decided to drive in. As soon as she parked, Lin Qianjiao spotted Yi Chen. What a coincidence, she thought to herself. Before Yang Lu could utter a word, Lin Qianjiao had already exited her vehicle and made a beeline for Yi Chen, leaving Yang Lu feeling awkwardly sidelined. Little brother, it seems you are quite eager to wash your sister's car, Yi Chen remarked, raising an eyebrow as he noted the irony of their encounter. Haha, what a coincidence, General Manager Lin. Isn't it indeed? Yesterday, you confidently claimed you would wash the car as a gesture of gratitude, only to be struck by lightning. Now, with everything aligning perfectly, the car is right there. Will you wash it or not? So you two are acquainted, Yang Lu interjected, observing the lively exchange between Lin Qianjiao and Yi Chen, mistakenly assuming that this customer was brought in by Yi Chen. Yi Chen offered an awkward smile, thinking to himself that he indeed had to roll up his sleeves and wash the car himself. Chapter 15. Number 9 Unity Road. Lin Qianjiao offered no explanation, seemingly aware of the rapport between this young man and the car wash owner. Moreover, from Yang Lu's earlier words, Lin Qianjiao gleaned his name, Yi Chen. Since this establishment belongs to a friend of yours, let us henceforth arrange for all the trucks at the dock to procure their car wash cards here. Such an opportunity was one Lin Qianjiao would never let slip through her fingers. The more favors you owe me, the harder it will be for you to refuse me in the future. Yi Chen scratched his head, fully aware of Lin Qianjiao's intentions. Yang Lu's eyes were as wide as saucers, with a multitude of car washes in Dongjiang. Securing a deal for the dock's vehicles to obtain cards here would be tantamount to counting money while seated. Previously, Yang Lu's father had warned him, saying, "If you neglect the family business to pursue your own ventures, I predict you'll starve within 6 months." Before Yi Chen's arrival, Yang Lu was indeed teetering on the brink of starvation. A benefactor indeed. Rest assured, since you hold Zhenjiang Car Wash in such high regard, I, Yang Lu, shall not disappoint. With that, Yi Chen found himself without the opportunity to decline. Lin Qianjiao had no intention of allowing Yi Chen to wash his car. Instead, she introduced him to the CAF across the street. Yi Chen, lacking the inclination for coffee, replied with a smile, "Ms. Lin, I have other matters to attend to. I shan't intrude upon your coffee time." Lin Qianjiao anticipated this refusal, merely smiling and saying, "Brother Yi, please feel free." Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Yang Lu felt it inappropriate to insist further. "Yi Chen, do you still wish to inquire about the previous tenant? If not, I shall not keep you. We must share a drink next time." Lin Qianjiao interjected, "Zhenjiang Car Wash has only recently relocated here, having been idle for half a month prior. 2.5 months ago, there was a free tea house here, which has now moved to number 9 Unity Road. How serendipitous." Lin Qianjiao, fond of coffee, was a regular at the CAF across from Yang Lu's car wash. Unity Road? Yi Chen suddenly recalled the words he had seen atop a pile of ash on the gas stove last night. Dongjiang truly has a Unity Road? And a number 9? He mused. Unity Road is not merely a street. It is a code name from the initial development phase of a real estate project, Lin Qianjiao elucidated. However, aside from those involved in the development, outsiders remain oblivious. It is a commercial secret. Implicitly, Lin Qianjiao did not regard Yi Chen as an outsider, owing more and more favors. After their farewell, Yi Chen proceeded directly to the so-called Unity Road number 9. Upon arrival, he discovered that this supposed Unity Road No. 9 was directly opposite Xiao Ruoshue's Baida office building. Presently, this place still operated as a free tea house. The term free referred to the tea itself, though listening to performances incurred a fee. Nevertheless, the tea was of a refined quality, and many in Dongjiang who cherished traditional opera were more than willing to pay for the experience. Ah, my senior truly knows how to enjoy life. Yi Chen scratched his head, realizing that although this tea house was inconspicuous with a modest sign, it was not a venue accessible to just anyone. Blocked at the doorway, Yi Chen refrained from forcing his way in. After all, it was his own threshold, and it would be unseemly to create a disturbance. Noticing the time, he turned and returned to the Donyang villa. The following afternoon, Yi Chen once again visited the Sans tea house, only to find himself barred from entry once more. How could I gain access? Yi Chen pondered. At that moment, a BMW pulled up in front, and the parking attendant promptly approached. accompanied by two security guards who positioned themselves on either side. Simultaneously, a supervisor from the tea house hurried over, opened the door for the driver, and respectfully proclaimed, "Mr. Yi, your esteemed presence is a rare honor. We apologize for not welcoming you properly." Mr. Yi? Yi Chen recognized the name, yet could not recall where he had encountered it. The man who exited the vehicle was a middle-aged gentleman clad in a bespoke suit, with a conspicuous Balmain Mercier watch adorning his wrist. Following him was a man in a black suit and sunglasses. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich with watches, and it was evident that this individual was a person of considerable wealth. Ah, the era of judging by appearances? No, it is the era of assessing by one's background. Yi Chen mused to himself. The man referred to as Mr. Yi, upon stepping out of the car, removed his sunglasses. His gaze did not linger on the driver, but scanned the surroundings before fixing upon Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi, your reserved table has been prepared." The tea house supervisor continued to beam with servility. The gentleman, however, remained silent and strode purposefully toward Yi Chen. "Yi Chen," he exclaimed, causing Yi Chen to falter. He did not recognize this man. Had so many years passed that he could not even recognize his own uncle? A faint smile played at the corners of Mr. Yi's lips as he handed his sunglasses to a companion. "Unli?" Yi Chen's scalp tingled at the realization. "Is that you, Yi Quan?" he asked, appraising him from head to toe. "You have suffered all these years." Yi Quan reached out, intending to pat Yi Chen on the arm. Yi Chen instinctively recoiled slightly, the bicycle he was pushing jingling in response. Yi Quan's gaze fell upon the bicycle, and seeing Yi Chen's circumstances brought him a sense of satisfaction. "The more destitute you are, the easier it is for me to gain the upper hand." "Huh, Yi Chen, have no relatives, and certainly no uncle." Yi Chen scoffed inwardly, though he refrained from voicing his thoughts. He was calculating why Yi Quan had suddenly arrived in Dongjiang, and how he seemed to anticipate Yi Chen's presence at the tea house. Time is indeed merciless. It has rendered the bond between us, uncle and nephew, so emotionally distant. Yi Quan lamented. The tea house supervisor, observing the unfolding scene, began to tremble, realizing that this impoverished young man was actually related to Mr. Yi. Fortunately, he had not been present earlier, and he wiped the sweat from his brow in relief. "An uncle, is it?" Yi Chen allowed a hint of a smile to grace his features. Yi Quan was taken aback. He had not expected Yi Chen to express a desire for recognition. Indeed, after all these years, he might have forgotten the past, and now, in his current state of destitution, he must be wishing for a relative like me. "Xiao Chen, do you still remember your uncle?" Yi Quan's face lit up with excitement. "Let us converse inside." "Very well." Yi Chen did not decline. Since a member of the Yi family had come seeking him, it was time to settle the accounts. In the exquisite tea house, spanning over 200 square meters, the waiter gracefully withdrew. Under the auspices of VIP privileges, a troupe of professional performers set up a stage within the private room. The sound of the performance resonated just right, audible yet unobtrusive, allowing the patrons below to converse freely. A pot of fine tea, accompanied by two skilled tea artisans, graced the table. Yi Quan and Yi Chen sat opposite each other. "Xiao Chen, I hardly expected that after several years apart, you have grown so much." Yi Quan spoke cautiously, attempting to evoke sentiment. "Surely, your presence here in Dongjiang must pertain to some significant matter?" Yi Chen, displaying no pretense of politeness, took a delicate sip of tea, his gaze averted from Yi Quan. "What could be more important than feelings? Your uncle has come to Dongjiang to bring you back." Yi Quan was taken aback by the unexpected ease of the situation. Yi Chen, having consumed 3 cups of tea in succession, finally set down his cup, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "If feelings hold such importance, I'm most curious to learn the source of this sentiment." Chapter 16. The Tricolor Tea House. Before Yi Quan arrived in Dongjiang, he had already acquired a thorough understanding of Yi Chen's circumstances. Initially reluctant to accept the task assigned to him by Yi Batian, he soon realized the weight of his family's legacy. Yi Batian expressed, "The Yi family's foundation has endured for over a century. Do you believe it relies solely on the connections built over generations?" Confused, Yi Quan inquired for clarification. "The Yi family possesses 3 ancient coins. Since you and Yi Ming were born, each of you has worn one, and I have given the remaining coin to Yi Chen." Though Yi Quan was aware of the family's historical coins, he had never grasped their significance. In his childhood, he had deemed the coins unsightly and burdensome. Yet he retained them out of respect for his ancestors. Listening to Yi Boshin's words, a chill ran down Yi Quan's spine as he thought how fortunate he was to have kept them. It appeared these coins held deeper meaning. Tentatively, Yi Quan probed further, uncertain of his father's implications. I had thought the Yi family would thrive indefinitely, but alas. Yi Batian sighed. Father, perhaps the Yi family's fate is not one of calamity, yet the tides of the market are tumultuous. Who can predict the outcome? Yi Quan justified his own inadequacies. Nevertheless, at this juncture, I too bear my share of the blame. As you mentioned, amidst the current market upheaval, the Yi family maintains its prominent position, relying on the virtues bestowed by our ancestors. Yet, it is time to unveil the Yi family's treasure. Upon hearing the word treasure, Yi Quan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Convinced that the old man had retained a contingency plan, it was inconceivable to remain unfazed by imminent ruin. At this point, I shall defer to my father's judgment. He lowered his gaze. The key to the Yi family's treasure requires the 3 ancient coins to be united. Yi Batian disclosed only this much before claiming fatigue and retiring for rest. However, this revelation illuminated Yi Quan's eyes with excitement. Yi Wei had proven to be a disappointment, indulging in vices that threatened the very foundation of the Yi family. Yet Yi Quan had never perceived his own moral failings as the root cause of their decline. Wealth is earned through diligence, while great fortunes are built upon virtue, a lesson Yi Quan never grasped. Gazing at the empty teacup before him, Yi Quan's thoughts echoed Yi Chen's sentiments, and he inwardly scoffed, "If I lacked confidence, would I dare seek you out personally?" With a faint smile, he sighed, "Xiao Chen, the Yi family is no ordinary commercial entity. For centuries, each generation has devoted their lifeblood to establish the family's current stature. The Yi family is a prestigious lineage in the capital, not sustained by gold alone, but by the moral integrity of our ancestors and the enduring principle of filial piety. You may have forgotten the events of yesteryear, yet the guilt in Uncle's heart remains unchanged, as the circumstances were indeed beyond our control." Listening to Yi Quan, Yi Chen remained silent, harboring a cynical thought. Is it truly beyond control when you offered me as a pawn to Xiao Feng? Perhaps it is acceptable, for my master has treated me well over the past 2 decades, teaching me martial arts and nurturing me into a man of substance. Yet what sins did my parents commit? For your selfish gains, Yi Quan, you deceived them, and to this day, their whereabouts remain unknown. In this present moment, you dare to speak of filial piety? Yi Quan, after a span of 20 years, do you truly believe that with merely a few words, this matter can be effortlessly dismissed? Observing Yi Chen's silence, Yi Quan presumed that his words had swayed him. He then gestured towards a companion behind him, who promptly handed over a leather bag. "Xiao Chen, your uncle understands that no amount of compensation can restore the completeness of your childhood. Here lies 5 million, a token of my greetings to you, yet it cannot alleviate the guilt I harbor within." Yi Quan spoke with fervor and emotion, placing the leather bag before Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not raise his gaze, contemplating that despite the formidable influence of the Yi family in the capital, for Yi Quan to produce 5 million was akin to inflicting a wound upon himself. Yi Quan's willingness to make such a sacrifice to seek me out must indicate a greater allure. It seems that only the ancient coins of the Yi family could entice Yi Quan to personally come to Dongjiang and make such a concession. Xiao Chen, noting Yi Chen's indifference, Yi Quan pressed on, "Your uncle is aware that you have established your home here. It is of no concern. I am willing to wait until you have settled your affairs here, and then we shall return together. Then you may wait." After a prolonged silence, Yi Chen finally lifted his head, not even casting a glance at the leather bag, and strode towards the door. Yi Quan was momentarily taken aback, squinting to scrutinize Yi Chen's retreating figure. A companion moved to intercept Yi Chen, but Yi Quan raised a hand to halt him. Once Yi Chen had exited the private room, the companion inquired, "Master Quan, he appears rather ungrateful." Yi Quan gently shook his head, astonished that, after 2 decades, Yi Chen had grown so resolute. Yet, one wonders how long this resolve will endure. "Master Quan, perhaps we could suggest." The companion leaned in, attempting to offer advice. Unacceptable. República del Yemen quan interjecta. Casting así de long glanza. Though the elders spoke of the ancient coins, given his temperament, this time he is determined to see Yi Chen. In the past, Yi Ming possessed one of the ancient coins, but after his marriage, it was returned to the elder. If the elder fails to meet Yi Chen this time, we can only reclaim the ancient coins, and we shall not even gather 3. The Yi family's treasures will remain unclaimed. Upon hearing this, the companion ceased his comments. Perhaps it is not that Yi Chen is entirely indifferent to wealth, but rather that the sum offered does not satiate his desires. Yi Quan slowly opened his half-closed eyes and sighed deeply. Fear not, the Yi family is affluent. There is no shortage of wealth. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. At worst, I shall offer him tenfold, if he remains ungrateful. At this, the companion immediately gave a thumbs up. Master Quan, your decisiveness is commendable. We are fortunate to have you as our leader. You too, instruct the subordinates to be prepared. Awaiting my command. Yes, Master Quan. As Yi Chen exited the private room, he hummed a light tune while making his way towards the front desk. His agreement to converse with Yi Quan was merely a stratagem to leverage Yi Quan's status to enter the Sans tea house, thus circumventing some inconveniences. Little did he anticipate that Yi Quan would still be as self-satisfied as in the past. At the front desk stood a graceful young lady clad in traditional Hanfu, poised and dignified. Excuse me, where is Meng Qingying? Yi Chen inquired directly, without any preamble. Upon hearing this, the receptionist was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. Do you know what the 3 colors of the 3-color tea house are, sir? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, puzzled. What 3 colors? All I know is the Sanji Gate. He then recalled that the Sanji Gate had frequently changed locations, possibly due to encountering challenges in their missions. Shunzi had also mentioned recently facing difficulties. Perhaps someone had already caught on to something, prompting his junior sister to set a discreet signal here. Contemplating this, Yi Chen used aloud, the 3 colors, well, they would be red, yellow, and blue. Chapter 17. Meng Qingying's jealousy. As Yi Chen spoke, he keenly observed the subtle expressions of the charming receptionist. Noticing her brows slightly furrowed, he quickly clarified, of course not. Upon seeing a hint of amusement tugging at the corners of her lips, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The 3 colors he referred to were undoubtedly representative of tea culture, traditional opera, and clothing culture. Yi Chen was astute. He recognized that these 3 elements were distinctive features. However, he could not ascertain whether his whimsical junior sister might mischievously employ the concept of primary colors to stir trouble. These 3 features were indeed quite apparent. The tea served at the tea house was complimentary, yet it was attended by professional tea masters. The opera performances required an admission fee, but they were authentic traditional shows, and those who paid to attend certainly did not feel shortchanged. As for clothing, Yi Chen naturally observed the receptionist's attire, a graceful Hanfu. Pleased with Yi Chen's response, the receptionist turned and presented him with a silver card. This temporary VIP card grants you access to the innermost room on the 2nd floor's right side, valid for 10 minutes. Yi Chen accepted the card, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. What was his junior sister up to? After expressing his gratitude to the receptionist, Yi Chen made his way to the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the innermost room, he knocked on the door, and after a brief wait, a languid voice beckoned him to enter. Pushing the door open, he was met with a table and a young beauty seated behind it, applying her makeup in front of a mirror. A glance revealed that this was not his junior sister, Meng Qingying. May I ask? You needn't inquire. President Meng is not here today. The young beauty replied curtly without lifting her gaze, seemingly eager to dismiss him. Having made the effort to arrive, Yi Chen was not about to leave so easily. It's quite all right. We can discuss life. With that, he swiftly locked the door behind him. Hearing the click of the lock, the young beauty was taken aback, hastily setting down her mirror to scrutinize the newcomer. As she assessed Yi Chen, she critiqued his appearance. His clothing appeared inexpensive and casual, his hair unkempt, leading her to conclude he was not a person of status, nor a figure of authority. Yet, she could not deny his striking features, his angular face radiating charisma. his eyes deep and luminous, and his movements light and confident, indicative of one who is well-trained in physicality. The young beauty, known as Xiao Hong, served as Meng Qingying's special assistant at the tea house. Discuss life, you say? In mere moments, Xiao Hong transitioned from astonishment to a beaming smile. Are we to begin our conversation from before your reincarnation or after? As she spoke, she approached Yi Chun, her arm playfully reaching to drape around his neck. Her voice was sweet, a melody that could render any man weak in the knees. Yi Chun merely smirked, effortlessly encircling Xiao Hong's waist. What I meant was not discussing life, but rather the living. Xiao Hong was taken aback, her arm already resting on Yi Chun's neck. A flicker of panic surged within her, yet she maintained a forced smile, internally cursing her unexpected encounter with a formidable opponent. What do you mean by discussing the living? Xiao Hong inquired. The living, my dear, refers to the act of procreation. Yi Chun leaned in closer to whisper in her ear. The warm breath that brushed against Xiao Hong's ear, coupled with Yi Chun's words, caused her face to flush a deep crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. Such jesting is utterly inappropriate. Just as Xiao Hong was enveloped in a mix of embarrassment and irritation, the sound of a door creaking open resonated from within, followed by the voice of a woman. You are so fond of having children, yet I have not seen you bear many. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong immediately wriggled free from Yi Chun's embrace and sought refuge beside a chair behind the table. Yi Chun, with his arms still raised, wore a playful smile at the corner of his lips. How else could I summon my junior sister's esteemed presence? At that moment, a woman emerged from the room, tall and slender, her skin as smooth as a freshly shelled egg. This was none other than Yi Chun's junior sister, Meng Qingying. You may leave now. Meng Qingying shot a glance at Xiao Hong as she spoke. At this instant, Xiao Hong's face resembled a ripe apple. It was her first encounter with someone like this. Hastily, she fled the room. Yi Chun stifled a chuckle. Meng Qingying surveyed Yi Chun from head to toe before adopting a serious expression. Brother, instead of being a dutiful son-in-law, what brings you here to feast on my hospitality? Meng Qingying's words were laced with sarcasm. Yi Chun shuduk, fully aware that his junior sister would take delight in teasing him upon their first meeting. Who would dare? He replied. As Meng Qingying spoke, she walked back into the room. No wonder the Sanji sect keeps relocating its branch. It seems you have been sulking over this matter. The passage of time on Songling Island have fostered peculiar feelings in Meng Qingying, the most favored disciple of Xiao Feng, toward Yi Chun. Yet, just days after Yi Chun's arrival in Dongjiang, Meng Qingying received news of his marriage to Xiao Ruoxue. Consequently, she had sulked for several days. After much pleading, she finally convinced Xiao Feng to assign her the task that Yi Chun had been confined to. She had hoped that upon learning the task was entrusted to her, Yi Chun would reach out, but to her dismay, he had not sought her out even once throughout the year. Now, with the confinement period nearing its end, Yi Chun began inquiring about the Sanji sect's branch address. To thwart him, Meng Qingying had moved twice, hoping to elude his pursuit. I heard from Shunzi that you have encountered some troubles? Upon entering the inner room, Yi Chun assessed the surroundings, noting the simple decor, indicative of a hasty move. Meng Qingying chuckled lightly. What is this? I thought you had settled into a comfortable life as the son-in-law of the Xiao family, completely forgetting about the Sanji sect. Though he was her senior, she declared this task to be hers and hers alone. If you're truly enjoying such comfort, why would you seek out trouble? Yi Chun replied, choosing not to engage in conflict with Meng Qingying. Then why are you here asking me questions? Meng Qingying rolled her eyes. I merely inquired. Yi Chun seek it. I came here simply to ask if Master has mentioned coming to Dongjiang. Why not ask him yourself? Since when does he need to report to his disciples? Meng Qingying retorted, still irritable. Then do share the troubles you have encountered, so I may find some amusement. Yi Chun poured himself a glass of water, propping up one leg and shaking it incessantly. Yi Chun, Meng Qingying's teeth clenched in frustration as she abruptly stood up. Wait. Yi Chun hastened to persuade. After all, we are akin to a family within the sect. How could a junior sister encounter troubles while the elder brother remains indifferent? He acknowledged his own sense of conscience. Meng Qingying settled back down, aware that the past year had not been as carefree for Yi Chun as he claimed. Yi Chun scratched his head, adopting a rather roguish demeanor. Having idled for a year, I ought to engage in some pursuits. Otherwise, I shall truly become a useless being. Nonsense, Meng Qingying retorted sternly. My elder brother has never been useless. If anyone dares to call him so, I shall be the first to confront them. Her words were resolute, and she was capable of backing them up. Now, do share your recent circumstances. Why have you acquired a temporary VIP card? Yi Chen placed the card, given to him by the charming receptionist, onto the table. Chapter 18. How to Play Without Slapping Faces. Meng Qingying is undoubtedly a stunning beauty. However, since the inception of her tea house, she has rarely made an appearance and has shunned social engagements. My substantial investment in the Tricolor Tea House was driven by a desire to gain insight into the underground forces of Dongjiang. Those who frequent the Tricolor Tea House are either affluent or of noble status, and naturally, they harbor a keen interest in its enigmatic owner. Through a year of exploration, I have garnered a fundamental understanding of the power dynamics within Dongjiang. The forces in Dongjiang are categorized into three factions, collectively referred to as the three dominators of Dongjiang. Leading this trio is a man known as Axi, a formidable figure who not only possesses the backing of the Chao family's unique influence, but also enjoys substantial support from the Gu family in Kyoto. This dual advantage renders Axi both financially and politically powerful. Yet, there remains a shadowy force behind him that eludes my comprehension. The second faction is the Dongjiang Lihai Dak, whose elusive mastermind is the enigmatic Dongjiang Dragon. The third is Hu Sandai, a monopolist in Dongjiang's real estate market. However, he has been notably inactive over the past year. As Yi Chen listened, he conducted a brief analysis of these three factions. He had never heard of Axi, but he was familiar with the Dongjiang Dragon. Regarding Hu Sandai, the first name that sprang to mind was Hu Daqing, the brother-in-law of Yi Quan. Meng Qingying sighed gently and continued. The current situation is as follows. Both Axi and Hu Sandai have some entanglement with the Dongjiang Dragon, yet the specifics of their dealings remain elusive. However, through my investigations, I have uncovered a lead, even though it appears unrelated to these three factions. At this juncture, Yi Chen interrupted. If this matter indeed involves covert operations by one of these three factions, they would undoubtedly execute it with precision, leaving no trace. Meng Qingying nodded in agreement. Indeed, but this lead is crucial. At present, there exists a small gang in Dongjiang engaged in drug trafficking, which has grown to a considerable scale. I can only grasp their intermediary activities. Both the leaders and the operatives are deeply concealed, making it challenging to unearth them. So, your temporary VIP card is intended to follow the trail from here? Yi Chen perceived that Meng Qingying's lead seemed somewhat extended. If you wish to pursue a lead, a tea house may not be the most suitable venue. A bar would be more appropriate. Meng Qingying rolled her eyes. The bar is reserved for you. She did not genuinely intend to usurp Yi Chen's task. Her presence in Dongjiang was merely to be closer to him. Having grasped the gist of the conversation, Yi Chen rose. I understand the situation now. It's getting late, and I must return home to prepare dinner. Without waiting for Meng Qingying to respond, he exited the room. Meng Qingying, feeling somewhat vexed, muttered to herself, all he thinks about is cooking. At the market, as Yi Chen pedaled his bicycle while selecting fresh vegetables, he noticed a group of individuals in black suits gradually approaching from a distance. Counting them, he estimated there were about 7 or 8. What are these individuals following me for? Yi Chen pondered it. After selecting a few items, he exited the market and cast a glance behind him. Those figures maintained a distance, neither too close nor too far. Yi Chen's mind raced, concluding that they were not thieves. Was he overthinking? What could he possibly possess? Upon leaving the market, he deliberately chose a secluded path, cycling at a leisurely pace while even humming a tune. Ahead lay an alley. Yi Chen assessed the situation, a mischievous smile creeping onto his lips, and then quickened his pace. His cycling speed rivaled that of a car. He swiftly distanced himself from the 7 or 8 pursuers and plunged into the alley. The figures in black suits, upon witnessing Yi Chen enter the alley, hastily sprinted after him. However, once inside, they were taken aback. Where did that rascal go? The leader glanced around. The alley was long, and in such a short time, Yi Chen could not have reached the other end. Kuan, where is he? Damn it. Could he have flown away? The others looked bewildered as well. The alley was so narrow, the walls so high, and Yi-chun was on a bicycle. There was no reason for him to vanish completely. Kuan, what should we do? One of them inquired. Kuan wiped his mouth and spat onto the ground. Search. I refuse to believe he possesses supernatural abilities. The group scoured the alley back and forth, yet found not a trace of Yi-chun. Kuan began to feel anxious. Clenching his teeth, he muttered, "What the hell is going on? Kuan, should we head back?" One suggested, "Return? How will I explain that?" Kuan shot an angry glare. The others immediately lowered their heads, too intimidated to speak further. "Everyone, pull yourselves together. If we fail to locate him today, not only will we miss the reward, but we may also lose our lives." Kuan shouted at the group. "Calm down, Kuan. We've done our best. Wang Dazue never mentioned this kid could vanish into thin air." "Indeed, Kuan. This reward is not easy to obtain," murmured two of the subordinates, lamenting their predicament. Kuan's expression was one of frustration. Wang Dazue had invested a considerable sum. Wang Dazue's backing was none other than a key aid to the future head of the Yi family in Kyoto. Kuan had hoped to leverage this opportunity to visit Kyoto. If he failed today, he feared he would lose face before Wang Dazue in the future. Lost in thought, he paced back and forth in the alley, scanning the surroundings. "I wonder how much this reward is?" A voice inquired. "Quite substantial indeed," Kuan reflexively replied. "Sufficient for you lads to revel for a few years." "Indeed, quite a fortune," the voice responded. At that moment, the fear in the eyes of the men in black suits was palpable as they fixed their gaze on Kuan. Kuan turned around, questioning them. "What are you all staring at?" "Kuan, Brother Kuan," one of them spoke just now. None of the brothers uttered a word. At this revelation, Kuan was taken aback. Those words were not spoken by them. Who could it be? Who? Kuan, alert, scanned his surroundings and inquired. "Your ancestor." The voice echoed once more. At this moment, everyone discerned the origin of the sound. It came from atop the high wall. A sinister smile crept across Kuan's lips as he remarked, "Those who are wise will step forward. Let us give you a proper lesson. Rest assured, we shall not strike your face." Yet, Yi-chun remained unconvinced by their deceitful words. How could one engage in a brawl without striking the face? Without hitting the face? How can this be a game? Yi-chun questioned. A sharp clap resonated through the quiet alley as soon as he finished speaking. Chapter 19, a million, not too much, right? Unexpectedly, Kuan-gu received a sharp slap, staggering and nearly losing his balance, fortunately supported by the wall behind him. With his back against the wall, he glanced upward, acutely aware that the blow had been quite forceful. He felt as though half of his face had gone numb. Yet, he had not even caught a glimpse of his assailant. Not a shadow in sight. The others, equally bewildered, hastily assumed defensive postures, their eyes scanning the surroundings. But none had seen anyone strike. "You dare to hit me? What is there to fear?" Yi-chun's tone dripped with disdain. "Go ahead, try hitting me again." Kuan-gu thought defiantly, refusing to believe that you could truly vanish without a trace. This time, he widened his eyes, meticulously observing the ceiling. Slap! Slap! This time, he received 2 blows. Kuan-ji's head buzzed, ringing from the impact. Yet again, he failed to see from where the strikes originated. "Damn it!" Furious now, Kuan-gu, with his swollen cheeks, bellowed at the others, "Fight back. Hit him hard." The rest were in utter confusion. Fight? Fight whom? They knew Kuan-gu had been attacked. But who was the assailant? All they could think was one word. Run? It seemed as though Yi-chun could read their thoughts, as a voice echoed from above. "Want to run? Who dares to flee first? Let me see when you try." To the ears of these individuals, Yi-chun's words resonated with terror. Without a single visible figure, Kuan-gu had endured 3 slaps. The situation was too bizarre. One coward among them fell to his knees, exclaiming, "Master, please spare me." Seeing this, the others trembled, contemplating whether to flee or not. Kuan-gu himself felt a twinge of fear, stammering, "Come out. If you have the ability." "Good." As the words fell, Yi-chun appeared atop a bicycle, spiraling downward with great speed. Upon seeing him, Kuan-ji's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Yi-chun charged directly toward Kuan-gu with a clear target, right between his legs. Kuan-ji's eyes widened in terror. He was so frightened he nearly lost control of himself. He forgot to evade, forgot to block. But even if he had tried to evade or block, could he truly escape? Bang! With a resounding crash, Kuan-gu was struck squarely, collapsing like a rag doll against the wall. The others, witnessing this, felt an overwhelming urge to flee, yet their legs seemed unresponsive. Thud! Another one dropped to his knees. You lot, are you searching for me? After colliding with Kuan-gu, Yi-chun exerted a slight force on the handlebars, swiftly redirecting the bicycle, fixing his gaze on the now petrified men in black suits. And no, not us. The men in black chorused, their heads shaking like a rattling drum. Then, were you looking for me? Yi-chun turned to regard Kuan-gu, who was crouched against the wall, his face distorted with pain. After a long pause, Kuan-gu finally managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. And no, it's not. Now, he no longer dared to claim otherwise. Yi-chun furrowed his brow, a look of disappointment etched upon his face. How dull this is. I had hoped to find a few friends here in Dongjiang with whom I could discuss the intricacies of life. Suddenly, a palpable tension filled the air as he observed the others, save for Brother Kuan, who had knelt before him. If you are unwilling to speak the truth, then why not confess quickly? In an instant, Yi-chen's expression shifted dramatically, a shadow of foreboding overtaking his countenance, and his voice turned frigid, reminiscent of a bone-chilling winter's day that sent shivers down the spine. I confess. Brother Kuan could hardly have anticipated that the individual they had been instructed to keep an eye on, this Wang Daze, would be so formidable. Stammered Kuan. It was Wang Daze who sent us to show you a bit of color. Yi-chun pondered momentarily, perplexed by this Wang Daze, whom he did not recognize. During his year in Dongjiang, he had not made any enemies, and he had observed that these individuals were not empty-handed. They bore concealed blades. It appeared they were not merely intent on showing him a hint of color, but rather aiming to bring him to see a vivid spectacle. Wang Falu, he serves under Hu Sandy, a favored individual. Kuan managed to articulate. Hu Sandy. At this mention, Yi-chen's brows slightly twitched. Initially, he had speculated that Hu Sandy might be related to Yi Quan's inner disciple, Hu Daqing, but the timing was suspect. Just after meeting Yi Quan, Hu Sandy had sent someone to seek him out, confirming Yi-chen's suspicions. In his mind, he mulled over the implications. It seemed Yi Quan was indeed fearful of his own household. Otherwise, how would Hu Daqing dare to act against him in secret? Yi-chen understood that Yi Quan's seemingly humble demeanor towards him today concealed a significant ulterior motive. The only thing of value that Yi Quan might covet was the ancient coin of the Yi family, which had now become a point of interest for him. Yi Quan had a reputation for cunning. He desired the ancient coin, yet opted for subtlety rather than force, indicating that some constraint must be at play. Was it perhaps his grandfather? The thought of Yi Batian filled Yi-chun with conflicting emotions. Had it not been for Yi Batian, he would not have been manipulated into leaving by Yi Quan. Had he not departed, his parents would not have gone missing. A cold smile crept across Yi-chen's face. If Wang Fulu was indeed a favored henchman of Hu Sandy, then let him relish his moment of prominence. Kuan, stealing glances at Yi-chun, noticed the peculiar smile gracing his lips, causing his heart to race with anxiety. Please, I beseech you, spare me, pleaded Kuan, a mere petty thug who wished to avoid losing his life over a trifling reward and status before Wang Fulu. He recognized that this seemingly inconspicuous individual, though appearing impoverished, was capable of lethal ferocity. Such a person was not one he could afford to offend, at least not if he wished to ensure his own safety. I never declared my intent to trouble you. Yi-chen suddenly laughed, a plan crystallizing in his mind. Sir, sir. The others bowed fervently, hoping this individual would grant them an expedient release. Yet, I cannot simply let this matter rest. Yi-chen's laughter grew even more exuberant. What? Several individuals found themselves ensnared in despair once more. Sir, it is our folly for failing to recognize your stature. We bear no grievances from the past, nor animosity in the present. We implore you to show mercy. Kuan-gu led the pleas for mercy, and the others followed suit, bowing repeatedly in desperation. Yi-chun, with one hand resting on his bicycle, nonchalantly raised a foot to rest against the wall beside Kuan-Go, a cheerful smile gracing his face. You just mentioned that the reward this time is substantial? Reward. Reward. At that moment, the flesh on Kuan-Ge's face quivered. There's a bit of money involved. Oh, Yi Chun's eyes glimmered with avarice. Kuan-Go, is it not true that any matter solvable by money ceases to be an issue? Upon hearing this, Kuan-Go eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Yes, yes. You speak the truth, sir. As long as money can resolve it, it is no longer a problem. With that affirmation, Yi Chun withdrew his foot, set his bicycle upright once more, and adjusted the vegetables in the basket that were on the verge of spilling out. He then stated, Tomorrow, in this very alley, at the same time, 1 million. Not too much, is it? Chapter 20. The warm man in the eyes of women. Upon hearing this, Kuan-Go clenched his teeth fiercely, nearly shattering his porcelain molar in the process. 1 million. Such a significant sum. Wang Fu Lu had never before offered them such a generous reward. Hesitation gripped Kuan-Go. Yi Chun, unwilling to squander time, let out a gentle sigh and remarked, I have a Tibetan mastiff at home. It's quite discerning and particularly enjoys a delicacy of certain male attributes. As he spoke, he surprisingly produced a fruit knife, measuring over 10 centimeters from the basket of his bicycle. Kuan-Go's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He immediately nodded vigorously, akin to a chicken pecking at grains. Tomorrow, at this time, in this alley. 1 million. Not a penny less. Not a penny less. Sighing again, Yi Chun raised his hand and swept back his hair with a fruit knife, realizing it was high time for a trim. Having said that, he turned to leave. Kuan-Go, witnessing this, finally exhaled a sigh of relief. However, in an instant, Yi Chun spun around, causing Kuan-Go's heart to feel as though it had been gripped by an iron claw, sending shivers throughout his body. His lips twitched. Unsure of what to say, Yi Chun turned back and lightly tapped the fruit knife against Kuan-Ge's face, declaring, Unless you vanish from Dongjiang, I can find you anywhere. And no, I wouldn't dare. Kuan-Go stuttered, fully believing him. As Yi Chun pedaled away from the alley, the others cautiously rose to their feet. Kuan-Go clutched his pants tightly, consumed with rage. Kuan-Go, where on earth do we procure 1 million? The men in black are terrified by such a figure. What do you mean 1 million? Selling you lot wouldn't even amount to that. Kuan-Go ground his teeth in frustration. What should we do then? Run away? A collective sigh echoed among the group. This predicament stemmed from Wang Deduzi, and naturally, he must be the one to resolve it. Kuan-Go narrowed his eyes and spoke resolutely. But Kuan-Go, Wang Deduzi assigned us this task, and we. Someone nearby voiced their concern. Silence. Kuan-Go shot a glare at him. This matter will be reported as is. He beckoned to a few individuals and whispered a few instructions into their ears. That evening, Xiao Ruoshui was still busy at the Baida office building. Assistant Xiao Zhang knocked on the door and, upon receiving permission, entered the president's office. President Xiao, the plan you requested has been completed. Please have a look. Xiao Zhang placed a document on the desk, along with a warm cup of milk tea. Didn't I mention that you should refrain from ordering such things in the evenings? Xiao Ruoshui remarked, flipping through the document. But I didn't order this. Xiao Zhang replied, puzzled. Wasn't it ordered by President Xiao herself? Do I seem like I have the time for that? Xiao Ruoshui lifted her gaze to meet Xiao Zhang's. Then it's strange, because I didn't order anything myself, and I specifically inquired with the delivery person. He confirmed that the recipient is indeed you, President Xiao. As Xiao Zhang spoke, he scrutinized the milk tea cup closely, noting, This milk tea seems different from what we usually have. It's all milk tea. What difference could there be? Xiao Ruoshui continued to peruse the document. It seems it's not from any of the usual dessert shops. Xiao Zhang discovered that the milk tea was different, surely. It couldn't have been made by anyone's own hand. Xiao Ruoshui showed little interest in the milk tea, but she found Xiao Zhang's plans quite commendable. She glanced over and remarked, regarding Su's seafood, your plan possesses feasibility. Instantly, Xiao Zhang's gaze shifted from the milk tea cup to Xiao Ruoshui, who opined that it seemed plausible. Shall we take action then? However, there's one aspect I believe merits further discussion. As Xiao Ruoshui spoke, she began sketching on her notepad. Xiao Zhang observed and nodded. I had considered this as well. In terms of repaying Su Bingquan's favor, you certainly cannot offer yourself in return. The remainder of his words were stifled by Xiao Ruoxue's piercing glance. Xiao Zhang stuck out his tongue and continued. To reciprocate Su Bingquan's kindness, we must approach it from a business perspective. Although the number of people at the Baida cafeteria is not large, our meal standards are relatively decent. If we substitute a few of the meat dishes for seafood, it could work. However, we must also consider that a portion of the patrons are allergic to seafood. Thus, the consumption won't be excessive. Therefore, the solution lies within the second plan. As Xiao Zhang elaborated, he opened another document. Here, adjustments for the Baida festival benefits can incorporate some of Su's seafood. Along with maintaining daily relationships with clients, Xiao Ruoxue nodded along as she listened. Xiao Zhang's plan was indeed resolving a significant dilemma for her. The more she listened, the more reasonable it seemed, and unconsciously, she picked up the milk tea from the table to take a sip. After just one taste, she noticed something amiss. Why does this milk tea have such a strong honeysuckle flavor? Xiao Zhang leaned in curiously. No way. Who makes milk tea with traditional Chinese medicine? At that moment, Xiao Ruoxue recalled an incident from that morning before leaving her home. Every morning, Chen would place Xiao Ruoxue's handbag on the cabinet by the door. However, that particular morning, as she habitually reached for her bag, she discovered it was missing. Turning back to her room, she passed by the kitchen and saw Chen sorting through items at the dining table. Curious, she inquired, "What are you doing? The whole place smells strange." Her tone had been laced with disdain. Chen replied, "These honeysuckles were overly bloomed. They lacked efficacy, so I decided to remove them." Contemplating this, Xiao Ruoxue couldn't help but mutter, "Could it be Chen?" Although her voice was barely audible, Xiao Zhang caught wind of it and chuckled. "Xiao Zhang, your fiancé truly knows how to care for you. When I marry someday, I want a man like him who knows how to cherish." Xiao Ruoxue shot her a glance. "Heaven forbid. When you marry, I shall ensure you choose wisely. You must not marry someone who revolves around the stove." "What's wrong with that? Someone who is attentive and warm-hearted is just what a gentleman should be, a supportive partner," Xiao Zhang remarked, her face adorned with dreams. Xiao Ruoxue chose not to argue further. Despite their frequent disagreements, Chen had never expressed any complaints. She often vented her frustrations on him, showing him displeasure, primarily due to the pressures of her work, and each time she returned home, she felt a persistent disconnection with Chen. She yearned to return home to discuss work matters with Chen, yet his conversations invariably revolved around food, drink, health, and wellness. Enough of such daydreaming. Time was running short, and she ought to return home early today. Tomorrow was the weekend, a perfect opportunity to rest and rejuvenate at home. In her heart, Xiao Ruoxue felt a lingering sense of indebtedness towards her assistant, Xiao Zhang, who consistently accompanied her during her late returns. At that moment, she contemplated that if a suitable candidate presented itself, she ought to keep an eye out for Xiao Zhang's sake. Chapter 21. If not now, when? Upon exiting the office building, Xiao Ruoxue exchanged a brief admonition with Xiao Zhang to drive cautiously before each entering their respective vehicles. As she watched Xiao Zhang's car emerge onto the street, she hesitated momentarily before opening her own door, her gaze irresistibly drawn to the tree across from Baida. At this hour, Chen would typically be covertly waiting beneath the tree, pushing his bicycle. Each time, Xiao Ruoxue would catch a glimpse of him leaping onto his bike, pedaling furiously through a rearview mirror. She always deliberately slowed her speed, allowing him the chance to follow her from a distance. Yet today, for reasons unknown, the space beneath the tree was desolate, and an inexplicable emptiness settled in her heart. With a sigh, she climbed into her car. As she drove, the events of the morning echoed in her mind, accompanied by the faint scent of honeysuckle lingering on her lips. Ever since Chen arrived at the Xiao household, her business endeavors had taken a turn for the worse. Over the course of a year, Baida had encountered numerous setbacks, fraught with unfruitful collaborations and an abundance of discontent. Thus, Xiao Ruoxue had seldom bestowed a kind countenance upon Chen during this time. Recently, however, Baida had managed to resolve two significant issues in quick succession, unexpectedly creating a sliver of space in Xiao Ruoxue's mind, which began to drift toward thoughts of Chen. "Chen, oh Chen, Shaoruoshua, have never been one to concede defeat in any endeavor, yet you have disrupted the course of my life. She mused, sighing repeatedly. But not only are you inept, you also waste your days brewing soup, making pastries, and concocting milk tea. She muttered to herself, striking the steering wheel in frustration. After a year, could it truly be said that no feelings had developed? Yet Shaoruoshua remained unwilling to accept her circumstances, persistently envisioning Yi Chen as the ideal man she desired. Alas, fate had other plans. Her thoughts became increasingly disordered, and fatigue from a long day began to overwhelm her. She lifted a hand to massage her temples. Just then, a vehicle approached, its headlights suddenly shifting to high beam. In that instant, the blinding light compelled her to shield her eyes. The next moment, a loud crash reverberated. Simultaneously, Shaoruoshua's body lurched forward violently. Had it not been for her seatbelt, she might have been ejected from the car entirely. It was over. The realization struck her. She had been in an accident. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was being intercepted by Yi Quan, leaning against a tree as he listened to Yi Quan's heartfelt, albeit lengthy, monologue. Yi Quan was quite the orator, his words as tedious as an elderly woman's bound feet, both pungent and protracted. Glancing at the time, Yi Chen interjected, "Hey, have you finished your speech yet?" He wished to keep his urgency to pick up Shaoruoshua from home a secret. Yi Quan, still under the impression that Yi Chen was attentively absorbing his words and had been swayed by his eloquence, failed to notice that Yi Chen remained indifferent, wearing a casual demeanor throughout. "Shao Chen, my dear nephew, every word I speak comes from the heart. You should be aware that our Yi family is renowned for its filial piety." However, Yi Chen seemed utterly disinterested in the sentimental discourse, dismissing the heartfelt expressions as mere prattle. After a lengthy exposition, he questioned the practicality of the matter. Is it conceivable that the Yi family has thrived solely upon empty rhetoric? Indeed, practicality is paramount. Yi Quan, while speaking, was preoccupied with thoughts of wealth, feeling that the offered sum was far too meager. His background of humble beginnings had fostered a substantial appetite for prosperity, yet to me, it was merely a trivial matter. Speak plainly and present your terms. Perhaps I shall give them due consideration. A wicked smile danced upon Yi Chen's lips, his brows playfully arched. "Ah, little Chen, the entirety of the Yi family will ultimately belong to you," Yi Quan reflected, realizing the need for frugality. "No, Yi Quan, your words seem to stray too far from the present. Let's focus on the immediate." Yi Chen was not one to be ensnared by Yi Quan's rhetoric. Yes, let us discuss the present. Observe how the Dongjiang region has flourished, a veritable gold mine where every inch of land is precious. Which parcel of land can simply be turned over without consideration? Yi Quan was left with no choice but to present the proposals agreed upon that day. Yi Chen was not inclined to engage in idle chatter. All the villa districts in Dongjiang. "Little Chen, identify the one you desire, and your uncle shall secure it for you." Yi Quan appeared quite generous. "You mean it?" Yi Chen felt a flicker of excitement. His eagerness did not stem from a desire to exploit the Yi family, but rather from Hudiching. According to Meng Qingying, Hudiching, now known as Husandi, monopolized the real estate market in Dongjiang. If not now, when would be the opportune moment to extract some gains from him? Seeing the potential for negotiation, Yi Quan could hardly contain his exhilaration, thinking to himself that as long as there was something to entice Yi Chen, the ancient wealth of the Yi family would soon be within his grasp. However, he harbored a slight apprehension, fearing that Yi Chen's greed might lead him to select a villa along the coastline, which could result in significant regret later on. Then, Yi Chen blinked, appearing to ponder seriously before suggesting a dilapidated property at the foot of Dongzhou Slope, which boasted a peach orchard in the rear. "That one will suffice." Upon hearing this, Yi Quan nearly erupted in delight. Indeed, there was a house at Dongzhou Slope, but it was merely a decrepit villa structure abandoned over a decade ago. The two-story building clung to the mountainside, its roof recently sealed, and plans for a third floor had never materialized. Years ago, wild beasts had roamed the nearby hills, and with the strict enforcement of wildlife protection laws, no one dared to challenge those creatures. The area was deemed remote and shrouded in ghostly legends, rendering it a no-go zone for many. Hu Daqing, who had initially developed that land, had incurred substantial losses. Yi Quan chuckled inwardly at Yi Chen's naivety. With a broad smile, he nodded enthusiastically, since little Chen favors that place, then your uncle shall. Yet, Yi Chen was acutely aware of Yi Quan's delight and felt no need to hear the rest. With a dismissive wave, he stated, tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock. Beneath this very tree, I expect the keys and all paperwork for a complete transfer. Having said that, Yi Chen mounted his bicycle and departed, leaving Yi Quan no time to indulge in his sentiments. Yi Quan's lips twitched as he muttered, we shall see. Yi Chen hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way towards the Baida office building, his spirits exceptionally high. The Yi family? Huh. What you desire may not be what I, Yi Chen, covet. Yet, how dare Hu Daqing dare to encroach upon my bottom line? Regardless of whether you are Hu Daqing or Hu Sandai, unless I draw your blood cleanly, I shall not be called the blood demon of the battle dragon. Upon arriving at the Baida office building, Yi Chen felt a pang of unease as he noticed the parking spaces were conspicuously empty. Had Xiao Ruoxue left work early? Why was it so soon today? Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Zhang had been working diligently, prompting Xiao Ruoxue to deliberately leave a few minutes ahead of time. Chapter 22. What if she wants you dead? Xiao Ruoxue had been involved in a car accident. Fortunately, she was unscathed, but the jolt had startled her considerably. As her emotions had yet to stabilize, she was preparing to call the insurance company when she noticed 4 burly men emerging from the vehicle opposite hers. They approached her car and began to kick the door forcefully. Get out, you filthy woman, one of the tattooed men shouted, simultaneously trying to yank the door handle. Xiao Ruoxue was horrified. She dared not exit the vehicle. The initial shock from the accident had left her trembling, and now, surrounded by these intimidating figures, she could barely hold onto her phone. She wanted to call for help, but her fingers fumbled across the screen, uncertain of whom to contact. What should she do? If she stepped outside, there was no way to reason with these men. Yet if she stayed inside, they would surely find a way to force the door open. Recognizing the thuggish demeanor of these men, despair began to creep in as she stifled a soft sob. The men, seeing the woman inside the car refusing to emerge, yelled, You hit our car, and now you're playing dead? Damn it, boys, smash the car. At this command, the remaining 3 hurried back to their vehicle, emerging with iron rods in hand, one for each of them. This was it. Xiao Ruoxue was paralyzed with fear, her hand trembling uncontrollably as she clutched her phone, which then slipped from her grasp and fell to the floor. As the men approached menacingly, the tattooed one raised his hand and bellowed, Listen here if you're smart. You'll come out and have some fun with us. If you please us, perhaps we'll even give you a ride home. Their laughter echoed menacingly, the others chuckling heartily as they shouldered their iron rods. Inside the car, Xiao Ruoxue was trapped in a state of terror. She dared not exit, nor could she bend down to retrieve her phone. She wrapped her arms around herself tightly, waves of fear crashing over her. Yi Chen, you useless coward. If you weren't so pathetic, would I have to struggle so hard? Would I have to face such a situation so late at night? The sense of injustice consumed her. You usually wait for me downstairs. Where are you today? Beside her, one man adorned with a large gold chain remarked to the tattooed man, Brother, is this woman struck dumb by our charm? The chorus of laughter that followed was raucous. The tattooed man sneered, How ungrateful. Brothers, smash it. With a single command, the gold chain man spat into his palm, raising his iron rod to smash the windshield. Crash! The sound of shattering glass resonated, and Xiao Ruoxue felt as if her heart had been shattered alongside it. Soon after, the other 2 men took turns smashing the rods against the front and passenger doors. In mere moments, her Volkswagen CC lay in ruins. Xiao Ruoxue was utterly despondent, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. She was merely a businesswoman. She had never encountered such a horrifying scene. I wonder how long you can endure this, you filthy woman. The tattooed man seized the iron rod from a bystander and brought it crashing down upon the glass of the driver's side door. Ah! Xiao Ruoxue shrieked, swiftly raising her arms to shield her head, her entire form curling into a tight ball. The glass shattered, and the tattooed man reached in to fling the door open. With a powerful tug, he yanked Xiao Ruoxue from the vehicle. Get down here, he growled, pulling her into his embrace. Help! Xiao Ruoxue shivered in fear. Stop! A voice echoed from nearby, causing her heart to skip a beat. She looked up, only to be met with dismay. The newcomer was Su Bingquan. Upon seeing him, the tattooed man sneered before releasing his grip on Xiao Ruoxue. "Who are you, punk?" The other three men encircled Su Bingquan as he approached. "Listen up. This is my woman. For my sake, I suggest you let her go," Su Bingquan declared boldly. Xiao Ruoxue felt a surge of anger within her. How dare he claim her as his? Yet, in her moment of peril, she realized that Su Bingquan was her only hope for salvation. Thus, she remained silent, and in Su Bingquan's eyes, her silence was a tacit agreement. "Based on my reputation, who do you think you are? What standing do you have?" The tattooed man retorted, tilting his head and casting a sideways glance at Su Bingquan. "Su Bingquan, the second son of the Su family," he replied, straightening his attire and lifting his chin with an air of arrogance. The tattooed man paused, and the others quickly lowered their iron rods, their gazes betraying a hint of trepidation towards Su Bingquan. Seeing this, Xiao Ruoxue couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The Su family had truly risen in prominence within Dongjiang. And would her own family, the Xiao family, ascend? It seemed these men were indeed fearful of the Su clan. However, it appeared that her debt to Su Bingquan had just increased significantly. As the threat began to dissipate, her thoughts wandered aimlessly amidst the chaos. "The second son of the Su family?" The tattooed man repeated, incredulity etched on his face. "The Su family from Dongjiang?" Su Bingquan shot him a disdainful glance. "Is there another Su family in Dongjiang?" "Ah, I see, the second son of the Su family. My apologies." The tattooed man, having received confirmation, immediately began to ingratiate himself, bowing and offering compliments. "Second young master, my brothers were unaware of the situation and there was a small misunderstanding. Please let this matter go." "Second young master. Second young master." The remaining three men cast aside their iron rods, bowing respectfully to Su Bingquan. "Since this is your first offense, I shall let this slide," Su Bingquan said with a smirk. Yes, yes. Thank you, second young master, for your mercy." They chorused, expressing their gratitude. "Then why are you still here? Off with you." Su Bingquan shot them another glance. Yes, we're leaving right away," they stammered, picking up the discarded iron rods as they prepared to depart. Xiao Ruoxue was left astounded. Were they truly just going to walk away? "Wait, Su Bingquan, they smashed my car." Xiao Ruoxue called out to a few individuals, simultaneously reminding Su Bingquan. After all, a debt of gratitude lingered, and Xiao Ruoxue felt that Su Bingquan was rather lenient towards these individuals, since they were so intimidated by him. Could they simply destroy her vehicle and walk away unscathed? It just didn't sit right with her. Upon hearing her words, the four halted their steps. "It's merely a car, Ruoxue. If there's anything you desire, I, Su Bingquan, can fulfill it." At that moment, Su Bingquan, in a chivalrous act, mused about how Xiao Ruoxue might repay him. Before she could respond, a chilling voice echoed from behind. "What if she wishes for your demise?" Chapter 23. The bottom line upon hearing the commotion. Everyone turned their gaze towards Su Bingquan's rear. Xiao Ruoxue lifted her eyes and saw Yi Chen approaching, pushing a bicycle step by step. At that moment, Xiao Ruoxue's heart tightened, silently chastising him for attempting to show off at such a critical juncture. The onlookers, respecting Su Bingquan's authority, had refrained from escalating the situation. If Yi Chen intervened, it could spiral out of control. Yi Chen's words had already irritated Su Bingquan, who inwardly cursed, wondering why this boy had to show up just as he was on the verge of success. As Yi Chen drew closer, one hand steadied the bicycle while the other raised, gesturing to the tattooed man. "Hold on, let us not rush off. We should discuss compensation for the collision, don't you think?" At his words, the men's eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting you'll pay?" "Indeed," Yi Chen replied, lowering his hand and nodding. Their faces brightened with delight. The tattooed man was particularly ecstatic, thinking about the repairs needed for the damaged vehicle. Every bit of compensation counted. However, Su Bingquan sensed that the situation was more complex than it appeared. The moment Yi Chen approached, he felt an unsettling aura emanating from him. Perhaps he was misreading the situation? Su Bingquan reassured himself, but memories of Yi Chen's earlier words at the supermarket on Yongji Road sent a shiver down his spine. Xiao Ruoxue, a bit flustered, shouted at Yi Chen, "What are you doing here? You should leave now." Compensation? Their vehicle is a Land Rover. How can you cover that? Yet, Yi Chen paid no heed to her ire. Instead, he parked the bicycle aside and draped his jacket over Xiao Ruoxue's shoulders. "The night air is quite chilly. You should wear something warmer." She did not refuse. As his large hand gently patted her shoulder, a sense of comfort washed over her. However, the predicament they faced was not something Yi Chen could easily resolve. Despite her constant reprimands, labeling him as useless, she did not wish for him to suffer humiliation in front of these men. "You should leave," she urged. Hearing this, Yi Chen felt warmth in his heart. He understood that Xiao Ruoxue was concerned for his well-being. However, how could he abandon her after she had endured such injustice? He would not allow anyone to bully his woman. Gently patting her arm, he said, "Go to the car and grab your things." Xiao Ruoxue paused momentarily, but quickly grasped his intent, dashing to the vehicle to retrieve her phone and bag. Yi Chen turned to Su Bingquan with a glance. "Today must have been quite a task for you, Su Xiao." Su Bingquan's lips twitched, unsure of Yi Chen's implication. Yet he could not lose face in front of Xiao Ruoxue at that moment. "I have known Ruoxue for years. We are friends. This is merely a small matter I should handle. There is no need for formalities," Su Bingquan replied cautiously, making it clear the closeness of his relationship with Xiao Ruoxue. "Shouldn't you?" Yi Chen smiled lightly. "Su Xiao, please wait a moment while I resolve this collision issue." Upon hearing this, Su Bingquan chuckled heartily. "All right, I shall observe how you intend to resolve this matter." With that, he stepped back a pace. Yi Chen, inwardly amused, chose not to engage further with Su Bingquan and advanced instead, addressing the tattooed man. "What do you consider to be a reasonable compensation for this vehicle?" The tattooed man, unfamiliar with Yi Chen, found himself instinctively retreating a step under the formidable pressure emanating from him. How should compensation be calculated? Naturally, it should be at the original price. The tattooed man raised his hand, brushing his thumb across his nose and inhaling sharply. This gesture piqued Yi Chen's interest, leading him to privately speculate, despite the cool night breeze, that it was unlikely for someone to have a runny nose unless they were a substance abuser. Yet, whether or not this man was indeed a user would soon become evident. "Very well, how refreshing," Yi Chen replied with a faint smile and a nod. "However, I find the notion of compensating at the original price somewhat unreasonable. Perhaps I should present you with a calculation." Xiao Ruoxue's heart raced with concern over the unfolding situation, her palm, clutching a phone, dampened with sweat. "A calculation? Excellent. I excel in calculations and take great pleasure in them," the tattooed man thought to himself, believing they were a group of several against a single individual, thus rendering Yi Chen no match for them. "Splendid." Yi Chen responded, satisfied. The Volkswagen CC had approached from Ningde Road, while the Land Rover had come from Gujiao Road, converging at a traffic light. The collision had occurred 10 minutes prior. According to the current traffic light signal, 10 minutes ago, it had been red. When the Land Rover turned from Gujiao Road onto Ningde Road, it was indeed at a red light, and the left turn constituted a traffic violation. "Of course, I need not calculate that for you." At this, the tattooed man suddenly paused, recalling that it had indeed been a red light. However, in his haste, he had no choice but to run the red light. Moreover, had it not been for the red light, had he not recklessly proceeded, Xiao Ruoxue would not have been caught off guard. Observing the state of the road, it was evident that the Volkswagen CC had engaged in emergency braking prior to the collision, while the Land Rover maintained a steady speed without any sign of deceleration. Upon hearing this, the tattooed man grew irate. "Kid, stop with the rambling. Just tell me how much you can compensate." No. I believe you misunderstood my intent." Yi Chen shook his head. "What I mean is, it is you who must pay." "What?" The tattooed man widened his eyes in disbelief. "Did I hear you correctly? You want me to pay?" "Ha ha ha." The tattooed man threw his head back in laughter. "Kid, you must not know how to write the word death. Do you? You expect me to pay? I fear you won't live to see that day." In response to this, Yi Chen remained calm and unflustered, waiting for the tattooed man to finish his laughter before stating, "You must compensate. As for whether I have the fortune to spend it, you lack the privilege to witness that outcome." "Kid, you think you can exchange words with me?" The tattooed man tilted his head back, nostrils flaring, baring his lower teeth. "Boss, let us not waste time with this brat. Let us silence his meddlesome mouth and extort 1 million from him." His companion, adorned with a gold chain, urged. With a smug smile, the tattooed man declared, 1 million, and I'll ensure your family's safety. You won't be at a loss. At these words, Yi Chen's expression darkened instantly. Family? That was Yi Chen's bottom line. His hand clenched into a fist as his narrowed gaze fell upon the tattooed man, oblivious to the impending doom. What about your father, mother, sister, and younger sister? 1 million is such a bargain, the tattooed man added with a laugh. Before he could contain his mirth, a shadow resembling a fist hurtled toward him, and he felt a sharp crack as his nasal bone shattered. In the blink of an eye, the world around him turned crimson. With a single punch, the tattooed man's face was left disfigured, and he staggered back 3 to 5 steps until he collided with a man behind him, adorned with gold chains. Thud! Thud! Both men fell to the ground in succession. Chapter 24. They say that misfortune comes in threes. I wish to test this theory. This scene left Su Bingquan momentarily dumbfounded, unable to resist the urge to touch his own nose. He was oblivious to which word from the tattooed man had unsettled Yi Chen. Yet, he recalled how meek Yi Chen had once been. In the face of any provocation, Yi Chen had never acknowledged it. At this moment, Su Bingquan was reminded of that day in front of the Baida Gate on Yongji Road, when Yi Chen had warned him that if he didn't want his face to be a mess, he should rein in a bit. Previously, Su Bingquan had dismissed it, thinking Yi Chen was merely trying to intimidate him. Now he was a firm believer, thoroughly convinced. Su Bingquan knew all too well who the tattooed man was. He was the foremost ruffian in the Guxiao Road area, possessing intricate connections that directly linked him to the notorious trio of Dongjiang. Moreover, the tattooed man was a formidable fighter, renowned as a champion on Guxiao Street. Yet, in a mere second, Yi Chen had managed to mar the tattooed man's visage. The scene was gruesomely vivid. The tattooed man, having taken a punch, was seething with rage, resembling a lion whose mane had been ruffled, his eyes ablaze with fury, and his jaw contorted with anger. He wiped the blood from his face and bellowed at his companions. "Dare to strike me? Brothers, let us take him down. Kill him! Kill him!" At his command, the other 3 immediately brandished their iron rods, charging towards Yi Chen. Meanwhile, Su Bingquan, terrified, pressed himself against Xiao Ruoshua's car, shrinking his neck and closing his eyes. Seeing Yi Chen in imminent danger, Xiao Ruoshua hastily called the police. After hanging up, she lifted her gaze, only to be astounded by the scene before her. At that moment, Yi Chen held an iron rod, pointing at the tattooed man's chest, while the 3 assailants who had rushed forward lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their heads in midsections, wailing for their mothers. What had just transpired? Xiao Ruoshua was bewildered, glancing back at Yi Chen, whose lips curled into a devilish smirk, an expression she had never witnessed on his face before. Yi Chen, Xiao Ruoshua muttered in a daze. The tattooed man blinked rapidly, gulping audibly as he took slow steps backward, Yi Chen's gaze tracking him inch by inch. "Who was your brother?" Yi Chen pidesit. "No. Big brother, no." Grandfather, the tattooed man's face was a mask of despair, his nose still bleeding, mingling with what might have been tears. "How shall we settle the matter of compensation?" Yi Chen inquired. "Compensation, whatever grandfather says, that's how it shall be." The tattooed man stammered, and with a thud, he knelt before Yi Chen. At that moment, Xiao Ruoshua noticed 2 iron rods on the ground, now twisted into rings. She and T witnessed the earlier events, but the tattooed man had seen it all. This was his nightmare, one he never wished to relive. Just as the trio wielding iron rods charged at Yi Chen, he had moved. With a swift motion of his hands, he had seized the rods from them. Then, with a subtle smile, he applied strength, bending the rods into iron rings. The remaining iron rod, light as a feather, danced between Yi Chen's 5 fingers. In but a second, the rod struck the chests, backs, and legs of the 3 men, who fell to the ground in an instant. The final strike landed on the left chest of the tattooed man. With but a slight exertion, his heart would shatter like an eggshell, the yolk within bursting forth. The tattooed man, paralyzed by fear, raised his hands above his head, his eyes pleading for mercy. mouth agape, yet unable to utter a word. Imagining the impending scene, his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. After kneeling, he took a deep breath, tears streaming down his face. Chen understood that it was nearly over. Simultaneously, Su Bingquan opened his eyes, equally astonished by the unfolding drama. Chen tapped the iron rod against the tattooed man's face, instructing him to remain still while he settled another account, deciding his fate thereafter. At these words, the tattooed man, disregarding the pain from the rod, slumped to the ground. Turning, Chen fixed his gaze on Su Bingquan, whose eyes appeared to bulge from their sockets. Why, Chen, today's events have nothing to do with me. Su Bingquan stammered, his legs trembling beneath him. He had never anticipated that the seemingly incompetent son-in-law of the Shao family could possess such formidable power. Reflecting on past provocations towards Chen, he realized he had been playing with fire. Now, was it too late for regret? Is it? Chen smiled, his elongated eyes narrowing, the smile captivating yet terrifying. The more enchanting his smile, the more Su Bingquan's heart quaked in fear. It was as if death itself was approaching him, step by step. The journey from the city center to this place took no more than 10 minutes. Recently, he had been waiting here every day, for this was the only route for Shao Ruoxue to return home. He chose this time deliberately, as tomorrow was the weekend. Those who typically worked late would have returned home early. At this hour, traffic was relatively light, and witnesses would be few, wouldn't they? Chen analyzed the situation meticulously. What do you mean? Su Bingquan's eyes darted around. Hiring someone was not the fault. The mistake lay in hiring the wrong person. Who was Flower Old 7? The most notorious thug on Gujiao Street, striking without mercy. Chen remarked, glancing at Shao Ruoxue's Volkswagen CC. Flower Old 7 was the tattooed man's alias. I estimate you set this whole scheme into motion for at least 100,000, right? TSK, truly willing to invest heavily. Chen chuckled. At that moment, Su Bingquan was completely dumbfounded. He never imagined Chen would possess such intricate knowledge. Meanwhile, Shao Ruoxue was equally bewildered. Su Bingquan, did you orchestrate today's events? Disappointment mingled with confusion in her heart. She had thought his presence was merely coincidental, pondering how to repay the favor. She had truly misjudged him. Su Bingquan hurriedly shook his head. And no, Ruoxue, listen to me. A resounding slap echoed as Chen struck Su Bingquan's face. This slap serves as a reminder that the name Ruoxue is not one you should utter. Su Bingquan gritted his teeth and glared at Chen. Slap. Once more, a resounding slap. This one was to give you a proper lesson. Slap. Before Su Bingquan could even muster another expression, yet another slap followed. Su Bingquan was furious. These 3 slaps were delivered with such speed and ferocity that he had no chance to evade. After the 3rd slap, Su Bingquan roared like thunder, questioning the reason behind this indignity. Chen chuckled and remarked, as the saying goes, misfortunes come in 3s. I simply want to test that. Su Bingquan was utterly speechless. Yet, he dared not show any signs of anger, nor could he retaliate, for he was acutely aware that he was no match for Chen. Chapter 25. Is your wretched bicycle sturdy? Barely 5 seconds had passed since Chen uttered his words when a distant wail of sirens pierced the air, causing Shao Ruoxue's tightly furrowed brow to finally relax. The tattooed men, known as the Flower Arm Gang, heard the sirens as well, yet they knelt there, paralyzed by fear. Chen cast a glance toward the approaching police car, bent down, and leaned closer to the leader of the gang, saying, Remember the debt you owe me. Find a way to repay it. Furthermore, if you wish to survive, you know how to communicate with the authorities, don't you? Hua Lao Chi, with vacant eyes, nodded slowly. He understood that today was not in his favor. Before long, the police vehicle arrived, and first 4 male officers disembarked, followed by a female officer. The men waited for her to exit before following closely behind as they approached. Chen straightened up and stood beside Shao Ruoxue, hands clasped behind his back, remaining silent while his gaze discreetly surveyed the lead female officer. With an oval face, arched brows, and striking phoenix-like eyes, she possessed an exquisite physique. What caught Chen's attention most was the faintly red beauty mark adorning the outer edge of her right eyebrow. She was Chao Qingxiu, the sole granddaughter of the esteemed patriarch of the Chao family in Dongjiang. Yi Chen mused within himself. As Chao Qingxiu approached, she surveyed the scene before inquiring, "Who called the police?" Just as Xiao Ruoxue was about to speak, Su Bingquan rushed forward, his face contorted with despair, sniffling as he exclaimed, "At last, you're here. You must help me. Don't move." One of the male officers behind, Chao Qingxiu, swiftly raised a hand to restrain Su Bingquan. Chao Qingxiu frowned slightly, puzzled that the one who reported the incident was evidently a woman, yet this young man seemed to be involved. The situation unfolded as follows. Su Bingquan, upon seeing the police, felt as if he had finally found someone to advocate for him, and he rambled on and on. Naturally, he would never admit that today's events were orchestrated by him. However, he had not anticipated that his scheme would backfire so spectacularly. Gao Ginki Litsteng, her brow furrowing as the accounts grew muddled. She exchanged glances with her colleagues, prompting them to question the others who were kneeling nearby. "Officer, hear us what happened. We accidentally collided with that lady's vehicle. We intended to settle the matter privately and discuss repairs, but unexpectedly, he appeared." Hua Laoqi recounted the fabricated narrative he had concocted, gesturing towards Su Bingquan. Su Bingquan, taken aback, shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Silence. Another officer interjected. "He claims to be the second young master of the Su family." I spit. "I don't know him." While Laoqi seethed with resentment. If it weren't for Su Bingquan, would he, the notorious figure of Gujiao, have found himself in such a predicament today? This Su heir Shao had the audacity to impersonate a traffic officer, threatening to penalize them with a fine of 1 million. While Laoqi was adept at weaving tales. When they refused to comply, he resorted to violence against us. While Laoqi placed all the blame squarely on Su Bingquan. Little did Su Bingquan know that the day would culminate in such an unexpected turn of events. "Are there any eyewitnesses?" Chao Qingxiu inquired. "Yes, we're the eyewitnesses." The other three chimed in, clutching their stomachs and legs in a synchronized display of solidarity. Chao Qingxiu cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chen and Xiao Ruoxue, who had been standing to the side. "What's the matter with you two?" Just as Xiao Ruoxue was about to respond, Yi Chen stepped forward, executing a perfect military march. He stood tall before Chao Qingxiu, head held high, his expression devoid of any emotion. Reporting to the leader, "We are the victims." At these words, Xiao Ruoxue nearly burst into laughter. How had she never noticed this side of Yi Chen before? Chao Qingxiu frowned, casting a critical eye upon Yi Chen, who stood over 1.80 meters, maintaining an upright posture and elevated chin before her. This demeanor made Chao Qingxiu quite uncomfortable, as she silently thought, "Why do you hold your head so high, thinking it compares to your height?" At that moment, Su Bingquan was infuriated, his nostrils flaring in indignation. "They are lying. Lying. I am the true victim. All right, let's go to the police station to file a report." Chao Qingxiu rolled her eyes and turned to board the police vehicle. Upon arriving at the station and completing their statements, Hua Laoqi and the other three continued to insist on their previous claims. Su Bingquan persisted in proclaiming his innocence. While Yi Chen merely stated, "We are the victims," Xiao Ruoxue remained silent throughout. The police station contacted the traffic police late into the night to review the surveillance footage from the intersection of Ningda Road and Gujiao Road. Strangely, the recorded footage was nothing but Gaussian blurred images. The surveillance confirmed that both the Volkswagen CC and the Land Rover had indeed collided first, with Su Bingquan being the second person to arrive at the scene and Yi Chen the third. The facts revealed that Su Bingquan had impersonated a traffic officer to extort both parties involved in the accident. When his extortion failed, he resorted to violence against the Land Rover party. The matter of the traffic accident was referred to the traffic police, while the impersonation and extortion case was to be handled by the police. Xiao Ruoxue and Yi Chen Su departed from the police station. Returning to the scene of the incident, they retrieved the bicycle, but Xiao Ruoxue remained silent throughout the journey. Her bike had been destroyed, leaving her with only a bicycle. Yi Chen contemplated and suggested, "Shall I give you a ride back?" in a tone of negotiation. However, Xiao Ruoxue replied, "Let us walk back." It was now late at night, and there were few pedestrians on the road. As they walked, Yi Chen remained quiet, while Xiao Ruoxue hesitated before asking, Why didn't the surveillance capture the actual footage? I don't know. Chen shook his head. In truth, he felt a surge of anger upon recalling the scene he had witnessed from distance. Most importantly, Su Bingquin had been present at the scene. He had warned him before, yet he seemed to have learned nothing from it. As they approached the intersection of the two roads, Chen plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, crushing it into a pulp in his hand. He then aimed carefully at a few surveillance cameras and flicked the leaf at them. Xiao Ruoshu recognized that Chen was unaware of this by the time he arrived. The incident had already occurred, and he had no opportunity to tamper with the cameras, nor did he possess the ability to reach them. How come I never knew you could fight? Xiao Ruoshu tightened her jacket and inquired. I didn't fight. Chen replied with a look of innocence. Is that what you call fighting? It was merely a bit of exercise. Had I truly engaged, those few individuals would likely be on their way to the underworld by now. Never mind. Asking is futile. Xiao Ruoshu chose not to speak further. Today's events have granted Xiao Ruoshu a renewed perspective of Chen. After walking several hundred meters, she glanced at the path ahead. Is this wretched bicycle sturdy? She inquired once more. I truly cannot say. Chen replied, shaking his head. Yet, he continued, why don't you give it a try? Very well. I shall reluctantly assist you this once. Xiao Ruoshu responded after a brief pause, her eyes blinking playfully. A hint of happiness graced Chen's lips as he raised his arm, wiping the rear seat of the bicycle with his clothing, before finally allowing Xiao Ruoshu to take her place upon it. Chapter 26. Chao Qingqiu. Once Xiao Ruoshu was comfortably seated, Chen remarked, Are you holding on securely? He then swung his long legs over, firmly planting his feet on the ground. He sensed Xiao Ruoshu behind him, a hint of tension palpable in her demeanor, her hands seemingly unsure of where to rest. Let us go. Today's events had taken her by surprise, and she was still unaccustomed to the gentle manner in which Chen spoke to her. Chen steadied the handlebars, exerting force with his legs to propel the bicycle forward. After riding a mere 2 or 3 meters, he pedaled vigorously. In that moment, Xiao Ruoshu felt as though she might topple off the bicycle. She truly lacked experience in riding a bike, and hastily wrapped her arms tightly around Chen's waist. Feeling the softness of her embrace, Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, focusing intently on cycling while humming a cheerful tune. Upon returning home, Chen warmed the soup he had prepared earlier, placing it on the dining table as he awaited Xiao Ruoshu's return from her shower. In the bathroom, as she stood under the shower, her mind was plagued with thoughts of the car accident. How could Su Bingquin resort to such despicable tactics? What was his true intention? Was it merely to make me indebted to him once more? When confronted by Chen, Su Bingquin had evidently been taken aback by his presence at the scene, not anticipating such an outcome. Similarly, Xiao Ruoshu had not foreseen that today, Chen would exhibit such a different side. This revelation drastically shifted her perception of him. He was undeniably skilled in combat, yet he claimed otherwise. Even in the face of police interrogation, he remained unflinching. What had he done in the past? Indeed, that was a question Xiao Ruoshu had never contemplated. A year ago, on the cruise ship in the Caspian Sea, Xiao Ruoshu had met Chen for the first time. Prior to that, she had never heard of the Yi family in Dongjiang. Moreover, throughout the year, he had never mentioned his family. Did he have relatives? Where were they? In that moment, Xiao Ruoshu felt an overwhelming sense of mystery surrounding Chen. After finishing her shower, she found Chen had vanished. As per usual, she consumed the soup and retired to her bedroom for the night. At 1 o'clock in the morning, at the police station, Su Bingquin rubbed his swollen face, desperately attempting to convey, I am innocent. I am the victim. I never struck anyone. I was the one attacked. I demand to file a complaint. Return my phone to me. Chao Qingqiu yawned as he entered, while 2 officers leaned on their elbows, visibly vexed by Su Bingquin's incessant complaints. Upon seeing Chao Qingqiu, the officers promptly stood up. Captain Chao, how'd it go? Chao Qingqiu cast a glance at Su Bingquin, who appeared utterly drained from his incessant rambling. I am wronged. I want to report this. Su Bingquin persisted. The 2 officers exchanged disdainful glances at him and replied to Chao Qingqiu. He is quite obstinate, refusing to sign the confession. What about the other 4? Chao Qingqiu inquired. Each is confined to a separate room. Keep a close watch. Understood. Chao Qingqiu, having spoken, turned and exited. Upon returning to her office, as she opened the door, she instantly felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. Stretching her arms, she proceeded towards the lounge. However, upon opening the door to the lounge, she nearly gasped in surprise. Her lounge was adjacent to her office, and she had distinctly locked the door earlier. Why was there someone sitting inside? Yet, being a person accustomed to significant events, Chao Qingqiu managed to keep her composure, calming her emotions before speaking. If I am not mistaken, your name is Chen, correct? Indeed, the individual seated in the lounge was none other than Chen. After preparing soup for Xiao Ruoxue, he had quietly slipped away while she was taking a shower. A slight smile graced Chen's lips, yet he remained seated. I apologize for the intrusion. I took the liberty of waiting here without your permission. Chao Qingqiu inwardly cursed him as a fool. Was that an apology? This constituted trespassing, and I could condemn you right now. Folding her arms, she reflected on her years of experience. She had encountered all sorts of individuals. But if I were to claim I was here to provide the police with crucial case information, would you condemn me or reward me instead? Chen was unfazed by her attempt to intimidate him. Oh, Chao Qingqiu's eyes darted as she assessed Chen, who displayed a certain audacity. Nevertheless, she gestured for him to speak. Then by all means, enlighten me about the value of this information. Her implication was clear. Shouldn't he be speaking from outside my lounge? Chen nodded and slowly rose, making his way to the outer room, her office space. Before Chao Qingqiu could utter a word, he settled into a comfortable seat. A sense of frustration welled within her. This Chen had an undeniable presence that made her feel somewhat overwhelmed. Speak, she commanded, opening a notebook and preparing to take notes. Where are the 4 individuals involved in today's car accident currently detained? Chen inquired. Chao Qingqiu discarded her pen, her suppressed anger nearing its limit. Chen, are you attempting to request individuals right under my nose? Chen was aware of Chao Qingqiu's reputation in Dongjiang, but remained oblivious to her temperament. Now, however, he understood. Who in Dongjiang did not know of Captain Chao's unwavering integrity? She was the pride of old Master Chao. Chen remarked, giving a thumbs up. Would he banter 1 tea serve you here? Chao Qingqiu replied coldly, pacing the room. I am aware that today, as events are not as straightforward as they appear. If they were, I would have released those 4 individuals long ago. However, should you exhibit any behavior even remotely connected to this case, I reserve the right to detain you on the spot. As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Chen's face. Yet, Chen maintained a calm and neutral smile, showing no sign of change. Is it that prolonged exposure to the police station renders one expressionless? From a moment, he met Chao Qingqiu. Chen observed that apart from her stern demeanor, she displayed no other emotion. Enough with the trivialities. Chao Qingqiu's voice remained frosty. Then, I shall be direct. Chen also rose to his feet, seemingly intent on departing before completing his statement. The 4 individuals, led by one known as Flower Old 7, were notorious thugs from Gujiao Street, and he was also a notorious addict, having engaged in numerous illicit activities to support his habit. After uttering these words, Chen made his way toward the door. However, Chao Qingqiu would not allow him to leave without fully articulating his thoughts. With a swift motion, she intercepted Chen. It appeared that you did not require my presence just moments ago, Chen remarked, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his lips. Chapter 27. Remedies? Unfailingly effective? Chao Qingqiu clenched her teeth, inwardly cursing that scoundrel, while Lao Qi, thinking him to be the true rogue. His nonchalant demeanor was utterly detestable. If I were to say, I need you now, what would happen? After a moment's contemplation, she swallowed her earlier ire. Oh, Chen, taken aback, turned to Chao Qingqiu, his gaze peculiar. What did you just say? You need me? His eyes, rather audaciously, roamed over her figure. In an instant, Chao Qingqiu comprehended the implications of Chen's words. Her face flushed crimson, and she retorted, flirting with law enforcement is also a crime. Just a jest. Chen raised an eyebrow, winking at her. In such a monotonous line of work, a little levity is essential to stave off fatigue. Not necessary. Chao Qingqiu snapped in indignation. If you seek evidence, it is easily obtainable. Yi Chen glanced at the clock. In less than 5 minutes, there will be developments. Chao Qingqiu's eyes darted. Yet she was unable to grasp Yi Chen's meaning. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Her gaze immediately shifted to Yi Chen in the dead of night. A man in her office posed an awkward predicament. Yi Chen quickly grasped her concern, nodding, "Cousin, it seems someone is at the door." Chao Qingqiu rolled her eyes in irritation, thinking, "Cousin, do I appear so old?" However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. She shot Yi Chen a fierce glare before heading to the door. A team member entered. "Captain Chao, it seems one of the four has information." Upon speaking, his attention fell upon Yi Chen. This is my cousin," Chao Qingqiu clarified. The team member, noticing Yi Chen, remarked, "Isn't he the victim we brought in earlier?" Yes, indeed. He's my cousin." Chao Qingqiu wished to end the explanations there. "If you have matters to attend to, feel free to go. I'll wait here." Yi Chen waved to the two. Chao Qingqiu cursed under her breath, exasperated that the young man was not departing. The two exited the office in succession. Yi Chen stretched lazily, muttering to himself, I, Yi Chen, am truly a commendable citizen of Dongjiang. Not only do I act heroically, but I also courageously report. TSK. Leaning back in his chair, he half closed his eyes, awaiting the outcome. In less than 5 minutes, Chao Qingqiu returned, seemingly with a shift in her demeanor towards Yi Chen. "Well, did I deceive you?" Yi Chen maintained his confidence. "While the situation is indeed factual, we now require your cooperation," Chao Qingqiu declared, hands clasped behind her back, her gaze fixed on Yi Chen. "Cooperation?" Yi Chen immediately crossed his arms, leaning back against the chair. This scene incited an overwhelming urge in Chao Qingqiu to deliver a sharp slap and eject him from the room. "Yi Chen, as a citizen, you are obligated to assist us in our investigation." Chao Qingqiu nearly ground her teeth in frustration. "Speak, since I've come forth. I am indeed here to cooperate." Yi Chen feigned a sense of nonchalance. Although Hua Lao Chi was indeed succumbing to his addiction, he obstinately refused to divulge any details regarding the transaction. Chao Qingqiu, feeling a sense of urgency, sighed in exasperation. "If you were in my position, would you confess now?" Shaking his head, he offered a suggestion. He beckoned Chao Qingqiu forward with a flick of his finger. Upon hearing this, she took a couple of steps closer, leaning in slightly, eager to hear his proposal. Yi Chen rose and leaned toward her ear, but she instinctively recoiled, insisting, "Just speak while seated." Yi Chen complied, returning to his seat. "Keep him until around 4 or 5 in the morning, then simply declare him innocent and release him." Chao Qingqiu raised a hand to interrupt him, exclaiming, "I understand. You may leave." The tactic of baiting with a line was familiar to her. Yet, the imminent threat posed by Yi Chen necessitated his swift departure. "Very well." Yi Chen flashed a playful smile and made his way toward the exit. "Wait." Just as he reached the door, Chao Qingqiu called out to him, "Is there something else?" Yi Chen paused and turned back. "Why are you doing this?" Chao Qingqiu inquired, aware that no one would venture to the police station in the dead of night without a compelling motive. "Shall I say that my actions are motivated by a desire to catch a glimpse of the esteemed Captain Chao?" Yi Chen's lips curled into an enchanting smile as he cast her a flirtatious glance before stepping out. "You." Chao Qingqiu had encountered all manner of individuals in the precinct, but this brazen character was indeed a first for her. Upon exiting the police station, Yi Chen glanced back, a smirk playing on his lips before he mounted his bicycle and departed. The following morning, after breakfast, Xiao Ruoxue was about to leave when her mother, Qin Fong, intercepted her. "Xiao Shui, where is your car?" Qin Fong had gone for a morning walk and only noticed upon her return that the vehicle Xiao Ruoxue typically parked at the entrance was missing. After inquiring with Xiao Wenlei, she discovered he had not noticed the absence either. Xiao Ruoxue hesitated for a moment before confessing, "Oh no, it's at the 4S shop. Is it broken already, just a few days after purchase? In the future, we must be more discerning when buying a car." Qin Fong sensed her daughter's evasiveness. "What you do about work?" she added, concerned. Xiao Ruoxue, who rarely had days off, replied, "I'll borrow my dad's car for a few days." She hadn't given this matter much thought, merely speaking off the cuff. Xiao Wenlei immediately objected. "I still need to take your mother to the beauty salon," and then proceeded toward the kitchen. Qin Fong operated a small beauty salon. Fine, then I'll take a taxi, Xiao Ruoxue declared as she made her way to the door. Qin Fong halted her again, suggesting, why not ask Xiao Chen to drive you to work, and then have him return the car afterward? That way, it won't interfere with your father taking me to the salon. Qin Fong's insistence stemmed from her anxiety over a pressing matter. Yi Chun and Xiao Ruoxue had been married for a year with no sign of progress, leaving her feeling embarrassed among her peers. While others' grandchildren were already old enough to run errands, the Xiao family remained stagnant with just 2 generations of 4. Xiao Ruoxue was momentarily taken aback, then replied, no need. Mom, otherwise I... Just as she was speaking, a call from Xiao Zhang came through, prompting her to answer promptly. Xiao Zhang. President Xiao. There's an issue with the discount area on Guangfa Road. Oh what? You're passing by and can pick me up? Excellent. I'll wait for you on my doorstep. After hanging up, Xiao Ruoxue smiled at Qin Fong and said, Xiao Zhang is on his way. With that, she stepped out the door. Qin Fong intended to say something further, but found herself at a loss for words. In the kitchen on the first floor, Yi Chun was tidying up when Xiao Wenlei glanced outside before entering. Xiao Chun, as someone who has been through this, I happen to possess a remedy that has proven effective time and again. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun was puzzled, not comprehending what Xiao Wenlei meant, and his expression reflected his confusion. To Xiao Wenlei, it seemed perhaps the young man was merely shy, so he patted Yi Chun on the shoulder. I'll send it to your study, tucked inside that comprehensive cookbook on Shandong cuisine. With that, Xiao Wenlei stealthily exited the kitchen. Yi Chun remained bewildered, watching Xiao Wenlei's retreating figure, muttering to himself, remedy, proven effective? Chapter 28. Wang Dezhe, in the afternoon, just 10 minutes shy of 2 o'clock. Yi Chun rode his bicycle towards the place where he had met Yi Quan the previous evening. As he approached the tree, a few hundred meters away, the bike chain suddenly slipped off. How could it fail at such a crucial moment? Yi Chun muttered a self-deprecating remark and stopped to make repairs. It seemed this old companion had grown weary lately. As he crouched down, Yi Chun noticed a group of individuals emerging from a leisure club across the street. What caught his attention was one among them, Kuan Gu, the man he had accidentally injured in the alley the night before. Next to him stood a rotund figure with a balding head and a prominent beer belly, and behind them trailed 5 robust men who exuded an aura of martial prowess. Could that be Wang Dazue? Yi Chun speculated silently. The eagerness displayed by Kuan Gu suggested that this man was indeed Wang Fulu. Yi Chun had demanded 1 million from Kuan Gu to lure Wang Fulu out, knowing that for a scoundrel like Kuan Gu, that sum was tantamount to a death sentence. Unable to procure the money himself, Kuan Gu would inevitably turn to Wang Fulu for assistance, and naturally, he would not admit his own incompetence in dealing with Yi Chun. The unfolding events confirmed Yi Chun's expectations, filling him with satisfaction. On the other side, Kuan Gu was conversing with Wang Fulu when he caught sight of Yi Chun squatting beside his bicycle. Gritting his teeth, he informed Wang Fulu, Lu Yi, that brat is over there. Indeed, fate had conspired to bring adversaries into close proximity. Wang Fulu glanced in Yi Chun's direction, a mocking smile curling his lips at the sight of Yi Chun's attire. Today is my day to shine in front of the Yi, he scoffed, further delighted by the sight of the shabby bicycle. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned his thugs forward. Go twist that brat's neck. Yes, Lu Yi. 4 or 5 burly men, brimming with aggression, followed Wang Fulu as they approached Yi Chun, some of them spitting into their palms as they walked. Yi Chun, while tending to his bicycle, wore a devilish grin, silently contemplating Yi Quan's self-proclaimed cleverness. He was eager to see whether Yi Quan or Hu Feng would ultimately prevail. Individuals like Hu Daqing had never warranted Yi Chun's regard, yet Hu Daqing had audaciously enlisted Wang Fulu's thugs to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Yi Quan was relentlessly attempting to curry favor with Yi Chun to obtain the ancient treasures of the Yi family. Yi Chun intended to use this confrontation to ignite discord within Yi Quan's ranks. As Wang Fulu and his entourage reached Yi Chun, the thugs swiftly enclosed him. Empowered by Wang Fulu's presence, Kuan Gu puffed out his chest and proclaimed, "Brat, what a twist of fate." Yi Chun did not even glance their way, continuing to fix his bicycle. I'm talking to you. Be wise and bow to Lu Yi. Surrender your belongings, and he will spare your life. Kuan-ge dared to boast in broad daylight. The group of thugs encircling Yi Chen was itching for action, poised to spring at Wang Fulu's command. Wang Fulu, witnessing Yi Chen's utter indifference, felt a profound sense of humiliation. He, Wang Fulu, was a prominent figure under Hu Sandy, a man of considerable repute, in the entirety of Dongjiang, who did not regard him with a modicum of respect. The mere utterance of Master Lu could provoke individuals to prostrate themselves, eager to curry favor with Hu Sandy for a position among the elite. "Are you deaf, young man?" Wang Fulu's facial muscles twitched as he spoke. At that moment, Yi Chen had just finished tending to his bicycle chain, dusted off his hands, and rose to his feet. The sight of him startled Kuan-ge, causing him to take a step back. "Oh, isn't this Kuan-ge?" Yi Chen, upon standing, disregarded Wang Fulu and his cohorts, focusing solely on Kuan-ge, a smile gracing his lips. Kuan-ge, emboldened by Wang Fulu's backing, felt no fear of this young man, thinking to himself that as long as Yi Chen recognized him, all would be well. He then uttered a bravado-laden remark. "Of course, I recognize you. Who would know Kuan-ge these days?" Even the legendary Wang Dabu would likely bow his head and respectfully address you as Master Kuan. Yi Chen's laughter was delightfully charming. At this, Kuan-ge's courage nearly faltered. Raising his eyebrows and glaring, he bellowed, "You dare speak so recklessly before Master Lu? Beware of losing your tongue." Turning to Wang Fulu, he added, "Please, do not heed this fool's nonsense." Indeed, the expression on Wang Fulu's face darkened immediately. Many referred to him as Wang Dabu, a moniker that gnawed at his pride. Master Lu? Is he not merely a new recruit of Kuan-ge's? The ranks are certainly swelling. Congratulations, Kuan-ge. You are ever closer to your ambitions. Yi Chen remarked, even clasping his fists in salute. Kuan-ge, incensed, gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly. Just as he was about to retort, Wang Fulu shoved him aside. Wang Fulu could see that this young man was attempting to sow discord. Despite being aware of the underlying intention, he could not suppress the fury that surged within him. Wang Fulu held a considerable position in front of Hu Sandy, yet many coveted his status. The individual before him was too cunning. Further discourse would only be a waste of breath. He pushed Kuan-ge aside and stepped back, sneering, "You are courting punishment for your insolence." With a slight nod of his head, he signaled the 5 burly men to take action. The moment they received the command, they sprang into action, targeting Yi Chen's head, chest, waist, arms, and legs simultaneously. In that instant, Yi Chen's smile vanished, and he understood that these 5 men intended to subdue him with a single move. To dare to act so brazenly in public required confidence in their ability to overpower their opponent. Yet they were oblivious to the fact that Yi Chen was not an ordinary adversary. In but a second, a cacophony of sound erupted. Crack, snap, thud, ow. The 5 men, having unleashed their full force, rushed towards the center of the encirclement, now sprawled on the ground in disarray. Wang Fulu's lips curled into a smug smile, internally boasting that not only could he vanquish Yi Chen with the simultaneous efforts of his 5 skilled associates, but even a direct assault would suffice to crush him. However, the very next moment, the smug grin on Wang Fulu's face froze. Simultaneously, Kuan-ge's mouth gaped wide as he slowly turned his head to look behind him. At that moment, the sound of applause resonated from behind them. Yi Chen stood there, clapping his hands while exclaiming such synchronized movements in the act of stealing, truly a testament to their rigorous training. Wang Fulu, upon abruptly turning around, was struck with a chill as he beheld Yi Chen standing there, unharmed and jovial. He realized that this Yi Chen was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Kuan-ge felt his legs weaken, inwardly exclaiming, "Goodness, is this fellow even human?" Chapter 29. Never liking to owe others despite the presence of 5 robust men. Wang Fulu found himself increasingly anxious as he realized that he could not subdue Yi Chen in a single move. However, engaging in further conflict on the street would inevitably attract too much attention. Turning away, he chuckled, "Today, you are fortunate, but do watch your step in the future." At that moment, the 5 men who had fallen were already rising, eager to continue the fray, yet Wang Fulu raised his hand to halt them. Having failed to capture Yi Chen effortlessly, Wang Fulu was reluctant to linger, for Hu Daqing had entrusted him with a crucial mission. Gu, tightly cowering behind Wang Fulu, feared that Yi Chun might bring up the matter of the 1 million from the previous day. But would Yi Chun allow Wang Fulu to depart so easily? Certainly not. With a swift movement, he placed his hand upon the shoulder of the departing Wang Fulu. Unfortunately for you, today is not your lucky day. Wang Fulu was taken aback. For the moment Yi Chen's hand rested upon his shoulder, he felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. What do you intend to do? Wang Fulu stammered, trembling internally as he also cursed Kuan Ji's ancestors. Wang Fulu had overheard a conversation between Hu Sanding and Hu Feng, wherein it was revealed that a person named Yi Chan and Dongjiang possessed a certain item, which Hu Feng instructed Hu Sanding to acquire. He also learned that the item in question was an antiquated coin. Eager to gain favor in front of Hu Sanding, Wang Fulu plotted to obtain this item covertly and present it to him. Through his inquiries, he discovered that Yi Chun was the son-in-law of the Xiao family, known for being quite spineless. When Wang Fulu sent Kuan Gu and his men to handle the matter, they reported that upon encountering Yi Chun, he had fled at the sight of them, and his men could not catch him. Thus, Wang Fulu concluded that Yi Chun was indeed a coward. However, to his astonishment, the strongest henchmen he had brought today were utterly incapable of subduing their opponent. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chun had evaded the 5 men's attacks unscathed. What do I intend to do? Yi Chun remarked, a congenial smile still gracing his lips. I simply wish to settle our accounts, of course. He glanced at Kuan Gu, then added, isn't that right, Kuan Gu? You dare to threaten Master Lu? Kuan Gu prodded, seeing that Wang Fulu remained unmoving. If Wang Fulu did not take action now, his own fate would be uncertain. To everyone's surprise, Wang Fulu began to grin, saying, little brother, let us talk this over. A true hero does not suffer losses in the moment. Wang Fulu had some skill, having gained favor in front of Hu Sanding. Who is your little brother? Yi Chen's expression suddenly darkened. I have never liked to owe anyone anything. Upon hearing this, Wang Fulu was perplexed, his eyes darting as his lips twitched. Big brother certainly has a presence. He altered his address toward Yi Chun. Huh! Yi Chun sneered. You wanted to give me a taste of your power yesterday. Today, I intend to return the favor. At these words, Wang Fulu's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Kuan Gu had not been truthful with him, but it was too late to realize this now. With a fierce glare directed at Kuan Gu, Wang Fulu felt a shiver run down his spine, nearly losing his composure. Brother, let us speak amicably. Every grievance has its source. Surely you have mistaken the culprit. He sought to dissociate himself from the events of the previous day. Is that so? Yi Chun feigned ignorance. Of course. I, Wang Fulu, am a respectable businessman and a subordinate of Hu Sandai from Dongjiang. He invoked his connections, hoping to persuade Yi Chun to spare him. Noticing the doubt etched on Yi Chen's face, Wang Fulu turned sharply to Kuan Gu. What on earth have you done to provoke this esteemed brother? Apologize at once. Hold on. There is no need for apologies. Just remember to repay what you owe me in due time. Yi Chun released his grip. Wang Fulu immediately felt a sense of relief wash over him, realizing that he still held a measure of respect for Hu Sandai. In that case, I must hasten to acquire what I need. If Hu Sandai were to secure it himself, I would lose my chance to gain favor. He added, repaying debts is a matter of principle. Very well. With that affirmation, Yi Chun, having just withdrawn his hand, suddenly struck towards Wang Fulu's face. With a resounding thud, Wang Fulu, believing he had been spared, was taken aback by the punch. His nose collapsed, blood pouring forth. This is but a taste of what you owe, Yi Chun remarked with a nonchalant smile, before turning on his heel and mounting his bicycle to depart. Wang Fulu, having been struck, felt as though his pudgy face had blossomed into a grotesque flower. Yet he could only suppress his fury. He knew he could not cause a scene on the street today. Otherwise, the police would arrive, jeopardizing his plans entirely. The 5 henchmen, witnessing the scene, hurriedly approached. Boss, should we skin that kid alive right now? Scram. You lot are hardly worthy of the task. Wang Fulu seethed, gritting his teeth, lamenting the uselessness of his subordinates. Though he could not retaliate against Yi Chun at present, he still had an outlet for his rage. He lifted his foot and kicked Koen-gu in a sensitive area, muttering useless. Having endured a painful blow the previous day, Koen-gu was already in a weakened state. This kick was truly catastrophic. Oh no. Boss, spare me. Koen-gu dared not resist after the kick. Get lost. Wang Fulu wiped the blood from his face and shouted at Koen-gu. Meanwhile, Chen pedaled steadily on his bicycle, heading towards the tree where he had arranged to meet Yi-Quan. His timely arrival was intended to retrieve an item before checking on the recently released Hua Laochi from the police station. Upon reaching the tree precisely at 2 o'clock, a BMW pulled up at the roadside. A figure emerged from the vehicle, sporting a large bandage on his nose. Chen paused, recognizing the person as Wang Debussy. What brings him here just moments after our encounter? He thought, glancing across the street, where no shops or businesses were visible. Could it be that Yi-Quan sent him to deliver something to me? This is intriguing. Indeed, Wang Fulu approached the tree, holding a brown paper bag in his hand. As he drew near, he was momentarily taken aback. Internally cursing under his breath, he thought, what on earth is this fellow doing here? Glancing at his watch, he noted it was precisely 2 o'clock. He recalled that San had instructed him to deliver the items here at exactly 2, and now he found someone standing beneath the tree, which posed an inconvenience. Wang Fulu found himself in a quandary. After the previous incident, he quickly feigned ignorance of Yi Chen's identity and took a few steps forward, adopting a dismissive tone as he remarked, "You are in the wrong place, my friend." "What? Is this your home?" Yi Chen, of course, understood that individuals like Wang Fulu tend to remember only the pleasures and forget the consequences. Chapter 30. Sowing discord. Yi Chen pedaled steadily on his bicycle, making his way toward the tree where he had arranged to meet Yi-Quan. His timely arrival was motivated by a desire to retrieve an item and then check on the recently released Hua Laochi from the police station. Upon reaching the tree, the clock struck 2, coinciding with the arrival of a BMW that came to a halt by the roadside. A figure emerged from the vehicle, sporting a conspicuous bandage on his nose. Yi Chen was taken aback. Was this not Wang Debussy? They had only crossed paths a few moments ago. What was he doing here? Observing the opposite side of the tree, he noted the absence of any commercial establishments and pondered whether Yi-Quan had directed Wang to deliver something to him. How intriguing. Indeed, Wang Fulu approached, clutching a brown paper bag. As he neared, he too was momentarily stunned. Internally cursing, he thought, why on earth is this brat here? Glancing at the time, he realized it was exactly 2 o'clock and surmised that Sanda must have instructed him to deliver the item here. With someone already standing by the tree, Wang felt his presence was an inconvenience. After the earlier encounter, Wang Fulu quickly feigned ignorance of Yi Chen's identity and stepped forward with a dismissive demeanor, stating, "You're standing in the wrong place, kid." "What? Is this your home?" Yi Chen retorted, well aware that individuals like Wang Fulu often possess selective memories. Stifled by the retort, Wang ignored him and stood beside the tree, awaiting the arrival of his designated contact. Yi Chen, glancing around, remarked, "I remember this spot. It used to be a public restroom. Was it your residence before it was demolished?" Wang Fulu nearly lost his composure upon hearing this, but he swallowed his indignation. He couldn't afford to let his emotions get the better of him. There were more pressing matters at hand. Cursing the rustic country bumpkin in his mind, he vowed that when the opportunity arose, he would make Yi Chen regret it. Observing Wang Fulu's contorted expression, Yi Chen discerned his thoughts and quipped, "Take care of your life. You may find it difficult to locate your teeth later." Startled by Yi Chen's insight into his thoughts, Wang hesitated to dwell further on it. Noticing that Wang was not willing to hand over the item, Yi Chen decided to leave, mounting his bicycle and pedaling away within half a minute. Wang Fulu smirked disdainfully. "Kid, wait till nightfall when the roads are slippery." He continued to stand by the tree, waiting for his contact. But after half an hour had passed with no sign of anyone, his patience began to wane. He had no idea what was in the bag, but he dared not open it. Sanda had only instructed him to deliver it personally without further explanation. Just as he was caught in his indecision, his phone rang. It was Sanda calling. He answered hastily to go, "Damn it, Wang Debussy, do you want to ruin your career?" On the other end, Sanda was livid, his furious voice nearly shattering Wang Fulu's phone. I am currently beneath this tree, waiting for that person, yet they have not arrived. What can I do if they do not come?" Wang Fulu simmered with indignation, feeling the weight of the insult. Nonsense. Hurry back here. The voice on the other end barked before abruptly terminating the call. You old fool. Wang Fulu gritted his teeth, tightly squeezing his phone before departing in his vehicle. Meanwhile, as Hussein hung up the phone, another call from Yi Quan came through. Brother-in-law, I truly sent someone. The heavens bear witness. Hussein sought to appease Yi Quan, stating that he had confirmed no one had indeed gone there. It took considerable effort to entice him, and he chose that insignificant piece of land, the very one that nearly drove you to despair, to exchange for the Yi family's treasure. Is that not a worthy bargain? Then, you have unwittingly sabotaged your brother-in-law's plan. On the other end, Yi Quan seethed with anger, but his words still held a semblance of civility. Brother-in-law, with a clear conscience, I assure you I dispatched only my most trusted, meticulous individuals who would never err. Hussein continued to explain. Yi Quan, however, saw no need to elaborate further. In his view, Hu Feng had deliberately orchestrated De Qing's actions. De Qing, regardless of Yi Chen's shortcomings, he is still a member of the Yi family. What is your intention in threatening him behind your brother-in-law's back? Yi Quan felt compelled to remind Hussein of this matter. Furthermore, what is the situation with your subordinates who owe Yi Chen money and refuse to repay him? Threatening Yi Chen? Not repaying debts? Hussein was bewildered. Indeed, Hu Feng had instructed him to keep an eye on Yi Chen's movements and, should an opportunity arise, to acquire that ancient Yi family coin. Yet he had not yet found the chance. Where was the threat in that? Brother-in-law, I am wronged. I have done nothing, Hussein firmly asserted, unwilling to bear the blame for actions he had not taken. Very well, take care of yourself. Yi Quan, filled with frustration, hung up the phone. 10 minutes prior, Yi Quan had called Yi Chen to inquire if he was satisfied with the villa at Dongzhou Slope. Yet Yi Chen had responded that he had not received the items and had been threatened by Hussein. Yi Chen spoke passionately over the phone. Brother Quan, ultimately, one cannot write two Yi characters in the same stroke. How can you allow outsiders to bully me, Yi Chen? It is one thing to withhold what was promised. It is another to corner me in an alley with threats. And your brother-in-law, Hu Daqing, inciting his subordinates to default on their debts to me. Listening to Yi Chen's grievances, Yi Quan's teeth clenched in fury at Hu Feng's actions. Hu Feng, after all these years of marriage, have you truly kept a divided heart? Just one ancient coin from the Yi family reveals everything. Consequently, Yi Quan had resolved to be wary of the Hu family. Having orchestrated the events of the day, Yi Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction with the outcome. The villa at Dongzhou Slope was certain to be delivered to him by any means necessary. Yet he was in no rush to acquire such possessions at present. As he becomes increasingly evasive, Yi Quan will undoubtedly intensify his efforts. And with Yi Quan's escalation, Hussein Dang will find it easier to reveal his true colors. Meng Qingying's words have led Yi Chen to suspect that the enigmatic Axi is the prime suspect. Yet Hussein Dang, notorious for his lack of morals, cannot be entirely dismissed from the equation. Regarding Lin Qinjiao, the dragon of Dongjiang, Yi Chen feels an inexplicable certainty that she has no connection to the illicit activities at the docks. However, the conundrum arises. Although Yi Chen believes she is uninvolved, the current controller of the Lehigh dock is indeed Lin Qinjiao. Thus, Yi Chen deduces that there must be individuals linked to Axi or Hussein Dang within her ranks. Should Hussein Dang be implicated in the drug trafficking at the docks, the financial constraints he faces will surely compel him to activate that economic chain. Once Hussein Dang initiates the drug trafficking economic chain, it will present Yi Chen with the most opportune moment to act. Furthermore, since both Axi and Hussein Dang maintain associations with Lin Qinjiao, it is evident that they are utilizing the docks for some purpose. As for the nature of this association, Yi Chen remains unaware at present. Chapter 31. A brief encounter. As a young wolf, Yi Chen pedaled his bicycle towards the direction of Gujiao Street. If Chao Qingxiu believed my words and has released Hua Laoqi, he must be quenching his thirst at some establishment on Gujiao Street by now. Yi Chen was curious to explore what venues on Gujiao Street might be suitable for concealing illicit substances. Upon arriving at the street corner, he spotted someone. Chao Qingxiu? She actually took to the field herself? It appeared that this legendary Captain Chao was indeed living up to her reputation. despite the immense influence of the Chow family. It was said that Chao Qingqiu had risen through the ranks of the police force from an ordinary officer to her current position solely through her own merit. Chen stopped his bicycle beside a red Volkswagen Beetle, and it seemed Chao Qingqiu had already noticed him. The car window was rolled down. "Hey there, beautiful. What a coincidence." Chen waved in greeting. Chao Qingqiu, clad in a fitted black dress with cascading curls, exuded an alluring fragrance that spoke of her femininity. The contrast to the cold demeanor she displayed in uniform yesterday was striking. Yet, even though she was made up and donned in alluring attire, Chen couldn't help but feel that her unique aura remained unmistakable. "What brings you here?" Chao Qingqiu inquired, casting a glance at Chen through the window. "Just here to buy some groceries. Gujiao Street is renowned for its fresh seafood. I thought I'd pick up a couple of turtle for dinner." Chen chuckled, his gaze wandering. "Really? Aren't you worried that such rich nutrients might overwhelm your constitution?" Chao Qingqiu teased in return, her impression of Chen slightly diminished. "Well, I thought I'd scout around first. If there are no turtles, a few shrimp would suffice." Chen replied, his eyes returning to Chao Qingqiu, raising an eyebrow and giving her a flirtatious look. Chao Qingqiu dismissed his playful banter with a cool tone. "There are indeed a few shrimp available on Gujiao Street. There's a bar behind me that operates 24 hours. Oh, how about we check it out then?" Chen winked, swiftly grasping Chao Qingqiu's intent. At that moment, Chao Qingqiu understood Chen's meaning as well, stepping out of the car and remarking, "In that outfit, you might just be mistaken for a dead fish and thrown out." "What should I do then?" Chen feigned innocence, though he had no shortage of ways to enter wherever he desired. "I'll take a hit for you. You can temporarily be my little wolf dog, and I'll escort you inside," Chao Qingqiu said, lifting her arm to link it with Chen's. Chen stifled a laugh, exclaiming, "This little wolf dog looks quite dashing." Despite Chao Qingqiu's formidable appearance, her arm felt surprisingly soft, stirring an unexpected yearning within him. Concealing his bicycle in a discreet location, Chen walked alongside Chao Qingqiu, their arms entwined, making their way to a nearby establishment. A few hundred meters ahead, they indeed found a bar named the Ever-Touring Fish. What an exquisite name, Chen mused to himself as he glanced upward. Two young men at the entrance appeared sharp and dapper in their suits, radiating vitality. Chao Qingqiu wore a demeanor of refined elegance, her smile subtle yet distinguished. Upon reaching the entrance, she nonchalantly extracted 1,000 yuan from her bag, scarcely glancing at the attendant, and handed the money aside. Chen observed this and silently praised her expertise. Her gesture of tipping exuded a level of professionalism. The two young attendants, upon receiving the money, bowed slightly, their expressions brimming with deference. "Madam, please enjoy your time." Chen returned their smiles with genuine warmth, gesturing amicably, "Delightful, delightful, ha." As they stepped inside, Chao Qingqiu stifled a laugh, managing to produce a smile that seemed almost rehearsed. "I nearly believed you were truly a little wolf dog," she jested, clearing his throat. Chen retracted his smile. "Captain Chao, your dedication is commendable. You perform even better than I do. How could I possibly hinder your efforts? However, being a little wolf dog for a day under your guidance is indeed a stroke of fortune." Chao Qingqiu's expression darkened, her displeasure evident. She sensed that Chen was no ordinary individual. "Cease your frivolous banter. Adhere to my lead," she admonished as they walked. "Your expression? You possess but a single countenance. How am I to interpret it?" Though Chao Qingqiu could smile, Chen found her smile lacking in professionalism. "You," she shot him a sidelong glare. All right. I shall heed your words." Chen promptly acquiesced. Upon reaching the front desk, two young ladies stood attentively, their attire both appropriate and tasteful. The establishment gave no indication of an exuberant atmosphere. Both Chen and Chao Qingqiu were unfazed by the fade. Continuing their routine, Chao Qingqiu offered a tip once more, then surprisingly produced a golden VIP card from her bag, requesting a distinctive private room. "Madam, please hold on." The front desk attendant accepted the tip with minimal acknowledgement, evidently accustomed to such gratuities. After a brief pause, she raised her head and said, "Madam, thank you for your patience. Your room is in the Yunming Hall on the 3rd floor." Chao Qingqiu remained silent, casting a glance at Yi Chen before turning toward the elevator. Inside, she maintained a steady gaze. You must be prepared. Once we leave here, you will need to report certain matters to me. Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback by her sudden remark. As a good citizen, I am fully compliant with Captain Chao's directives. What further details must I provide? If you do not initiate the conversation, I possess ample methods to draw it out of you. Chao Qingqiu replied in a low voice. Please do not be so stern. After all, I am your little wolf dog. Yi Chen feigned a coy demeanor, his face adorned with exaggerated charm. While speaking, he playfully tugged at the hem of her short skirt and gently patted her shoulder. Chao Qingqiu was left with goosebumps from his antics. Oh, by the way, Captain, do you frequently patronize this establishment? How is it that you possess their VIP card? Yi Chen inquired. This is called professionalism. You wouldn't understand. Just fulfill your role as my little wolf dog and refrain from unnecessary questions. Chao Qingqiu seized the opportunity to tease Yi Chen. He chose not to contest her words, whispering through clenched teeth, what if I become addicted to this? Chao Qingqiu cast a scathing glare, and Yi Chen chose not to utter another word. On the third floor, in the dimly lit Yunmeng Hall, several sofas adorned the space, while a grand high platform displayed a vibrant spectacle, featuring a woman clad in black leather performing an alluring pole dance. At the tables below, two waitstaff, impeccably dressed, attended to the patrons. As Chao Qingqiu settled onto the sofa, she nonchalantly flung a stack of cash from her bag, instructing them to leave. The four service personnel, including the pole dancer, promptly approached, collected their tips, and subsequently exited the private room. Yi Chen observed the scene before him, astonished by the display. He was aware of the Chao family's immense influence, yet he had not anticipated such formidable financial power. Chapter 32. The meat is quite tender since entering the high bar. Chao Qingqiu had generously rewarded nearly 10,000 in tips. This was merely for gratuities. As the crowd dispersed, just as Chao Qingqiu was about to speak, Yi Chen suddenly lunged towards her, wrapping his arms around her neck. Chao Qingqiu's body stiffened, ready to unleash her anger, but then she heard Yi Chen's whisper, "There are cameras." She immediately froze. The two maintained their embrace for a good 10 seconds. Although Chao Qingqiu was an experienced officer, adept at various disguises and undercover missions, the intimacy of this moment left her feeling quite embarrassed. Dressed in a fitted short skirt, she was already feeling confined sitting on the sofa, and now Yi Chen's substantial frame pressed against her, his arm encircling her neck. The proximity was overwhelming, and the sound of his masculine breaths sent a wave of tension through her body. "I'm going to the restroom now. Just wait for me here," Yi Chen murmured in her ear before finally releasing her. "Why go to the restroom?" Chao Qingqiu asked, her expression one of confusion. "Of course, to take care of some matters." Yi Chen feigned shyness, turning his head slightly with a look of playful melancholy before heading towards the restroom. Chao Qingqiu gritted her teeth, muttering under her breath, "What a little wolf dog, making it seem as if I can't satisfy you." After about 20 seconds, Yi Chen emerged from the restroom, shaking his hands as he exclaimed, "Looks like I really need to buy a turtle to make some soup." Chao Qingqiu shot him a sideways glance, internally cursing him for making her feel like she was the one lacking in performance. Was there any humor in this? Yi Chen approached the sofa, shrugged, and declared, "The surveillance is gone. Now we can do whatever we wish." At this, Chao Qingqiu felt a jolt of surprise. She had always suspected Yi Chen was not an ordinary person, but she had not anticipated his skills to be so exceptional. His identity was undoubtedly more complex than merely being the son-in-law of the Shao family. This morning, she had thoroughly researched Yi Chen's background and discovered that he was indeed the Shao family's son-in-law. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but admire him internally, then remarked, "I never expected such a remarkable individual to be among the good citizens of Dongjiang." Yi Chen's willingness to assist her stemmed from a desire to utilize her, hoping to glean information about the drug chain through legal means by leveraging the connections of Hua Laoqi. However, Chao Qingqiu's words were quite clear. It seemed that she was beginning to suspect my true identity. Chao Qingqiu was no ordinary person. She could easily discern Yi Chen's uniqueness. Utilizing him was merely a convenient option. Have you heard of the magnetic field effect, Captain Chow? Yi Chen smirked. After spending time with you, I've been somewhat influenced. His explanation felt rather forced, yet there was an ambiguous tone in his voice that greatly displeased Chao Qingxiu. Is it possible that if I toss you into a pigsty, you would somehow manage to produce a litter of piglets? A cold smile crept onto Chao Qingxiu's lips, but immediately after saying it, she felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, appearing quite playful. Chao Qingxiu suddenly composed himself and remarked that they should discuss serious matters. This lively venue is a frequent haunt of Hua Lao Qi. Our team has discovered that he entered here and has not emerged since. With Captain Chow personally involved, it seems the information is credible. What shall we do next? Yi Chen replied earnestly. The owner here is a woman named Lu Yixiao, who is exceedingly lecherous. Chao Qingxiu stated. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen displayed a peculiar expression. A woman who is lecherous? Yet, understanding that Lu Yixiao is merely an alias, he remained contemplative. Be more serious. Gao Ginki Zito, Visibili Ditsplet. Not at all, Captain Chow. If this woman is indeed lecherous, she must have a preference for dashing young men. Surely, you do not expect me to sacrifice my charm? Yi Chen exclaimed, feigning surprise. Chao Qingxiu nodded, scrutinizing Yi Chen from head to toe, slightly furrowing his brow as he remarked that although he appeared somewhat unsavory, he still possessed a certain appeal. This is a splendid opportunity to showcase your personal charisma. Tender appeal. Yi Chen muttered, feeling as if Chao Qingxiu had tasted it firsthand. If you continue to babble, I shall have you detained immediately. Chao Qingxiu's expression turned stern. On what grounds? Yi Chen inquired promptly. You illegally intruded into the private space of law enforcement personnel yesterday. I still have the surveillance footage. Chao Qingxiu raised an eyebrow, issuing a subtle threat. Yi Chen blinked, pondering whether Chao Qingxiu's lounge was equipped with surveillance. He had not noticed. So, is there no room for negotiation? Yi Chen's face reflected a sense of grievance. Chao Qingxiu nodded, confident that this course of action would yield only benefits for you. What benefits? To embrace a threshold? Yi Chen shrugged. It is not as if I am asking you to make a grand sacrifice. Just a light touch, you understand? But what do you mean by threshold? Chao Qingxiu clarified. Many ride the few. Yi Chen stifled a mischievous grin. Before departing the private room, Chao Qingxiu produced a button, holding it between his fingers and waving it before Yi Chen's eyes. Remember, do not lose this. What is this? Yi Chen recognized it as a covert recording device, but pretended to be oblivious. What it is, you need not know. Just consider it, Chao Qingxiu said, while gently tugging on Yi Chen's collar, treating it as a gift. After pulling on the collar, he swiftly removed the first imitation button from Yi Chen's casual attire. Hey, what are you doing? Yi Chen feigned fear, instinctively raising his hands to shield his chest. What am I doing? Naturally, I am attending to serious matters. Remove your hands. Following this, Chao Qingxiu affixed the button to Yi Chen's clothing. Yi Chen glanced down, finding it rather stylish. Perhaps I should replace the other buttons as well. Be serious. After securing it, Chao Qingxiu inspected Yi Chen once more, ensuring there were no flaws, before patting him on the shoulder. You look good. Now proceed as I instructed. Chao Qingxiu whispered a few instructions into Yi Chen's ear and then inquired, Do you remember? Having said that, he retrieved a small prop mole from his bag and affixed it to Yi Chen's chin, adding a mark. In his heart, Yi Chen mused that such trivial tricks posed no challenge for him, the son-in-law of the Shao family. Yet to the dragon blood demon, they were mere child's play. Noticing Chao Qingxiu's expectant gaze, he reassured her, Rest assured, Captain Chow, with your personal guidance and involvement, this endeavor is bound to succeed flawlessly. Chao Qingxiu rolled her eyes, dismissing Yi Chen's flattery, and then nodded in satisfaction, reminding him, Remember, we must withdraw in 10 minutes. What is Captain Chow subtly implying? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he adjusted his attire and made his way towards the door. Observing Yi Chen's retreating figure, Chao Qingxiu blinked, pondering why she felt an inexplicable trust in him. As she noticed someone passing in the corridor, she hurriedly shut the door, leaning against it while murmuring to herself, What if Yi Chen reveals a flaw? Wouldn't that disrupt all my plans? Chapter 33. Lu Yixiao on the fourth floor, in an open hall. Three alluring women clad only in strips of fabric danced upon a circular stage. The kaleidoscope of vibrant lights illuminated the space, creating an enchanting atmosphere, while patrons reveled in both drink and dance. A few men even ascended the stage, their eyes fixated on the scantily clad dancers, their hands wandering indiscriminately. Amidst the crowd, Chen, sporting a wig of golden locks, navigated through the throng. The wig, a modest accessory belonging to Wu Taishan, was conveniently at hand today. He casually found a table and, upon passing by a server, seized a glass of wine. After taking a small sip, he rose and, glass in hand, ventured into the mass of people. Once engulfed in the crowd, Chen feigned intoxication, staggering slightly, and inadvertently collided with a woman. With a gentle tremor, he spilled some wine onto himself. The woman, with her cascading curls and crimson lips, donned a form-fitting red dress that accentuated her curves. A mere brush against her elicited a smile, and she playfully pouted her lips at Chen, leaning in closer. "Oh, you little charmer. Have you taken a liking to your older sister?" she teased, raising a hand to playfully caress his chin. Chen pretended to wipe the wine from his attire, his gaze hazy as he regarded her. Noticing Chen's naivety, the woman's heart fluttered with delight. She playfully tapped his chin and coyly suggested, "Sister has a big, soft bed waiting for you." With that, she entwined her arm with his, guiding him toward the exit of the crowd. Chen, playing along, followed her lead. "Little brother, you seem unfamiliar. Is this your first time swimming?" she inquired, her gaze lingering on him with a glint of desire. "Swimming?" Chen feigned ignorance. "Ha ha, truly a novice, but that only makes me like you more," she exclaimed, reaching to embrace his neck as they approached the staircase. Chen recoiled slightly, slipping free from her grasp. "It's a bit chilly, isn't it?" "Indeed, it is rather cold here, but my room is warm," she replied, her eyes fixed on him as they ascended to the fifth floor. Upon reaching the fifth floor, they encountered two rooms. As they stood before one of the doors, the woman again grew bold, playfully pinching Chen's waist and giggling. "Such a firm waist, I like it." Chen glanced around, contemplating that Lu Yixiao shouldn't be mingling among the crowd. Yet he sensed that this woman was distinct from the others. While observing the crowd on the fourth floor, he had pinpointed his focus on her, noting the unmistakable air of experience she exuded, in stark contrast to the more carefree demeanor of the other women. Thus, he deduced that this woman in the red dress was likely Lu Yixiao. However, upon reaching the fifth floor, uncertainty crept in. This establishment boasted 5 levels, yet only 2 large rooms awaited them on the top floor. In the event that Lu Yixiao has an assistant or something of the sort on this floor, Chen thought to himself, to ensure absolute safety, he said, I am indeed Lu Yixiao's person. Are you not afraid, sister?" "Sure." The woman raised her hand to cover her luscious lips, signaling Chen to remain silent. Upon witnessing this, Chen felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Could it be that I have misjudged? This woman is not Lu Yixiao? Then, with a smile, the woman opened the door and said, "What of Lu Yixiao's person? Does the little brother not think that some things, when stolen and savored, are all the more delectable?" Following this, the woman entered the room, pulling Chen in with her, and locked the door behind them. Upon hearing this, Chen's heart sank. She was indeed not Lu Yixiao. Yet, he maintained a composed demeanor, thinking, "I am but a gift sent to Lu Yixiao by Flower Old 7. Is the sister not afraid of repercussions for indulging in such thievery?" "Oh." The woman raised her eyebrows, her expression darkening. "When did this creature learn to present gifts to me?" Upon hearing her words, Chen realized she was indeed Lu Yixiao. But why had she acted so earlier? It dawned on him. Chao Qingqiu had mentioned that Lu Yixiao was exceedingly lecherous. A woman of her caliber had likely sampled every delicacy imaginable, from gourmet cuisine to rustic fare, and at appropriate times sought her own amusement. You are Lu." Chen pretended to tremble in fear. As Lu Yixiao noticed his demeanor, her delight grew. "Little brother, what are you afraid of? Do you think I would consume you?" Lu Yixiao's laughter became even sweeter. "And no, I'm not afraid." Chen feigned a stutter. "But, is it truly you, Lu Yixiao?" "How so?" Do I not seem the part? Lu Yixiao said, reluctantly releasing Yi Chen as she leaned back onto the sofa. Why you seem? Yi Chen's gaze discreetly roamed the expansive room, which was adorned with 4 large sofa sets. To the left of the living room was a small, circular stage, while to the right was an open space separated only by a sheer curtain, revealing a grand bed within. Observing Yi Chen's bashful demeanor, Lu Yixiao felt even more jubilant. She casually picked up a cigarette from the nearby table and lit it with a snap. A puff of smoke escaped as she beckoned Yi Chen with a finger. Obediently, Yi Chen approached her, yet he did not take a seat, remaining standing with a sense of propriety. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor in the Yunmeng Hall, Chao Qingxiu was observing her phone screen. Lu Yixiao truly lives up to her notorious reputation for being insatiably lustful. TSK, TSK. Chao Qingxiu mused to herself. However, this Yi Chen possesses remarkable discernment. He can identify Lu Yixiao amidst a crowd with such ease, a skill that takes years of practice to hone. Or perhaps, his ability is innate, a natural gift. On the 5th floor, in Lu Yixiao's room, she exhaled a plume of smoke and leisurely inquired, "Little brother, what is your name?" "What do you like, sister?" "Then name me accordingly," Yi Chen replied. Laughter erupted from Lu Yixiao as she exclaimed, "Indeed, you are quite obedient. I find such qualities endearing. Henceforth I shall call you Xiao Xiao, if you please." With another bout of laughter, she noticed Yi Chen nodding in agreement, and then composed her expression. "Fear not, Xiao Xiao. As long as you accompany me today, I assure you a future of prosperity and the life you desire." Lu Yixiao added with a playful wink directed at Yi Chen. "Indeed, indeed." Yi Chen's face lit up with joy. However, Lu Yixiao continued with a warning. "But let me be clear. Should you fail to serve me adequately, do not expect my kindness to endure. At that time, you may find yourself parting with certain appendages, such as your hands, feet, kidneys, or liver." "Yes, yes," Yi Chen hurriedly affirmed. Chapter 34. Do not shout. It is unseemly. Yi Chen patiently awaited Lu Yixiao to reveal her true intentions. In the Yunmeng Hall, Chao Qingxiu could not help but chuckle at Yi Chen's words, thinking him to be quite the exceptional character. However, at that moment, a bolder thought crossed Chao Qingxiu's mind. If only she knew whether her senior brother would deem her actions too rash. Never mind. That could be addressed later. Such a valuable asset must not be overlooked. Naturally, the subject of her contemplation was Yi Chen. She perceived him as not only intelligent, but also possessing a certain unique quality, the essence of which eluded her comprehension. On the 5th floor, Lu Yixiao observed Yi Chen's obedient demeanor with great satisfaction. Extinguishing her cigarette in the ashtray, she mused aloud, that scoundrel, Hua Laoqi, has finally done something worthwhile." She beckoned Yi Chen over with a gesture. He approached, and she pulled him onto the sofa beside her. With an arm draped over his shoulder, she cast a sidelong glance at him, proclaiming, "Regardless of what name you bore before or where you hailed from, you are mine now, and you shall heed my words." Indeed, Yi Chen felt a wave of nervousness wash over him, his hands fidgeting upon his lap, avoiding Lu Yixiao's gaze. "What did Hua Laoqi say when he sought you out?" Lu Yixiao remained vigilant. "He mentioned that I should find Lu Yixiao and that there was a task to be arranged. My uncle has been diagnosed with late-stage cancer, and my family is in need of financial assistance." Yi Chen fabricated his story. Your family is quite numerous, then?" Lu Yixiao's gaze remained fixed on Yi Chen's face, observing the subtle shifts in his expression. "In need of money, you say? Sister can assist you." From Yi Chen's words, Lu Yixiao discerned that he was indeed a novice, unfamiliar with the unwritten rules of their world. To address Hua Laoqi by name and speak so directly to her was a breach of decorum. Despite Yi Chen's transgressions, Lu Yixiao felt a surge of delight. Such a blank slate was most malleable for her purposes. "Thank you, sister." Yi Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he met her gaze. "There's no need for pleasantries between us. We shall be like family from now on," Lu Yixiao declared, withdrawing her arm. "Now, pour a glass of wine for your sister." She gestured toward the half-bottle of red wine on the table, and then, picking up the remote control, she switched off all the surveillance cameras in the room. Yi Chen acknowledged, promptly rising to retrieve the wine. He opened a glass and poured its contents before presenting the glass to Lu Yixiao, cradling it with both hands. Lu Yixiao regarded him intently. You know, despite your youth, you possess a certain handsomeness and a commendable physique. However, your attire leaves much to be desired. I shall have Hua Laoqi procure you a proper outfit. Thank you, sister, Yi Chen replied, a smile breaking upon his face as he offered the glass. Lu Yixiao took the glass, downed its contents in one swift motion, and extended it for a refill. Yi Chen complied. You should have a glass as well, Lu Yixiao instructed. I do not drink. Yi Chen trembled slightly. Lu Yixiao squinted her eyes. You claim to be unable to drink, yet you dare to spill it all over yourself. Is that not a waste of my fine wine? Or do you believe that my wine is unworthy of you? No. Yi Chen hastily clarified. When I ask you to drink, you must comply. Lu Yixiao's expression darkened. Yi Chen promptly turned over a cup and poured himself half a glass. Only then did Lu Yixiao smile again, nodding in satisfaction. Now, that's more like it. I appreciate those who are obedient. Raising her glass, she clinked it against Yi Chen's. Cheers. Yi Chen lifted his cup, inhaling the pleasant aroma of the wine. It was indeed exquisite and devoid of any peculiarities. He pretended to imitate Lu Yixiao, gulping it down in one go. Since you have partaken of my wine, I shall share a secret with you. Lu Yixiao set down her glass, gazing at him with a dreamy smile. Yi Chen thought to himself, surely, Lu Yixiao isn, he going to ask me to deliver goods now? A figure of her stature in the underworld wouldn't be so naive. Indeed, Lu Yixiao chuckled and seized Yi Chen's hand. I wish to tell you that a man of your caliber is a flavor I have yet to savor. Would you like to indulge me in a moment of joy right now? Yi Chen cursed inwardly. Damn, this woman is truly impatient. Sister, Yi Chen feigned fear. I'm not ready yet. Ha. I adore your type. Lu Yixiao exclaimed as she yanked Yi Chen onto the sofa, pinning him down. Yi Chen fell back onto the couch, gazing at Lu Yixiao in terror. Lu Yixiao pressed down on him, her hand gently caressing his face, such tender flesh, both fresh and succulent. Yet, her expression shifted from blissful to ominous as she continued. Who are you? As her finger traced Yi Chen's cheek, she felt a sudden numbness around her waist, causing her lower body to lose sensation. I am Xiao. Yi Chen replied with a sly smile, and with that, he flipped Lu Yixiao onto the sofa. He straightened his clothes, sighing, what was all this fuss about? Such trivial tricks after all this time. Lu Yixiao's heart sank, realizing she had encountered a formidable opponent, and she opened her mouth to call for help. The moment she did, something lodged itself in her throat, prompting a fit of violent coughing. Cough. What did you make me swallow? Lu Yixiao's face contorted with fear. Do not be afraid, sister. Xiao merely offered you a piece of candy. Yi Chen mimicked her tone. Xiao, what a vile name. Lu Yixiao retorted. I was merely advising you not to shout unnecessarily. It would be unwise. But if you truly enjoy shouting, Xiao does not mind. After all, it could lead to... Ahem. Yi Chen made a slicing motion across his throat. He mused, I wonder how the police would react if they stumbled upon the scene. Some matters of yours might not remain concealed. Lu Yixiao felt a substance sliding into her stomach, her eyes widening in shock. What do you intend to do? I harbor no particular intentions. I merely wish to spend time in the company of my sister. Yi Chen crouched beside the sofa, fixating on Lu Yixiao's countenance. Was it Hua Laoqi who compelled you to act thus? Lu Yixiao could scarcely fathom that after so many years, she would find herself ensnared by a mere young man. Alas, do not even mention Hua Laoqi. He owes me an exorbitant sum, which I suspect he shall never repay. Otherwise, why would I seek you out, Lu Yixiao? Yi Chen feigned a sigh, weaving the words that Chao Qingqiu had just imparted to him. How much does he owe you? Upon hearing this, Lu Yixiao felt a sense of reassurance. As long as it pertained to financial matters, everything could be resolved. Not much, merely 24 million. Yet this rascal has not reimbursed me a single cent. As Yi Chen spoke, he tapped his fingers rhythmically against the edge of the sofa. Chapter 35. Is there a problem with the wine? Upon hearing Yi Chen mention 24 million, Lu Yixiao inwardly cursed that scoundrel, Hua Laoqi. What a wretch, to owe such a substantial sum of money outside. and now the creditors are demanding it from me. 20 million is not an excessive amount. Grant me 3 days, Lu Yixiao declared. I gave Hua Lao Qi 3 months. Yet he did not deliver a single penny. Now I no longer seek money. I demand goods, Yi Chen said fiercely, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Very well, goods it is, Lu Yixiao responded readily, thinking that if he could appease this young man for the moment, the rest could be negotiated. You release me now, and I shall procure the goods for you immediately, Lu Yixiao added. Releasing you now is out of the question. This acupoint technique I employ is a long-lost skill in our circles. Beyond myself, no one can resolve it. Yi Chen rose and moved to another seat. If you do not release me, how can I procure the goods for you? Lu Yixiao inquired, his eyes darting. Do not think I am unaware. You have so many people under your command, do you not? They cannot all be merely idling away. You cannot leave now, but you still possess a mouth, do you not? Yi Chen shot a glance at Lu Yixiao. Lu Yixiao pondered, what do you intend to do? The surveillance was turned off by her, and now no one can witness the events transpiring within this room. If she were to scream, this individual would undoubtedly subdue her before her voice could reach the outside. Lu Yixiao had heard of such acupoint techniques, but believed them to be long extinct. No one in the current circles practiced them. Yi Chen glanced at the time. 8 minutes had already elapsed. He stated, goods by 8 o'clock tonight, deliver them to the 3rd garbage bin in Xichao Alley. Xichao Alley is less than 100 meters from the police station where Chao Qingxiu is located. All right. Lu Yixiao nodded vigorously. Yi Chen, affirming with a nod, stood and walked toward the door, saying, once I have the goods, I shall naturally come to release your acupoints. Lu Yixiao wished to say more, but opened his mouth, only to utter nothing. After Yi Chen departed, Lu Yixiao began to shift his body toward the location of the remote control. In Yunming Hall, Chao Qingxiu gazed at the screen of her phone, nearly bursting into laughter. This Yi Chen truly has not disappointed me. 9.5 minutes later, Yi Chen returned to Yunming Hall. Upon entering, he swiftly removed the yellow wig, along with the false mole that Chao Qingxiu had inadvertently affixed to his chin. Phew, these items do indeed possess strong adhesive properties. He then yanked off the button surveillance device and handed it to Chao Qingxiu. Well done. Chao Qingxiu rose to greet him. Though slightly below my expectations, you managed to extract this much information on your first attempt, which is commendable. By the way, who did you learn that voice modulation technique from? Chao Qingxiu inquired while putting away the surveillance button. Throughout, she had heard Yi Chen's voice, as if it belonged to an entirely different individual. As soon as he entered, hearing so much from Chao Qingxiu, Yi Chen wore a faint smile. Since you are satisfied, it is time to address my concerns, he said while lowering his gaze to sniff the scent of alcohol clinging to him. What concerns? Chao Qingxiu, taken aback, asked. Yi Chen, a man with a family and a wife, contemplated the repercussions of his inebriated state upon returning home. This is quite the predicament. He sighed. That is your concern, not mine, Chao Qingxiu retorted, her mood shifting abruptly. Oh, Yi Chen replied with a light sigh, before continuing. I suppose I shall have to explain that I encountered the granddaughter of Chao Yanting on the way back, and she insisted on dragging me into a night of revelry. Upon hearing this, Chao Qingxiu was taken aback. How could he invoke her grandfather's name in such a context? A night of revelry? If that were to spread, how would I explain it to Chao Yanting? She thought, if you find that narrative unsuitable, I shall rephrase it. Yi Chen mused. I could say that Chao Yanting's granddaughter found me rather delectable. Chao Qingxiu, unwilling to entertain his frivolous remarks any longer, stood up and made her way outside. That is more like it, she remarked, turning to leave while noticing the lingering scent of alcohol on herself. The quality of this drink leaves much to be desired. Once outside, they headed directly to the location where Chao Qingxiu had parked her vehicle. What about your bicycle? She inquired as she opened the car door. It's foldable. It can fit in the trunk, Yi Chen replied, promptly turning to retrieve it. In less than 2 minutes, he returned with the bicycle, neatly folded and in hand. Let us go. I'll take you to change your clothes, Chao Qingxiu said, nodding as she got into the car and opened the trunk. All right. Yi Chen placed the bicycle in the trunk and hopped into the passenger seat. As they drove, a silence enveloped them. Not far along the road, Yi Chen spotted a stall selling clothing and urged Chao Qingxiu to stop. After disembarking, he purchased a short-sleeved shirt and returned to the car. Chao Qingxiu cast a disdainful glance at the garment in his hand. "Is this what you intend to wear?" she questioned. "Indeed," Chen replied nonchalantly. "The Xiao family is not as formidable as rumored," Chao Qingxiu murmured as she resumed driving. Chen, upon hearing her words, chose not to engage further. Chao Qingxiu eventually drove them home. Once the car came to a stop, she informed Chen that the house was empty and urged him to be swift. "Understood," Chen acknowledged, recognizing that as an unmarried young woman, any rumors could lead to undesirable consequences for her. Upon exiting the vehicle, Chen observed that the residence was a traditional courtyard, a rarity in Dongjiang. Noticing Chen's curiosity, Chao Qingxiu admonished him, "What are you staring at? Hurry up." "All right," Chen replied, redirecting his gaze and following her into the house. They did not linger in the front courtyard. Instead, they passed through a moon gate into the back courtyard, arriving at Chao Qingxiu's room. "I'll give you 10 minutes. Make the most of it. 1 minute over, and I'll be throwing you out," Chao Qingxiu warned as she handed him a towel. 5 minutes will suffice," Chen declared, taking the towel and the newly purchased shirt before stepping into the bathroom. Chao Qingxiu's gaze remained fixed on him as he entered. Suddenly, Chen turned around and, eyeing her cautiously, asked, "What are you doing? Don't peek while I shower." "You." Chao Qingxiu swiftly averted his gaze. "I shall wait for you outside." Within the restroom, there was a private bathing area. Chen stepped inside and glanced at the large mirror. Ah, what a grand mirror to have in a bathroom. How much does one admire their own physique? He disrobed, adjusted the water temperature, and commenced his shower. However, scarcely a minute into the rinse, Chen began to feel an overwhelming heat enveloping his body, and his throat grew parched. Almost instantly, before he could comprehend the situation, a searing sensation ignited within his stomach. Alarmed, Chen pondered whether there was something amiss with the wine from Lu Yixiao. Yet, based on his experience, he could detect any foreign substances in the wine with but a whiff. As his mind replayed the events in Lu Yixiao's room, he failed to uncover any discrepancies. What exactly had Lu Yixiao added to the wine? Chapter 36. The legendary Chao Yanting suppressing the discomfort in his stomach with great difficulty. Chen hurriedly finished his shower in just a few minutes and began changing his clothes. Although uncertain of what substances Lu Yixiao had mixed into her drink, he recognized it as a slow-acting agent. However, he could not ascertain whether it was a poison or a drug. With the rapid advancement of technology, the variety of narcotics had proliferated, including those insidious types that were colorless and tasteless. If it were merely a drug, the effects would eventually dissipate. Yet, if it were poison, Chen knew he needed to leave at once and devise a plan later. Just as he managed to put on his trousers, with his shirt still in hand, a sudden wave of nausea overcame him. Rushing to the sink, he expelled the contents of his stomach, only to witness the basin filled with crimson fluid. What in the world is this? How potent? After rinsing his mouth, he glanced at his pallid reflection in the mirror. With such a formidable substance in Lu Yixiao's possession, could she be the mastermind behind the drug trafficking at Dongjiang Dock? This was merely Chen's conjecture. Having emptied his stomach, he still felt no relief. He could not linger any longer and swiftly tidied up the restroom. As he organized his surroundings, the burning sensation in his stomach intensified, accompanied by sharp pains that soon rendered him unable to stand upright. What should I do? Bent over, one hand clutching his abdomen while the other supported him against the wall, beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. Chao Qingxiu had given him 10 minutes, and as time slipped away, footsteps echoed outside. Gritting his teeth, Chen hastily donned his shirt and attempted to steady his breathing. He could not allow Chao Qingxiu to perceive his distress. Otherwise, she would undoubtedly mock him for being so easily ensnared by Lu Yixiao. After adjusting himself, he took one last glance in the mirror before approaching the door, preparing to exit. At that moment, the restroom door swung open from the outside. Two forces collided as the door was pushed open, and their eyes met. Surprise, panic, and screams ensued. Oh! Before him stood a woman. A strikingly beautiful woman. Chen was taken aback. This woman was not Chao Qingxiu. She was slimmer, younger, and more enchanting. Chen felt a knot in his stomach. Where had Chao Qingxiu gone, And how was this woman here without her knowledge? Classmate? Best friend? Cousin? Sister? He pondered each possibility. After her initial scream, the woman's expression shifted back to one of astonishment. Colleague? Boyfriend? Brother-in-law? They stared at each other in bewilderment. And then the atmosphere thickened, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps from Chao Qingqiu. Upon entering the room and witnessing the scene before her, Chao Qingqiu finally calmed her racing heart, internally exclaiming, "You frightened me. I thought Xiao Meng had come in. Xiao Meng, in the future, could you please seek my permission before entering my room?" Chao Qingqiu scolded the woman with a stern expression. The woman, named Xiaoming, was the granddaughter of Chao Yinyin and was merely 20 years old. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Xiaoming's mouth, her face betraying an amused smile as she took 2 steps back, casting a furtive glance at Yi Chen. Continuing, she whispered, "A hidden beauty, cousin, disappear." 2 words squeezed through her teeth. Lu Xiaoming cast a flirtatious glance at Yi Chen, running outside while exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you're truly amazing," and gave him a thumbs up. "Get lost." Chao Qingqiu snapped at Lu Xiaoming, then shot a fierce glare at Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised both hands in mock surrender. I haven't done anything." Indeed, Chao Qingqiu, this cousin, was quite a sight to behold. "And you, hurry up and leave." Chao Qingqiu thought to herself that today was proving to be somewhat counterproductive. "My stomach hurts. I can't leave now." Yi Chen clutched his abdomen, biting his lip, genuinely uncomfortable. Seeing that Yi Chen seemed sincere in his discomfort, Chao Qingqiu considered urging him to leave, but felt it would be ungrateful, especially since he had helped her immensely today. "Wait here. I'll get you some medicine." With that, Chao Qingqiu turned and headed towards the living room. Moments later, she returned with several bottles of stomach medicine. "You figure out which one works best." Yi Chen glanced at the array of medications, surprised by the variety. He almost thought Chao Qingqiu was running a pharmacy, so well-stocked was her supply. "I often have stomach issues, so I keep some medicine at home," Chao Qingqiu remarked coldly. Yi Chen selected a quick-acting pain reliever, swallowed 2 pills, and began to chew. "You're not going to drink any water?" Chao Qingqiu asked casually as she watched him chew the medicine. "Are you expecting me to stay for tea?" Yi Chen joked after swallowing the pills. "Tea? Not a chance. Hurry up and leave. If Grandpa comes back, he'll definitely scold you." Chao Qingqiu rolled her eyes and turned to leave. Yi Chen hurried after her. "Why would he scold me? I didn't do anything." As they conversed, they made their way to the front yard, where a car was already parked. Suddenly, Chao Qingqiu halted, thinking to herself, "Just when I was afraid of this. What's wrong?" Yi Chen stopped as well, noticing her sudden pause. Quickly, Chao Qingqiu turned and pushed Yi Chen toward the backyard. "The direction's wrong." Yi Chen protested reluctantly, mumbling under his breath. "Hurry up." Chao Qingqiu had no time to explain. She only wanted to hide Yi Chen for now. But it was already too late. "Qingqiu," a voice called from behind, hoarse and authoritative. Chao Qingqiu froze, tightly closing her eyes, taking a deep breath, and slowly turning around with a smile. "Grandpa, you're back so early. You're not late yourself. Is it time to get off work?" Chao Yinyin replied. Yi Chen stood behind Chao Qingqiu, taller than she, and could see clearly. Chao Yinyin, dressed in traditional attire, stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the moon gate of the front yard, a young man standing expressionless behind him. "So this is the legendary Chao Yanting. What a coincidence." Yi Chen thought to himself, and since they had crossed paths, why not make an acquaintance? With that in mind, he smiled and waved at Chao Yanting. In the front yard, within the main hall and living room, Chao Yanting scrutinized Yi Chen for a moment before he spoke. "Qingqiu, in the future, when you bring friends home, do so with utmost confidence. It is the proper etiquette befitting the Chao family. Grandfather, he is merely passing through." "Yes, he is the son-in-law of the Xiao family," Chao Qingqiu hurriedly clarified, revealing Yi Chen's identity to prevent any misunderstandings within the household. "Well, the son-in-law. As long as my cousin is fond of him, it matters not whose son-in-law he is, correct, grandfather?" At that moment, Xiaoming inexplicably appeared from nowhere. Her words caused Chao Qingqiu's face to flush crimson. Chao Yanting remained non-committal, while Yi Chen offered an awkward smile, wondering what kind of situation this was. Chapter 37. The fish swimming in the high bar, where fish swim tirelessly throughout the day, Lu Yixiao finally managed to position herself at the table. She seized the remote control and methodically reopened the surveillance cameras she had previously disabled. With a press of a button, a screen descended from the wall, revealing the live feed of the entire high bar. However, as the images materialized, Lu Yixiao was taken aback. Every surveillance feed had transformed into a Gaussian blur, rendering everything utterly indistinguishable. Damn it, this brat came prepared. She cursed vehemently, flinging the remote across the room. Her hand then found another button on the table, which she pressed gently. Within a minute, the door next door swung open, and 5 or 6 individuals rushed in. The leader, upon seeing Lu Yixiao hunched over the table, approached her immediately. Lu, what happened? Let me help you up. Lu Yixiao gritted her teeth in frustration. This was the first time she had suffered such a setback since her debut. Huazi, gather people to investigate immediately. I need answers. After being assisted to sit at the table, she slammed her palm down forcefully, her voice rising in fury. Lu, what on earth happened? What is wrong with your leg? Huazi looked at her, bewildered. Investigate everyone who came here today, one by one. Lu Yixiao snapped through clenched teeth. Lu, we can check the surveillance. Huazi suggested. Damn it. If the surveillance were useful, would I be wasting my breath on you? Lu Yixiao was now overwhelmed with rage. Hearing this, Huazi turned his gaze to the wall screen, only to gasp in shock. What? What is this? A small yellow-haired guy. He has a large mole on his chin, stands about 1.85 meters tall, wearing a gray short-sleeved shirt and tattered black casual pants. Lu Yixiao described. Don't worry, Lu. I will summon people to investigate right away, Huazi stated as he prepared to leave. Come back. Lu Yixiao shouted. You go investigate personally. If you don't find results, you'd better come back and face me. Understood. Huazi immediately departed with his team. You little brat. Daring to play tricks on me, I will ensure you regret it. With a fierce proclamation, Lu Yixiao began to replay the events in her mind. Suddenly, a name flashed in her thoughts, prompting her to grab her phone and dial a number. Hua Laoqi, get over here immediately, she concluded, slamming the phone down onto the table. 3 minutes later, Hua Laoqi rushed into Lu Yixiao's room, fastening his buttons as he entered. Lu, you called for me? Upon entering, he immediately noticed the fury etched across Lu Yixiao's face. You scoundrel, enjoying my hospitality and conspiring with outsiders to deceive me? Lu Yixiao glared at Hua Laoqi, her teeth clenched. Lu, I'm innocent. Hua Laoqi exclaimed, suddenly dropping to his knees beside the table, crawling towards Lu Yixiao. Innocent? What debts have you incurred outside? Even now, you refuse to confess? Lu Yixiao slammed her palm on the table. Debts? I don't know anything. Hua Laoqi pondered, unable to recall if he had offended anyone outside. Mr. Lu, as you are aware, since Wakiki has been with you, he has always enjoyed benefits at any time and place, never lacking in funds. How could he possibly owe anyone money? As Wakiki spoke, tears began to flow from his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Yixiao pondered inwardly. Could it be that the lad's words were entirely fabricated? A young punk with a mole on his chin. Think carefully. Lu Yixiao chided Wakiki. A young punk? A mole on his chin? Wakiki echoed Lu Yixiao's words. But upon reflection, while there were indeed many young punks, none bore a mole on their chin. Mr. Lu, Wakiki does not recognize such a person. Finally, Wakiki confirmed that he indeed did not know this individual. Lu Yixiao couldn't help but grimace, inwardly cursing. This lad is spouting nonsense. It appears his aim is not to obtain money, but rather goods. Enough with the tears. Lu Yixiao cast a disdainful glance at Wakiki, advising him to be cautious with recent shipments. Should any trouble arise, no one would come to his aid. Yes, Mr. Lu, rest assured, I have always been careful. Wakiki spoke the truth. Even when taken to the police station, he revealed not a word. He understood that Lu Yixiao meant what he said. If trouble were to arise, it would simply be his misfortune. Once Wakiki departed, Lu Yixiao contemplated for a moment, hesitating for a while before dialing another number on a different phone. After several rings, the recipient finally answered. What is it? The voice on the other end spoke Mandarin with great difficulty. Ace, I'm in trouble, Lu Yixiao exclaimed. What happened? I've been incapacitated by a stranger's pressure point. I can't move my legs. Are you joking with me? I am speaking the truth, Ace, at this moment. You are my only hope. Sherry, your method of entanglement is quite juvenile. Hello, Ace I. At that moment, the other party hung up the phone. Lu Yixiao gritted his teeth, wishing he could crush his phone, cursing, "How could you turn a blind eye to my plight?" In the courtyard in the front hall, Chao Yanting gazed at Yi Chun, pausing for a moment before speaking. "Yi Chun, where do you work?" Yi Chun was at a loss for words. Upon hearing this, Chao Qingxiu wondered what the old gentleman was up to and quickly stood up, saying, "Grandfather, he was just passing by. His clothes are dirty, so he came to borrow some water." Lu Xiaoming, munching on an apple, couldn't help but chuckle. "Grandfather, even my cousin is feeling shy?" Lu Xiaoming. Chao Qingxiu shot a glare in her direction. No. Seeing that Chao Qingxiu was genuinely displeased, Lu Xiaoming quickly leaned towards Chao Yanting, entwining her arm around the old gentleman's. "Grandfather, my cousin has been waiting for so many years, right? There's no rush, although my cousin, right? Therefore, such matters should be left for her to inquire herself." Lu Xiaoming attempted to smooth things over for Chao Qingxiu, and only then did Chao Qingxiu relent. "Very well." After some contemplation, Chao Yanting nodded in agreement, deciding not to pursue the matter further. Yi Chun pondered for a moment, realizing that the old gentleman had misunderstood the nature of his relationship with Chao Qingxiu. This simply would not do. After a brief contemplation, he stood up and addressed Chao Leoi. "I am Yi Chun, and my relationship with Chao Qingxiu is merely that of friends. As she mentioned, I am just passing through and causing quite the disturbance. I shall take my leave now." With that, Yi Chun bowed slightly to Chao Yanting and prepared to depart. Chao Yanting's gaze lingered on Yi Chun, scrutinizing him intently. In his heart, he mused that although this young man appeared modest and polite, there was an undeniable aura of distinction about him. Beneath his humble exterior lay an indomitable spirit and a certain stubbornness, not to mention an unmistakable air of pride that he struggled to conceal. Alas, it was regrettable that Qingxiu spoke the truth. He was indeed a son-in-law of the Xiao family. If only he were a member of the Chao family. As Yi Chun made to leave, Chao Yanting lowered his gaze and blinked, then raised his eyes to speak. "If you are merely passing through, then how is it that a bicycle found its way into Qingxiu's car trunk?" Chapter 38. The thoughts of Chao Yanting as Yi Chun was about to turn and leave. He heard Chao Yanting's remark, and a sly smile briefly graced his lips before fading away. He then halted, seemingly awkward, contemplating how to elucidate the situation. Chao Qingxiu felt a pang of regret for having invited him to bathe at her home. "Grandfather, here's the situation." At this point, Chao Qingxiu had no choice but to brace herself and concoct yet another fabrication. "I accidentally hit Yi Chun with my car. He is unharmed, but his clothes got soiled. This excuse should suffice, right?" Chao Yanting, a man well into his 50s, was astute enough to discern the actions and words of the younger generation. He recognized that Chao Qingxiu was lying, but chose not to expose her. Instead, he stood up and said, "If you've caused an accident, how can you let him leave just like that?" With that, he approached Yi Chun, who turned around, looking somewhat embarrassed in front of Chao Yanting. To be struck by a member of the Chao family is indeed a stroke of fortune, Yi Chun remarked with feigned nonchalance. Observing that Yi Chun had not inadvertently revealed anything, Chao Qingxiu felt a sense of relief. However, Yi Chun's demeanor and words elicited a different evaluation in Chao Yanting's mind. He was versatile, pragmatic, and intriguingly reserved. Such a person, though not of the Chao lineage, was nonetheless commendable. Nonetheless, it was of no consequence. For in refraining from unveiling Chao Qingxiu's deception, Chao Yanting had already made his plans. The Chao family had always relied on virtue to win people over and had never engaged in acts of bullying. Since it was my grandson who caused the accident, the Chao family, will not shirk our responsibility. Chao Yanting finally found a suitable rationale and glanced back at the expressionless young man who had been standing behind him, who immediately stepped forward. "Sir." The young man slightly bowed and awaited his orders. "Bring me my bag." The young man complied and swiftly retreated to a nearby room. In less than a minute, he returned, hands cradling a satchel. Chao Yanting took the bag and extracted a card from within. "Take this card." Yi Chun was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "Wow, Chao Yanting is quite generous." The card was the prestigious East River Wulong card, a symbol of elite status within the upper echelons of East River society. Only 10 such cards existed, reserved for those of sufficient rank or those who ranked among the top 10 in wealth across China. Possessors of the Wulong card enjoyed complimentary services at any establishment affiliated with the East River Chamber of Commerce. Upon seeing the card, Chen hesitated for a moment before extending his hand to accept it. "Oh, thank you, Elder Chow. If given, then take it," Chow Yanting remarked. After all, he had done a considerable favor for Chao Qingqiu without any acknowledgement. Although assisting Chao Qingqiu also served his own interests, Chen accepted the card, wishing to maintain a connection with Chao Yanting, for this individual would one day prove invaluable to him. Observing Chen accepting the card, Chao Yanting felt a sense of satisfaction. As long as he could accept it, we can align ourselves on the same front in the future. Chao Qingqiu, however, found her impression of Chen significantly diminished. It seemed even such a master was not immune to the mundane. Yet, a subsequent remark from Chen rendered her utterly unsettled. Chen held up a shopping card before his eyes and inquired about its origin. "Which supermarket is this? I seem to be unfamiliar with it, haha." Chao Yanting was momentarily taken aback, inwardly questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. If Chen truly perceived the world as he did, how could someone of his caliber be ignorant of the existence of the Wulong card? Was he merely feigning ignorance? Chao Yanting could not suppress his speculation. However, Chen's demeanor appeared entirely genuine. He merely glanced at the card before tucking it away, as though he regarded it with indifference. If he were indeed extraordinary, what would compel him to be swayed by material wealth? Chao Yanting pondered. Yet, now that the card had been given away, he could not retrieve it without appearing miserly. With no other recourse, he resolved to watch the unfolding events with keen interest. Seeing that both Chao Yanting and Chao Qingqiu had lapsed into silence, Chen smiled and said, "Then I shall take my leave. Farewell." With that, he turned and departed. "Grandfather, I will go fetch his bicycle." At that moment, Chao Qingqiu approached and hurried after him. Lu Xiaoming was left dumbfounded. Chao Yanting had never been this courteous to anyone. Visitors to the Chao household typically bowed and scraped before him. Yet, this Chen seemed unfazed, appearing blissfully unaware of the Chao family's considerable influence. Chao Qingqiu retrieved the bicycle and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke regarding today's incident. "Rest assured," Chen interjected, as Captain Chao stated, "you bumped into me and your grandfather provided me with a shopping cart as compensation. Beyond that, nothing else transpired. I did not bathe at your home, nor did I encounter your cousin. Our paths have not crossed in any significant manner." Chao Qingqiu, feeling a surge of frustration, nodded and replied, "Very well. Travel safely and do not bring misfortune upon yourself." With that, she turned to leave. Chen muttered under his breath, "A girl with such a sharp tongue. No wonder she remains unmarried." He then chastised himself with a light slap. "Why must my words be so cutting? Truly, one is influenced by their company." Alas! Returning to the main hall, Chao Qingqiu found Chao Yanting seated in the living room, sipping tea. She approached him and asked, "Grandfather, why have you returned so early today?" As she spoke, she poured him more tea. "Had you not returned early, will my cousin have become your bride?" Lu Xiaoming interjected, raising an eyebrow and fanning the flames. "Speak carelessly again, and I shall have to reprimand you." Chao Qingqiu threatened, raising her hand as if to strike. Lu Xiaoming quickly ducked. "You are inciting me. The rice is half-cooked. Thanks to our return, it remains undone." With that, Lu Xiaoming dashed off to the back room before Chao Qingqiu could react. Chao Yanting indulged Lu Xiaoming's antics without uttering a word. Chao Qingqiu was well aware that the old master of the family favored his cousin, to the extent that even if she were to ascend to the heavens, Chao Yanting would still provide her with a ladder. However, the old master was quite different with Chao Qingqiu. He had maintained strict expectations of her since childhood, never allowing any leniency in her endeavors. As a result, Chao Qingqiu experienced a period of discontent, yet over time, she became accustomed to it. Recently, with the undercurrents stirring in Dongjiang, if there were any challenges at work, one could always seek the opinions of others for guidance. Chao Yanting leisurely sipped his tea before slowly responding, "Thank you, grandfather." My work is proceeding smoothly. Dongjiang is a small place, and nothing significant can arise. Chao Qingqiu expressed her confidence in her professional endeavors. That's excellent. Chao Yanting set down his cup and began to toy with a pair of lion heads on the table. What is Yi Chen's background? After fiddling for a moment, he inquired. He is the son-in-law of the Shao family, currently unemployed. Chao Qingqiu replied candidly. The son-in-law of Shao Wenlei? Chao Yanting was quite familiar with Shao Wenlei, having once been his subordinate until he retired early due to a work-related injury a few years back. Indeed, Chao Qingqiu affirmed. What about Yi Chen's family? Chao Yanting asked again. It seems he has no family. He is an orphan who arrived at the Shao family a year ago. This was all that Chao Qingqiu had managed to uncover. Chapter 39. The Mingyi Clinic. Upon confirming Yi Chen's identity, Chao Yanting ceased further discourse, pondering silently whether Yi Chen was an orphan. Indeed, in Dongjiang, there were no prominent families bearing the surname Yi, though one such family existed in the capital. However, considering that Yi Chen had married into the Shao family, it was unlikely he had any ties to the Yi family in the capital. Given Yi Boshen's disposition, it was inconceivable that a member of the Yi family would become a son-in-law to a lesser household. After a moment's contemplation, Chao Yanting rose and remarked that since they had crossed paths, it was a form of fate, and hence, Yi Chen should receive more consideration in the future. With that, he departed from the main hall. Chao Qingqiu couldn't help but grimace, thinking that this encounter seemed far from over. Leaving the Chao residence, Yi Chen rode his bicycle homewards. However, midway, he could no longer endure the discomfort from his stomach, prompting him to dismount. The gastric medicine he had taken from Chao Qingqiu provided only temporary relief, and the burning sensation in his stomach returned, causing him concern. Looking up, he found himself at the alley frequented by Wu Taishan, and he remounted his bicycle, heading towards it. Upon entering the alley, he spotted Wu Taishan perched atop a wall, seemingly engrossed in something. "Shunzi, come down," Yi Chen called out without glancing up. With a thud, Wu Taishan leaped down. "Brother Chen, I saw you from afar. You were riding like a snail today. Let's not discuss that. My stomach aches." Yi Chen replied, frowning, hoping to inquire if Wu Taishan knew of a place that could alleviate his ailment. "What's wrong? Did you eat something unsanitary? That shouldn't be the case. You've learned all the essentials from your mentor. If you've upset your stomach, it would be quite the calamity." Wu Taishan jested. Yi Chen, uninterested in the banter, stated, "I ate something wrong. Do you know of any clinics nearby?" Noticing the pallor of Yi Chen's face, Wu Taishan ceased his jesting. "If you've eaten something that disagrees with you, it's likely not ordinary. A typical clinic might not suffice. However, if you exit this alley and turn left, there's a Mingyi Clinic. It's run by a remarkable person capable of treating numerous peculiar ailments. Truly extraordinary." "All right, I understand," Yi Chen replied, mounting his bicycle once more. "Brother Chen, should I accompany you?" Wu Taishan offered. "No need." With that, Yi Chen's figure vanished at the alley's end. After exiting the alley and walking another 300 to 500 meters, Yi Chen finally spotted a small clinic with a handwritten sign hanging outside. He gazed at the Mingyi Clinic, noting its modest appearance and the apparent lack of patients within. Yi Chen contemplated, thinking, if this Shunzi dares to deceive me. Upon my return, just then, the clinic doors swung open, and a middle-aged woman glanced at Yi Chen. "Good day, young man. Are you here for treatment?" she inquired, observing the state of his countenance. Upon witnessing her demeanor and hearing her words, Yi Chen's heart began to stir with skepticism. Is this truly a clinic? It feels more like a dubious establishment. Yi Chen nodded slightly, and only then did a hint of joy appear on the woman's face as she hurriedly opened the door, allowing him to enter. Upon stepping into the clinic, he observed a consultation table, a bed draped with a white sheet, and a row of chairs. The room lacked any display cabinets for medications, and there were no promotional flyers adorning the walls. If not for the small medicine pillow on the consultation table, one might hardly recognize it as a clinic. There was another room in the back, its door closed. "Old Ming, we have a patient." The woman called into the inner room, then glanced at Yi Chen, urging him to take a seat. A sense of unease washed over Yi Chen. This was the first time in 20 years he had felt such trepidation. He had never been intimidated by greater spectacles before. Why did this humble clinic unsettle him? Coupled with a severe ache in his stomach, He could not afford to ponder too deeply. After a brief moment, a middle-aged man emerged from the inner room. Clad in a white coat, he appeared to be a doctor, yet his gaze upon Yi Chun was calm, only to be momentarily pierced by an unusual glint. The man sat silently in a chair beside the consultation table, resting his hand upon the table. Yi Chun realized he was about to take his pulse. He placed his arm on the medicine pillow, and the middle-aged man commenced the examination. Minutes passed in silence, and Yi Chun's impatience grew. The burning sensation in his stomach intensified, as if several knives were relentlessly twisting within him. After a while, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand and uttered a soft "Oh." "Doctor, have you discerned anything?" Yi Chun inquired cautiously. "You have consumed something inappropriate," the middle-aged man replied succinctly. Yi Chun felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Was it not evident that his stomach was in agony? "Is there any medication?" he pressed. "Yes," came a simple response. As the middle-aged man rose and retreated to the inner room, the woman remained seated on the edge of the bed, observing silently, which made Yi Chun feel awkward and compelled him to steal glances at her. Her gaze was fixed intently on him, as if she feared he might flee. Could this truly be a nefarious establishment? Yi Chun pondered, recalling that Shun Zi was his closest brother at the Sanji Min. If he were to deceive him, then trust would be a rare commodity indeed. In less than a minute, the middle-aged man re-emerged from the inner room, holding a box in his hand, which he placed directly on the table. "What have you consumed?" he asked upon resuming his seat. Yi Chun felt somewhat at a loss, inwardly lamenting that if he knew what had been mixed in Lu Yixiao's wine, he would not have sought the doctor. In matters of various poisons and antidotes, he was confident that no one could surpass him. "I have forgotten," Yi Chun replied. "Oh." The middle-aged man acknowledged the response and did not inquire further. Opening the box instead, he retrieved a series of small bottles, one after another. "Smell these. Do any of them resemble what you have ingested?" Upon seeing the small bottles and hearing the man's inquiry, Yi Chun suddenly grasped the implication. Before him lay several small bottles, seemingly empty at first glance. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that they contained transparent liquids alongside a few clear granules. Following the instructions of the middle-aged man, Yi Chun methodically opened each bottle to inhale their contents. As he did so, he reminisced about the aroma of Lu Yixiao's wine, a bottle of dry red, devoid of any artificial fragrance, presenting only the delicate notes of fruit and floral essences, crafted from Pinot Noir grapes with a subtle hint of almond. Yes, almond. Upon reaching the fifth bottle, Yi Chun suddenly uncovered the mystery contained within. This was the one. With newfound certainty, he handed the small bottle to the middle-aged man. The man, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and, after a brief glance at Yi Chun's expression, inquired, "You do not strike me as the type to engage with such matters. Why would you involve yourself with this? What type? What matters? What is this?" Chapter 40. Why hold a bowl if you won't eat? The middle-aged man at the Mingyi clinic, though not exceedingly articulate, conveyed enough for Yi Chun to grasp the essence of the matter. The liquid in Lu Yixiao's drink was not poison, but rather a novel form of narcotic. The fact that Lu Yixiao had consumed it without incident suggested that she too was ensnared by addiction. "Is it treatable?" Yi Chun inquired once more. "Indeed," the man replied succinctly before collecting the various bottles. Yi Chun was tempted to ask him how he came to possess such a plethora of samples, yet he hesitated, fearing that the man would be reticent to share. After returning the box to the inner room, the middle-aged man retrieved another box, containing an assortment of small vials. This arrangement rendered the clinic reminiscent of a modest laboratory. However, such observations were merely conjectural. Yi Chun refrained from drawing any definitive conclusions at this juncture. He extracted one of the small vials, using a miniature spoon to scoop out a single tablet, which he presented to Yi Chun, remarking, "Take this. Your ailment is not severe." "Thank you." Yi Chun accepted the tablet, initially inhaling its scent before placing it in his mouth, where he chewed it briefly. It bore no discernible flavor, and he swallowed it down. The middle-aged man offered no further commentary, returning the box to the inner room. "What is the consultation fee?" Yi Chun queried, feeling markedly more at ease after consuming the medication, though he could not discern whether it was a mere psychological effect. "Do not concern yourself with the fee. I seek to inquire about something, the man stated as he settled into a chair opposite Yi Chen. At this moment, Yi Chen scrutinized his companion anew. The man appeared to be under 50, though his demeanor suggested otherwise. His hair was streaked with gray, and he bore an air of gravitas. Upon hearing that the man was seeking information, Yi Chen pondered the seasoned individual's expertise with various narcotics, realizing that his identity remained ambiguous. It was a novel experience to encounter someone who offered treatment without a fee, solely for the sake of inquiry. Please proceed, Yi Chen replied. Despite having kept a low profile over the past year, he had absorbed some knowledge of the notable figures in Dongjiang. 20 years ago, the middle-aged man nodded, beginning his narrative. Yet, before he could complete his thought, the door to the clinic swung open, admitting another middle-aged man who was supporting an elderly individual, blood oozing from the latter's head. "Doctor, doctor, please save my mother." The urgency in the younger man's voice indicated that the elderly woman had suffered a fall. Upon witnessing this, the middle-aged man in the clinic swiftly rose and addressed Yi Chen. "You may take your leave. Perhaps we shall converse again another time." The woman who had been seated on the edge of the bed also hurried to assist the elderly woman. Seeing the commotion, Yi Chen chose not to linger. He retrieved the last 200 yuan from his pocket, placing it on the corner of the table before exiting the clinic. In the Baidao building, President's office, Huyu approached Xiao Ruoxue, presenting a document. "President Xiao, please review this. It pertains to the financial expenditure budget for the two plans devised by Assistant Zhang. If there are no issues, kindly affix your signature." "Just leave it there," Xiao Ruoxue replied, not lifting her gaze. After a moment's contemplation, Huyu set the materials down on the desk, adding, "Did you not express urgency regarding this budget yesterday, President Xiao? We even worked overtime today to expedite it. Why the sudden lack of urgency?" Xiao Ruoxue paused her writing, blinked, and sighed. "You have all worked hard." Huyu, seated across from her, replied, "Hardship is not an issue. After all, we have followed you for years, and you have taken good care of us. Yet, I cannot help but wonder, has President Xiao changed her mind?" Initially, Huyu had been rather opposed to Assistant Zhang's proposal, fully aware of who Su Bingquan was. Moreover, Xiao Ruoxue's close friend, Dan Inua, was Huyu's cousin. Su Bingquan had once toyed with her affections, nearly driving Dan Inua to suicide, causing quite a scandal. In any case, Huyu regarded Su Bingquan as nothing short of scum. Upon hearing Huyu's question, Xiao Ruoxue set aside her current matters. "Huyu, do you also believe that Su Bingquan is not a good person?" "Not at all," Huyu replied, a hint of irritation in her voice. "We all witnessed how he treated Inua. Although you mentioned that he took the lead in the Baidao matter this time, I cannot see him as anything but unworthy. Just think about it. If Su Bingquan truly possessed such capabilities, would he not have ascended to greatness long ago?" Huyu added. Xiao Ruoxue sighed again. "I am well aware of Su Bingquan's character, but perhaps these recent events were mere coincidences that prompted him to lend assistance." Recalling the events of the previous night, Xiao Ruoxue's opinion of Su Bingquan had diminished considerably. Even if we were to entertain the notion that Su Bingquan has such talent, this news would have already spread throughout Dongjiang. Huyu reasoned. Considering Su Bingquan's nature, if he genuinely helped Baida, would he not be boasting about it everywhere? Xiao Ruoxue nodded, acknowledging Huyu's astute analysis of Su Bingquan. "Therefore, President Xiao, if you decide to cancel this aquatic product plan, I wholeheartedly support you," Huyu said, fiddling with the document. "That is precisely my intention," Xiao Ruoxue affirmed. "Really?" Huyu's face brightened. "Someone like Su Bingquan deserves to face dire consequences." With that, Huyu picked up the document from the table. "I shall go shred these materials." Xiao Ruoxue nodded and chuckled. "I apologize for the extra work. You've spent an entire day with me. This toil is nothing. I shall consider it a weekend chore." Huyu replied, turning to leave with the documents in hand. "Huyu, please tell Xiao Zhang that you all should head home early." Xiao Ruoxue added. "Understood," Huyu responded before departing. During dinner time, as Yi Chen set the table, Xiao Ruoxue entered the room. Noticing her early return, Yi Chen exclaimed, "You're back so soon, dear." "It's the weekend, and I had nothing on my agenda, so I decided to return early," Xiao Ruoxue replied, placing her belongings down and glancing at Yi Chen, who was busily arranging the table, before heading to the restroom. In the restroom, as she washed her hands, Xiao Ruoxue pondered why Yi Chun had not gone to Baida today. Typically, she returned around this time on weekends, and Yi Chun would always precisely meet her at the office building across from Baida. Moreover, he had not picked her up last night either. After washing his hands, he approached the dining table and noticed the dishes were rather light, perfectly suiting her palate. Without uttering a word, he began to eat. Yi Chun held a bowl in one hand while the other busily served Xiao Ruoxue, as he always did whenever they dined together. He would wait for her to be satisfied before partaking in his own meal. Xiao Ruoxue had grown accustomed to this routine, often finishing her meal and leaving the table first. However, today, she glanced up at Yi Chun mid-meal and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "You go ahead. I'm not hungry yet," he replied, nibbling on his chopsticks. "Why hold the bowl if you're not eating? And why nibble on your chopsticks?" Xiao Ruoxue found Yi Chun's behavior rather childish. "Oh." Yi Chun quickly set down the chopsticks at the edge of the table and reached for a fresh pair. "I've peeled off that membrane from the mushrooms you dislike. See?" he said, as he placed a piece of mushroom into Xiao Ruoxue's bowl. Chapter 41. Yi Chun's aspirations. Xiao Ruoxue had finished her meal, yet she noticed that Yi Chun had not eaten a single morsel, which struck her as peculiar. Typically, she would not dwell on such matters, but for some reason today, her gaze kept drifting toward Yi Chun. Once she had satisfied her hunger, Yi Chun began to tidy up. Xiao and Lei had gone out to fetch Qin Fong and, citing a busy schedule at the beauty salon, had called to inform Yi Chun not to prepare dinner for them. "Are you not hungry?" Xiao Ruoxue inquired, observing Yi Chun as he cleared the dishes, uncertain if he usually dined in the evenings. "I'm not hungry," Yi Chun replied with a smile. In truth, he had little appetite. Although the medication from the doctor at the Mingyi clinic had alleviated his stomach pain, he still experienced a lingering sensation of heartburn and nausea. "Well, if you find yourself hungry later, feel free to cook something for yourself," she said before ascending the stairs to the second floor. After finishing the cleanup, Yi Chun finally had a moment to rest. As he sank onto the sofa, his mind was flooded with memories of the Mingyi clinic. He pondered the peculiar methods employed there. While traditional Chinese diagnostic techniques were sound, the array of samples he had encountered was baffling. How could a couple's clinic possess so many novel toxins? Furthermore, the ability to swiftly assess and determine treatment options was astonishingly uncanny. The man's heavy demeanor had made it evident that he did not view Yi Chun as a typical patient. He had treated him without charging a fee. He had sought to inquire about something. What could that possibly be? Shunzi was aware of that clinic and its doctor's methods, yet he had never expressed any suspicion about it. Perhaps Shunzi had not experienced such formidable challenges as Yi Chun had. The thought of being outmaneuvered by Liu Yishao today left Yi Chun feeling quite unsettled. Who was Yi Chun? He was the blood demon of the Battle Dragon team, capable of dispatching foes with invisible precision, discerning various toxins with a mere whiff. Today's miscalculation, he surmised, stemmed from the overly leisurely year he had experienced. "I must make time to revisit that clinic," he resolved. "When will my master finally arrive in Dongjiang?" Yi Chun was aware that Dongjiang was Xiao Feng's hometown. 20 years prior, they had journeyed from Dongjiang to Tsangling Island, making Xiao Feng's visits to Dongjiang a frequent occurrence in Yi Chun's eyes. Perhaps I should not be so impatient. In a month or so, my master will surely arrive. With this thought, Yi Chun ceased his inner turmoil, rose to change into fresh attire, and planned to venture out later in the evening. However, as he stood, he felt discomfort in his stomach once more, rubbing it while muttering under his breath about the potency of the ailment. "Liu Yishao, I will eventually rid the world of you to prevent your malice from harming others." Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoxue had changed her clothes and decided to visit her friend, Dan Inua. Earlier in the day, they had spoken on the phone about checking out cars together that evening. As she descended the stairs, she spotted Yi Chun, one hand pressed against his abdomen. "Yi Chun," Xiao Ruoxue called out, startling him. "Darling, are you going out?" Yi Chun responded with a smile. "I'm not going out," Xiao Ruoxue replied after a moment's contemplation before turning to ascend the stairs once more. "Oh." Xiao Ruoxue had grown accustomed to her indifferent demeanor over the past year, and Yi Chun paid it no mind as he rose to tidy the living room once more. Just as he finished, Xiao Ruoxue descended from the upstairs. "I'm stepping out for a moment," she announced, making her way to the door. Yi Chun nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching the entrance, Xiao Ruoxua hesitated for a brief moment before turning back to say, "There's freshly boiled milk in the small kitchen on the second floor. Remember to drink it while it's warm." With that, she exited the house. Chen stood momentarily stunned, feeling somewhat dazed. It was the first time in a year that Xiao Ruoxua had expressed such concern for him. What had prompted this change today? He continued to gaze outside until her figure vanished from sight. Then he made his way upstairs. In the small kitchen, a cup of steaming milk awaited him on the table. Upon seeing the milk, Chen was transported back 2 decades. Cradling the cup, he felt a surge of emotion and whispered, "Ruoxua, thank you." After finishing the milk, a warm sensation enveloped his stomach, bringing a comforting glow to his heart. Just as he was about to wash the cup, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Yi Quan. A cold smile crept across Yi Chen's face as he muttered to himself. It seems he won rest until he achieves his goal. Answering the call, Yi Quan immediately inquired, "Xiao Chun, are you busy? I hope I'm not interrupting anything." "What is it? Speak your mind." Yi Chun tilted his head, wedging the phone between his ear and shoulder as he began to wash the cup. "Here's the thing. There was a slight misunderstanding regarding that matter, but I've dealt with it. I've made it clear to them to be more courteous to the Yi family in the future." Yi Quan explained in a sycophantic tone. "Ha." Yi Chen merely chuckled. "The keys and paperwork for the East Zhou Slope Villa will be delivered to you personally by Uncle. Xiao Chun, when would be a convenient time for you?" Yi Quan continued in a conciliatory tone. "Oh, Yi Quan, I've changed my mind about the East Zhou Slope Villa," Yi Chen said, drying his hands after washing the cup and lazily strolling into the living room while still on the phone. Wait. Xiao Chun, you mustn't tee back out. Though the East Zhou Slope may seem unremarkable now, it is a prime piece of land that will appreciate in value. The house might be a bit old, but we can renovate it or even demolish it. Whatever style you prefer, we can rebuild it immediately. You need not worry about the costs. With Uncle around, you won't have to spend a dime." Yi Quan worried that Yi Chen might suddenly change his mind and opt for the seaside villa instead. "What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking, yet you've already assumed I don't want it," Yi Chen said with a cold smile. "Then you?" Yi Quan faltered, unsure of Yi Chen's intentions. "Since it's a place I chose, even if you refuse to give it to me, I will find a way to acquire it myself. Since it's my choice, I must have it. And, as you mentioned, I intend to erect a new building there." Yi Chen had long harbored this intention. At that moment, Yi Quan wished he could slap himself for his impulsiveness. All right. Let us settle on that then. You think about the time and place." Yi Quan urged eagerly. "Just wait for my call," Yi Chen replied before hanging up the phone. Although Dongzhou Slope is indeed spoken of with trepidation by the people of Dongjiang, there are still ways to turn the situation around. However, Yi Chen has no desire to pursue such actions, for his intentions for that land are not rooted in the pursuit of profit. A year ago, Dongjiang had already become my home. No, to be more precise, it has been my home for 2 decades. The moment I encountered Xiao Ruoxua 20 years ago, it was destined to be so. Thus, I aspire to beautify my home, ensuring that Ruoxua resides in comfort. And let us not forget, our child. At this thought, a charming smile inevitably graced Yi Chen's lips. Chapter 42. That car is mine. Yi Chen changed his attire, intending to venture out and ascertain whether there was any commotion at Si Chao Alley. Although he had instructed Lu Yixiao to deliver the goods to the 3rd trash bin at Si Chao Alley by 8 o'clock, he understood that Lu Yixiao would not be so compliant. Prior to 8, Lu Yixiao would undoubtedly make some arrangements there. Upon arriving at Si Chao Alley, Yi Chen found no anomalies and pondered whether Lu Yixiao was indeed that obedient, waiting until 8 to send someone with the goods. According to Yi Chen's deductions, Lu Yixiao would likely dispatch a few thugs to lie in wait, ready to strike when his people came to collect the goods. However, as the clock ticked past 7, the utter silence began to unnerve Yi Chen. What should he do? Should he notify Chao Qingxiu? Just as Yi Chen was in a quandary, his phone vibrated slightly. Upon opening it, he discovered a message from Chao Qingxiu. "Do not go to Si Chao Alley." Yi Chen was taken aback. Chao Qingxiu had indeed anticipated his arrival. Yet she was a step behind, concerned that Yi Chen might alert the enemy. Chao Qingxiu was unaware that the current Yi Chen was a vastly different individual from the one Lu Yixiao had encountered previously. Just as he finished reading the message and was about to put his phone away, another message arrived, again from Chao Qingxiu. I know you must be there by now. It is still possible to retreat. Yi Chen inhaled sharply and glanced around, realizing that it felt as though Chao Qingxiu had already made arrangements in this vicinity. She had indeed beaten him to the punch. This was not surprising, given the proximity to the police station, whether monitoring the area or preparing in advance. Chao Qingxiu would be prompt. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Chen turned and exited Xichao Alley. Since Chao Qingxiu had made thorough preparations, he decided not to involve himself further in this matter. In time, acquiring information from Chao Qingxiu would not present a challenge for him. As he emerged from Xichao Alley, Yi Chen spotted a familiar face. Xiao Ruoxue was hand in hand with Shan Yinhuo, making their way to a parked car, both of them laughing merrily as they entered the vehicle. Raising his gaze, he noticed across the street a 4S dealership. Suddenly, it dawned on him, Su Bingquan had sabotaged Ruoxue's car, and she was now in need of a replacement. He decided to follow the car. Inside another 4S dealership, Shan Yinhuo linked her arm with Xiao Ruoxue's, assisting her in selecting a vehicle while inquiring, Ruoxue, what exactly happened to your car? You didn't clarify over the phone, and when I asked earlier, you remained tight-lipped. It broke down. Xiao Ruoxue replied, surveying the vehicles, finding none to her liking, prompting them to exit the dealership. It was no wonder Xiao Ruoxue was so discerning. The previous establishment primarily offered low-price models, all bearing a striking resemblance, naturally failing to catch her eye. Just a few days since you bought it? If my memory serves me right, you acquired that car just this year, didn't you? Over 300,000. How could it break down so soon? Shan Yinhuo expressed her disbelief. Xiao Ruoxue, who had built her success from the ground up and was known for her frugality, found it hard to comprehend how her newly purchased car could fail so abruptly. It simply broke down. What can I do about it? Xiao Ruoxue truly wished to avoid reminiscing about that fateful night. The mere mention of it conjured thoughts of Su Bingquan, a painful scar for Shan Yinhuo. Isn't it customary to repair a damaged vehicle at a 4S shop? Why replace it entirely? Such extravagance is rather ostentatious, Shan Yinhuo remarked in surprise. Do you think I could fix it if I wanted to? Never mind that wretched car. With the topic raising her spirits, Xiao Ruoxue felt a sense of despondency. All right, if you insist on replacing it, so be it. Shan Yinhuo decided not to dwell on the matter further. The vehicles in this establishment were of a significantly superior caliber compared to the previous one. Feel free to choose, and I'll handle the rest. The reason I invited you out was precisely for this. Xiao Ruoxue chuckled. Shan Yinhuo was an adept negotiator. She grasped Xiao Ruoxue's hand and led her towards a Porsche 911. Xiao Ruoxue hesitated, for the latest model of the Porsche 911, even in its base configuration, commanded a price of over $2 million. How could she possibly afford such a luxury? She thought to herself that it was all right to just look. It wouldn't cost anything. Upon reaching the vehicle, Shan Yinhuo gently patted its roof. This model features an aerodynamic design, exuding elegance and sophistication, with a vibrant color palette. It's this year's latest. Xiao Ruoxue reached out to touch it, captivated by its bold red hue, though the price remained a daunting obstacle. What are you laughing about? Do you not agree that this car is stunning? Shan Yinhuo inquired with a grin. Indeed, it is quite impressive, Xiao Ruoxue replied. Nearby, a sales representative, having scrutinized the two, approached them after overhearing their conversation. Ladies, this vehicle is our store's latest model, a true gem. The salesman proceeded to offer a brief overview of the car's features. If you're interested, do consider it, he suggested. Come, give it a try, Shan Yinhuo urged. Opening the door, after a moment's hesitation, Xiao Ruoxue climbed inside and took it for a spin. It indeed felt remarkable. Yet despite the experience, Xiao Ruoxue had already resolved in her heart that she was merely here to browse, not to purchase. Yi Chen entered the store and spotted Xiao Ruoxue and Shan Yinhuo together in the Porsche 911. My wife has quite the discerning eye, he mused to himself as he approached them. Observing the admiration in Xiao Ruoxue's eyes, he couldn't help but exhale softly. Given Xiao Ruoxue's current status, affording such a car was well within her means. However, considering the ongoing economic climate, it was indeed a precarious choice. The salesman quickly noticed Chen approaching and hurried over. "Sir, are you looking to purchase a vehicle? We have several pre-owned models at discounted prices." "Thank you, but I would like to inquire about that one," Chen replied, gesturing towards the Porsche. The salesman raised an eyebrow, scoffing. "You? Really?" He rolled his eyes, incredulous at the audacity of this unsophisticated fellow. At that moment, Su Bingquan, who had been tailing Xiao Ruoxue, entered the store and immediately spotted Chen. A flicker of irritation crossed his face. What was he doing here? After receiving 3 slaps from Chen, Su Bingquan had not forgotten the grievance. He approached Chen, sneering. "Isn't this Chen?" Chen merely smiled faintly. It was evident that Su Bingquan was one to remember grievances but not the lessons learned. Nonetheless, he had matters to attend to and chose not to engage. Upon recognizing Su Bingquan's arrival, the sales clerk instantly donned a broad smile, exclaiming, "What a delightful surprise to see the esteemed second young Master Su. Which vehicle has captured your interest today? A generous discount of 10% awaits you. I am here to select an exquisite car for a friend. Pray, which is the priciest model in your establishment? Please do share its details." Su Bingquan replied, his head held high with pride. Certainly, certainly. We have just received a new model of Porsche located over there. Second young master, please take a look." The sales clerk bent slightly, striving to exhibit an exuberant smile. Then, casting a glance towards Chen, the clerk urged to step aside swiftly. "These vehicles are beyond your humble appreciation. I shall take that car," Su Bingquan declared. "There is no need for second young master to inspect it further, lest he tarnish its value." Chen disregarded the clerk's condescending attitude and spoke with calm assurance. In an instant, both Su Bingquan and the sales clerk were rendered speechless. Chapter 43. My wife buys a car. Naturally, I pay the saleswoman. Witnessing Chen's audacious declaration of intent to purchase the Porsche she was keen to pitch to Su Bingquan, immediately wore a long face. She perceived this rustic individual before her as a potential disruptor. If that vehicle were sold to the 2 women from earlier, it might only fetch a standard price. However, selling it to Su Bingquan would allow her to inflate the price by at least 30 to 50,000. The excess would be entirely her commission, an opportunity that might not present itself even once a year. This impoverished fellow before her, not to mention buying a car, might struggle to afford even a rear-view mirror. Hence, upon hearing Chen's words, the saleswoman's expression darkened. "You cannot afford that car. There's a second-hand dealership across the street. Perhaps you should have a look there." With that, she turned away, her demeanor brightening as she smiled at Su Bingquan. "Young Master Su, please this way." Su Bingquan, initially incensed by Chen's remarks, felt a sense of relief at the saleswoman's response. He smugly declared, "I know the owner of that second-hand dealership. When you go to buy a car, just mention my name, Su Bingquan, and they certainly won't throw you out." Oh, Chen, wishing to avoid further confrontation with Su Bingquan, turned to leave. Observing Chen's retreating figure, Su Bingquan felt a swell of pride. Buying a car here, not even considering one's own worth. A live-in son-in-law, who must always mind other sentiments when dining. What is there to be proud of? The saleswoman, eager to ingratiate herself, nodded enthusiastically, indeed. How could that country bumpkin compare to young Master Su? The heavens and the earth are worlds apart. She scoffed at Chen's pathetic appearance. Buying a car? He might as well come here to clean them. A round of triumphant laughter caught the attention of Xiao Ruoxue and Shan Inuo inside the car. Upon noticing Su Bingquan's arrival, Xiao Ruoxue felt a surge of anxiety. "Inuo, I'm not fond of this car. Perhaps we should check out another dealership?" Shan Inuo, having spotted Su Bingquan as well, understood Xiao Ruoxue's apprehension, but for her, that was all in the past. "Ruoxue, why should we forsake what we love for someone so despicable?" Shan Inuo stood firm. The 2 women exited the car just as Su Bingquan and the saleswoman approached. Su Bingquan feigned a chance encounter with Xiao Ruoxue, displaying a fade of surprise. "Ah, Ruoxue, what a coincidence. Is it?" Xiao Ruoxue stepped out of the vehicle, her expression immediately darkening. "Yes, indeed. What do they say? Fate brings us together to buy a car." Su Bingquan rubbed his hands together with a grin. "Wasn't your car vandalized the other day?" I've been thinking of helping you acquire a new one. What? Your car was vandalized? Sean Inua's eyes widened in disbelief. Which scoundrel dared to damage your vehicle? A misunderstanding. It was merely a misunderstanding. Su Bingquin showed no sign of shame in the presence of Sean Inua. A misunderstanding? Sean Inua was unconvinced. If it were truly a misunderstanding, why has Xiao Ruoxue never mentioned it? Let us not dwell on that. Su Bingquin interjected. Ruoxue, have you set your sights on this car? Just say the word, and I will pay immediately. Su Bingquin opened the conversation. The salesman beside them was keenly observant, and upon hearing that Su Bingquin was purchasing the car for the woman before him, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. A man buying a car for a woman, especially when they are not in a marital relationship, is a scenario where bargaining is entirely off the table. Not only would there be no haggling, but it could also lead to a significant bonus for the woman. The second young master indeed had exquisite taste. This car suited the lady perfectly, elegant, generous, and reasonably priced. The salesman instantly sprang into action. Whether I buy the car or not is of no concern to Su Xiao. Xiao Ruoxue would never allow Su Bingquin to pay for the vehicle. Oh, has Su Xiao struck it rich? This car costs over $1 million. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the payment? Dan Inouye remained unconcerned, and if Su Bingquin wished to flaunt his wealth, she had no objections. Indeed, whether it be $1 million or even $10 million, it would be more than adequate for Ruoxue. Su Bingquin had already made up his mind, thinking to himself that if he bought Xiao Ruoxue a new car, both the car and the person would ultimately belong to him. Upon hearing this, Dan Inouye clapped her hands in approval, exclaiming that for the sake of a beautiful woman's smile, one should be willing to spend lavishly. Since Su Xiao is feeling generous, let us go ahead and make the purchase. Xiao Ruoxue tugged at Dan Inouye, whispering, Inouye, don't make a scene. Let us check out other shops. Oh no, Ruoxue, since Su Xiao is so generous today, we should take advantage of it. After all, this is his debt. Dan Inouye retorted with a smirk. I will purchase what I desire with my own funds. Xiao Ruoxue reiterated firmly. Seeing that Xiao Ruoxue was unappreciative, Su Bingquin felt a pang of irritation. Dan Inouye's sarcastic remarks were merely a reflection of her resentment over his past abandonment. However, her attitude only served to boost Su Bingquin's confidence, as he thought to himself that even after their separation, she still held him in her thoughts. Initially, Su Bingquin had been with Dan Inouye solely to have more opportunities to connect with Xiao Ruoxue. He brushed his hair back, wearing a smug expression, thinking, the charm of Su Xiao is indeed immense. But this was not the time for such musings, so he said, Ruoxue, you are being overly polite. We are old classmates and more than ordinary friends. This small gift is nothing. Please accept it graciously. Inouye, let us go. Xiao Ruoxue, unwilling to engage in further banter with Su Bingquin, grasped Dan Inouye's hand, preparing to depart. At that moment, a voice interjected, if you like something, just buy it. Why let a trifling matter spoil your mood? Startled, Xiao Ruoxue turned to see Yi Chen. What brings you here? The earlier comment from Yi Chen had left her feeling awkward, as she thought to herself, I do wish for it, but how can I afford it? If my wife wants to buy a car, naturally, I am here to cover the expense. Yi Chen smiled as he approached, nodding at Dan Inouye. His words elicited a myriad of reactions from those present. First, there was Su Bingquin, whose eyes rolled as if they were about to pop out. His mouth twisted in disbelief. Had it not been for his ears, it might have stretched around to the back of his head. The salesman also rolled his eyes dramatically, muttering under his breath about the country bumpkin being quite the performer. Dan Inouye was initially taken aback, yet she was acutely aware of Yi Chen's circumstances. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, sensing that a captivating drama was about to unfold before her. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoxue found herself in an exceedingly awkward position. Internally, she lamented, Oh Yi Chen, how you dare to overstep your bounds when given a mere glimpse of opportunity. At that moment, Su Bingquin, with a calculating glint in his eyes, crossed his arms and cast a sidelong glance at Yi Chen, challenging him. You claim you've come prepared with funds. Let's see the proof. This was indeed an opportune moment for Yi Chen to face humiliation. If you can purchase this vehicle, I, Su Bingquin, shall polish it to a gleaming shine with my tongue. However, Should you be unable to present the requisite funds, you may as well roll out of here. Chapter 44. You blind fool. A single remark from Su Bingquan sent a wave of anxiety through Xiao Ruoxue. She was acutely aware of Yi Chen's financial standing. While she could forego the purchase of a car today, the notion of asking Yi Chen to leave was, for her, akin to a stinging slap in the face. Yi Chen, I merely stepped out to take a look. Who said I intended to buy a car? Xiao Ruoxue retorted with a composed demeanor. Yi Chen offered her a faint smile before turning to Su Bingquan. There's no need for you to fawn over this vehicle. I fear your saliva might tarnish it, rendering it worthless. Su Bingquan's face flushed with indignation as he pointed an irate finger at Yi Chen. Yi Chen gently brushed Su Bingquan's hand aside. As for your suggestion to leave, I find it rather agreeable. So why don't you exit now? It would be wise to maintain some semblance of dignity. When I purchase this vehicle, the audience will be far larger when you find yourself leaving. Su Bingquan believed he was merely offering Yi Chen a friendly warning. No one to back down, Yi Chen. He sneered. The salesperson, who had been quietly observing, finally interjected with a derisive laugh. Su Ershao, allow me to assist you in finalizing the paperwork. Pay no mind to this country bumpkin. I reiterated that you should leave. Su Bingquan, Yi Chen asserted firmly. Dan Enoal looked at Yi Chen in astonishment, then glanced at Xiao Ruoxue, whispering, Wow, it seems your companion has developed quite the temper in just a few days. Sensing the escalating tension, Xiao Ruoxue urged Dan Enoal, Perhaps we should take our leave. Don't be hasty. The show isn't over yet. Are you not curious to see who will emerge victorious today? Dan Enoal replied, sensing something different about Yi Chen today. The salesperson, realizing that this country bumpkin was not there to purchase a vehicle, but rather to disrupt her sales, approached Yi Chen. It seems you ought to be the one to leave. Have you taken a moment to reflect on your own worth? Is someone like you truly fit to shop here? Then what sort of person is deemed worthy to buy from us? At that moment, the store manager, accompanied by two others, approached and overheard the salesperson's words. Upon recognizing the manager, the salesperson quickly stepped forward. Manager, you're here. I was just introducing Su Ershao to our latest model. This deal is almost. Before she could finish, the manager raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. How dare you, you blind fool! The salesperson stood there in shock. And manager, Su Bingquan was equally bewildered by the sudden aggression. Xiao Ruoxue and Dan Enoal winced at the sound of the slap, instinctively recoiling. The manager then turned to Yi Chen. Bowing slightly, I sincerely apologize, Mr. Yi. It is my failure to properly supervise my staff that has caused you distress. Now apologize to Mr. Yi at once. After addressing Yi Chen, the manager pivoted to reprimand the salesperson. Why Yi, sir? The salesperson was utterly flabbergasted. To be addressed with such respect by the manager indicated that this individual was undoubtedly someone of significant stature in Dongjiang, likely the head of a prominent family. Yet, the man before her, clad in a makeshift ensemble and sporting a pair of rubber-soled sneakers, bore an unrefined demeanor. Su Bingquan was utterly bewildered. The store manager was addressing Yi Chen. He thought he must be hearing things, or perhaps even seeing things incorrectly, so he rubbed his eyes vigorously. You can't hear what I'm saying? The manager noticed the sales assistant staring blankly at Yi Chen, rendered speechless. Upon hearing this, the sales assistant immediately nodded and stammered. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. Although he uttered these words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of indignation in his heart. What right did this country bumpkin have? Su Bingquan was convinced that the manager must have mistaken someone else's identity, so he stepped forward and said, Feng Chao, have you gotten sand in your eyes? You're calling him Mr. Yi? P.S. merely a live-in son-in-law. Feng Chao, recognizing Su Bingquan, bit down on his molars and coldly retorted, Are you implying that I, Feng Chao, am blind? No, it's just that. This was the first time Su Bingquan had been addressed in such a manner by Feng Chao. Su Bingquan, unless you have business here, kindly step aside and do not hinder our service for Mr. Yi. Feng Chao regarded Su Bingquan with utter disdain. Compared to the gentleman before him, Su Bingquan was nothing but a minuscule creature in a muddy ditch. Mr. Yi, we are already arranging the paperwork for you. After addressing Su Bingquan, Feng Chao turned to Yi Chen and said, Shortly, we shall deliver all the items to your residence as per the address you provided. Xiao Ruoxue, witnessing this, felt a wave of panic wash over her. Why was Yi Chun acting so grandly here? This car cost at least 2 million. How could he possibly afford it? With this thought in mind, she turned to Yi Chun and urged, Yi Chun, I never intended to buy this car. Let us leave. If I buy this car, who told you to handle the paperwork for him? Su Bingquan interjected, raising his hand in indignation. Feng Chao, have you lost your mind selling this vehicle to a country bumpkin? Is your store looking to close down? Su Bingquan, why are you shouting? If we're not purchasing this car, you're free to buy it. Xiao Ruoxue shot Su Bingquan an exasperated glance and tugged at Yi Chun to leave. Dear, how can we not purchase the car you have your eye on? We are taking it. Yi Chun insisted, refusing to budge. Feng Chao, infuriated by Su Bingquan's remarks, retorted, let me tell you, I'm being polite by letting you go. How dare you speak to me like that for this bumpkin? You will regret this. Su Bingquan was equally incensed. Perhaps it will be you regretting this today. Feng Chao thought to himself, feeling quite confident. Mr. Yi, if you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. This establishment will certainly accommodate your every wish, every request. Yi Chun stroked his chin, feigning contemplation for a moment. Xiao Ruoxue, feeling anxious, glanced around at the onlookers and whispered to Yi Chun, I understand you want to maintain face, but this car costs over 2 million. How do you plan to pay for it? Please, let us leave and not embarrass ourselves here. Xiao Ruoxue suspected that Yi Chun might have given this man a small sum to play along with this charade. Upon hearing Xiao Ruoxue's words, Yi Chun replied, I actually do have a request. Please go ahead. Feng Chao bent down, his face adorned with a smile. Moments ago, Su Bingquan proclaimed that upon acquiring this vehicle, he would polish it to a gleaming shine with his tongue. However, due to the foul odor of his saliva, it is best to have him removed from this vicinity. Yi Chun remarked with a subtle smirk, his tone remarkably unperturbed. Very well, I shall see to it. Feng Chao responded promptly, addressing the two individuals behind him. What are you still standing there for? Did you not hear what Mr. Yi has said? Upon hearing this, the two promptly approached Su Bingquan. Mr. Su, please leave. Su Bingquan retorted indignantly, what audacity! Have your heads been struck by a donkey? Do you even know who I am? I am. Before he could finish his sentence, the two seized him and unceremoniously escorted him out. Chapter 45. The East River's crouching dragon card. As Feng Chao watched Su Bingquan being dragged away, he hurriedly addressed Yi Chun. Mr. Yi, are you satisfied? Yi Chun slightly furrowed his brows, indicating his discontent. Startled by the response, Feng Chao nearly fell to his knees, bending further at the waist with an even broader, albeit forced, smile. Mr. Yi, I implore your mercy. My livelihood is hard-earned. A single word from you could send me begging on the streets. Xiao Ruoxue was utterly taken aback, questioning the authenticity of Feng Chao's performance. However, Shan in awe did not share her skepticism. Today, Yi Chun was markedly different, both in presence and tone, which could not be feigned. Such matters were beyond mere pretense. Noticing Xiao Ruoxue's palpable anxiety, Shan Inua softly remarked, Ruoxue, I believe today's deal is all but sealed. Indeed, shortly thereafter, another individual approached Feng Chao, stating, Manager, the paperwork is complete. Please review it. When do you have I for review? Let Mr. Yi examine it. Feng Chao straightened his posture, reprimanding the individual beside him. Yes, Mr. Yi, please take a look. The person held out a refined box before Yi Chun. There's no need. Your establishment has functioned for quite some time. I trust you can manage this minor detail. Yi Chun did not even glance at the box nor reach for it. He turned to Xiao Ruoxue, saying, Dear, let us return home and await developments. Eager for clarity, Shan Inuo raised her hand to accept the items. Ruoxue, allow me to take a look. Upon opening the box, she discovered all documents were in order, accompanied by the car keys. Wow, this is genuine. Ruoxue, look, complete documentation. Even the vehicle tax has been processed, and the license plate number is quite commendable. Shan Inua's eyes sparkled with envy as she examined the contents. What? They have even secured the license plate number? This is astonishingly swift. Feng Chao, seeing her excitement, promptly bowed and explained, Mr. Yi is a distinguished user of our East River Crouching Dragon card. As a member of our commercial association, all purchases are complimentary. Furthermore, the processing of relevant paperwork is expedited. We shall provide Mr. Yi with the utmost speed and quality of service. Xiao Ruoxua, upon hearing this, was rendered speechless. The Crouching Dragon card? I have never heard of such a thing. Is it true that all products at the association are free? Does this mean we can simply take whatever we desire? While Xiao Ruoxua remained skeptical, Shan Yinhuo was convinced. Feng Chao, sensing the satisfaction of the two ladies, felt a weight lift from his chest and inquired, "Ladies, do you have any further requests?" Having encountered many customers in his role, he understood that when a man buys a car for a woman, as long as the woman is pleased, the man's concerns are easily addressed. No. We are thoroughly satisfied. Shan Yinhuo replied on behalf of the still in a daze Xiao Ruoxua, gently nudging her to nod in agreement. Xiao Ruoxua, still somewhat dazed, glanced at Shan Yinhuo and then at the composed Yi Chen, finally conceding, "All right." With Xiao Ruoxua's affirmation, Feng Chao felt completely reassured and cautiously looked at Yi Chen. "Mr. Yi." Yet Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively, contemplating that as long as his wife was content, all else would fall into place. As soon as Xiao Ruoxua nodded, Yi Chen ceased to trouble Feng Chao. Otherwise, he would have insisted that Feng Chao retrieve Su Bingquan, compelling him to leave in disgrace. Upon exiting the 4S dealership, Xiao Ruoxua gazed at the Porsche 911 before her, feeling as though she were in a dream. "Darling, you drive us home?" "Aye," Yi Chen remarked, noticing Xiao Ruoxua's immense delight in the car. "Is there no space for a bicycle in the trunk?" Xiao Ruoxua said, keeping her gaze fixed ahead, her tone unembellished. Yi Chen was taken aback. How did she know I rode my bicycle here? Indeed, I cycle daily, and, given the considerable distance from home, she surely could not presume I took a taxi. With a sheepish grin, he turned to retrieve his bicycle. On the journey home, Xiao Ruoxua drove at a leisurely pace, both to familiarize herself with the vehicle and to engage Yi Chen in conversation. "Do you have nothing to disclose to me?" she inquired as she navigated the road. Disclose what?" Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, remaining silent throughout the drive. "Do you think that since Yinhuo believes in the Wulong card, I would too? Such good fortune is rare in this world." Xiao Ruoxua remained skeptical about the car purchase. Yet aside from the Wulong card, she could not fathom what could empower Yi Chen to acquire such a vehicle. "Oh, it is indeed the Wulong card," Yi Chen asserted. "Is there truly a Wulong card in Dongjiang? As a businessman, I have heard nothing of it. Moreover, Xiao Ruoxua's enterprise has yet to seize an opportunity to join the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. This is a significant regret for her, as well as a short-term goal." "Yes, it is my first time hearing of it too," Yi Chen replied. "What? You two are hearing it for the first time?" Xiao Ruoxua abruptly halted the vehicle, disbelief etched on her face. Does mere hearsay hold any weight? If Dongjiang possesses a Wulong card, and you have merely heard of it without possessing one, how could the store manager treat you with such courtesy? "Well, this is indeed my first time hearing of it. Hence I thought to give it a try. Whether it works or not remains to be seen." Yi Chen responded. "You do not possess the card?" Xiao Ruoxua's suspicion deepened. "I do," Yi Chen answered. "Where did you obtain it?" "A friend gifted it to me after I assisted him with a minor favor, and then his grandfather presented me with this trinket." Yi Chen spoke the truth. "A minor favor for a Wulong card? I have read extensively. Do not deceive me. It is true, my dear. If not, shall we visit that clothing chain store over there to test it?" Yi Chen gestured towards a large clothing store nearby. Forget it. I believe you." Xiao Ruoxua dared not press further. Meanwhile, Su Bingquan was dragged outside, witnessing Xiao Ruoxua depart in her new vehicle. Naturally, he could not believe that Yi Chen possessed such wealth to purchase a new car, yet he had to accept the reality that they had driven away. He circled back into the store. Arriving at the office of manager Feng Chao, Su Bingquan wore a grim expression. "Feng Chao." Upon seeing Su Bingquan return, Feng Chao hurriedly donned a smile, exclaiming, "Ah, young Master Su, what brings you back?" Su Bingquan approached, seizing Feng Chao by the collar, and furiously declared, "If you do not clarify matters today, my Su family will not let this go." Alas, Feng Chao sighed, expressing his own helplessness. "Mr. Yi possesses the Dongjiang Wulong card, and as a member of the Chamber of Commerce, our establishment is duty-bound to serve him unconditionally." Upon hearing this, Su Bingquan slowly released his grip and inquired, "The Dongjiang Wulong card? I have indeed heard of that. The Su family, being not only members of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, but also having Su Bingquan's brother as the vice president and a close confidant, were well aware of its significance. Are you saying that Yi Chen holds the Wulong card? I understand its implications in Dongjiang all too well. Feng Chao continued, glancing at Su Bingquan's expression. Under normal circumstances, he would never have dared to offend Su Bingquan in such a manner. However, in light of the Wulong card's weight, he would comply without hesitation if the cardholder instructed him to confront Su Bingquan. Chapter 46. How did Lin Qianjiao arrive? As Xiao Ruoxue and Yi Chen returned home, they ascended to the second floor in succession. By now, it was already past 8:30. Yi Chen contemplated preparing soup for Xiao Ruoxue before stepping out for a brief errand. However, just as he entered the small kitchen, Xiao Ruoxue followed him inside. What ingredients do you use for the soups you make daily? She inquired, leaning against the kitchen door, her gaze fixed on the items in Yi Chen's hands. Various ingredients, he replied simply, as the components varied each time. Oh, are you afraid I might steal your secret recipe? Xiao Ruoxue retorted, clearly unsatisfied with his answer. What would you want to learn that for? I'll handle the soup. You only need to enjoy it. Yi Chen looked up and smiled at her. The cheerful atmosphere was a refreshing change, the first of its kind in a year. Xiao Ruoxue returned a faint smile, mentioning that once Baida officially joined the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, it would mark a significant step forward. There's a small recruitment meeting for the chamber tomorrow. I want to give it another shot. At that time, I'll learn how to make soup from you, she said before turning to head into the living room. Yi Chen paused his task, raising his gaze to follow her. Reflecting on how Baida had struggled for years without even qualifying for chamber membership. Although Dongjiang was not large, its economy was rapidly advancing, with various commercial forces emerging, each more formidable than the last. For a mid-sized company like Baida, maintaining its essence amid such momentum was no small feat. Gaining entry into the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce had long been Xiao Ruoxue's aspiration, a goal that fueled her relentless efforts. Rest assured, Ruoxue, I will help you realize this dream. After preparing the soup ingredients, Yi Chen joined Xiao Ruoxue in the living room, where he found her absently flipping through a magazine. My dear, Yi Chen began, taking a seat on the sofa beside her. At that moment, Xiao Ruoxue was lost in thought, troubled by the notion that Su Bingquan was an unchangeable character. She pondered how, despite previous encounters, he had so easily assisted Baida on 2 occasions, one regarding Wang Youcai's collaboration and the other concerning the timely repayment from Lianmu clothing factory. The car accident and the dealings with the 4S dealership seemed too coincidental. Had he been tracking her all along? If she didn't repay these favors, Su Bingquan would certainly become a lingering presence in her life. Was it reasonable for me to cancel the plans for procuring benefits and exchanging food in the cafeteria? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, she completely missed Yi Chen's words. My dear, Yi Chen leaned closer to her again. Huh? Xiao Ruoxue blinked, feeling somewhat uneasy as she noticed his proximity. I wish to discuss something with you. Yi Chen sat on the sofa, his body slightly swaying, hesitating to express his thoughts. Xiao Ruoxue's eyes darted as she wondered if Yi Chen was about to present a request in exchange for a car he had arranged for her. What is it? It's about. Yi Chen repeatedly blinked, struggling to find the right words. Are you out of money? Xiao Ruoxue suddenly recalled that a few days ago, Yi Chen had received a package. At that time, Yi Chen mentioned that he had acquired a piece of land on which he intended to construct an amusement park. He also stated that Baida was in urgent need of funds, thus requesting that Xiao Ruoxue no longer provide him with a monthly allowance of 1,000 yuan. However, Yi Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering the connection between this and money. Xiao Ruoxue, naturally believing that Yi Chen, as a man, might feel embarrassed to directly ask for financial support, reassured him that she would continue to send him the monthly allowance as before. My dear, you misunderstand. Yi Chen attempted to clarify, wanting to discuss the matter of Dongzhou Slope with Xiao Ruoxue. Her gaze fell squarely upon Yi Chen's face as she remarked, A piece of land, that sounds splendid. With that, she stood up, intending to leave. My dear, Yi Chen called out as he noticed Xiao Ruoxue's intention to depart. Frustration bubbled within her. Could it be that a mere card had inflated Yi Chen's ego? After a moment of contemplation, she turned to him and said, Yi Chen, if you desire something, strive for it through your own efforts. I recognize that you possess some talents. The butcher, Xiao Zhu, who suffered a fall and injured his arm, you were the one who helped him mend it. The elderly gentleman in Villa 15 of Donyang, who had a persistent cough, you were the one who alleviated his ailment. There are many such instances that I can mention. Your skills are commendable. You can earn your way in this world with your own hands. Why must you always dwell on limitless possibilities? This sentiment reflected Xiao Ruoxue's hopes for Yi Chen over the past year, which had also led to her disappointment. After expressing her thoughts, she descended the stairs without another word. I had finally created a pleasant atmosphere, only for it to be shattered. Yi Chen sighed, observing Xiao Ruoxue's retreating figure. Yet, simultaneously, he felt a sense of comfort. Although she maintained a cool demeanor towards him daily, she had been attentive to all of his endeavors. Yi Chen persevered. Once he had adjusted the soup in the kitchen, he too made his way downstairs, planning to wait until Xiao Ruoxue was asleep before stepping out. However, as Yi Chen reached the corner of the staircase, he heard laughter and chatter emanating from the living room, indicating that guests had arrived. Descending a few more steps, he was startled to see Lin Qianjiao. Indeed, in the living room sat Lin Qianjiao, engaged in lively conversation with Yi Chen's mother-in-law, Qin Fong, both appearing quite familiar with one another. Opposite them were Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Wenlei. Yi Chen had never heard Xiao Ruoxue mention knowing Lin Qianjiao. What was the situation today? Should he feign ignorance of her presence? He pondered this while slowing his pace. Qin Fong was chatting with Lin Qianjiao when she caught sight of Yi Chen descending the stairs. She waved her hand and called out, Xiao Chen, come here. I want to introduce you to a new friend. Yi Chen had no choice but to quicken his steps and enter the living room. He wrestled with whether to disclose his acquaintance with Lin Qianjiao, but upon glancing at Xiao Ruoxue seated nearby, he abandoned the thought. Lin Qianjiao, however, stood up and smiled at Yi Chen, saying, I've heard Aunt Fong speak of her son-in-law. Indeed, you are quite the handsome gentleman. What a pleasure to meet you. Yi Chen was taken aback, surprised by Lin Qianjiao's perceptiveness. Noticing that Yi Chen remained silent, Lin Qianjiao extended her hand towards him. Oh, it was at that moment Yi Chen regained his senses and reached out, introducing himself. Simultaneously, he pondered internally about how Lin Qianjiao seemed so familiar with his mother-in-law. Moreover, it appeared that many of their previous discussions revolved around him. Given Lin Qianjiao's current standing in the underworld, it was inconceivable for her to have any dealings with the Xiao family. After all, Xiao Wenlei had retreated from the front lines years ago, and Xiao Ruoxue's company, despite being among the top 100, held no significant rank in the Dongjiang business community, not even being a member of the Chamber of Commerce. Thus, it raised the question, had Lin Qianjiao and Qin Fong been acquainted prior to this? Chapter 47. Yi Chen's wife is quite extraordinary. Lin Qianjiao and Qin Fong were not previously acquainted. In the afternoon, Lin Qianjiao's assistant, Mo Qing, reported an intriguing matter to her. Sister Long, on Gujiao Street. That fellow Yi Chen was seen walking arm in arm with a woman into the fish swimming all-day bar. Since learning of Yi Chen's name, Lin Qianjiao had instructed Mo Qing to investigate his background, but the information obtained was merely that he was the son-in-law of the Xiao family. The information Mo Qing uncovered this time, however, sparked Lin Qianjiao's interest. I knew this Yi Chen was not as simple as he appeared. Lin Qianjiao was well aware of what fish swimming all day represented, but she understood that Yi Chen's visit there must have been for reasons beyond the obvious. Mo Qing, I recall you mentioned that Xiao Wenlei's wife, Qin Fong, runs a beauty salon? Lin Qianjiao inquired. Indeed, Sister Long. It's located in the Tingyue area, and it's not very large. Sometimes, Qin Fong personally attends to the clients. Mo Qing replied. Excellent. In the evening, Lin Qianjiao became a client at Fonghua Beauty Salon. She opted for a simple facial hydration treatment and requested that Qin Fong personally attend to her. The salon was modestly sized, and it was common for clients to request the owner's personal service, so Qin Fong was accustomed to it. After all, the customer is always king. As Qin Fong personally administered the facial hydration, she engaged in cheerful conversation with her client. Within 10 minutes, Lin Qianjiao complimented Qin Fong on her skilled technique, expressing her desire to obtain a long-term membership card. Naturally pleased, Qin Fong proceeded to introduce a series of services and inquired which package Ms. Lin would prefer. All packages, please. One of each for the annual card. Lin Qianjiao responded generously. Qin Fong felt she had encountered a valuable patron, but as she worked on Lin Qianjiao's forehead, she remarked, "Ms. Lin, there's a scar on your forehead." Before Qin Fong could finish her sentence, Lin Qianjiao's expression darkened. "That's enough. No need to continue." She then rose from the treatment bed, discarding the towel and other items aside. Qin Fong understood that any woman would feel discontented about an unremovable scar on her face. Thus, she empathized with Lin Qianjiao's reaction, but, recognizing her fiery temperament, took a moment to choose her words carefully. "Ms. Lin, while my beauty salon may not have a solution, my son-in-law possesses a secret remedy," Qin Fong asserted. She did not exaggerate. In her profession, she dared not boast. She had once suffered a burn on her arm as a child, a scar that Yi Chun had since helped her diminish after he joined the Shao family. As she spoke, Qin Fong rolled up her sleeve, revealing a nearly indistinguishable mark where the burn had been. This was it, a burn. Upon hearing Yi Chen's name, Lin Qianjiao's demeanor softened considerably. "So, Sister Fong's son-in-law can surely heal this scar of mine?" Initially, Lin Qianjiao had not held much hope for the removal of the scar, as it represented not only a physical wound, but also a psychological one. Through this method, establishing further connections with the Shao family would also provide a reason to engage with Yi Chun. For Qin Fong, losing such a significant client was not an option. Thus, as their conversation flowed, they eventually discussed matters concerning their homes. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Qianjiao glanced at Xiao Ruoxue and remarked, "I heard that Baida recently acquired a new product. I wonder when it will officially launch." Xiao Ruoxue was taken aback. The contract for Wang Youcai's product entering Baida had just been signed, yet the news had spread so swiftly. She responded with a smile, "Baida introduces new products daily. I am curious which one Miss Lin refers to." Lin Qianjiao thought to herself that Yi Chen's wife was indeed remarkable. She replied with a smile, "It appears that Sister Fong has mentioned her daughter is exceptionally talented, starting a business from scratch and building Baida. Coincidentally, I have a company that is currently troubled by the upcoming holiday benefits. If Baida has new products every day, perhaps we should consider procurement." "Oh, indeed." Qin Fong was delighted. "Sister Lin, you are a distinguished guest of our family. I hope you will look after my daughter's business in the future." Xiao Ruoxue offered a faint smile, feeling that Lin Qianjiao's sudden appearance was rather peculiar, as if she possessed an intimate understanding of the Shao family. Judging by her demeanor, she did not seem to be an ordinary businesswoman. Xiao Ruoxue could discern that Lin Qianjiao held little interest in Baida, and if she were merely a customer of her mother-s, Fanghua beauty was not the best in Dongjiang. Yet, Lin Qianjiao appeared to be quite discerning. What truly captivated her? Xiao Ruoxue could not ascertain. Xiao Wenlei continuously refilled the tea for the women, unable to interject into their conversation. Yi Chun remained silent, merely offering a smile from the sidelines. "Sister Fong, you are being too polite. Since we consider ourselves sisters, I shall surely be relying on you in the future," Lin Qianjiao remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Qin Fong slapped her forehead. "Look at my memory. I almost forgot the important matter. Lao Lei, could you check the backyard to see if the flowers have been watered?" Qin Fong dismissed Xiao Wenlei. Yi Chun, hearing this, also stood up. "If not, I shall go too. You stay seated." Qin Fong waved her hand, and Yi Chun sat back down. "Yi Chun, do you still have that scar cream you used for Mom the other day?" Qin Fong asked. "What scar cream?" Yi Chun pretended not to remember. He understood that Qin Fong intended for him to bring the cream to help Lin Qianjiao with her forehead scar, but that old injury would not be so easily remedied. The last bottle was specifically formulated for his mother-in-law Qin Fong's burn scar and would be ineffective for Lin Qianjiao's mark. "You silly boy. It was the one you used for Mom, a small bottle." Qin Fong gestured, urging Yi Chun to think carefully. "Oh, that one's finished." Yi Chun replied. "What?" Qin Fong felt exceedingly embarrassed. She had promised Lin Qianjiao that her son-in-law had a secret remedy, and now Yi Chun claimed it was all gone, which was tantamount to slapping her face. But Yi Chun immediately replied, if necessary, I shall prepare another bottle. Upon hearing this, Chen Fang's furrowed brow relaxed as she exclaimed, "Very well, then do make haste in preparing another. It must be done with care, for I intend to present it to Miss Lin." "Certainly," Chen responded with alacrity. "If Miss Lin requires it, I shall ensure it is meticulously crafted." Upon hearing these words, Lin Qianjiao's lips curled into a sweet smile. Sister Fang was indeed correct. Not only is Brother Yi handsome, but he is also immensely talented. I am truly in admiration. Chen Fang chimed in, "Is there any doubt? Our Yi Chen is replete with virtues." At this, Yi Chen offered an embarrassed smile. Just then, Xiao Ruoxue's expression darkened suddenly. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to rest. Please, continue your conversation at your leisure." Chapter 48. Su Bingxian and the Su family. Upon learning that Yi Chen possessed the coveted Wulong card, Su Bingqian, though seething with resentment, dared not act impulsively. Fully aware of the card's formidable power, with no outlet for his pent-up frustration, he ultimately resolved to seek the intervention of his elder brother. After all, Su Bingxian, his elder sibling, was also a member of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce and maintained a close relationship with the current vice president of the association. Returning home, Su Bingqian made a beeline for his brother's chamber. He knocked on the door, and after prolonged wait, a voice called out, "Come in." Upon entering, he found Su Bingxian fastening the buttons of his shirt, evidently having turned in early for the night. "Brother, why are you asleep so early? How can you sleep at a time like this?" Su Bingqian exclaimed as he plopped down onto the sofa. Su Bingxian, the eldest son of the Su family, was responsible for all aquatic affairs of the family and seldom ventured out for social engagements. "It's rather late. Do you require my assistance with something?" he inquired, taking a seat at the tea table and lighting a cigarette. "Not just anything, brother. You must take a stand for me, or soon enough, some individuals will be trampling all over the Su family." Su Bingqian retorted, grabbing a cigarette from the table and placing it between his lips. "Who dares to act so brazenly on Su family territory?" Su Bingxian shot a glance at his brother. The situation is as follows. Su Bingqian recounted the incident of being struck 3 times that night on the road and subsequently finding himself at the police station, as well as the events of the current evening. "Brother, this is intolerable. That brat Yi, merely his son-in-law, and the Xiao family is hardly a prestigious lineage. Shall we stand idly by while he flaunts his arrogance before the Su family?" Su Bingqian fervently argued. "If we do not take action to teach Yi Chen a lesson this time, I fear your younger brother will lose all face in this community." His description was vivid, exaggerating Yi Chen's actions manifold, while he painted himself as the staunch defender of the Su family's honor. He thought to himself that after hearing this, Su Bingxian would surely come to his aid. However, to his surprise, Su Bingxian fiercely stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, raising an eyebrow in mild irritation. "For the sake of a woman, you have lost your composure. What kind of precedent does that set?" Seeing his elder brother's reluctance to support him, Su Bingqian immediately adopted a morose expression. "Brother, this is not merely a matter of a woman. It concerns the dignity of our Su family. Yi Chen, fully aware of my status as the second son of the Su family, struck me without a second thought. He did not merely strike me. He struck the very face of the Su family." "Humph." Su Bingxian rose in anger, casting a sidelong glance at Su Bingqian. "As for the Su family's dignity, how much have you already compromised? Last time, you provoked that girl Shan Inua, leading over 30 individuals to our aquatic store, resulting in the needless slaughter of hundreds of Australian lobsters. And now you dare to provoke the son-in-law of the Xiao family? Do you not realize that despite its modest size, Dongjiang is a place teeming with hidden talents? You can never fathom the formidable powers that lurk behind an ordinary fa ade." Su Bingxian had long been aware of Su Bingqian's dismissal of Shan Inua, yet he had not anticipated that she would have powerful connections backing her. Single Inua has caused significant harm to Su's aquatic products, resulting in substantial losses. However, when Su Bingxian sought to confront her, he discovered that the members of the Shan family were not to be underestimated. Consequently, he had to swallow his grievances in silence. "Brother, brother, brother." Upon hearing this, Su Bingqian immediately rose, exclaiming, this time is different from the past. Su Bingqian, filled with anger, turned around and queried, "In what way is it different?" "That brat Yi Chun possesses a Wulong card." Su Bingqian lowered his voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers. "Wulong card?" Su Bingqian suppressed his fury. Pondering deeply, he mused that the Wulong card was a symbol of status among the elite of Dongjiang, with only 10 such cards existing in the entire region. According to Su Bingqian, Yi Chun was merely the son-in-law of the Shao family, which, though a rising star, had not achieved remarkable success in Dongjiang. If the Shao family had such a formidable backing, their business would not be struggling so. Could it be? Noticing Su Bingqian's anger dissipating, Su Bingqian leaned in closer and suggested, "Brother, which prominent figure in Dongjiang do you think would be in trouble if the Wulong card were to be lost?" At these words, a spark lit up in Su Bingqian's eyes, and he thought to himself that if a significant person truly lost their Wulong card, and he would help recover it. Seeing his brother silent, Su Bingqian pressed on, "Brother, this is a splendid opportunity not only to exact revenge, but also to elevate our standing." After a moment of contemplation, Su Bingqian replied, "Bingqian, all these years you have indulged in pleasure. When will you contribute something to the Su family's endeavors?" Yes, you are right, brother." Su Bingqian immediately nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, Su Bingqian continued, "How about this? For the next few days, keep an eye on the aquatic product side for me and refrain from wandering about." "Brother," Su Bingqian thought to himself, "is he planning to take action against that brat Yi Chun? Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on the aquatic products. I won't allow him to make any mistakes." Su Bingqian rubbed his hands together confidently. "You'd better not make any mistakes yourself. However, let me make one thing clear. If you cause any trouble during this period, don't expect a comfortable life afterward." Su Bingqian warned him, "Don't worry, in the past, it was you who wouldn't let me act, but that doesn't mean I lack the ability." Su Bingqian replied, shaking his head proudly. Su Bingqian scoffed, "With your limited capabilities, do you think I don't know better than the old man?" At this point, Su Bingqian felt a surge of frustration. As sons of the Su family, Su Bingqian only knew how to spend lavishly. Yet the money he squandered was earned through Su Bingqian's hard work. Their father had yet to divide the shares of Su's aquatic products, leaving Su Bingqian to wait in vain. If the Su family were to be split into 3, Su Bingqian believed he would have long soared above them, leaving them far behind. It was precisely because their father adhered to tradition and was hesitant to allow him free rein in business matters, adhering to various regulations, that Su Bingqian remained idle, enjoying the benefits of the Su family without contributing. Their father continued to pamper him excessively. Not only must Su Bingqian support this younger brother without any returns, but he is also constantly compelled to provide him with financial assistance. Should he refuse, Su's father incessantly reminds him that the Su family's assets are to be divided in 2, implying that if he neglects his brother, how can they possibly divide the inheritance? To this day, Su Bingqian remains perplexed by his father's cryptic remarks regarding the division of wealth, whether it pertains to him and Su's father or the 2 brothers themselves. Yet, such matters have become trivial. Su Bingqian, while berated, internally seethes with resentment, outwardly responding with a smile, affirming his elder brother's words. However, his thoughts are consumed with disdain for his brother, as he yearns for him to endure the scorn while he deals with Yi Chun first. Once he secures Xiaoruoxue, his status will elevate dramatically. After all, Xiaoruoxue is connected with influential figures in the capital, and acquiring her would grant him access to those in power. At that point, Chapter 49, learn from this. Lin Xianjiao conversed with Qin Fong for several more minutes before finally rising to depart. Yi Chun sensed that Xiaoruoxue appeared somewhat displeased. Thus he decided against going out that evening. However, upon ascending the stairs, he discovered that Xiaoruoxue had already closed the bedroom door and fallen asleep. The following day, as Yi Chun prepared breakfast, he realized that Xiaoruoxue had already left for work. Alas, yet again he would not have breakfast at home. Yi Chun muttered to himself. After tidying up, he, as per his usual routine, rode his bicycle to the market. After wandering around and purchasing nothing, he intended to visit the Mingyi clinic first, as he suspected the couple there harbored some secrets. Just as he exited the market, he spotted Yi Quan's car parked outside and thought to himself that Yi Quan was rather impatient. Indeed, It was not long before Yi Quan hurriedly emerged from the vehicle and approached Yi Chen. Xiao Chen, what a coincidence. Yi Quan feigned a chance encounter with Yi Chen. Good morning. Yi Chen replied with a faint smile, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Quan before attempting to ride away. Yi Quan, having followed him all morning, was not about to let him depart so easily. He quickly reached out to block Yi Chen, saying, since we've run into each other like this, why don't we find a suitable place to have a proper discussion? Yi Chen paused, surveying the surroundings. I believe this place is quite suitable. Speak your mind. Yi Quan was momentarily taken aback, his irritation simmering beneath the surface, yet he maintained a friendly demeanor. I happen to have some things with me. So why don't we? I just remembered, I need to buy a few things. Yi Chen exclaimed, tapping his forehead in realization. All right, then I shall accompany you to shop. Yi Quan smiled broadly, gesturing for Yi Chen to lead the way. Yi Chen did not hesitate, mounting his bicycle and riding off. Yi Quan, seeing Yi Chen head toward an alley that his car could not enter, had no choice but to quickly retrieve his belongings from the car and jog after him. Fortunately, the alley was not long, though Yi Quan was soon drenched in sweat, finally catching up to Yi Chen as he stopped in front of a small shop. Hu bon tu. Yi Chen, wait for me. Yi Quan panted, loosening his collar as he hastened to follow. The shop was a quaint furniture store, well stocked with tables and chairs. Yi Chen perused the items and selected a set of ordinary solid wood furniture. Boss, how much for this set? He inquired. Yi Quan, standing nearby, felt a surge of irritation, thinking that such lowly aspirations were unworthy of a member of the Yi family. The shopkeeper approached with a smile. Say, sir, you have a discerning eye. This set is crafted from pure solid wood, polished without any paint, using traditional methods that are environmentally friendly. Yi Chen nodded. And how much does it cost? Sir, this set is only 3,000 yuan. The shopkeeper replied. The quality is indeed commendable, but Yi Chen stroked his chin, appearing quite conflicted. Xiao Chen, you must seize this set. I will purchase it for you. Yi Quan interjected. For 3,000 yuan was merely a trifling expense for him. However, much to his dismay, Yi Chen let out a sigh, pondering the value of the item before him, yet finding the price rather unreasonable. Just as the shopkeeper was about to speak, Yi Quan raised his hand, asserting that there was nothing unreasonable about it. As long as it was something one desired, the price was inconsequential. Isn't it just 3,000 yuan? Why so reluctant? He chided. With that, Yi Chen deliberately elongated his tone, feigning further contemplation. Seeing this, Yi Quan, having already expressed his intent, was exasperated. There was no more deliberation needed. He was determined to purchase the set. With that, he reached for his wallet. Wait, Yi Chen interjected, blocking Yi Quan's hand. This price is far from reasonable. One cannot simply agree to such terms. The shopkeeper, witnessing the exchange, hurriedly explained, Sir, you will not find a better deal on this table and chair set. They are crafted from solid wood, not pieced together. The joints are designed using traditional mortise and tenon techniques, ensuring there is no chemical contamination. Patience, my friend, Yi Chen replied calmly. Value must be reflected in the price. My assertion of unreasonableness is not without merit. Yi Quan swallowed hard, acknowledging that, in the current market, such traditional furniture would exceed 3,000 yuan in craftsmanship alone. As he spoke, he ran his fingers along the meticulously polished edges of the table, noting the considerable effort invested in its creation. He tapped the surface, confirming its solid wood composition, free of fillers. A commendable merchant indeed. The use of mortise and tenon joints not only provided strength, but also aesthetic appeal. The shopkeeper, taken aback, realized he had encountered an expert. This table and chair set, crafted by his own hands, had been on display for quite some time, with visitors dismissing it solely for its appearance, never considering its worth. Now, encountering someone who truly understood, he felt a kinship and was inclined to gift the set to this young man. Yi Quan, observing Yi Chen's unexpected enthusiasm for furniture, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Was this young man, having nothing better to do, truly delving into the intricacies of furniture design? Thus, Yi Chen asserted that the price of this set should start at no less than 30,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Yi Quan nearly choked, incredulous that while others sought to negotiate lower prices, he had audaciously raised the cost. The shopkeeper, bewildered, asked, "Young man, are you jesting? I'm quite serious. Will you sell it at this price?" Yi Chen replied earnestly. The shopkeeper chuckled awkwardly, whispering, "Well, do you intend to buy?" "Indeed, it is worth every penny." Yi Chen responded immediately, then turned his gaze towards Yi Quan. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Yi Quan chuckled, "Buy it indeed. Why the hesitation? Pay up." Yi Chen gestured with a dismissive wave, as if commanding a servant, instructing Yi Quan to settle the bill. Internally, Yi Quan seethed. How had he, the esteemed elder of the Yi family, become a mere follower to a child? After leaving the shop, Yi Chen provided the delivery address to the shopkeeper but did not rush to mount his bicycle. Instead, he leisurely pushed it along. Yi Quan followed closely, gritting his teeth. Though he had covered the expense and could afford it, a sense of internal conflict gnawed at him. "Xiao Chun, this item can clearly be purchased for 3,000 yuan. So why did you pay 30,000? Yi Quan, who considered himself all-knowing, found this behavior of Yi Chen utterly perplexing. Upon entering the store, the proprietor greeted him, and I was immediately enveloped by a fragrant scent of pine emanating from him. What does this signify? Before welcoming customers, he must have been crafting furniture. Yi Chen discerned at a glance that he was a traditional carpenter. When he extended his hand to showcase the set of tables and chairs, the edges of his palms bore thick, callous skin, but those were undoubtedly not the result of furniture making. Those hands unmistakably bore the marks of having mastered some form of martial arts, perhaps the iron sandpalm or something similar. Shouldn't T1 seize the opportunity to befriend such a person for future advantage? A smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips as he pondered this. Yi Quan suddenly understood, and his steps came to a halt. Learn from this. Yi Chen concluded with those final words, hopped onto his bicycle, and sped away. Chapter 50. No one can manipulate me. Yi Quan gritted his teeth and sprinted after Yi Chen. Before long, he caught up with Yi Chen at the entrance of an alley. Yi Chen had intended to shake off Yi Quan and head to the Mingyi Clinic. But upon seeing Yi Quan relentlessly pursuing him, he realized that Yi Quan would not relent until he achieved his goal. Thus, he halted at the alley's mouth to wait. Yi Chen Yi Quan, panting heavily, loathed Yi Chen with gritted teeth, yet he dared not relent. Yi Bo Tian had already called to urge him, setting a deadline. If Yi Chen did not return by then, the situation might take an unexpected turn. Therefore, Yi Quan reminded himself that he must resolve matters with Yi Chen swiftly. Hey, I say, if you keep following me like this, how am I supposed to maintain my reputation in Dongjiang? Yi Chen remarked, balancing on one leg while supporting himself with his bicycle. Yi Quan, filled with indignation, muttered to himself, did you ever have a good reputation in Dongjiang before? Noticing Yi Quan was too breathless to respond, Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively and said, all right, given your earnestness, hand over the items. Yi Quan's heart leaped with joy as he promptly presented a leather folder, stammering, a little Chen. Everything is here, Huff. Yi Chen opened it to find it indeed contained everything. What about the renovation costs? He inquired, casting a glance at Yi Quan. Inside were only some related documents. Where was the money? Why, you just need to pay what you see. Uncle Yi Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief, tugging at his collar for air. What kind of arrangement is this? You'll be trailing behind me every day to make payments, like a servant. If this gets out, I want to be able to show my face in Dongjiang. Yi Chen scoffed, immediately attempting to return the items to Yi Quan. Yi Quan hurriedly retreated a step, exclaiming, No. How about this? He rummaged through his bag and produced a card, having anticipated Yi Chen's objections and prepared accordingly. Here, little Chen, if you want something, just treat yourself. The password is 6 9s. Yi Chen glanced at the card, thinking to himself, a platinum card? Yi Quan is rather stingy, not quite cut out for greatness. Indeed, with the strength of the Yi family, a diamond card would be more fitting. Noticing Yi Chen's hesitation, Yi Quan inwardly cursed. Still dissatisfied? A platinum card is quite generous. You could never exhaust the funds on this card, even if you tried. After a moment of deliberation, Yi Chen accepted the card. Yi Quan's lips curled into a smile, thinking how frugal Yi Chen was. Now that I've given you the items, why are you still standing here? Do you truly wish to be my servant? If word gets out, the Yi family's reputation would be utterly tarnished. Yi Chen stowed away the items and reminded Yi Quan that it was time to leave. Yi Quan's face turned pale. Little Chen, I've done as you asked. When will you return? Returning now. I need to go back to cook lunch. Yi Chen feigned ignorance of Yi Quan's intentions. Yi Quan's expression twitched. I didn't mean to return to the Xiao family. Where else could I go but the Xiao family? Yi Chen averted his gaze, his face falling. For years, your grandfather has been yearning for you. Shouldn't you return to visit him? The traditions of a Yi family. Yi Quan is about to launch into his lengthy discourse once again. Stop. While you have provided what I requested, I never promised to return to the Yi family immediately. Yi Chen's expression was one of a smile tinged with sarcasm. Yi Quan was taken aback by Yi Chen's audacity. Calm down. Noticing Yi Quan's expression darkening, Yi Chen hastily continued. Regardless, I must first ensure everything is in order at Dongzhou Slope, correct? Ensuring everything is in order? That could take an eternity. No, your grandfather is advanced in age and wishes to see you. You must return promptly. Yi Quan could hardly contain his impatience. Yet at that moment, Yi Chen's demeanor suddenly turned grave, his tone icy. If he wishes to see me, let him come himself. Unless I am in a good mood one day, no one shall dictate my actions. 20 years ago, no one sought his opinion or respected his parents' wishes, hastily arranging for him to be sent away. Now, 2 decades later, they expect to see him at their convenience? Seeing Yi Quan's astonishment, Yi Chen continued, though I bear the Yi surname and have never changed it. I wish to inform you all that I, Yi Chen, will one day return to the Yi family. Regarding the events of 20 years past, I was but a child then, unable to manage the situation. Since you have waited for me for 2 decades, a few more days should be of no consequence. When I return, we shall reminisce properly. Yi Chen's voice was as frigid as the coldest winter, causing Yi Quan to shudder involuntarily, stepping back without realizing it. Then, Yi Chen placed a hand on Yi Quan's shoulder, saying, Uncle, perhaps you should take this time to prepare thoroughly. With that, he withdrew his arm, a slight smirk gracing his lips, and with a push of his feet, he rode off on his bicycle. After a moment, Yi Quan regained his composure, only to find Yi Chen's figure had long since vanished. The sweat that had just begun to dry was now renewed, as Yi Chen's words sent a chill down his spine, causing his hands and legs to tremble. After 2 decades, Yi Quan had assumed that Yi Chen had long forgotten the past, believing him to be merely a son-in-law bowing to a woman in Dongjiang. Yet, Yi Chen's recent words struck him like a sharp icicle, piercing the most vulnerable parts of his being. Did Yi Chen have plans to return to the Yi family all along? Was his suggestion to prepare an indication of prior communication with the old man? No. If they had been in contact, the elder would not have appeared so different when summoning him. He must have just received news of Yi Chen's presence in Dongjiang. The notion that Yi Chen was instructing him to prepare hinted at a reckoning for those old grievances. Yi Quan trembled, his heart racing even more violently. The ancient wealth of the Yi family represented his future dominion over the clan. Yet Yi Bo Tian had left a contingency plan. He must now tread carefully, concealing his true intentions. However, back then, I had merely consented to that man named Xiao Feng bringing away little Chen. I never intended to harm him. Yet another voice within me reminds me that it was you who informed the Yi Ming couple that Yi Chen had been taken to Dongjiang. Nevertheless, it remains a fact that Yi Chen did indeed arrive in Dongjiang back then. My error lay in concealing this matter from the old man. At that time, Yi Quan hesitated. Yi Chen had always been favored by Yi Batian since childhood, and Yi Ming, due to his honest and straightforward nature, was also cherished by the old man, who feared he might be bullied. Had it not been for Hu Feng's instigation and manipulation, Yi Quan would not have hastily decided to inform Yi Ming and his wife that Yi Chen had been sent away to Dongjiang. Had he chosen not to disclose this, they would not have relinquished their claim to the Yi family fortune, departing with merely 20,000 yuan. Although Yi Chen's words left him in a state of trepidation, Yi Quan still sought to reassure himself that Yi Chen had stooped to the level of becoming a son-in-law. Surely he could not possess such remarkable capabilities. He was merely putting on a fade before me. Chapter 51. My culinary skills are adequate at this hour. The clinic was quite bustling. When Yi Chen arrived, there were still 2 patients present. He took a seat on a bench against the wall, patiently waiting. The middle-aged woman was busy. yet her gaze would occasionally dart over to him. Once the patients had departed, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner turned to Yi Chen, acknowledging his wait. He understood that the young man was not there for a consultation. "Greetings. May I inquire how to address you?" Yi Chen stood and extended his hand towards the practitioner. "Ming Bai," the doctor replied with a faint smile, reciprocating the handshake. "This is my partner, Yu. Ming Bai? That name is rather unique," Yi Chen mused internally, convinced it was not the practitioner's true name. He pondered the mysteries surrounding Ming Medical Clinic. It was evident that these two individuals held uncommon identities. The use of pseudonyms suggested a desire to remain undetected. "Since you've fabricated a name, I shall conjure one of my own to join in the jest." With this thought, as he shook Ming Bai's hand, he introduced himself. "I am Chun Yi, Mr. Ming, and Ms. Yu." He then nodded and smiled at Yu. Standing to the side, Yu also smiled back at Yi Chen, but did not utter a word. "Oh, Mr. Chen, I wonder what brings you here today?" Ming Bai inquired directly, gesturing for Yi Chen to take a seat. "I have 3 matters to discuss," Yi Chen replied, settling down without hesitation. "Please, go ahead," Ming Bai encouraged, turning to Yu. "Would you mind preparing a pot of tea?" Yu nodded and disappeared into the back room, not to return. "The first matter is to express my gratitude to Mr. Ming. Your medicine from our last encounter was remarkably effective," Yi Chen said with a smile. "Practicing medicine is my duty. There is no need for thanks," Ming Bai replied with a modest smile. "What is the second matter?" "The second matter. During our last meeting, you mentioned wanting to inquire about something. I left in a hurry and did not have the chance to." Yi Chen was intrigued by the inquiry Ming Bai intended to make. "No need for that. You had already settled the consultation fee at that time," Ming Bai interjected, surprising Yi Chen by not allowing him to finish. "And what about the third matter that Mr. Chen wishes to discuss?" Ming Bai's pace in handling the conversation was brisk, leaving Yi Chen astonished. Yi Chen had prepared a set of remarks, but now they seemed futile, prompting him to reconsider. "Mr. Chen, feel free to express any concerns openly." Ming Bai appeared to be in a hurry. "It may seem somewhat abrupt, given that this is our first meeting," Yi Chen responded, deliberately being indirect. "Please, share whatever is on your mind. You're not only my patient, but could also be considered my friend," Ming Bai said. "Such seasoned words. Well, it is this. Upon my previous visit, I felt a strong resemblance between you and an old acquaintance of mine, which made me feel a sense of familiarity." Yi Chen spoke with a degree of sincerity. In this world, if there were any individuals capable of stirring Yi Chen's emotions, it would only be his parents, from whom he had been separated for 20 years. During his first visit to the clinic, the warmth in Yu Yu's gaze had inexplicably evoked a sense of comfort and closeness. Before his visit, Yi Chen contemplated expressing his gratitude to the Ming Bai couple by presenting them with a gift, hoping to bridge the gap and uncover the origins of the numerous samples within this laboratory-like clinic. However, as he journeyed, he ruminated for quite some time, finding himself at a loss for an appropriate gift. Recalling the antiquated and makeshift items in the clinic, he surmised that the couple must lead a frugal lifestyle and likely lacked a proper set of furniture. Thus, he resolved to purchase a table and chairs. Yet, after exchanging just a few words upon entering the clinic, Yi Chen sensed that Ming Bai was not even willing to accept a simple thank you, let alone an entire set of furniture. Consequently, he swiftly altered his approach, intending to appeal to their emotions. To his surprise, Ming Bai smiled faintly and inquired about the significance of Yi Chen considering him an old acquaintance. Yi Chen anticipated such a question and explained that his late friend had a fondness for traditional wooden crafts. Noting the couple's warmth, he felt compelled to fulfill a wish in their memory. Ming Bai appeared momentarily taken aback before asking if this friend was no longer with him. "No," Yi Chen promptly refuted, asserting that he had simply lost contact and believed they were still alive. Recognizing the sincerity in Yi Chen's eyes, Ming Bai chuckled, realizing that the friend was merely unaccounted for. "If I could assist Mr. Chen in realizing a wish," he began, but before he could finish, there was a knock at the door. Ming Bai seized his words and rose to answer it, with Yi Chen following closely behind. At that moment, the delivery personnel from the furniture store arrived, surprisingly accompanied by the owner. Upon seeing Yi Chen, the owner exhibited a glimmer of excitement, exclaiming, "Sir, I did not expect you to be a doctor." Assuming the establishment was merely a clinic, he had deduced Yi Chen's profession. Yi Chen hurriedly expressed his gratitude, acknowledging the owner's personal delivery, while refraining from clarifying that he was not the doctor of the clinic. Ming Bai, seemingly understanding the situation, gestured for the delivery person to enter. However, the furniture owner waved his hand dismissively, stating, "The items have been delivered safely, so I shall refrain from entering, as I am rather dirty," glancing down at his dust-streaked clothing with a hint of embarrassment. "Very well. I shall return another day to express my thanks." Yi Chen, not wishing to be further inconvenienced, acknowledged that this was not his home and that he had other matters to attend to. After the furniture owner departed, Yi Chen meticulously unwrapped the thoroughly packaged table and chairs, hoping that Mr. Ming would appreciate them. Upon inspection, Ming Bai noted that, while the set appeared unremarkable and even somewhat unattractive, the craftsmanship was truly exceptional. "Though I admire it, it seems inappropriate to gift such an extravagant present merely because it resembles an old friend's belongings," he mused. "I hope Mr. Ming will not refuse," Yi Chen implored earnestly, his gaze fixed intently on Ming Bai. "Very well, I shall accept it," Ming Bai acquiesced with a nod. Upon receiving the approval from Ming Bai, Yi Chen seized the opportunity to express, "Mr. Ming, I have another humble request." Ming Bai's expression flickered slightly, yet he maintained a gentle smile as he inquired, "I wonder what further matters Mr. Chen has." The implication was clear. Any additional requests might exceed the 3 matters previously mentioned. "As we have already established a cordial rapport, might I suggest we share a meal together?" Yi Chen offered with a grin. Ming Bai, upon hearing this, erupted into hearty laughter. "I was curious what it could be. Since Mr. Chen does not mind the simplicity of this place, let us indeed dine together at noon." "Excellent, excellent." Yi Chen nodded eagerly. "I also have." However, his words were abruptly interrupted by Ming Bai's astonished gaze. After a brief moment, Ming Bai inquired, "Could it be that Mr. Chen has something else to add?" Yi Chen, sensing that his requests were becoming rather excessive, sheepishly scratched his head and replied, "I meant to say, my culinary skills are quite decent." "Oh," Ming Bai's interest was piqued. "I too possess some culinary abilities." Chapter 52. Xiao Ruoxue encounters a setback at noon. Ming Bai closed the door and busied himself in the cramped kitchen with Yi Chen, while Yu Yu, unable to assist, took the opportunity to polish the new dining set. Ready for lunch. Soon, the table was adorned with 6 dishes, 3 prepared by Yi Chen and 3 by Ming Bai. As Yi Chen gazed at the spread and the couple before him, he felt a sense of homeliness, for the two appeared to be of a similar age to his own parents. To his surprise, Mr. Chen's culinary skills were quite remarkable. Ming Bai raised a cup of tea in place of wine, toasting Yi Chen. Mr. Ming, equally impressive, exhibited not only exceptional medical expertise, but also astonishing culinary prowess, which Yi Chen readily praised. Yi Chen refrained from probing too deeply, recognizing that the couple was quite astute. Any attempts at investigation at this juncture would likely jeopardize future opportunities. Thus, after a brief and light conversation post-meal, he took his leave. At 2 p.m, in the Jean Salon Hall on the 3rd floor of Sanhe Grand Hotel, Xiao Ruoxue hurriedly arrived with her assistant, Xiao Zhang. This venue served as a registration point for a small-scale Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce event, which occurred intermittently. In previous years, the turnout had been substantial, but as the entry requirements became increasingly stringent, many businesses found themselves unable to meet the necessary criteria, resulting in a decline in both the frequency of these small gatherings and the number of attendees. As Xiao Ruoxue entered the Jean Salon Hall, she noticed several individuals shaking their heads as they exited. Observing this, Xiao Zhang glanced nervously at Xiao Ruoxue, noting that those departing included some well-known figures from the Dongjiang catering industry. Among them was a particularly outstanding entrepreneur named Yang Ji, reputed to have amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoxue exhaled softly. Surely the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce wasn't solely focused on net worth? She wanted to test her luck. Xiao Zhang nodded, acknowledging that while wealth could be pursued, not everyone possessed the requisite commercial potential. At that moment, many individuals who had departed due to insufficient qualifications cast puzzled glances at Xiao Ruoxue as she arrived at the entrance. Some even voiced their thoughts aloud, wondering if the presence of someone from Baida signified a lowering of the chamber standards. Irritated by the hypocrisy of those who were no better off than themselves, Xiao Zhang shot an annoyed glare at one such individual. However, seeing that Xiao Ruoxue appeared unfazed, she chose not to dwell on it. As nearly all the registrants had left, and with the arrival of Bai Da imminent, Xiao Ruoxue felt an unexpected surge of anxiety. She took a moment to regulate her breathing, striving to present a facade of ease. Internally, she reminded herself that the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce represented a pivotal opportunity for Bai Da's advancement. She must endeavor to secure her place. If she could join the chamber soon, it would enable Bai Da to generate greater profits, thereby affording her the means to assist even more individuals. With this resolve, Xiao Ruoxue straightened her posture and boldly approached the entrance. Yet after taking just 2 steps, she heard footsteps behind her, the sound indicating more than one person. Pausing to glance back, she was taken aback to find Luo Wenlai approaching, flanked by 2 men in dark suits. Wang Yukai arrived in Dongjiang seeking collaboration, competing for his product with Xiao Ruoxue. Ultimately, only Luo Wenlai remained in the fray. Yet for reasons unknown, Wang Yukai suddenly signed a partnership with Xiao Ruoxue. This perplexed Xiao Ruoxue, who initially believed that Su Bingquan had facilitated this collaboration. However, after several incidents, she began to perceive Su Bingquan as rather unreliable. Could it be that Luo Wenlai voluntarily relinquished the opportunity to collaborate with Wang Yukai? This seemed rather implausible. The products in Wang Youcai's possession were indeed enticing. For Xiao Ruoxue's Bai Da, it represented a chance for resurgence, while for Luo Wenlai, it was an opportunity to forge connections with the elite of Kyoto. Their motivations diverged significantly. Luo Wenlai, having noticed Xiao Ruoxue, approached her, halting his steps beside her, a smirk playing on his face as he greeted her. "Long time no see, Xiao Zong." Xiao Ruoxue, however, did not reciprocate his familiarity and coldly retorted, "Are we that acquainted?" With that, she turned to enter the hall. Yet, Luo Wenlai was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity to undermine her. He quickly positioned himself in her path, declaring, "The first time is unfamiliar, the second time familiar, and by the third or fourth, we might be as close as peas in a pod." Infuriated, Xiao Ruoxue clenched her fists, appalled that Luo Wenlai would act so shamelessly in such a setting. "If you have nothing further, Mr. Luo, please step aside." Little Zhang, feeling equally incensed, stepped forward. When a master is speaking, the dog should remain silent. Luo Wenlai sneered, casting a sidelong glance at Little Zhang, his mockery evident. Little Zhang, furious, was about to retort when Xiao Ruoxue restrained him, saying, "Let's ignore the barking." She then attempted to proceed. Luo Wenlai ground his teeth, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Xiao Ruoxue, don't say I didn't warn you. You know better than I what the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce entails. The threshold for the Dongjiang Chamber is exceedingly high. I dare say, even Bai Da must look up in awe. Ladder in hand, let me be clear. Bai Da cannot gain entry into the Dongjiang Chamber. If Bai Da were to operate as a subsidiary of the Luo family's trade, the situation would be entirely different given the Luo family's influence." Xiao Ruoxue seethed at Luo Wenlai's remarks, her fists tightly clenched. She was acutely aware that for years, Luo Wenlai had been suppressing Bai Da, aiming to absorb it and dominate the Dongjiang trade landscape. Yet, Bai Da was her brainchild, built through years of toil and tribulation. How could she ever relinquish her hard-earned legacy? Dreaming in broad daylight invites specters. She snapped, shoving Luo Wenlai aside and striding toward the Jin Xilan Hall. Little Zhang shot him a disdainful glance before following her inside. Observing this, 2 suited men behind Luo Wenlai stepped forward, ready to teach them a lesson. However, Luo Wenlai raised a hand to halt them, gritting his teeth as he stated, "Xiao Ruoxue will not revel in her triumph for long. This time, I shall not only prevent her from entering the chamber, but will also ensure." He left the sentence hanging, aware that they were at the Sana Hotel, where, despite his status as a senior member of the Dongjiang Chamber, there were still individuals he could not afford to offend. The Sanha Hotel, as its name suggests, embodies the harmonious convergence of time, place, and people. The mastermind behind this establishment is someone whom Luo Wenlai dares not provoke. Thus, in this venue, he only dares to engage in verbal sparring, refraining from stirring trouble. Upon entering the Golden Silk Orchid Hall with Xiao Zhang, they encountered a petite beauty at the entrance, diligently registering the merchants who had just departed. Noticing their arrival, the young lady slightly lifted her gaze and handed them a form to complete, stating, "Please fill this out, leave your information here, and be on your way." Upon hearing this, both Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Zhang were taken aback. Other merchants were permitted to meet with the vice president of the chamber after submitting their forms and information, allowing them to articulate what words could not convey. Yet, when it came to Xiao Ruoxue, they were not even granted entry at the threshold, let alone a chance to meet the vice president. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Ruoxue pondered in her heart. Could it be that Luo Wenlai had indeed established prior connections with them? Chapter 53. Apathy towards surprises and unexpected events. Upon exiting the Mingyi clinic, Yi Chen made his way towards the alley where Wu Taishun usually resided. He intended to inquire about how much Wu Taishun knew regarding the couple operating the clinic. After taking a stroll through the alley and failing to locate Wu Taishun, Yi Chen mounted his bicycle and pedaled towards the opposite end of the alley. His speed was such that he narrowly avoided colliding with a vehicle that passed by at the alley's entrance, managing to brake just in time. At that moment, the vehicle came to a halt, and upon glancing over, Yi Chen was surprised to see Lin Qianjiao seated in the back, accompanied by a short-haired female driver in the front. Their previous encounter had been serendipitous. This time, it felt predestined. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, observing Lin Qianjiao as she lowered her window. Did she truly have a penchant for traversing this alley? Last night, she visited his home merely for casual conversation, withholding her true intentions. Yi Chen was acutely aware that she harbored a purpose, yet at that moment, he could not fathom what it might be. "I specifically awaited your arrival," Lin Qianjiao remarked with a faint smile, casting a brief glance at Yi Chen. "Oh," Yi Chen replied, his eyes darting. "If you have something to discuss, please do so. I have errands to run shortly." At the Sana Hotel, there lies both a surprise and an unexpected event. "I wonder which one piques your interest," Lin Qianjiao said, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "I possess no interest in either," Yi Chen retorted. The Sana Hotel was well known as the largest establishment in the entire Dongjiang region. Its significance lay not in its size, but in its esteemed status within Dongjiang. Owned by the covert president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, the hotel remained inaccessible to the public, reserved solely for a select few high-ranking elites. Understanding Lin Qianjiao's stature and influence, Yi Chen sought to glean information about the drug dealings at the docks, yet he was wary of drawing too close to her. Her ascent to the position of the leading lady of Dongjiang was not merely a result of monetary prowess. The power behind her was formidable. Lin Qianjiao did not respond to Yi Chen's remarks. "The surprise pertains to you, while the unexpected involves Xiao Ruoxue. The choice to attend is yours," she declared, directing her driver, Mo Qing, to proceed. Upon hearing Xiao Ruoxue's name, Yi Chen's heart jolted. Could it be that she intended to put Ruoxue in a difficult position? They bore no animosity towards one another. "Hey!" Yi Chen raised his gaze, only to find that Lin Qianjiao's vehicle had already driven off into the distance. If Ruoxue was involved, regardless of what peril lay ahead, Yi Chen felt compelled to pursue her. He hastily chased after them, ultimately arriving at the Sanha Hotel just as Lin Qianjiao's vehicle came to a stop at its entrance. Inside the car, Mo Qing glanced at the rearview mirror and remarked to Lin Qianjiao, "Sister Long, this Yi Chen is indeed extraordinary." With Mo Qing's driving skills and speed, few could rival her. Yet, Yi Chen had managed to keep pace with her on a mere bicycle. Lin Qianjiao recognized that Mo Qing had deliberately driven faster than usual that day. But she was also aware that Mo Qing's speed had not surpassed Yi Chen's from that day. She simply smiled. Such surprises are commonplace. Although Yi Chen managed to get into the car, he felt quite exhausted. After parking his bicycle, he took several deep breaths and silently remarked on the woman's recklessness. Mo Qing disembarked and opened the door for Lin Qianjiao, who then stepped out and glanced at Yi Chen. The individuals standing at the entrance dared not approach, for they were all affiliated with the hotel's clandestine owner. They were well aware of Lin Qianjiao's rule. She never permitted men to open the car door for her. Seeing Lin Qianjiao exit the vehicle, Yi Chen hastily approached her, eager to ascertain the matter at hand. He had been unable to decipher the meaning of the unexpected situation she mentioned regarding Xiao Ruoxue during their journey. Xiao Ruoxue is inside, Lin Qianjiao stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen immediately stepped forward, intending to enter, but Lin Qianjiao halted him, questioning whether he thought he could simply walk in. After all, this was the Sanha Hotel. Yi Chen coldly scoffed to himself. It was not merely the Sanha Hotel, but even the Royal Hotel, and he could enter if he wished. However, he refrained from acting impulsively. Since Lin Qianjiao had brought him here, she must have made arrangements. Yi Chen was already aware that Lin Qianjiao's aim was to win him over, although the reasons behind her intentions remained unclear. Furthermore, Lin Qianjiao was astute. If anything had befallen Xiao Ruoxue, and she had knowledge of it but chose not to intervene, Yi Chen would certainly not forgive her. Thus, whatever transpired within the Sanha Hotel was undoubtedly under Lin Qianjiao's control. The Sanha Hotel was merely a place for dining, drinking, and resting, nothing particularly special. A smile crept onto Yi Chen's lips. Upon hearing his thoughts, Imoqing couldn't help but cast a scrutinizing glance at Yi Chen before addressing Lin Qianjiao. "Shall we proceed inside, Miss Lin?" Lin Qianjiao nodded, flashed a smile at Yi Chen, and linked her arm with his, suggesting that this approach would appear more natural. Yi Chen's body stiffened, contemplating breaking free from Lin Qianjiao's grasp, but at that moment, she had already stepped forward into the hotel. Thus, Yi Chen found himself nearly dragged through the grand entrance of the Sanha Hotel by Lin Qianjiao. Naturally, with her presence, none of the onlookers dared to question who Yi Chen was. Their astonishment was evident, accompanied by silent exclamations of disbelief. Who was this rustic fellow that Lin Qianjiao was holding on to? This lad seemed exceptionally fortunate. Upon reaching the third floor, Lin Qianjiao finally released her grip. Yi Chen could now feel the sweat trickling down his body. Earlier, Lin Qianjiao had mentioned that Xiao Ruoxue was here if she happened to witness the earlier scene. It would surely lead to a significant misunderstanding. While Yi Chen was tense throughout, Lin Qianjiao understood that his discomfort stemmed not from embarrassment of being linked with a woman, but from the fear of Xiao Ruoxue misinterpreting the situation. A fleeting moment of envy towards Xiao Ruoxue crossed her mind. On the third floor, Imoqing opened a door that bore no number and stood at the threshold. "Please, come in." Lin Qianjiao gestured to Yi Chen. "Haha, after you, Miss Lin," Yi Chen replied politely, though he did not hesitate as he stepped into the room. Lin Qianjiao offered a faint smile and exchanged a knowing glance with Imoqing before entering the room. Understanding her cue, Imoqing quietly closed the door and stepped outside. "Mr. Yi, please take a seat," Lin Qianjiao said as she retrieved a bottle of wine and 2 elegant goblets from the cabinet. Yi Chen observed the room, noting that it was not a private suite. It consisted of only 2 interconnected chambers, separated by a single archway. The 2 rooms were furnished with only a few sets of sofas, tables, and cabinets. Though the arrangement was simple, every item within the space bore significant value. The tables and cabinets were predominantly crafted from furniture dating back to the Ming and Qing dynasties. And even the 2 goblets Lin Qianjiao held were fashioned from pure white jade. Yi Chen casually settled onto the sofa. "This wine has been aging for 8 years by the time it reached my hands, and it has been stored here for an additional 2 years," she remarked. Uncorking the bottle, Yi Chen discerned that the wine had already been aerated. Chapter 54, No Negotiation. Lin Qianjiao poured 2 glasses of wine, placing one in front of Yi Chen. Upon seeing the drink, a vivid recollection of his experience at Lu Yixiao's gathering surfaced in Yi Chen's mind. A single glass almost led to his demise. Such a memory was indeed unforgettable. Although he was aware that Lin Qianjiao meant him no harm, at least not at this moment, he had no desire to indulge in alcohol today, particularly with the stringent regulations against drunk driving. Lin Qianjiao chuckled, remarking on the current enforcement by traffic police, who seem to be monitoring even cyclists now. The traffic police oversee speed and individuals, not vehicles, Yi Chen replied with a smile. "Very well," Lin Qianjiao conceded, not wishing to press the matter further. She took a small sip of her wine before placing the glass back on the table. "I summoned you here to discuss a collaboration," she stated directly. Collaboration? Yi Chen echoed with a hint of self-deprecation. Surely, Ms. Lin doesn't perceive me as a mere country bumpkin with wealth? With a leisurely smile, Lin Qinjiao picked up a document from the table. Some collaborations are not merely reflections of financial prowess. Oh, Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, finding no surprise in her assertion. From the outset, Lin Qinjiao had not been interested in his economic status. In truth, he had little to offer in that regard. This is a shareholding agreement for dock operations. Once you give your consent, 2% of the dock shares will be transferred to your name. Lin Qinjiao opened the document, presenting the signature page before him. On what grounds? Yi Chen questioned, implying that she could not simply buy his allegiance with a mere 2% stake. However, Lin Qinjiao interpreted his query differently. Why should Yi Chen be entitled to such shares? Based on our instant rapport, and the fact that your cycling exceeds the speed of my assistant's driving. Lin Qinjiao laughed, placing a pen in front of him. This reasoning is inadequate. Yi Chen did not glance at the document nor pick up the pen. Then, Mr. Yi may invest less. I'm not particular about the amount. I simply wish to collaborate with you. Lin Qinjiao maintained her composure, still smiling. Yet I am concerned. Yi Chen replied, mirroring her smile. I have no notable strengths, no wealth, no power, nor influence. All I possess is this handsome exterior. Lin Qinjiao blinked in surprise, realizing Yi Chen's self-admiration. In Dongjiang, I would consider myself a handsome man, a dreamboat for many unmarried young women. Hence, Ms. Lin's proposition seems akin to a contract of servitude. Do you truly believe that I would sell myself for a mere dock? That seems rather foolish. Yi Chen teased, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Qinjiao. At his words, Lin Qinjiao's lips twitched, recognizing that dealing with Yi Chen was not straightforward. Then what might persuade Mr. Yi that this collaboration is worth discussing? No negotiation, Yi Chen asserted firmly, attempting to bind him with collaboration to extract his secrets. Lin Qinjiao was still too green. With that, he stood and began to leave. Seeing no further opportunity for discussion, Lin Qinjiao swiftly grabbed the remote control. Allow me to show you something. She pointed the remote at a wall and pressed a button, revealing a live feed from the third-floor corridor. At this moment, the scene unfolds with Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Zhang just arriving on the third floor. Upon spotting Xiao Ruoxue and then observing the item in Xiao Zhang's hand, Yi Chen surmised that the two were there for a business discussion. After this realization, he halted his steps, internally acknowledging that Ruoxue had indeed come to this place. Today marks a modest membership recruitment meeting for the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, attended by prominent merchants from the region. Lin Qinjiao was providing introductions. After a glance towards the direction of the sofa, Yi Chen hesitated for a moment before resuming his seat. So that's it. No wonder Xiao Ruoxue mentioned last night that once she secured the top 100 into the Dongjiang Chamber, she would learn soup making from him. It appears this was a premeditated plan. Yi Chen observed the scene in silence. Yi Chen, do you believe Xiao Ruoxue's Baidu chain has a chance of entering the Dongjiang Chamber? Lin Qinjiao inquired. Yi Chen did not rush to respond. Instead, he remarked, if I am not mistaken, you, General Manager Lin, are the hidden boss behind the Dongjiang Chamber, correct? To gain access to the Sanha Hotel without a single inquiry, while being met with looks of trepidation and respect, and to possess an independent space on the third floor, one must indeed be the hotel's paramount owner. Mr. Yi is indeed astute. Lin Qinjiao was not surprised that Yi Chen could discern these details. If he were unable to notice such things, he would hardly warrant her efforts to court him. Likewise, Yi Chen replied courteously. As they conversed, the image of Luo Wenlai appeared. Upon seeing him, Lin Qinjiao chuckled, recalling how Luo Wenlai had suffered a silent defeat in his bid for Wang Youcai's new product. If memory serves, just a few days ago, a young fellow had even beaten his lackey, Li Mued, the owner of Linmu, she added, a playful smile gracing her lips. Mentioning this incident made Yi Chen somewhat awkward, especially since he had inadvertently damaged Lin Qinjiao's car that very day. Just a lackey, he chuckled awkwardly. The scene then shifted to Xiao Ruoxue pushing Luo Wenlai aside, declaring, daydreaming in broad daylight is likely to summon ghosts. This remark nearly made Lin Qinjiao burst into laughter, glancing at Yi Chen. President Xiao certainly possesses a commanding presence that rivals that of any man. Yet inwardly, she mused that it was no wonder Yi Chen willingly chose to be the son-in-law of the Xiao family. This Xiao Ruoxue was indeed extraordinary. Yi Chen smiled and remarked, Luo Wenlai's entourage seems rather excessive. It will be cumbersome for him to act. Surely someone behind him is lending a hand, granting him such audacity. The implication being that Luo Wenlai was relying upon Lin Qianjiao's influence. Lin Qianjiao, perceptive to Yi Chen's insinuation, scoffed softly. As the one daring to occupy the esteemed seat of Dongjiang Dragon, I certainly possess my own capabilities. This assertion Yi Chen believed wholeheartedly. Individuals like Luo Wenlai, while having some business interactions with the Lehigh operations, were likely emboldened by more than mere commercial ties. Of course, Yi Chen was also aware that the greater power backing Luo Wenlai was Chao Yanding. As they continued their discourse, Xiao Ruoxue had already entered the Jinselin Hall. Upon noticing that Yi Chen had ceased to speak, Lin Qianjiao directed the scene to the interior of the Golden Orchid Hall. At that moment, outside the hall, Xiao Ruoxue had been briefly engaged by the charming receptionist, but did not depart immediately. Instead, she took a seat opposite the reception lady. The recruitment of members for the Eastern River Chamber of Commerce follows a specific protocol. As a receptionist, you have merely collected my information, yet failed to adhere to the proper procedures. This is highly inappropriate. The receptionist, taken aback, looked up with a smile and remarked, Whether it is appropriate or not is not for you to decide. I requested your information to provide you with an opportunity. What, do you not wish for it? Frustration welled up within Xiao Ruoxue. It was evident that Luo Wenlai had conspired to exclude her entirely. Should I then express my gratitude for this supposed opportunity? She retorted, rising to reclaim the extensive documentation she had submitted. Regrettably, you shall not have the chance to receive my thanks. With that, Xiao Ruoxue, accompanied by Xiao Zhang, turned and exited the Golden Orchid Hall. Chapter 55. A true heroine among women. Upon witnessing the scene, Yi Chen's gaze turned cold, and the smile on his face vanished. Although Lin Qianjiao was the formidable leader of the business association, she would undoubtedly refrain from meddling in managerial affairs. It was evident from a screen that Luo Wenlai had prior knowledge of Xiao Ruoxue's arrival and had already conspired with the business association's overseer. Today, even if Xiao Ruoxue left her materials behind, she would stand no chance of entering the Dongjiang Business Association and becoming a member. Lin Qianjiao chuckled, switched off the screen, and rose to her feet, saying, Let us go and witness the spectacle. The fact that Xiao Ruoxue could not even fulfill such a modest wish left a discontented feeling in Yi Chen's heart. Earlier, General Manager Lin mentioned that the Lehigh Wharf was in need of a partner. Yi Chen gritted his teeth, making a firm resolution in his mind. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianjiao secretly smiled at Yi Chen, thinking to herself that he was indeed perceptive. As it stood, Yi Chen's vulnerability appeared to be Xiao Ruoxue, and Lin Qianjiao was convinced that any matter concerning Xiao Ruoxue would leave Yi Chen restless. Thus, I, Lin Qianjiao, sincerely invite Mr. Yi to collaborate with us at the Lehigh Wharf. It is a win-win situation. She winked and smiled. Collaboration is certainly an option, but I, Yi Chen, am not one to take advantage of others. Therefore, let this partnership be established in the form of investment. What does General Manager Lin think? Yi Chen stood up, winked back at Lin Qianjiao and smiled. Absolutely, Mr. Ye's investment in the Lehigh Wharf would be our honor. With that, Lin Qianjiao turned to retrieve the documentation. Yi Chen nodded and, after rummaging through his pockets, surprisingly pulled out a 1 yuan coin. He tossed the coin onto the table, declaring, 30% equity. A slight smirk adorned his lips. Lin Qianjiao was taken aback, mentally remarking that Yi Chen had quite the appetite. A 30% stake in the wharf was akin to being a major shareholder. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qianjiao nodded, casting a glance at the coin deal. As long as she could secure someone like Yi Chen for her own purposes, relinquishing 30% was a trivial matter, especially considering that the wharf's revenue was not her primary source of income. Splendid, Yi Chen exclaimed, picking up a pen to sign the agreement. Mr. Yi, won't you review the contents of the agreement? Lin Xinjiao felt that although Yi Chun had signed and agreed to the collaboration, he seemed to approach the matter with a sense of levity. I shall forego reading it. I trust that General Manager Lin would not engage in actions that would backfire. Yi Chun replied, his mind preoccupied with Xiao Ruoxue's situation. Lin Xinjiao was prepared. She feared that without signing this agreement, she would not relent. Should Xiao Ruoxue fail to gain entry into the Dongjiang Business Association, Luo Wenlia's character would undoubtedly lead him to publicize the incident widely, making the losses for the Baida group exceedingly difficult to quantify. Mr. Yi is indeed forthright. Lin Xinjiao refrained from saying more, changing her address to him and neatly folding the materials. After they shook hands, they proceeded toward the entrance. At that moment, they saw Xiao Ruoxue storming out of the Jinselin Hall, while Luo Wenli remained, seemingly waiting to relish Xiao Ruoxue's embarrassment. As they stepped outside, Mo Qing approached, saying, General Manager, a call from Kyoto is for you. Please wait here. I shall be right back. Lin Xinjiao spoke a few words to Yi Chun before turning to another room. If it were anyone else's call, Lin Xinjiao would certainly decline to answer. If anyone else were to call, Mo Qing would not inform Lin Xinjiao. However, when it comes to a call from the capital, no matter how pressing matters may be, Lin Xinjiao dare not ignore it. Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Zhang left the reception area and arrived at the entrance of the Golden Orchid Hall. Xiao Zhang glanced back and then at the items in Xiao Ruoxue's hands. Are we really leaving like this, President Xiao? These people are taking it too far. What choice do we have? Shall we allow ourselves to be slaughtered? Xiao Ruoxue sighed deeply. She had awaited this opportunity for a long time, only to find that this time she did not even get to meet the vice president. The last time, at least she had made it past the reception area and received an introduction to the vice president. But at that time, the strength of the Baida was too feeble, and her introduction was cut short by the vice president's rejection. This frustration had been bottled up within Xiao Ruoxue for over a year. President Xiao, it must be the Luo family playing tricks. Otherwise, how could Baida, with its current strength, possibly be deemed unqualified for membership? Xiao Zhang remarked. Xiao Ruoxue sighed once more, acknowledging the harshness of reality. No matter how hard Baida tried, it could not compete with the collusion of these individuals. She understood that in any prosperous city, the business circles operated in a similar manner, wherein only interests reign, devoid of emotions. In such fierce competition, rising to the forefront is an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Moreover, some businesses survive by clinging to the coattails of powerful patrons. Not every merchant possesses such formidable backing. Meanwhile, her Baida chain had been fighting a lone battle from the very beginning. President Xiao, do not lose heart. There may still be a glimmer of hope. If the Luo family can maneuver, why can't we? Xiao Zhang proposed. Baida would rather remain forever outside the business association than engage in disgraceful collusion. Xiao Ruoxue held firm to her principles. Upon seeing Xiao Ruoxue emerge with a solemn expression, Luo Wenli immediately approached, his smile stretching from ear to ear. Ah, President Xiao, what a triumphant start you have. You seem positively radiant. Step aside. Xiao Zhang, filled with anger, interposed himself between them, casting a fierce glare at Luo Wenli. Luo Wenli shot a glare back at Xiao Zhang, about to retort when Xiao Ruoxue gently pushed Xiao Zhang aside and smiled at Luo Wenli. When did you become the gatekeeper, General Manager Luo? Standing here for so long, your skills must have improved. You, being insulted as a gatekeeper. Luo Wenli's face turned ashen, but he quickly scoffed. Xiao Ruoxue, you are too naive to fathom the depths of the business world. While you're still in the game, it would be wise to know when to retreat. His face was filled with mockery. Xiao Ruoxue was infuriated by Luo Wenli's words. She bit her lip, her fists clenched tightly. Luo Wenli, let me remind you that the business world has its own rules, and those rules certainly do not cater exclusively to you. The depths of the business world are unfathomable. I need not delve into them. Yet I must remind you that regardless of the circumstances, it is always those who can swim who drown. Luo Wenli was taken aback by the fact that Xiao Ruoxue, in such a disheartening situation, could respond to him with such rationality. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun, who had approached closer, raised his hand and applauded, exclaiming, "Well said, President Xiao, you truly are a remarkable woman with foresight. This single statement caused both individuals present to gasp in astonishment. Xiao Ruoxue was taken aback, questioning how Yi Chen had arrived here. How had he managed to infiltrate this gathering dressed as he was? Meanwhile, Luo Wenlai was astonished by the striking resemblance between the person before him and the young man who had come to collect debts that day. Chapter 56. Dare to touch Sister Long's friend? Luo Wenlai scrutinized the figure before him. Aside from his black hair, he bore an uncanny resemblance to that little yellow-haired boy who had clashed with Li Miud, extorting 3,650,000. That day, Luo Wenlai had observed the peculiar relationship between the boy and Lin Qianjiao and had refrained from intervening on Li Miud's behalf. However, today, with Lin Qianjiao absent, he felt emboldened. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Xiao Ruoxue was taken aback and pondered. Did he just refer to me as General Xiao? Is he deliberately concealing his identity to spare me embarrassment? Do you know how to write the word death? Luo Wenlai scoffed, raising his hand to strike Yi Chen's chest. He aimed to warn this unsophisticated fool that he did not belong here and that this matter was beyond his purview. Did he truly believe that flattering Xiao Ruoxue would grant him some advantage? What a blind fool. He should recognize who truly held power in this setting. Yet, before Luo Wenlai's hand could reach Yi Chen, it was seized by a formidable grip. Ouch, ouch. Luo Wenlai grimaced in pain. His two bodyguards in black suits rushed towards Yi Chen, daring to confront him. Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Zhang recoiled in fear. Yi Chen simulkit koldi, and before the bodyguards could close the distance, his fist had already launched forward. Smack! Smack! The two bodyguards collided with Yi Chen's fist in quick succession. Ah! They howled, clutching their noses and stumbling back, blood streaming from their injuries. Seeing his bodyguards fail to subdue Yi Chen, Luo Wenlai shouted, "Release me, you brat. How dare you act recklessly here?" Yi Chen let out a cold laugh, not allowing Luo Wenlai to finish his sentence before exerting more pressure. "Speak properly." "Ah! Ow, you little!" Luo Wenlai felt as though his wrist might be crushed by Yi Chen's grip. He wanted to curse, but found himself at a loss for words. The receptionist, hearing the commotion outside, dared not investigate, but promptly called security. Yi Chen tightened his grip on Luo Wenlai's wrist and mockingly remarked, "Earlier, I heard you mention something about taking off your pants." "You." Luo Wenlai, realizing that Yi Chen had no intention of releasing him, retorted, "Do you know who I am? Are you not Luo Wenlai? What? Have you forgotten your own name? Did you also forget your ancestors?" Yi Chen replied, applying more pressure. Luo Wenlai grimaced in pain, while behind him, the two bodyguards wiped the blood from their faces. Preparing to charge again, Yi Chen glanced at them and, with a casual gesture of his hand, taunted, "Is being disfigured not enough? If you wish to lose a limb, come forward." The two men swallowed hard, hesitant to approach. Yi Chen turned his attention back to Luo Wenlai, just as Xiao Ruoxue stepped forward, saying, "This is the Sanha Hotel. You should leave at once." Xiao Ruoxue cautioned Yi Chen, emphasizing that this was not a place for him to cause trouble. Even though he has struck Luo Wenlai now, he will still be unable to escape from the Sanha Hotel shortly. Upon hearing Xiao Ruoxue speak, Luo Wenlai immediately interjected. "Since President Xiao has pleaded for you, you should leave quickly." He now wished for Yi Chen to vacate the premises without delay. Yet Yi Chen chuckled. "President Xiao, didn't he actually plead for you? Did she? Oh, right, you're simply not worthy." As this exchange unfolded, over a dozen security personnel rushed in, each wielding a baton. One of the leaders shouted upon reaching the third floor, "Who dares to cause a ruckus here?" Without hesitation, he charged forward. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Ruoxue panicked, thinking to herself, though Yi Chen may possess some martial arts skills, how could he possibly contend against so many? "You must leave. This is merely a misunderstanding, and I believe President Luo will not hold it against you." At that moment, her disdain for Luo Wenlai had reached its peak. Although it appeared as if Yi Chen had Luo Wenlai in a grip that rendered him immobile, the arrival of those individuals could drastically alter the situation. A misunderstanding? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. There is no possibility of a misunderstanding. I must take responsibility for what I just said. With that, he exerted force and flung Luo Wenlai aside. Everyone present distinctly heard the crisp sound of a bone snapping. Luo Wenlai, clutching his wrist in agony, yelled in pain. Upon seeing the security personnel approach, he gritted his teeth and commanded, "This brat dares to act recklessly in the Sanha Hotel. Beat him. Beat him to a pulp." No sooner had Luo Wenlia's words left his mouth than the security personnel charged forward, swinging their batons at Yi Chen without hesitation. Xiao Ruoxiu nearly fainted from fright, but fortunately, Xiao Zhang was there to support her. Yi Chen smirked slightly, shook his head, and unleashed a kick that landed squarely on the chest of the leading security guard. With a whoosh, that guard was sent flying, crashing into two others behind him. Another kick followed. Hud, hud, hud. Three more individuals collapsed simultaneously. As Luo Wenlai observed the unfolding chaos, his legs began to tremble. This country bumpkin was far too formidable. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 people lay on the ground, while a few others, upon nearing Yi Chen, dropped their wooden clubs and began to retreat slowly. Just as Luo Wenlai contemplated escaping amidst the disorder, another security guard came hurtling towards him, resulting in a collision between two individuals as they fell to the ground. Xiao Ruoxiu and Xiao Zhang were both stunned by the spectacle before them. At that moment, Mo Qing approached from the end of the corridor, asking, "What is going on?" As he drew nearer, Luo Wenlai, upon recognizing Lin Qianjiao's assistant, scrambled to Mo Qing's side. "Mo, Butler, Missouri Butler, help! Save me! This brat is causing trouble here, quickly! Quickly call for someone to throw him out! Throw him out!" Luo Wenlai, both beaten and terrified, stammered. Mo Qing seized Luo Wenlai by the collar and pulled him up, exclaiming, "Luo Wenlai, are you tired of living? Do you dare to lay a hand on Long Jia's friend?" With a sudden exertion of strength, he flung Luo Wenlai across the corridor, causing him to collide forcefully with the wall before tumbling to the ground. Luo Wenlai was dazed, not from the impact, but from the shocking words uttered by Mo Qing. In that moment, everyone present was rendered speechless. The security guards, in particular, were so startled that they nearly lost control of themselves. A friend of Dong Jianlong? This rustic fellow was purportedly a companion of Lin Qianjiao, Dong Jianlong's confidant. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ruoxiu was utterly astonished. Who was this short-haired woman? And who was the dragon sister she referred to? Who exactly was considered a friend of the dragon sister? Chapter 57. The top 100 successfully enter the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce at this moment. Luo Wenlia's mind was abuzz like a hive of 1,000 bees. Mo Qing, with a stern countenance, cast a glance at the security personnel present. "You lot, go to the finance department and collect your payment. Now leave." The dozen or so security guards stood there, utterly bewildered. They had been summoned by a secretary from the Sanha Hotel, and now, being ordered to leave by the very same manager of the hotel, felt deeply wronged. Despite their grievances, they dared not protest, retreating with expressions of fear. Mo Qing's gaze shifted to the two bodyguards of Luo Wenlai, who were now bloodied and looked at him with a pleading expression, terrified that Mo Qing might command them to leave alongside the security guards. "You two, being Luo Wenlia's men, are not allowed to appear in Dongjiang from this day forward," Mo Qing stated coldly. Upon hearing this, the two bodyguards turned their eyes toward Luo Wenlai, silently imploring him for protection. To their dismay, Luo Wenlai merely shot them a glance and barked. "Did you not hear what Manager Mo said? Hurry up and leave. You can go now." Unlike the security guards, these two were skilled fighters and could find work anywhere. Yet, Luo Wenlia's treatment of them today would certainly be remembered. Mo Qing's attention returned to Luo Wenlai, who trembled at her gaze. He realized that her methods were as ruthless as Lin Qianjiao's. Adhering to the principle of preserving the Green Mountains, he hastily declared, I'm leaving right now." He then leaned against the wall for support as he attempted to rise. Just as Luo Wenlai was about to depart, a voice called out from behind. "Wait!" It was Yi Chen's voice. Mo Qing's lips curled into a slight smile. She had anticipated that Yi Chen would not let this matter go so easily. Upon hearing the voice, Luo Wenlai halted in his tracks. Mo Qing remained silent, crossing her arms and waiting for the spectacle to unfold. "Didn't you just say you would take your pants off? Have you forgotten so soon?" Yi Chen remarked playfully. his gaze fixed on Luo Wenlai. "Kid, we'll see about this." Luo Wenlai silently cursed, turning to Mo Qing with a look that beseeched her for help. How could he face others if he were made to strip here? Receiving Luo Wenlai's glance, Mo Qing replied coolly, "Take them off before you leave." "No, crawl out." She had taken Lin Qianjiao's instructions to heart. She would rather eliminate 10 Luo Wenlis than offend a single Yichun. Pleasing Yichun would only bring benefits to Lin Qianjiao, with no drawbacks. Luo Wenlai gritted his teeth, finding himself in such a predicament. He had no choice but to swallow his pride. If he angered the Dongjiang dragon, even with Chao Yanting's backing, it would be of no use if he lost his life. He was well aware of Lin Qianjiao's ruthlessness to her. Ending a life was as simple as squashing an ant. In the end, after a moment of internal struggle, Luo Wenlai reluctantly removed his pants, clutching them in one hand as he crawled toward the exit. Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Zhang had already turned away. The previous scene had been quite tumultuous, and now Luo Wenlai was acting shamelessly, disrobing in a manner that was utterly unbearable. The corridor fell silent, and it was only then that Mo Qing approached Xiao Ruoxue. As she passed by Yichun, she merely cast a fleeting glance his way, choosing not to speak. "My apologies, President Xiao, for the embarrassment," Mo Qing said as she stood before Xiao Ruoxue, bowing respectfully as a gesture of contrition. Xiao Ruoxue was taken aback, pondering why this woman, whom she did not recognize, was being so courteous towards her. She had witnessed the earlier incident clearly. Luo Wenlai was evidently terrified of Mo Qing, indicating that her standing in Dongjiang was far superior to his. "Montak King, should you require anything, President Xiao, please do not hesitate to command." Mo Qing straightened up and smiled at Xiao Ruoxue. Xiao Zhang, standing beside Xiao Ruoxue, was equally startled, his gaze turning to her, silently inquiring when she had befriended such a formidable ally. Xiao Ruoxue responded with a look that conveyed her ignorance of the situation. At that moment, Yichun appeared nonchalant, surveying his surroundings as if the earlier commotion had never transpired, behaving as though he were merely an onlooker. As Xiao Ruoxue was lost in her thoughts, Lin Qianjiao approached from the end of the corridor. Before she even arrived, her voice echoed, "I sincerely apologize, Ruoxue. I was preoccupied and failed to greet you personally. Thank you for your patience." Upon recognizing her, Xiao Ruoxue's apprehensions dissipated. It was Lin Qianjiao, a client of her mother, Qin Fong. Xiao Ruoxue stepped forward. "Lin, I apologize for the intrusion," and extended her hand. The two exchanged a handshake, and Lin Qianjiao feigned just noticing Yichun, exclaiming, "Mr. Yi, you're here too? Please, do come inside." Yichun silently chuckled at Lin Qianjiao's theatrics. However, her actions pleased him. There were many matters he preferred Xiao Ruoxue to remain unaware of, as her knowledge could embroil her in peril. Mo Qing opened the door to the Jinselin Hall, revealing the reception girl, who was now pale and trembling. She had witnessed the entire incident through the door, but had not dared to step outside. What frightened her even more was the presence of the hotel's top executive, who had just been so courteous to the previously dismissed high-ranking official. "Lin, Ms. Mo." The receptionist stammered, quaking at the sight of them, and quickly retreated to the wall. Mo Qing cast a glance at her, but chose to ignore her. The receptionist, trembling, did not dare to look again or utter another word, hastily standing against the wall. In the outer room, Mo Qing shouted, "Where is everyone? Come out." At that moment, no one was inside. If there had been, they would have emerged earlier to display their bravado. Mo, the vice president. He is on the 4th floor?" The receptionist replied, quaking in fear. "Then what are we waiting for? Go summon him." Montak King balked. Yes. The receptionist hurriedly dashed out. Lin Qianjiao turned to Xiao Ruoxue with a smile. "President Xiao, please come inside." Subsequently, they admitted Xiao Ruoxue and Yichun into the inner chamber. Indeed, there was no one present in the room. Mo Qing was diligently entering the information of Baida into the database. From this day forth, Baida officially became a member of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. Lin Qianjiao instructed Mo Qing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang's face lit up with delight, and his gaze turned towards Xiao Ruoxue. Although she was pleased by the news, Xiao Ruoxue could not shake the feeling that Lin Qinjiao, who merely engaged in conversation with her mother, Qin Fong, had extended such a grand courtesy based on their amiable rapport. Yi Chun, upon hearing this, furrowed his brows. He was not satisfied with this outcome. Observing his reaction, Lin Qinjiao quickly amended her statement. No, just a moment ago, Baida was indeed a member of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. But at this moment, the esteemed President Xiao of Baida has officially assumed the role of Vice President of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 58. The former Vice President of the Chamber of Commerce is dismissed. Qi Maoming, the Vice President of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, trembled as he hurried down from the 4th floor after receiving a message from a charming young lady. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he straightened his clothes, ensuring that his appearance was presentable before he knocked on the door of the Jean Salon Hall. The door was opened by M.O. Qing, who cast a cold glance at Qi Maoming. M.O. Manager M.O. Did President Lin call for me? Qi Maoming's entire body was drenched in sweat. He had been informed earlier that M.O. Qing was quite furious with him. He understood that when M.O. Qing was angry, it could threaten his very existence. M.O. Qing glanced into the room and extended a hand, beckoning Qi Maoming to step outside. What is the matter? If President Lin has not summoned you, should you not be in this room? M.O. Qing's expression was grim, disdainfully regarding Qi Maoming. Qi Maoming swallowed hard. Yes, I have been negligent in M.O. Qing's presence. One could not utter a single word of defiance. Since you, Vice President Qi, acknowledge your dereliction, then I suggest you take responsibility for it. M.O. Qing said coldly. What? Qi Maoming thought he had misheard. He had been in the service of Lin Qinjiao for nearly a decade. Back when Lin Qinjiao was still under 20, Qi Maoming had been at her side, first assisting her in establishing her empire, and later managing the affairs of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce after its inception. Now, this inexperienced young assistant dared to suggest he take his own life. Manager Mo, is this President Lin's directive? Qi Maoming was unwilling to accept this. He could not believe that Lin Qinjiao would betray him after all these years. Why don't you inquire yourself? M.O. Qing shot a glance at Qi Maoming. The rules of the Dongjiang Dragon, Lin Qinjiao, were numerous, one of which was that during her receptions, no one was permitted to enter without her explicit permission. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Upon hearing this, Qi Maoming's ingratiating demeanor turned towards M.O. Qing, pleading. Manager M.O., to his surprise, M.O. Qing lifted her chin, completely ignoring him, and coldly stated, President Lin has decreed that this matter be handled as such, taking into account your years of service. Taking into account my years of service. This is how I am dismissed. Qi Maoming felt a deep sense of grievance. I have served Lin Qinjiao for over a decade, tirelessly devoted. Surely she would not treat me this way. Just because of a few words from you, a mere girl, you expect me to take my own life? I tell you, M.O. Qi Maoming's anger flared, and he raised his voice. Previously, he had feared M.O. Qing because she was Lin Qinjiao's personal assistant, executing many of her commands. However, now that he had been dismissed, he felt he had nothing left to lose and was prepared to confront M.O. Qing. M.O. Qing raised her eyebrows and retorted, You do not have the authority to lecture me. The Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce was entrusted to your care from the outset. Yet what have you accomplished? How many benefits have you taken for yourself? Do not presume that President Lin is oblivious. She has retained you all these years because you have contributed somewhat to the chamber. But do you understand who you have offended this time? M.O. Qing reprimanded sharply. Qi Maoming's eyes darted around. He had only heard from the receptionist that the top 100 companies had been dismissed as per his prior arrangements. However, not long after, they returned with Lin Qinjiao. Regarding the decision to exclude the top 100, Qi Maoming had been encouraged by Su Bingxian, and of course, he had reaped substantial benefits in the process. At that time, he had sworn to Su Bingxian that a mere top 100 company was no obstacle. Preventing them from entering the business association was merely a matter of his word. Yet, he never anticipated that such a small entity would have such a formidable connection with Lin Qinjiao. But then, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. If the top 100 had indeed had ties with Lin Qinjiao, they would have succeeded in joining the association last year. Could it be that their recent partnership with Wang Yukai had elevated their status? But he had heard no whispers of this development. Was it possible that they had been deceived by her facade? Qi Maoming remained oblivious to the peril he faced, since you refused to close your eyes in peace. Let me enlighten you. It is not the top 100 you have offended, but Mr. Yi. Mo Qing cast a disdainful glance at Qi Maoming and urged him to leave before General Lin's wrath was unleashed. Mr. Yi? Which Mr. Yi? Qi Maoming had never heard of such a figure. There were no prominent families bearing the surname Yi in Dongjiang. This is impossible. What Mr. Yi? I have never heard of him. Qi Maoming remained obstinate. Mo Qing, weary of his futile protests, retrieved her phone and made a call. Once connected, she stated, the upper echelons of the Dongjiang Business Association are undergoing a restructuring. I will send you the relevant details shortly. Withdraw all of Qi Maoming's records and cancel this year's dividends. With that, Mo Qing hung up. Upon hearing this, Qi Maoming was incensed. How dare this girl play with such seriousness? Lin Qinjiao, who does she think she is? Mo Qing's temper, though generally amiable, had been tempered by her years alongside Lin Qinjiao, rendering her fiercer than most women. Hearing Qi Maoming repeatedly address Lin Qinjiao by her name ignited her fury. Without allowing him to finish his sentence, Mo Qing swiftly delivered a punch that landed squarely on Qi Maoming's face. With a resounding thud, he stumbled backward. Mo Qing's strike was powerful. Qi Maoming crashed to the ground, feeling as though half of his teeth were loosened. How dare you lay a hand on me? Qi Maoming seethed, struggling to rise and charging at Mo Qing. Yet, as he took a step forward, Mo Qing unleashed a kick directly to his chest. Thud! Qi Maoming slammed against the wall, nearly breaking his back. You are not worthy to utter General Lin's name. Leave at once. Today, I have spared your life, and you should be grateful. Mo Qing's icy gaze bore into Qi Maoming. He was no match for her, rising once more from the ground. He clenched his teeth and reluctantly swallowed his pride, leaving in a huff without uttering another word. Lin Qinjiao had once told Mo Qing that although the man named Yi appeared frivolous and sometimes cowardly, his strength should not be underestimated. Mo Qing flexed her wrist, contemplating how long Jie's initial admiration for Yi Chen had evolved into affection, and now a subtle sense of trepidation lingered, revealing that this individual named Yi was far from ordinary. Lin Qinjiao's insistence on inviting Yi Chen to invest in a Lehigh dock was a precautionary measure, ensuring that when Yi Chen's true identity eventually surfaced, she, Lin Qinjiao, would possess a pathway to success. It wouldn't be long before the prominent figures across Dongjiang would bow to Yi Chen's supremacy. Mo Qing sighed inwardly and stood upright at the entrance of the Jean Salon Hall. Inside the hall, upon hearing Lin Qinjiao's words, Xiao Ruoxue was profoundly astonished. This drastic shift in attitude was truly unexpected. Noticing Xiao Ruoxue's hesitation, Lin Qinjiao smiled and said, my intentions extend beyond mere affinity with Fang Jie. Most importantly, I rely on Mr. Yi's support. Chapter 59. What do dock operators fear the most? Upon hearing Lin Qinjiao's reasoning, Xiao Ruoxue felt even more perplexed and turned her gaze towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen was somewhat satisfied with Lin Qinjiao's arrangement, yet he pondered how to alleviate Xiao Ruoxue's suspicions. He smiled and reassured, rest assured, Manager Lin, I have taken note of the scar removal ointment matter. Upon hearing it was about scar treatment, Xiao Ruoxue found the explanation reasonable. After all, every woman cherishes beauty, and a woman like Lin Qinjiao is particularly meticulous about her appearance. A once beautiful woman marred by a grotesque scar on her forehead undoubtedly diminishes her allure. It is perfectly understandable for a woman to invest all her efforts to enhance her image. That being said, you must act swiftly. We cannot keep Manager Lin waiting. Xiao Ruoxue added with a reminder. No rush. Everything can unfold in due time. Lin Qinjiao replied cryptically. After several minutes of polite exchanges, Yi Chen and Xiao Ruoxue finally departed from the Sanha Hotel, having successfully entered the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce and attained the position of vice president. This was an enormous triumph for Xiao Ruoxue. Xiao Zhang, equally elated, exclaimed, Manager Xiao, this matter has finally been settled. A few days ago, you mentioned something and asked me to remind you. Can we attend to it now? Xiao Ruoxue smacked her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, if not for your reminder, I would have nearly forgotten about it. Let us return and prepare. In a few days, you shall accompany me." "Yes, of course, Manager Xiao." Xiao Zhang nodded enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Chen remained in a state of confusion, yet he refrained from inquiring about Xiao Ruoxue's affairs, trusting her judgment. He said to Xiao Ruoxue, "You all go ahead. I shall return home to prepare dinner." Without waiting for a response, he mounted his bicycle and departed. Watching Yi Chen's retreating figure, Xiao Ruoxue turned to Xiao Zhang and remarked, "Let us be off as well." On the other side, Su Bingqian was astounded to learn that Qi Maoming had been dismissed from the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. What on earth happened? He wondered. Initially, he contemplated calling to clarify the situation, but ultimately decided to visit Qi Maoming in person. Upon arriving at Qi Maoming's usual haunts, Su Bingqian was met with a torrent of scolding. Soaked in verbal abuse, Su Bingqian inwardly cursed Su Bingqian, yet the pressing matter at hand took precedence. "Brother, this incident has brought you trouble. I shall surely make amends in the future." Though Qi Maoming had fallen from grace, he still possessed some influence within Dongjiang. Thus Su Bingqian dared not offend him. "Apologies are of no use," Qi Maoming retorted, still fuming from earlier, rubbing his jaw where he had clenched his teeth in anger. Yes, yes. Su Bingqian could only acquiesce. "Damn it, that Lin Qianjiao. How could she betray me after I have served her well? Just wait. I will not let this grievance go unpunished." Qi Maoming gritted his teeth as he spoke. Indeed, Su Bingqian echoed, aligning himself with Qi Maoming's frustrations. "What a disaster. You've led me to ruin this time. If I do not settle this score, how will I ever survive in this world again?" Qi Maoming cursed once more. Su Bingqian dared not utter a word, fearful that any comment might provoke another tirade. "Have you become mute? Can you not offer me a suggestion?" Qi Maoming, noticing Su Bingqian's silence, felt a surge of frustration. "Brother, do not be angry. It is not that ideas are lacking." But rather Su Bingqian, possessing a keen intellect, interjected, "What is there to fear? I have already lost my livelihood. What more is there to dread?" Having vented his frustration, Qi Maoming contemplated how to orchestrate a downfall for Lin Qianjiao, hoping she would realize the magnitude of her loss in dismissing such a capable assistant. Since the elder brother was unafraid, the younger brother felt emboldened as well. Su Bingqian's eyes darted around, leaning closer to Qi Maoming. "Speak freely. There are no outsiders here." Qi Maoming regarded Su Bingqian with disdain. Indeed, Su Bingqian took a step back and continued. "Although Lin Qianjiao is renowned as the queen of Dongjiang, at her core, she is merely a woman. Nonetheless, she is a formidable character. All the top figures in the Dongjiang business community are well aware of this. She manages the Lehigh dock. Brother, consider this. What is the greatest fear for business at the dock?" Su Bingqian meticulously analyzed the situation. Qi Maoming pondered for a moment, his eyes shifting as clarity dawned upon him. A sinister smile crept onto his lips. "You may seem inconspicuous, but your mind is quite resourceful at this moment." Flattered by Qi Maoming's compliment, Su Bingqian beamed. "Brother, you flatter me. These are merely trivial wits." Indeed, mere trifles." Qi Maoming's expression darkened. "This endeavor is perilous, and the Lehigh dock is heavily guarded. All goods passing through are personally inspected by that Lin woman. If we reveal any hint of our plan, it will not only be her downfall, but ours as well." Su Bingqian remained unperturbed, exuding confidence. "Brother, if you trust me, I shall handle this matter personally. The Su family is in the seafood business, and for Su Bingqian, manipulating affairs at the dock would be a trivial task." Qi Maoming looked at Su Bingqian with skepticism. "Do you have a plan?" "Absolutely foolproof," Su Bingqian asserted with conviction. "Should anything go awry, I, Qi Maoming, will not shield you." Qi Maoming cautioned. "Do not worry, brother. This matter will not implicate you. Simply await the good news." Su Bingqian promised, thumping his chest. "Very well. I entrust this task to you," Qi Maoming declared. However, Su Bingqian hesitated, a troubled expression crossing his face. "But what?" Qi Maoming frowned. "Didn't you just claim it was foolproof?" No, brother. When I say foolproof, it is indeed foolproof. What I mean is that this endeavor will require some investment." Su Bingqian explained, gesturing as if counting money. Is it merely a matter of funds? If it can lead to Lin's downfall, I am willing to pay any price. Today, the matter of 100 major dismissals has caused Qi Maoming to harbor an intense hatred for Lin Qianjiao. It's simple, merely a figure, Su Bingxian declared, extending a single finger. 10 million? This amount indeed caused Qi Maoming some discomfort. No, my brother, this matter can be resolved with just 1 million. Su Bingxian chuckled. 1 million? Is that sufficient to see Lin Qianjiao stumble? Surely you jest. Qi Maoming could hardly believe it. For someone like Lin Qianjiao, even approaching her was a challenge. Could it truly be resolved with just 1 million? I assure you, it is absolutely true. This matter can be settled with merely 1 million. Su Bingxian reiterated. Qi Maoming, contemplating, inquired, it cannot be as simple as just 1 million, can it? Chapter 60. Su Bingxian's scheme. Qi Maoming speculated that 1 million is not a substantial sum for a small merchant in Dongjiang to undertake such a significant endeavor. This amount is naturally insufficient. Indeed, my elder brother is a wise man. Su Bingxian continued, my Su family can provide this sum. Yet there are certain things that we cannot procure. Instantly, Qi Maoming comprehended the implication. This matter is not difficult. Simply inform me of the required quantity. The items Su Bingxian referred to were indeed manageable for Qi Maoming. 1,000 kilograms. Su Bingxian extended a finger. Damn it! Where am I supposed to acquire such a vast quantity? Qi Maoming sprang to his feet. Elder brother, do not be hasty. Su Bingxian quickly rose to soothe him. If we are to accomplish something significant, we must do it right. Procuring a few dozen grams would be simple, but that would be inconsequential for Lin Qianjiao. A mere exchange would render it trivial. However, should the quantity be substantial, even if Lin Qianjiao possesses extraordinary abilities, no one would dare to protect her. Who would want to be entangled in such matters? 1,000 kilograms is sufficient for a death sentence. After pondering, Qi Maoming found Su Bingxian's reasoning to be sound. Yet acquiring such a large amount of goods was indeed beyond his immediate capability. Nevertheless, the urgency to eliminate Lin Qianjiao was palpable. Elder brother, if the quantity poses a challenge, I am aware of a promising source. Su Bingxian, sensing the moment was ripe, declared. Do tell. Qi Maoming urged. The fish that swim all day long, Lu Yixiao. Su Bingxian lowered his voice. Hiss! Qi Maoming gasped. In Dongjiang, no prominent merchant was unaware of Lu Yixiao. Lin Qianjiao had repeatedly warned them that anyone who dared to associate with Lu Yixiao would face a death sentence in her eyes. Though Lu Yixiao was merely a woman and her establishment was not large in scale, it was known to brazenly engage in certain activities, indicating a formidable backing. Qi Maoming felt a twinge of resistance towards Lu Yixiao, for her ruthless methods mirrored those of Lin Qianjiao. She was a merciless figure, yet unlike Lin Qianjiao, she was not averse to such dealings. Noticing Qi Maoming's hesitation, Su Bingxian fanned the flames of persuasion. I have heard that Lu Yixiao's supply has been plentiful lately. We merely need to invest several 100,000 to identify the regular patrons who require substantial quantities. Then, through these patrons, we can procure the goods without leaving a trace. Qi Maoming remained cautious, pondering for a moment before speaking. Wouldn't that require even more funds? Elder brother, I assure you, I will provide the 1 million to finance the hiring of these individuals. The rest shall not burden you with a single penny, but we will need to enlist some of your resources. Su Bingxian reiterated. Upon hearing this, Qi Maoming comprehended that you intended to utilize those individuals in my possession to seize the goods from the regular customers. This notion, of course, implies theft. Those regular customers have relied on their goods for years, and should they be pilfered, they would never dare to report it to the authorities, ultimately suffering in silence. As this discussion unfolded, Qi Maoming's mind became entirely clear. The grudge against Lin Qianjiao seemed to have been avenged partially. Then, as you suggest, let us proceed swiftly, Qi Maoming declared. Very well, Su Bingxian affirmed, yet showed no inclination to depart. What is the matter? Is there something else? Qi Maoming inquired. Nothing of great importance, Su Bingxian faltered. If there is something to say, speak up quickly. Do not test my patience. Qi Maoming's annoyance flared once more. Su Bingxian was indeed clever, yet in Qi Maoming's eyes, his cunning was merely trivial scheming. Should that Lin fall, the Heimadoc Su Bingqian surely coveted this lucrative prize. Need I say more? Once the time comes, the Heimadoc will belong to us both, evenly divided. Su Bingqian. Indeed, indeed, brother. You truly possess a grand vision. You are destined for greatness. Su Bingqian extolled, before finally taking his leave. After Su Bingqian departed, Qi Maoming snorted. Your Su family is merely in the seafood business, akin to the turtles in the sea, and yet you dare to have such lofty ambitions. I fear your appetite may exceed your capacity, and you might just burst. Should Lin Qianjiao truly fall, Qi Maoming had no intention of sharing the spoils with Su Bingqian. After all these years with Lin Qianjiao, damn it, she dismisses me at will. When the time comes, all her enterprises shall rightfully belong to me. Meanwhile, at the Heimadoc, Lin Qianjiao, accompanied by Mo Qing, personally inspected a batch of goods. After witnessing the cargo being loaded onto the ship, she departed for her residence by the sea. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Qianjiao organized her thoughts when suddenly she sneezed. Mo Qing hurriedly offered her a jacket, saying, "Sister Long, be careful not to catch a cold." "I'm fine." Lin Qianjiao declined the jacket, turning to sit on the sofa, and asked Mo Qing, "Why do you think Wang Yukai, upon arriving in Dongjiang, suddenly handed over his products to the Baida Company?" Wang Yukai, being a person from Kyoto, has always been astute. The call Lin Qianjiao received today also originated from Kyoto, mentioning Wang Youcai's brother, Wang Youfu. This is hard to speculate, but I believe, given the Wang family's modus operandi in Kyoto, once they decided to expand into Dongjiang, they would undoubtedly choose more powerful merchants for collaboration. In the Dongjiang trading sector, the Luo family is quite formidable, not only possessing substantial economic strength, but also maintaining a tightly knit network across various sectors. Mo Qing hesitated. Lin Qianjiao sighed softly, holding her coffee cup, and slightly raised her head to say, "Thus, while Baida may appear inconspicuous, it is possible that they have backing from influential figures in Kyoto." The conversation also alluded to the Yi family from Kyoto. Mo Qing. Lin Qianjiao abruptly set down her coffee cup and rose to address Mo Qing. "Please investigate further. Has Chen ever visited Dongjiang prior to last year? Additionally, has he used any other names?" Mo Qing, her eyes darting, took a moment before responding, "Understood, Dragon Sister. I will promptly summon people to look into it. No, this time you must conduct the investigation yourself. Do not alert anyone, especially not Xiao Ruoxue." Lin Qianjiao stated with utmost seriousness. "Understood," Mo Qing replied. "I will ensure that Xiao Ruoxue remains convinced that all the conveniences we provide her stem solely from Dragon Sister's amicable relationship with Qin Fong." Lin Qianjiao nodded in satisfaction, murmuring to herself, "I too wish to see what methods Yi Chen employs to rid me of this stubborn scar that even celestial beings cannot mend." Chapter 61. 2 Messages. Which would you prefer to hear? Due to her recent induction into the Chamber of Commerce, where she has assumed the role of vice president, Xiao Ruoxue has been exceedingly busy these past few days. Although her schedule appears more hectic than usual, her spirits remain high. Joining the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce has been a long-cherished dream for Xiao Ruoxue, serving as a driving force behind her relentless efforts over the years. As the days passed, Xiao Ruoxue continued her routine of leaving early and returning late. After clarifying the arrangement for Yi Chen to pick her up, she informed him not to continue this practice. Yi Chen acquiesced verbally, but remained uneasy, prompting him to seek out Wu Taishan in the alleyway, entrusting him with the responsibility of ensuring Xiao Ruoxue's safety during her commutes. Initially reluctant, Wu Taishan had other obligations assigned to him by Meng Qingying and feared her ire should he fail to fulfill them. However, when Yi Chen revealed that the task concerning Dongjiang was originally entrusted to him by their master, he argued that while his senior sister was formidable, this particular matter fell outside her expertise, as it did Wu Taishan's. Wu Taishan found this point agreeable, now that his probation period was over. Although he had yet to see their master, he had not been informed that he could not inquire about the tasks post-liberation. Thus, he had already begun his investigation, confident that the truth would soon come to light. Yet, if he were to delve deeply into the inquiry, he could not simultaneously ensure the safety of Xiao Ruoxue. Yi Chen's reasoning was persuasive, and Wu Taishan was more than willing to support him, recognizing that while Meng Qingying possessed skill, she lacked the acumen and strategy of Yi Chen. With no progress on the task, Wu Taishan felt a pang of concern for his senior sister. Fearing that Wu Taishan might agree without taking action, Yi Chen followed him a couple of times and was relieved to see that he consistently appeared at the times Xiao Ruoxue commenced and concluded her workday. A few days later, as Yi Chen scrolled through his phone, he couldn't shake the feeling that Chao Qingxiu ought to have contacted him by now, updating him on the progress of capturing Lu Yixiao's incriminating information. However, as the days passed without a single message from Chao Qingxiu, Yi Chen grew increasingly restless. After breakfast, he decided to take a stroll to gather information himself. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Xiao Ruoxue's car parked by the roadside just a few hundred meters away. She was glancing at her watch while scanning the surroundings, seemingly awaiting someone's arrival. A few minutes later, her assistant, Xiao Zhang, hurried over with a bag in hand, and after exchanging a few words, they both entered the vehicle. "Why isn't Ruoxue at the office?" Yi Chen mused, only to suddenly remember that today was Sunday. On weekends, Xiao Ruoxue would typically make a brief visit to the office, and unless there was something urgent, she would head straight to Qin Feng's beauty salon for facial treatment. However, the direction in which her vehicle was headed today was not toward Qin Feng's salon. Where were Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Zhang going? Yi Chen pondered for a moment, wondering if it was related to the matter they had discussed outside the Sana Hotel. But what could it be? Curiosity piqued, Yi Chen mounted his bicycle and followed suit. After a brief interval, he trailed behind Xiao Ruoxue, observing as her bicycle veered towards the Mingyi clinic. Could they possibly be heading to the clinic? As this thought crossed his mind, he witnessed Xiao Ruoxue indeed halt her bicycle at the entrance of the clinic. A pang of concern surged within Yi Chen. Was Ruoxue unwell? Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. If she were ill, he would have been the first to notice. Could it be? Just then, the door of the clinic swung open, revealing Ming Bai's wife, Yu Yu, who welcomed them with warmth and laughter. What was truly transpiring? Yi Chen wished to enter and discern the situation, but at that moment, his phone vibrated unexpectedly. Glancing at the screen, he noted it was a call from Chao Qingxiu. The timing of this call was indeed fortuitous. He cast one last look towards the clinic before cycling away. After covering some distance, he returned the call. "Captain Chao, what's the matter?" Yi Chen inquired upon the call's connection. "Why? Are you trying to save on your phone bill?" Chao Qingxiu replied, clearly displeased with Yi Chen's earlier failure to answer. Chuckling lightly, Yi Chen responded, "Are you about to impart some news, Captain?" "Yes, and not just one piece." Chao Qingxiu replied. "Oh." Yi Chen speculated that the purpose of the call was to discuss the resolution of the previous incident, without considering other possibilities. There's a good piece of news and a bad one. Which would you prefer to hear? Gao Ginki Guidit. Yi Chen hesitated, knowing that the outcome of the previous encounter with Lu Yixiao could only yield two results. One outcome was that Lu Yixiao fell for the trap, leading the police to apprehend her at the delivery site in Sihua Hutong, where she would then divulge the entire sequence of events. The alternative was that Lu Yixiao remained unfooled, and by the next day, her acupressure points would naturally release. Ultimately, these two scenarios presented a good and a bad piece of news. Yet, at present, Yi Chen sensed that the likelihood of Lu Yixiao evading the trap was greater. If not, there would surely have been some news coverage, but he had been monitoring recent reports without encountering any developments. What are you laughing at? Are you even listening to me? Gao Ginki Pets? Noting Indesino. Captain, you must have a plan in mind. I have no choice. Shall we find a place to discuss this? Yi Chen suggested, glancing at the time. Absolutely. Chao Qingxiu agreed, recognizing that the complexity of the matter would not be easily conveyed in a few sentences over the phone. The location was chosen by Chao Qingxiu. Yi Chen had no preference, knowing that she would conduct her inquiries regardless of where he suggested. In the CAF, the warm lighting of the private room created an intimate atmosphere. Once 2 cups of coffee were set before them, the server retreated. "This is a splendid choice," Yi Chen remarked, surveying the surroundings. Given that the location was selected by Chao Qingxiu, he could not help but wonder if she had taken steps to investigate his background beforehand. After confirming that the room posed no issues, Chen picked up his cup and inhaled the aroma of the coffee. It was quite exquisite and authentic. Chao Qingxiu could discern that although Chen appeared to be carefree and jovial, he was invariably cautious and meticulous in every situation. Rest assured I, Chao Qingxiu, have no interest in engaging in such covert surveillance, he remarked. Do you know where these coffee beans originate? He continued. This coffee possesses a delightful balance of acidity and sweetness, a subtle bitterness yet a radiant flavor, with an elegant aroma imbued with vitality. The beans must certainly hail from Colombia. Chen inhaled the fragrance of the coffee, slightly narrowing his eyes as he replied. Upon hearing Chen confidently state the answer, Chao Qingxiu's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. But are you aware that Colombia is also notorious for its production of illicit drugs? Chapter 62, Chen expressed his helplessness. Upon hearing her words, a smile remained on his face, yet his mind was preoccupied with interpreting the underlying meaning behind her statement. Was it possible that she suspected him of being involved in the drug trade? Observing Chen's silence, Chao Qingxiu's confusion deepened. Was he afraid that speaking too much would lead to errors? What was there to lose? Chen set down his cup, relishing the delightful atmosphere and exquisite coffee. For him, there was only gain, never loss. The ability to discern the origin of coffee beans with just a gentle sniff indicated that one had indeed visited the place of origin. Chao Qingxiu remarked with a smile. Is that so? Chen raised an eyebrow, seemingly unperturbed by Chao Qingxiu's suspicions. Chao Qingxiu, not in a hurry to extract answers, already possessed a substantial part of the truth in her mind. Mr. Yi had undoubtedly been to Colombia, and his identity there must have been remarkable. At the very least, he must have had profound connections with the prominent families of that region. Upon hearing this, Chen chuckled, taken aback by Chao Qingxiu's elevated perception of him. However, he merely smiled, refraining from offering any explanations. I truly admire your composure, Mr. Yi, Chao Qingxiu said, lifting her coffee cup and taking a delicate sip. I share a similar admiration for myself, Chen replied with a grin, mimicking her actions and gently sipping his coffee. Indeed, quite remarkable. The unique flavor is a result of superior soil, excellent climatic conditions, and advantageous geography, Chen praised as he savored the brew. Chao Qingxiu, observing Chen's sheer enjoyment, felt a surge of irritation. Chen, do not presume that obtaining my grandfather's Wulong card grants you any protection. The moment you got involved with that substance, even the gods could not save you. She cautioned. Involved with what? Drugs? Please. Chen sukolfu distaoinfui. Chao Qingxiu gritted her teeth. Being stubborn is futile. The reason I have not taken action against you, but rather invited you out for this conversation, is to encourage your cooperation with our efforts. I understand that it is nearly impossible for one person to manage such an extensive production and sales chain. If you willingly cooperate, then. Before Chao Qingxiu could finish her thought, Chen suddenly placed his coffee cup forcefully on the table, producing a loud echo throughout the room. Startled by the abrupt sound, Chao Qingxiu was taken aback, unprepared for Chen, who had been jovial, to suddenly turn serious. Chao Qingxiu. Chen's expression hardened as he fixed her with a piercing gaze. If the police were as foolish as you, there would be no cases left to solve. If you are incapable of fulfilling your current role, I am certain there are countless others in your department better suited for this position, with your looks and figure. Finding a good man to marry would be effortless. Why struggle in a field where you lack expertise? His words left Chao Qingxiu utterly speechless. Chen Yu. Chao Qingxiu's expression instantly soured. Her lips pressed together as she found herself at a loss for words to counter Chen. What do you mean by you? Is my statement too polite? If so, what can I do? After all, Chen is a man who treasures the delicate and the beautiful. A smile reappeared on Chen's face, further infuriating Chao Qingxiu, whose chest heaved in agitation. Just as she was about to speak, Chen raised his hand to silence her. Can you truly discern the origin of coffee with just a whiff? What kind of society are we living in? Is it so difficult to enjoy a cup of coffee? Even if I lack the financial means to indulge daily, surely I can manage to savor it once every decade. The unique flavor of Colombian coffee. Can one truly retain its essence after just a single taste? Is that so challenging? As for my vocabulary regarding coffee, it may be limited, But isn't it possible to consult the internet? There, an abundance of adjectives awaits. Surely, someone as astute as team leader Chow wouldn't be ignorant of this? A prominent Colombian family? Huh, you truly possess a talent for flattery. Such skills in complimenting others. Could they possibly be a curriculum in your precinct? Have you failed to uncover any results regarding Liu Yixiao and are now seeking a scapegoat? If so, you ought to select a simpleton. At the very least, an ordinary person. Why must you target me? My intellect, after all, eclipses that of the entire Southeast Asia. Competing with me in a race would surely leave you with broken legs. I advise you, either concede or genuinely relinquish your pursuit. After his tirade, Chao Qingqiu's complexion turned a deep shade of anger as she watched Yi Chen shake his head, nonchalantly proclaiming his innocence, unable to interject a single word. Upon finishing, Yi Chen spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his expression one of feigned exasperation. After a moment, Chao Qingqiu finally managed to inquire, "Then what evidence do you possess to prove your innocence?" "Why must I prove anything?" Yi Chen retorted, shaking his head. "If you remain unconvinced, feel free to intensify your manpower in your investigation." Chao Qingqiu seethed internally. Yi Chen rose, lifting the cup from the table, the coffee at the perfect temperature. He took a sip and remarked, "Let us not waste such fine coffee. Who knows when I might have the pleasure again." As Chao Qingqiu observed Yi Chen preparing to depart, she quickly processed his earlier words, contemplating whether her deductions had been erroneous. Could it be that Yi Chen was not as closely tied to the East River drug trade as she had presumed? Yet, what of the situation concerning Liu Yixiao? In East River, few individuals captured her grandfather's attention. The unexpected encounter had resulted in a direct gift of a Wulong card. Her grandfather was certainly not, as her cousin had imagined, merely seeking a suitable match for the Chao family. However, inquiries with Chao Yinyan yielded little insight. Even he could not uncover Yi Chen's background. If Yi Chen truly harbored any issues, her grandfather would undoubtedly have recognized them. Had she genuinely misjudged the situation? A slight misunderstanding would not matter. This Yi Chen was indeed clever, a man of both courage and strategy. Previously, Chao Qingqiu had mused that if only she could recruit him. As she pondered this, Yi Chen had reached the door. Chao Qingqiu hurriedly stood up, calling out, "Wait, Yi Chen, I was merely jesting. There is no need to take it to heart." Upon hearing this, Yi Chen revealed a peculiar smile, pausing his steps before saying, "Are you jesting?" "Indeed, I was merely joking just now. Please do not take offense." Chao Qingqiu replied with a smile. "It appears that team leader Chao enjoys a rather leisurely job, such a delightful position. If an opportunity arises, do introduce me." Yi Chen turned with a beaming expression. Chao Qingqiu did not anticipate that Yi Chen could change his demeanor so swiftly. His smile appeared even more promptly. "There's no need to feel tense. I was also jesting. We are even now." After saying this, Yi Chen turned and walked back. "What are you standing there for? Have a seat." It was as if nothing had transpired moments before. Yi Chen, however, harbored his own intentions, aiming to fulfill the mission. And this Chao Qingqiu was an essential conduit and cover for him. Chapter 63. The sky amazes with three auroras. Chao Qingqiu observed that Yi Chen had turned back as if nothing had transpired moments before. She remarked that one drinks coffee too hastily, unable to savor its flavor. She then summoned the waiter to bring 2 more cups. Yi Chen merely smiled, savoring his coffee in silence. This demeanor left Chao Qingqiu feeling quite awkward, prompting her to inquire whether he was not at all curious about the outcome regarding Liu Yixiao. Yi Chen chuckled, stating that he would learn of it through the news and had no need to ask. Chao Qingqiu felt a pang of frustration, internally musing that the old adage about the wisdom of age was misplaced. This young man was quite resilient. Yet simultaneously, she felt a glimmer of joy. If her organization could secure someone like Yi Chen, their efforts would surely be amplified. She countered, asserting that his dismissal was unwarranted, as he was indeed a participant in Liu Yixiao's affairs and could not simply remain uninformed. "Oh," Yi Chen feigned surprise, setting down his coffee cup and leaning forward earnestly. "Are you referring to the incident with the little wolf dog? How fortuitous that she should mention that." Had it not been for Yi Chun pretending to be her little wolf dog, they would not have had the opportunity to glean insights from Lu Yixiao. Nor would Yi Chun have ended up bathing at her home, a matter her cousin, Lu Xiaoming, had repeatedly brought up, much to Chao Qingqiu's irritation. Suppressing her annoyance, Chao Qingqiu rolled her eyes and continued. That evening, Lu Yixiao did not arrange for anyone to deliver goods to Si Chao Hutong. Oh, Yi Chun appeared unperturbed. I expected you to be quite skilled in your methods. Who would have thought that Lu Yixiao would be so unyielding? Chao Qingqiu attempted to provoke him. Yet, Yi Chun could only chuckle inwardly, acknowledging that Lu Yixiao was indeed cunning. He himself had almost fallen victim to her schemes. A fox can never hide its tail forever. He remarked. What shall we do next? Chao Qingqiu inquired. Perhaps it is you who must decide. Not us, Yi Chun replied with a smile, adopting a stance of detachment. Indeed, he could afford to remain uninvolved in this matter. However, Chao Qingqiu was resolute in her pursuit of the truth. What if I propose an exchange of conditions? Would you consider assisting me? She suggested after some contemplation. Although Yi Chun may seem inconspicuous in Dongjiang, he possessed his own familial ties and social circles. Chao Qingqiu was skeptical that he never sought assistance. Well, Yi Chun appeared to ponder, yet remained silent for a considerable time. You may take your time to deliberate. I am not in haste for an answer. However, should you present conditions, I am confident that the Chao family's influence can easily accommodate your requests, she asserted, invoking the power of her family. The Chao family in Dongjiang was indeed a formidable force. Then I shall give it due consideration, Yi Chun nodded. Once I have reached a conclusion, I will provide you with an answer. Very well. Chao Qingqiu noted that Yi Chun was not in a rush to articulate his conditions, and thus she too resolved to exercise patience. Upon leaving the CAF, Yi Chun arrived at the Mingyi clinic, only to find the door inexplicably locked. He met with Chao Qingqiu for merely 20 minutes. Yet Xiao Ruoxue has already departed? Was Ruoxue here for a consultation, or was there another motive? What is the meaning behind the Mingbai couple locking the door? Unable to decipher the underlying reasons, Yi Chun had no choice but to leave the Mingyi clinic once again. That evening, Xiao Wenlei and his wife did not return home for dinner, and Xiao Ruoxue also failed to come back, leaving Yi Chun to dine alone. It was quite late, and not a single call had been made. Where could they have gone? Yi Chun contemplated making a phone call, but decided against it, recalling that he had never called Xiao Ruoxue regardless of how late she returned home. Checking the time, he noted it was past 9 o'clock, and feeling restless, he moved to the entrance to see if Xiao Ruoxue had returned. Just as he reached the door, he caught a glimpse of a slender beam of light flickering in the northeast direction of the villa. The light was fleeting, barely noticeable unless one was paying close attention. The aurora borealis? Yi Chun murmured to himself before turning to retrieve his bicycle, heading straight for the alley where Wu Taishun often resided. Wu Taishun's abode was located within that alley, a modest bungalow with a small yard. Yi Chun entered the yard and noticed the lights were on inside the house. But as soon as he shut the door, the lights turned off. What does this signify? Yi Chun pondered, then approached to knock on the door. After a while, a voice, now deeper, emerged from within. Who is it? Why are you knocking at this hour? Yi Chun almost chuckled. Taishun, open the door. It's Yi Chun. Wu Taishun, who had been watching something on the computer, immediately shut it off, tidied the table, and finally donned a jacket before stepping outside. Upon opening the door, Wu Taishun glanced around before allowing Yi Chun to enter. Brother Chen, what brings you here at such a late hour? What were you doing? Taking so long to answer the door? Yi Chun shot a glance at Wu Taishun as he entered the house. Looks like you were asleep. Wu Taishun feigned a yawn. Brother Chen, is there something urgent you need at this late hour? Any news from your senior sister lately? Yi Chun casually found a seat and picked up a book from the table, flipping through its pages. She seems to be on the brink of falling into the mundane world with all those social engagements. She's nearly become the most sought-after socialite in Dongjiang. Wu Taishun joked. Does your senior sister know how you describe her? Yi Chun inquired with a smile. How could she know? This is just between us. I wouldn't dare say such things in front of her. Wu Taishun replied, pouring a glass of water and handing it over. But what if I accidentally let that slip? Yi Chun reached for the water, raising an eyebrow. Don't you dare. Wu Taishun quickly withdrew the glass. If you tell her, she'd surely have my skin. He had learned well from Meng Qingying's fiery temper. Yi Chen seized the water cup that Wu Taishan had pulled back, finding the liquid remarkably steady, not a drop spilled. I think you deserve to have your skin pulled. Brother Chen, you cannot say such things. I am your best brother. Wu Taishan retorted with a pout. I have heard that the bonds among senior and junior disciples run deep, yet when calamity strikes, they scatter like leaves. Yi Chen feigned a sigh. What nonsense is this? We are not akin to those roving gangs. When we entered the sect, we bowed our heads to the ground in reverence. Not merely siblings, but closer than siblings. Blood is thicker than water. Indeed, blood is thicker than water. Wu Taishan spoke, his gaze wandering aimlessly. Is that so? Yi Chen held a cup of water, yet did not sip from it. Instead, his eyes thoughtfully scrutinized Wu Taishan. Chen, Brother Chen, why do you gaze at me so? Every word I utter is from the depths of my heart. Wu Taishan puffed out his chest. You, my blood relative junior, do you not have something of great significance to share with your senior brother? A smirk played at the corners of Yi Chen's mouth, as a devilish smile graced his face. Chapter 64. Some things can be detrimental in excess. The night was deepening. The alley at 9 o'clock was markedly quieter than the bustling streets. Yet, within the modest abode of Wu Taishan, there echoed the wretched cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Chen, Brother Chen. Oh! Wu Taishan was half sprawled over his computer desk, one arm firmly grasped by Yi Chen, who was howling in agony. With one hand holding a water cup and the other gripping Wu Taishan's arm, Yi Chen wore a mischievous grin. Your audacity has certainly grown. No. It's a misunderstanding, Brother Chen. This. Wu Taishan grimaced, twisting his body in an attempt to alleviate the excruciating pain in his arm. A misunderstanding? Since you consider it so, I find myself at a loss. You are well aware of our Sanji Men's techniques for acupoint manipulation. If I were to add a bit more pressure, the sensation would be quite exquisite. Please. Brother Chen, spare me. I'll tell you everything. Wu Taishan finally surrendered. All right. Yi Chen paused for a moment before releasing his grip. Wu Taishan grimaced as he flexed his arm, then hurriedly took the water cup from Yi Chen's hand. Brother Chen, this cup is too heavy. Don't exhaust yourself. Speak quickly. Yi Chen relaxed his grip, arching his brows. I will. Please, just sit down, breathe deeply, and be patient. Wu Taishan exclaimed, raising both hands in surrender, fearful of Yi Chen's potential wrath. Yi Chen had no genuine intention of punishing Wu Taishan. He merely sought to ascertain whether his master, Xiaofeng, had arrived in Dongjiang and his current whereabouts. Wu Taishan was the ears of Sanji men. Nothing escaped his notice. Hurry! Yi Chen's eyes narrowed again. Brother, I am truly in a difficult position. My master forbids me from revealing his arrival in Dongjiang. Wu Taishan lamented. If I let slip my master's whereabouts, I will be flayed alive. Yi Chen stifled a chuckle, quickly adopting a serious demeanor as he leaned closer, lowering his voice. If you don't speak, I won't either. The heavens won't know, nor will the earth, and neither will others. Brother Chen wouldn't betray me, would he? Wu Taishan inched closer, his voice barely above a whisper. Never. But should you remain silent, he may very well take your life. Yi Chen feigned a grave expression. Hiss. Wu Taishan recoiled slightly. In truth, my master's silence is for your own good. Oh. Yi Chen crossed his arms, then enlightened me. I require convincing. That Xiaoruoxu, she is my sister-in-law, the master's beloved niece. Wu Taishan, seeing that Yi Chen was relentless in his pursuit of answers, decided to divulge the truth. This revelation took Yi Chen by surprise. However, upon reflection, it made sense. 20 years prior, when departing Dongjiang for Tsongling Island, how fortuitous it was to encounter Xiaoruoxu. If they were not related, how could such a clandestine affair have led to a young girl like her appearing there? The master treasured his sole niece dearly. If anything were to befall you, what would become of her? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows, dismissing the concern with a scoff. What trouble could I possibly encounter? After all, those individuals are desperate and reckless. Wu Taishan was not exaggerating. Major drug lords have always regarded human life as inconsequential, and the addicts are equally merciless. In their pursuit of profit or a fix, they're capable of committing any atrocity. Rest assured, I will exercise caution. Understanding Wu Taishuan's sincerity, Yi Chen sought to reassure him. I may be at ease, but my master is not. Wu Taishan spoke the truth. A year prior, Yi Chen had obliterated the Dongjiang Kai family's influence, resulting in his cultivation being sealed by Xiao Feng, merely an excuse. Xiao Feng seized this opportunity to extricate Yi Chen from the current mission. Had Yi Chen not rescued Xiao Ruoxue aboard the cruise ship, Xiao Feng would not have had to concoct a justification for sealing his powers due to his overt demeanor. Without Xiao Ruoxue's intervention, perhaps Yi Chen would have smoothly undertaken the mission and exhibited his prowess in Dongjiang. Those words are yours, and given your perspective and experiences, it is only natural for you to harbor concerns. Yi Chen replied coldly, Unless my master speaks directly to me, I shall not believe it. As Wu Taishan contemplated how to express that the master was currently avoiding Yi Chen, he swallowed his words upon meeting Yi Chen's piercing gaze. Based on your assertions, does this not imply that I must meet my master in person? Do not beat around the bush. Tell me directly where my master is. Otherwise, I shall leave this room and forget that a person named Wu Taishan exists in this world. Yi Chen's irritation was palpable. At the entrance of Villa 16 in Donyang, he had witnessed the signal of the Sanji Gate, an indication of significant matters at hand. Wu Taishan gulped nervously. Do not attribute this knowledge to me. If you do, my senior sister will surely despise me. Meng Qingying was aware of Xiao Feng's intentions, yet she personally wished to keep Yi Chen from danger. However, for Yi Chen, these challenges were mere trifles. Had it not been for his concern for Xiao Ruoxue, he would have already unearthed those behind the scenes. You no longer have the opportunity to speak. Simultaneously, Yi Chen recognized Wu Taishuan's indecisive nature. Wu Taishan, seeing Yi Chen's resolve to depart, quickly clung to his arm. Your master is in a dilapidated house on Dongzhou Slope. A house on Dongzhou Slope? Yi Chen murmured, internally acknowledging his master's knack for selecting locations. Just days prior, Yi Quan had given that place to me. What is the time frame? Yi Chen inquired further. Xiao Feng could not possibly remain in that house indefinitely. It was merely a half-finished structure, lacking proper amenities, and likely even a decent bed. Reflecting on this, Yi Chen felt a pang of discomfort, realizing that his master, who had nurtured him for 20 years, had always considered his well-being. Yet now, in an effort to keep him from the perils of Dongjiang, he remained in hiding, without even a stable place to rest. Essentially, after 10 o'clock at night and before 4 in the morning, the master can be found on Dongzhou Slope. Beyond that, I cannot provide any information. Upon hearing this, Wu Taishan noticed that Yi Chen appeared skeptical and quickly added, I truly do not know. All right. Yi Chen chose not to press further. This time frame was sufficient for him to pursue his intentions. As he turned to leave, he paused momentarily at the doorway, glancing back into the room, and advised Wu Taishan, just a quick look is enough. Excessive observation may be detrimental to your health. Wu Taishan was drenched in cold sweat. The desk behind him was meticulously organized. So how did Yi Chen perceive it? Chapter 65. I have come to settle the score upon receiving news from his master, Xiao Feng. Yi Chen hastened to Dongzhou Slope. At this moment, Dongzhou Slope was remarkably tranquil, with a middle-aged man standing before a dilapidated house, gazing down the mountainside. Clad in a military green short-sleeved shirt, camouflage casual trousers, and military green rubber shoes, this man, around 40, bore a rectangular face etched with the marks of hardship. He was none other than Xiao Feng, the legendary king of soldiers who had once commanded respect in the Golden Triangle. At merely 16 years of age, 2 decades prior, the youthful Xiao Feng had infiltrated a drug lord's base in Fong Sali alone, mastering all intelligence within a mere year and a half. During nearly 2 years of undercover work, after earning the trust of his adversaries, he engaged in the development of new narcotics to obtain more critical information from the base. In doing so, he had to personally test the effects of these new drugs, gradually succumbing to addiction. Amidst perilous conditions, Xiao Feng risked his life to relay vital information back to his organization, subsequently collaborating with them to dismantle the entire base. The destruction of the Fong Sali base sent shockwaves throughout the Golden Triangle, instilling terror in the hearts of the clandestine drug lords lurking in the shadows. After completing his mission, Xiao Feng struggled for months to overcome his addiction. The devastating effects of the drugs inflicted lasting damage on his body, prompting his organization to withdraw him from frontline operations. Yet, at that time, Xiao Feng felt a burning desire to remain active, as he had only just turned 18. Hence, 2 decades ago, he petitioned his superiors to become the leader of the Dragon Warfare Unit. It was that same year that he took on his first disciple, Chen. As Chen ascended the first tier of the mountain, Xiao Feng, having just returned moments before, immediately noticed him. Observing Chen's ascent, Xiao Feng shook his head, reflecting on the young man as his most outstanding disciple and the finest member of the Dragon Warfare Unit. However, he recognized that Chen had his vulnerabilities. If adversaries were to exploit these weaknesses, it could lead to dire consequences. The Dragon Warfare Unit primarily undertook domestic missions. Yet each of Xiao Feng's 6 disciples was trained to the highest standards. After 20 years, each disciple could independently tackle even the most arduous tasks in the most challenging environments. Xiao Feng aspired for each of them to become a national sword, vanquishing evil with ease. However, a year ago, upon learning that Chen had become a son-in-law of the Xiao family shortly after arriving in Dongjiang, Xiao Feng's perspective shifted, influenced by the complexities of his own lineage. As Chen climbed a few more steps, he lifted his gaze and spotted Xiao Feng standing aloft. In the chilly night breeze, Chen noticed that his master wore only a short sleeve, yet his stature remained as erect as an unyielding poplar. A mentor is akin to a father. In that moment, Chen felt his eyes welling with emotion. He sprinted up, reaching Xiao Feng, panting heavily as he raised his fist and struck Xiao Feng's chest. "Old man, you've exhausted me." Xiao Feng's lips curled slightly. "What brings you here? It's been over a year. Your words have lost their weight. I've come to settle the score." Chen choked back his emotion, locking his gaze on his Xiao Feng. In Xiao Feng's eyes, there remained a calmness akin to the night breeze, slightly cool, yet providing Chen with a sense of assurance and comfort. "How can you reckon with me without a ledger?" Xiao Feng laughed, his smile carrying a hint of mischief, a touch of mockery, and a warmth that enveloped the air. Chen remained silent, continuing to gaze at Xiao Feng's face. Moments later, he dove into Xiao Feng's embrace like a lamb. "Master, I missed you," he whispered, holding Xiao Feng tightly. Xiao Feng remained unmoved. "Do you realize that in this state, you resemble a weaned child? Don't mention the war dragon. I have no desire to discuss it." Chen released his grip, his breath still unsteady, mirroring the turmoil within his heart. Since he had left the Yi family with Xiao Feng for the past 20 years, Chen had followed Xiao Feng like a child. The longest mission had lasted merely a few months, yet this past year marked the longest separation from Xiao Feng. It was akin to the day he had left his parents 2 decades prior, never anticipating that parting would extend for 20 years. Thus, Chen harbored a profound fear of such farewells. This was his vulnerability, a fatal weakness. Xiao Feng chose not to dwell on the matter, but suggested, "Now that you're here, come inside and sit for a while." Chen glanced at the dilapidated house before him, faint light emanating from within. He was uncertain of its current state. Perhaps it was barren, or perhaps it contained just a simple bed. Xiao Feng hailed from Dongjiang, yet he had never possessed a proper residence, though he never required one. Chen turned his gaze back to Xiao Feng. "After you, master," he offered, extending his hand to assist Xiao Feng. However, Xiao Feng evaded Chen's gesture, stepping lightly into the house in just a few strides. Chen chuckled and shook his head, chiding himself internally. "You fool, your father's not a decrepit old man." The interior of the house was even more squalid than Chen had imagined. Only a bed, a mat, and a pillow. "Master, why have you arranged it this way?" Chen inquired. He knew that Xiao Ruoxue was Xiao Feng's niece, yet he also understood that Xiao Feng was a man who detested evil. Over the years, in his relentless pursuit to combat crime, Xiao Feng had scarcely considered personal matters, dedicating every moment of his life to battling malevolence. Chen could not believe that merely because Xiao Ruoxue was his only niece, and now that Chen had become her husband, Xiao Feng would loosen the grip on the principles he had steadfastly upheld. There must be other reasons behind Xiao Feng's decisions. Xiao Feng was aware of Yi Chen's curiosity, but did not rush to respond. There is no water here, but I know of a peach orchard behind. Deep within, there lies a spring. Yi Chen nodded. Thank you, master, but I am not thirsty. 38 years ago, a boy was born by the Dong River. A faint hint of self-mockery graced Xiao Feng's lips as he reflected on being the illegitimate child of the Xiao family. Xiao Feng was acutely aware that Yi Chen was not only exceptionally talented, but also unwaveringly determined. In order to ensure Yi Chen's acquiescence to his plans, Xiao Feng resolved to reveal his innermost thoughts to him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he silently mused. 38 years ago, was that boy not his master, Xiao Feng? He was indeed the illegitimate son of the Xiao family. This meant that he and Xiao Wenlei were not true brothers, but rather half-brothers sharing the same father. Chapter 66. Xiao Feng 34 years ago. Xiao Feng's parents perished in a tragic accident. At that time, I was but 4 years old, much like you were 2 decades ago. Xiao Feng reminisced briefly about the past. I was not as resilient as you were 20 years ago. I wept daily, feeling as though the entire world had forsaken me. However, it was not long before Xiao Wenlei's mother took me into her home. 2 years passed, during which Xiao Feng, despite receiving care, remained engulfed in melancholy. One day, for reasons unknown, Xiao Wenlei's mother also departed from this world. At that moment, I was 6 and Xiao Wenlei was 18. We both found ourselves bereft of our only family and were engulfed in sorrow. I remember crying in Xiao Wenlei's embrace. At this juncture, Xiao Feng paused momentarily, and Yi Chen could detect the quiver in his voice. Xiao Wenlei assured me, from now on, your brother will take care of you. Thus, another 4 years slipped by. Throughout this time, I was predominantly despondent and timid. Xiao Wenlei warned me, if you continue this way, you will become a waste. Angered by his words, I ran away from home. A 10-year-old child wandering the cold streets at midnight, while his 12 years older brother searched for him tirelessly throughout the night. When Xiao Wenlei finally carried his nearly frozen younger brother home, Xiao Feng wept on his back. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Feng entered a special school, which over the span of 6 years, transformed him into a true man. 21 years ago, I returned from Fengsha, bearing not only accolades, but also a body afflicted by illness. During his battle with addiction, Xiao Feng, overwhelmed by the torment of withdrawal, resorted to slicing his skin with a knife, hoping that physical pain would awaken him to clarity. On one occasion, when Xiao Wenlei visited Xiao Feng, it coincided with one of Xiao Feng's episodes. Without uttering a word of consolation, Xiao Wenlei grasped the blade with his bare hands and simply stated, "You are the pride of the Xiao family. I await your return home." At this moment, Yi Chen felt tears streaming down his cheeks. Marking the second time in 20 years he had shed tears. He understood the reason behind Xiao Feng's decision. Wiping his face, Yi Chen smiled and inquired, "Master, what do you think of the land at Dongshopo?" Xiao Feng smiled in return, patting Yi Chen's shoulder. "Is this your gift for Ruo Shui's birthday next year?" It was evident that in front of Xiao Feng, Yi Chen could not conceal any of his thoughts. "I was unable to attend your wedding. This is a debt I owe you. When I grow old, plant something on that piece of land behind the house for me," Xiao Feng said, gesturing meaningfully. "Master, how can you ever grow old?" Yi Chen replied with a smile, his expression gradually shifting. "Master, familial bonds are undeniably important, yet some matters transcend personal feelings. In the face of righteousness, all emotions pale in comparison." I have remembered these words for the past 20 years. This was a sentiment Xiao Feng had once shared with Yi Chen. However, now, Xiao Feng felt that he owed too much to his brother, Xiao Wenlei, and could no longer afford to owe anything to Xiao Ruo. Seeing that Xiao Feng remained silent, Yi Chen understood that this statement was of no consolation to him. Perhaps it would be better this way. Yi Chen mused and continued, "By day, I am your niece's fiancé by night." Xiao Feng recognized that Yi Chen was a person of exceptional determination. If he believed this matter to be just or morally right, no matter the monumental obstacles, he would persist. Even after learning about Xiao Feng's background and the reasons for withdrawing Yi Chen's mission, Yi Chen showed no signs of relinquishing his pursuit. Xiao Feng was not adept at eloquence, while Yi Chen was skilled in the art of persuasion. It was evident that Xiao Feng would struggle to match him in dialogue. As he listened to Yi Chun, Xiao Feng pondered what justification could persuade Yi Chun to accept his arrangement. However, upon hearing Yi Chun speak of day and night, a sudden idea struck him, and he raised his hand to interrupt. Yi Chun, continuing with this task, is not insurmountable, Xiao Feng declared. At this, Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. In this world, nothing seemed too challenging for him, except for one thing. Being abruptly halted in the midst of a task he was deeply engrossed in, without achieving a result, Yi Chun feared he would sink into despair. "Master, you must speak," Yi Chun implored, gazing eagerly at Xiao Feng. If Xiao Feng did not acquiesce, no matter how much effort Yi Chun exerted, certain matters would remain beyond his reach. Moreover, there was a crucial point. Yi Chun's cultivation was still constrained. The Dongjiang mission could not be completed in just a few months. Dismantling a production and sales chain built over many years might take 3 to 5 years. Initially, the tasks were not overly pressing, and he could utilize this period of relative ease to discuss having a child with Ruoxua. Xiao Feng envisioned that once Yi Chun had his own child, that bond would anchor him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun thought it was quite simple. It was merely a matter of having a child. After all, he mused to himself that he and Ruoxua had already built a year of emotional foundation. The only barrier between them was a wall of misunderstanding. With his cleverness, how could having a child be a challenge? "It's settled then," Yi Chun exclaimed joyfully, extending his hand to seal the agreement with a high five. Yet, Xiao Feng did not reciprocate. Instead, he stated, "Before Ruoxua conceives, you must not interfere with the Dongjiang affairs." As he spoke, Xiao Feng's demeanor was grave. To Yi Chun, this was a command. "Yes, master." Yi Chun immediately rose and rendered a crisp military salute. However, he soon bent down, resting his arms on Xiao Feng's legs, and asked, "Master, is there something of great importance concerning our Sanji Gate?" The Sanji light was a signal of significant matters for the Sanji Gate, and it was rarely employed unless absolutely necessary. "What is so important?" Xiao Feng glanced down at Yi Chun, who appeared almost playful. "The Sanji light," Yi Chun reminded him. "Ah, that is for your junior brother Lin Yifei's first-month celebration. I used the Sanji light as fireworks to celebrate," Xiao Feng replied, his expression unchanging. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun felt a surge of discontent within him, pondering how something as significant as the triadic aurora could be bestowed as a mere gift for his junior disciple as full moon celebration. Surely, he was not a mere child of 3, and such words were hardly believable. However, realizing that his master was unwilling to divulge the truth, he understood that inquiring further would be futile. This old man, while often kind to him, was undeniably shrewd. With this thought, Yi Chun nodded in understanding. "So that is how it is. Master, is there a particular method to lift this confinement I am under?" "What confinement?" Xiao Feng feigned ignorance. "1 year ago, my master deemed my behavior too ostentatious and sealed my cultivation, stating that it would be lifted after a year." Yi Chun insisted, his eyes wide with urgency. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, a look of sudden realization dawning upon him. "Ah, so it was this matter. My dear disciple, I sincerely apologize. At that time, I was solely focused on how to impose the seal upon you, and I never considered how to lift it." Chapter 67. Did you steal a kiss while I was asleep? Departing from Dongzhou Slope, Yi Chun incessantly muttered about that old fellow, cunning and shrewd. It is often said that a fledgling sparrow cannot compete with an old thief, yet Yi Chun remained unconvinced by such adages. Was it merely a child he sought, attempting to use this matter to ensnare me? In Yi Chun's lexicon, the term difficulty had never existed. However, upon returning home and observing the tightly shut door of Xiao Ruoxua's bedroom, he suddenly realized that the term difficulty indeed had its place. Xiao Ruoxua had returned at an unknown hour, and by the time Yi Chun arrived home, it was already past midnight. After freshening up, he found himself lingering at the bedroom door, pondering how to approach Ruoxua. What should I say? "The living room is too chilly for me to sleep." Surely, she would retort, "You've slept through all 4 seasons. Why can't you sleep now? Are you asking for trouble?" Alas, that approach would not suffice. Or perhaps I could say, "The long night beckons. Shall we converse about life?" "No. What time is it now? Dawn is nearly upon us. Am I asking for a beating? Alternatively, I could simply charge in." but that would truly invite trouble. After exhausting all options, Chen remained unable to open that door, wrestling with his thoughts until the early hours of the morning. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the floor, leaning against the sofa, and succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke, Xiao Ruoshu awoke and was startled to find Chen sprawled on the floor. Had it not been for the sound of his heavy breathing, she might have thought he had passed away. Clutching her chest, she silently scolded herself for the fright. Just as she was about to step over him to wash up, her gaze fell upon his arms, which were tightly drawn in. Sleeping on the floor, unbothered by the chill, muttering softly to herself, she retreated to the bedroom to fetch a blanket, draping it over Chen. As she pulled the blanket to his chest, she found herself in close proximity to him, and an unmistakable masculine aura emanating from Chen momentarily captivated Xiao Ruoshu. Gently seated on the floor, she scrutinized his face. His long, thick brows framed his slender eyes, which were slightly closed, revealing a trace of melancholy between them. The distinctive wild charm of a man radiated from his straight nose, while his lush, crimson lips occasionally stirred, as if whispering in a dream. His chiseled cheekbones and sculpted features exuded a sense of unruliness, yet the brilliance in his gaze occasionally made Xiao Ruoshu hesitant to meet his eyes. At that moment, she could not deny that Chen was, in fact, an exceedingly handsome man. While beauty was not uncommon, Chen possessed a charisma unmatched by other men. As she continued to gaze, Xiao Ruoshu could not resist the urge to reach out and delicately touch his brows. Her fingers traced between his eyebrows, gliding gently down to the corners of his eyes, along the bridge of his nose, and finally resting softly upon his lips. Unbeknownst to him, Chen had no idea how long he had been asleep, but amidst the haze of slumber, he sensed something moving upon his lips. Exhausted and reluctant to open his eyes, Chen felt an unsettling sensation upon his lips, as if a bug were crawling upon them. Yet, the creature's touch was soft and gentle, provoking a curious itch and tingling sensation that he found oddly pleasurable. Despite his enjoyment, his consciousness warned him that it was merely an insect. If he continued to revel in this feeling, it might soon venture into his mouth and down his digestive tract, gnawing at his stomach lining and potentially creating a hole. As this thought coursed through his mind, Chen abruptly opened his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Ruoshu was also immersed in the delight of Chen's alluring lips when he suddenly fixed his gaze upon her with wide eyes, startling her into leaning back abruptly. The shock of seeing her face so close took Chen by surprise as well, causing him to gasp in fear. You're awake?" Xiao Ruoshu's face flushed crimson, burning with embarrassment as she hurriedly stood up from the floor. I saw you, sleeping on the floor, so I thought I would go wash up first." Stammering through her words, she swiftly turned and dashed into the bathroom. Chen felt his heart racing violently, as if it might leap from his chest. What had she just been doing? The sound of the door closing snapped him back to reality. The bug. Recalling the sensation he had felt while in a daze, he raised his hand to touch his lips, gently inhaling the fragrance that wafted into his nostrils, a scent distinctly feminine. It dawned on him that the movement on his lips had not been an insect, but rather Xiao Ruoshu herself. Had she stolen a kiss while he slept? The thought sent his heart racing even faster. With both hands pressed against his chest, he endeavored to calm his agitated heart, which had yet to experience such turmoil. However, the more he sought tranquility, the louder his heartbeat seemed to echo in his ears. Meanwhile, in the bathroom, Xiao Ruoshu gazed into the mirror, her hands pressed against her flushed cheeks. Why do I feel so anxious? Her heart raced increasingly, compelling her to cross her arms over her chest. Calm down, she urged herself, yet her thoughts lingered on Chen's handsome face from moments ago. What is happening to me today? Having been married to Chen for over a year, she was accustomed to seeing his familiar face beyond a wall every day, a familiar stranger. Yet, never had she felt as she did today. On the sofa, Chen tugged at the blanket draped over him, the faint fragrance enveloping him once more, drawing him into a state of blissful reverie. Just then, the abrupt ringing of the phone jolted him from his daydream. Simultaneously, Xiao Ruoshu, hearing the sound from the bathroom, dried her hands and stepped out. Chen intended to hand the phone on the tea table to Xiao Ruoxue, rising to retrieve it. However, as he turned around, he collided with Xiao Ruoxue, who was rushing out to answer the call. A sudden chill of sweat enveloped Chen, prompting him to step back. The two collided, and as Xiao Ruoxue teetered on the brink of falling, Chen instinctively moved forward, wrapping his arm around her to prevent her from hitting the ground. They locked eyes, momentarily entranced by one another, their breaths mingling in the air. Flustered, Chen quickly released his hold. The phone. He hastily handed his mobile device to Xiao Ruoxue before retreating into the restroom. At that moment, Xiao Ruoxue, holding the phone yet preoccupied with the memory of Chen's powerful arm encircling her slender waist, was jolted back to reality only when a voice resonated from the device. Ms. Xiao, everything is ready. What time shall we depart? Chapter 68. A minor craft, such as healing, as Chen emerged from the bathroom. He discovered that Xiao Ruoxue had already departed. He felt a twinge of guilt for not having prepared breakfast in time. Typically, it was Chen who took on the responsibility of cooking, while Xiao Ruoxue would occasionally partake in a few bites before heading off to work. Chen, what were you doing just now? You let Ruoxue leave on an empty stomach. He lightly tapped his own head and made his way downstairs. In the dining area on the first floor, Xiao Wenlei and Qin Fong were having breakfast, which consisted of milk, bread, and a few fried eggs. Upon seeing Chen descend from upstairs, Qin Fong waved her hand, saying, Xiao Chen, haven't you eaten yet? Hurry down, or everything will get cold. Feeling somewhat embarrassed that his in-laws had to cook early in the morning, Chen approached the table. As he gazed at the fried eggs before him, he sensed something was amiss and thought to himself, these eggs are quite poorly cooked. It seems I must take to the kitchen myself in the future. At that moment, Xiao Wenlei took a bite of bread, frowned, and held up a piece of fried egg to examine it closely. Finding it difficult to swallow, he placed it back down. After a brief pause, Xiao Wenlei remarked, Xiao Chen, is there something troubling you lately? Chen took a bite of bread and replied, No, Dad. What is the matter? Qin Fong exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Wenlei, signaling him to refrain from pursuing the topic. Seeing Chen's look of astonishment, she quickly interjected, Xiao Chen, did you not sleep well last night? Before Chen could respond, Xiao Wenlei continued, Don't change the subject. The way you've cooked these eggs, surely something must be on your mind? Since retiring from his position, Xiao Wenlei had witnessed the family's financial support primarily come from the two women, thus granting them considerable influence in the household. This is why he showed particular concern for Chen. Xiao Chen, as a member of the Xiao family, we ought to look out for one another. In this family, what is there that cannot be shared? Chen, perplexed, cast a questioning glance at Xiao Wenlei. These eggs were cooked like this? But didn't you and Mom make breakfast? Observing Chen's bewilderment, Xiao Wenlei raised his hand and said, Let us not say anything further. I understand that there are some things you may find difficult to express, but it's all right. Today, feel free to share whatever is on your mind. With me here, you will not be wronged. Chen felt even more awkward, pondering whether he was being encouraged to speak or to remain silent. Qin Fong, hearing this, placed her hands on the table and said, Old Xiao, I must say, I don't appreciate your words. What do you mean by wronging Xiao Chen? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Xiao Wenlei quickly covered his mouth and blinked in surprise. Chen chuckled, Dad, truly, there's nothing to worry about. I simply woke up late this morning and didn't mean to trouble you both with breakfast. I appreciate all your hard work. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wenlei and Qin Fong exchanged glances, then turned their attention back to Chen. Wasn't tea breakfast prepared by you? They asked in unison. Chen shook his head. Wasn't it you who made it? At that moment, the three of them finally understood that it was actually Xiao Ruoxue who had hastily prepared breakfast before rushing off to work. No wonder the eggs turn out this way. After breakfast, Xiao Wenlei and Qin Fong proceeded to the beauty salon, and once Chen finished tidying up, he too stepped out. Although she did not rise particularly early this morning, it was certainly not too late either. After tidying up the house, it was only 7:30. Xiao Ruoxue's early departure was undoubtedly not for the office. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Baida office building, she was nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Ruoxue has gone to the Mingyi clinic again? What ailment could she possibly be suffering from? This matter weighed heavily on Yi Chen's mind. He rode his bicycle straight to the Mingyi clinic. Even at this early hour, the clinic was already open for business. Yi Chen parked his bicycle and stepped inside. "Is Dr. Ming in?" Upon entering, he was greeted by the pungent aroma of phenol soap. Upon hearing the visitor, Ming Bai emerged from the inner room. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally donned a smile. "Mr. Chen, welcome. Please have a seat." The clinic was devoid of patients, so Yi Chen surveyed the room, nodded at Ming Bai, and seated himself at the table. "What's the matter? Here for a consultation?" Ming Bai inquired, scrutinizing Yi Chen. "Not at all, just passing by." Yi Chen replied with a faint smile, though his mind was preoccupied with the absence of Ming Bai's wife. "Oh, would you like some water?" Ming Bai asked. "Not thirsty." Yi Chen couldn't discern anything unusual. He assumed Xiao Ruoxue had indeed come to the Mingyi clinic, yet there was no sign of her here. He felt compelled to inquire about Ming Bai's wife, but was uncertain how to broach the subject. Perhaps if he asked, Ming Bai might not divulge anything. After all, patient confidentiality is an ethical obligation for doctors. "Today, it seems there are no patients," Yi Chen remarked awkwardly. "Isn't it a good thing that there are no patients?" Ming Bai chuckled. "I would actually prefer if no one came to see me. However, if you don't attend to patients, how do you manage your livelihood?" Yi Chen found this puzzling. He understood that many doctors are selfless and noble. But Ming Bai operated a clinic and needed to earn a living. If there were consistently no patients, would that not lead to starvation? "In the early years of my business, I had some savings. Simple meals suffice," Ming Bai replied succinctly, seemingly wishing to steer the conversation away from this topic. "Mr. Chen, don't you have work to attend to?" Chuckling awkwardly, Yi Chen responded, "I'm a free spirit, spending my days cooking, doing laundry, and cleaning." Ming Bai's expression subtly shifted, pondering the identity of this young man who referred to himself as Chen Yi. He did not appear to be as simple as he seemed. Indeed, during Yi Chen's first visit to the Mingyi clinic, Ming Bai had harbored suspicions regarding his identity, even though their conversation had been brief. A young man of Yi Chen's age, who had encountered such potent drugs, was certainly not an ordinary addict. From his pulse, Ming Bai could deduce that this was a young person's first encounter with drugs, yet the new substance was exceedingly harsh, and he had consumed a substantial quantity. Claiming to be a free spirit, he spoke eloquently about traditional craftsmanship, and his culinary skills were far beyond those of an average individual. Every detail led Ming Bai to believe that there were many complexities surrounding this young man named Chen Yi. "Oh, I see." Ming Bai's lips curled slightly, seemingly harboring a sense of disdain towards Yi Chen's identity as a homemaker. Yi Chen felt a pang of frustration. He had endured ridicule for being a son-in-law for over a year, yet he had never allowed it to affect him. However, inexplicably, Ming Bai's words and gaze stirred discomfort within him. Nonetheless, he possessed certain skills, such as practicing medicine. Defiance surged within him, prompting Yi Chen to confront Ming Bai. "Oh!" Ming Bai's eyes sparkled with interest at the mention of Yi Chen's medical knowledge. "Is it so difficult? I was making house calls by the age of 15. The number of patients I have healed is certainly on par with yours." Yi Chen smirked, a hint of pride swelling in his chest. "If that is indeed the case, I would like to invite Mr. Chen to consult at my Ming Medical Clinic." Chapter 69. Is 1,000 yuan considered insufficient? Ming Bai harbored no doubts whatsoever regarding Yi Chen's words. Not only did he lack skepticism, but he also insisted on inviting Yi Chen to consult at his clinic. This unexpected attention left Yi Chen feeling somewhat flattered, yet he cherished his freedom and was reluctant to be confined in such a manner. Just as he was about to decline, he noticed Ming Bai raising a hand, saying, "Mr. Chen, please do not be hasty in your refusal. Allow me a moment." With that, he rose and entered the inner room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, cradling a small, ornate box. "I understand that Mr. Chen does not place value on monetary gain. However, if you consent to come and consult at my clinic, consider this a token of our first meeting." As Ming Bai spoke, he opened the box. Yi Chen leaned in closer and saw that within lay two smaller boxes. A glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes as he recognized these boxes as those he had encountered during his previous visit, ones used to contain drug samples and the corresponding antidotes. Could it be that he intended to gift me these boxes? They contained everything Yi Chen desired. Collecting such a comprehensive set in Dongjiang would undoubtedly pose a challenge. Yet, here it was, presented without any effort on his part. Ming Bai observed the change in Yi Chen's expression, patiently awaiting his response. Just as Yi Chen was about to agree, a thought struck him. By offering these boxes as gifts, was Ming Bai not testing him? The complexity of Ming Bai's character was indeed perplexing. Operating a couple's clinic, yet not relying on medical income, claiming to possess enough savings for a simple life. All appeared rather dubious to Yi Chen. If he were, like Yi Chen, a member of a certain organization, it would be one matter. After all, the Waters and the Dragon King Temple were all part of the same family. However, if Ming Bai sought to earn his trust only to orchestrate a scheme against him within their organization, would Yi Chen not become a pawn in a treacherous game? Contemplating this, Yi Chen smiled lightly, feigning interest in the box for a moment before reaching out to feel its fine texture. Crafted from high-quality catalpa wood, this box must possess a history of at least 300 to 500 years. Ming Bai's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that this youthful man could discern both the material and its age. Mr. Chen, your insight is indeed remarkable. Ming Bai could not help but commend Yi Chen. Given such fine craftsmanship, the contents within must be of considerable value. Wouldn't you agree? Yi Chen chuckled, meeting Ming Bai's gaze with curiosity. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? Ming Bai found this young man increasingly intriguing. Observe. Catalpa wood is known for its toughness and elasticity, with a smooth cross-section that resists cracking, along with its durability against moisture and decay, not to mention a subtle fragrance. Yi Chen explained, waving a hand above the box, then squinting slightly to inhale its scent. Yet, these superficial traits are not the most significant. What truly matters is that catalpa wood is renowned for its immortality, often chosen by dignitaries in ancient times for crafting coffins. Not only that, but these two boxes are crafted from a single block of wood, with even the lid ingeniously designed to appear separate, while in reality, it remains an integral part of the box itself. Moreover, this piece of timber was harvested and stored for no less than a century. And after being transformed into this box, it has existed for at least another 200 years. By now, it has been a minimum of 300 years. Such a sophisticated and elegant box. Could it possibly contain merely 2 sugar balls? Upon finishing his statement, Yi Chen's eyebrows moved slightly, and a mischievous smile graced his lips. Ming Bai, upon hearing this discourse, was left utterly astounded. Mr. Chen, indeed, possesses vast knowledge, which Ming finds admirable. Suddenly, Ming Bai felt a peculiar kinship with this young man. Recognizing the value of this box, he thought to himself that even if Mr. Chen does not acquiesce to my request, gifting him this box would be no loss at all. Yi Chen chuckled, saying, how could I take what belongs to another? No matter how precious an object may be, it is merely a material possession. To find a confidant in life is the true treasure. Unbeknownst to him, Ming Bai felt he had encountered a kindred spirit. If this item could serve a purpose for him, why not take the opportunity to gift it to him? Making it worthwhile? Ming Bai contemplated this in his heart. Seeing that this approach resonated with him, Yi Chen remarked, since Mr. Ming has expressed such sentiments, I cannot refuse. I shall begin working here, starting tomorrow. Wonderful. Mr. Chen, you are indeed forthright. While Yi Chen would not accept the item, working at Ming's clinic would offer him considerable convenience. Firstly, it would allow him to discover why Xiao Ruoxue had come here, and secondly, although he did not require the contents of the box at present, they were indeed something he desired. Working here would surely lead him to the answers he sought. Where did those items originate, and why did Ming Bai collect them? Surely, it could not be merely for the purpose of treating patients. This was absolutely implausible. A mere small clinic would unlikely attract those suffering from the afflictions of substance abuse. Noticing that Yi Chen had no interest in the items, Ming Bai refrained from mentioning them again, but it was unacceptable for Yi Chen to work without compensation. Since Mr. Chen agreed to consult at my clinic, we must discuss the matter of remuneration. You may not want the items, but surely you will require payment? Ming Bai had initially used those items as bait, as he was certain that the young man was no ordinary individual, though he could not ascertain his true identity. However, Ming Bai could tell that this fellow named Chen Yi was not a bad person. He always trusted his instincts. Salary? Yi Chen pondered for a moment. Previously, Xiaoruoxue had paid him 1,000 yuan a month, which he had primarily spent on medicinal materials. That amount was sufficient for his needs. "Let be 1,000, Chen declared. Upon hearing this, Ming Bai's face immediately betrayed his discomfort, thinking to himself, "I earn less than 1,000 yuan in a day." Huh? Chen noticed the discontent on Ming Bai's face and quickly added, "Is that insufficient?" Chen was aware that for the prosperous region of Dongjiang, a monthly salary of 1,000 yuan was indeed quite meager. Yet for him, it was adequate, isn't it? "Quite a lot," Ming Bai replied with an awkward smile. "Indeed, it is quite substantial. I rarely have any expenditures." Chen chuckled as he stood up, declaring, "Then it's settled. I shall come to work tomorrow." A slight sheen of perspiration appeared on Ming Bai's forehead. He had hoped that since the clinic seldom received patients, having someone to occupy his place would allow him the opportunity to investigate that crucial matter further. The prospect of disbursing a salary of 1,000 yuan a day posed a considerable burden for him and his spouse. Yet, once the words were spoken, a gentleman's word is his bond. There could be no turning back. Chapter 70. A chance encounter with Yang Lu in the afternoon. Chen once again ventured to Dongzhou Slope. His skepticism regarding Wu Taixun's assertion that Xiao Feng was absent during the day was not the issue. Rather, he sought to explore potential methods to liberate himself from his constraints in the absence of his master. The so-called cultivation confinement imposed on the disciples of the Sanji Gate involves sealing certain acupoints, thereby hindering the normal execution of some of their abilities. Typically, this confinement is employed only when a disciple violates the sect's prohibitions or wishes to sever ties with the Sanji Gate, and it is executed solely by the sect's leader. The Sanji Gate's martial arts predominantly focus on acupoint techniques, encompassing not only traditional acupoint striking, but also methods such as acupoint pulling, acupoint tugging, and acupoint solidifying. As the current leader of the Sanji Gate, Xiao Feng's skills were all imparted by his master, Tang Yunyun, who is now in his 80s. The technique of cultivation confinement is reserved for the heir of the sect leader, and being still young, Xiao Feng had not yet intended to pass this method to any disciple. Upon arriving at Dongzhou Slope, Chen indeed found Xiao Feng absent. The simplicity of the room's furnishings left Chen at a loss, as he could discern nothing of significance. However, the modest decor sparked a thought. How long would his master remain in Dongjiang? Since he had restricted Chen from undertaking tasks, was he intending to take matters into his own hands? If so, Xiao Feng would likely linger in Dongjiang for a longer duration. Perhaps it would be prudent for Chen to tidy up the place in advance, ensuring his master's comfort. Having found nothing of interest, Chen departed Dongzhou Slope and made his way to a construction company. To his surprise, he spotted Yang Lu outside the Xiaoli Construction Company's Dongjiang branch, standing beside a vehicle. In his right hand, he held a piece of deer hide, while his left hand gripped a phone, seemingly engaged in a call. "Ah, Yang Lu, is that you?" Chen called out before he approached. Yang Lu, hearing the voice, hastily ended the call, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety as he turned to face Chen. "Chen, what brings you here?" he stammered, hastily putting away his phone and glancing around awkwardly, clutching the deer hide. "The service of your Zhenjiang car wash is truly commendable. With your enthusiasm, business must be thriving," Chen remarked with a smile, giving Yang Lu a friendly pat on the shoulder. Yang Lu chuckled sheepishly, inwardly lamenting his situation. "You caught me in a bit of a predicament, but with just that piece of deer hide, how long will it take you to wipe down a car? Perhaps I should lend a hand," Chen suggested, moving to assist. Wait. Yang Lu quickly interjected, blocking Chen's approach. "I'm not here to wash cars." The vehicle beside him was his own, and he had merely taken out the deer hide to brush off some dust that had accumulated on his way. "Oh." Chen observed the car, a Land Rover, and then glanced at Yang Lu, who was impeccably dressed today. "So what brings you here?" With a sigh, Yang Lu replied, "I'm here to take care of some matters. What about you?" Upon hearing this, Chen chuckled and replied, "What a coincidence. I am also here on business. Why not join forces?" "All right, Yang Lu found it difficult to decline and thus acquiesced. Upon arriving at the company entrance, as Chen was about to speak to the security guard, Yang Lu stepped forward, stating this is my friend. We have some matters to attend to. The guard, quickly donning a smiling face, responded, there are people inside. Is there? Very well, we can manage on our own. Yang Lu interrupted, placing his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder and ushering him inside the building. Once within the office building, Yi Chen sensed something amiss and glanced sideways at Yang Lu. Why do I get the impression that the guard recognizes you? Oh, how could they not know me? I come here often. The boss is quite the regular client of mine, providing on-site services. Yang Lu chuckled. Oh, that makes sense. Yi Chen thought no further of it. By the way, what business do you have here? They walked towards the elevator, and Yang Lu inquired. I have a piece of land and wish to build a few houses there. I heard that Shally Construction has a good reputation, so I came to take a look, Yi Chen replied. Building houses? You've come to the right place. Yang Lu's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Oh, you know them well? Yi Chen asked. Of course. They're my regular clients. Yang Lu grinned. In Dongjiang, there are numerous construction companies, and the development of the area has allowed many to prosper significantly. Some companies that started as small teams of a dozen have now transformed into prominent enterprises. However, as these companies have grown, their perspectives have broadened, and their standards have elevated. They typically refrain from considering ordinary projects, focusing instead on larger endeavors. Shally Construction treats all clients equally. Whether you are erecting a skyscraper or a simple shed, they accept all projects without discrimination. Yang Lu's words reassured Yi Chen that he had indeed chosen the right place. Entering the elevator, Yang Lu pressed the button for the 9th floor. The boss's office is on the 2nd room of the 9th floor. The 1st room is for his secretary. You should greet her. The young lady is quite amiable. Indeed, what a regular client you are to know all this. Yi Chen remarked it. He then asked Yang Lu, by the way, what business do you have here? Me? Yang Lu's eyes darted around before he chuckled. The managers here are my major clients. I am here to discuss the employees' membership cards. That makes sense. Yi Chen did not pry further. As the elevator reached the 3rd floor and the doors opened, a middle-aged man accompanied by a younger assistant entered. The moment the middle-aged man stepped in, his gaze fell upon Yang Lu. You. However, before he could finish his statement, Yang Lu swiftly grasped his hand and exclaimed, Mr. Yang, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows slightly, a look of surprise on his face, and casually nodded. In his heart, he mused on the absurdity of the conversation, pondering how it was rather peculiar to encounter him, the master of this domain. Yi Chen, observing quietly from the side, refrained from uttering a word. The middle-aged man attempted to speak again, but Yang Lu interrupted him once more. Allow me to introduce a friend to you, Yang Zong. With that, Yang Lu pulled Yi Chen forward. Yang Zong, this is my friend, Yi Chen. Yi Chen, this distinguished gentleman, possessing an air of elegance and charisma, is none other than Yang Zong of Shally Architecture. In that moment, Yang Lu's actions and words appeared somewhat questionable in Yi Chen's eyes. Chapter 71. The tea sage Yang Qian, the esteemed Yang Qian, the general manager of Shally Architecture's Dongjiang branch, stood at the age of 45. Greetings, Mr. Yi. Yang Qian offered a faint smile as he extended his hand. Yi Chen hurriedly wiped his palm on his clothing before shaking hands. Hello, Emir Yang. Noticing Yi Chen's actions, Yang Lu erupted into laughter. No need to be so tense. Mr. Yang is a very amiable person. You'll do great. Internally, Yi Chen scoffed at his own nervousness, thinking, what am I even worried about? It's just that your relationship with him seems quite exceptional. Before long, they reached the 9th floor. Yang Lu stepped out of the elevator and said, Mr. Yang, my friend has something to discuss with you. I'll leave you two to it. Yang Qian watched Yang Lu dash away like the wind, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, shaking his head gently before turning to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, please follow me to my office. Certainly, Yi Chen replied with a smile. In Yang Qian's office, the assistant busily prepared tea at the table before stepping aside, standing straight. Mr. Yi, please enjoy the tea, Yang Qian said, gently nudging a cup towards him. You are too kind, Mr. Yang, Yi Chen remarked as he lifted the cup, savoring the fragrant aroma before taking a delicate sip. With that first taste, Yi Chen couldn't help but marvel internally. Although Shally Architecture appeared to be a modest establishment, Being merely a branch, the sophistication of the general manager's taste was undeniably refined. The tea set before him, though not a complete kung fu tea set, adhered to every step of the traditional process. Most notably, the tea itself, Junshan Injin, also known as golden needle on jade, was a distinguished Chinese tea. As he savored another sip, Chen placed the cup gently back on the table, contemplating, logically, as this is my first visit, he shouldn't be overly courteous. Even if he perceives me as a potential client, he wouldn't offer such high-end tea unless Mr. Yang is an unabashed tycoon. But a tycoon he was not. From his demeanor and conversation, Yang Qian exuded refinement and cultivation, far removed from the ostentatious display of wealth characterized by gaudy tattoos, gold chains, and conspicuous dental adornments. Could it be that every merchant possesses their own little eccentricities? Perhaps Mr. Yang's passion lies in tea. Observing Chen savoring the tea, a glimmer of enthusiasm sparked in Yang Qian's eyes. Mr. Yi, what are your thoughts on this tea? Indeed, Chen had guessed correctly. Tea. Well, I'm no connoisseur, but this brew reminds me of a certain poem. Chen smiled, thinking, since you appreciate tea, let us indulge in a conversation about it. And perhaps you could design Dong Zhou splendidly for me. Oh, Yang Qian's gaze brightened further. Please do share. What was it again? Chen mused, stroking his chin in thought. Dongting's green grass, near the mid-autumn, devoid of any breeze. The jade mirror reflects 30,000 acres upon my single-leaf boat. The pure moon divides the brilliance. The Milky Way shares its shadow, both inside and out, utterly clear. A tranquil heart comprehends. Yet the wondrous essence is hard to convey to you. One should recall the mountains and seas through the years. The solitary light shines alone. My heart and lungs are as cold as ice and snow. Short hair flutters, sleeves chill, steadily gliding over the vast waves. Fully inhaling the West River. Carefully sipping the Northern Dipper, all phenomena as guests. Knocking the hull, laughing alone, unaware of what evening this is. In a remarkable rendition of Nian Nu Jiao by the Song Dynasty poet Zhang Xiaoxiang, Chen recited the poem with great eloquence and emotion while traversing Dongting Lake. Yang Qian, listening attentively, displayed a gleeful expression and nodded in appreciation. Chen continued, although the Junshan silver needle tea is renowned for its praise. Dongting's imperial sun laments in spring. Grass has thrived for 2 millennia. There seems to be a certain deficiency in your tea. Upon hearing this, the assistant beside them displayed displeasure and retorted, the Junshan silver needle is a historic tea originating from the Tang dynasty and during the Qing dynasty. It was even designated as tribute tea. Mr. Yang's tea is sourced from Dongting Junshan, with the entire process executed by skilled professionals. How could it possibly be flawed? Yang Qian, however, refrained from expressing his opinion and waited to see how Chen would respond. With a chuckle, Chen remarked, I am uncertain of the intricacies involved in the professional's expertise, but I do know that the most crucial step in processing Junshan silver needle is the kill green stage. At this, Yang Qian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The kill green process must occur in a slanted pan at a temperature of 20 degrees. The pan should be polished and waxed before usage, with the temperature gradually decreasing. The actions during this process must be nimble and delicate to prevent the buds from bending, shedding their hairs, or darkening in color. Do you know how long this process takes? Chen posed the question to the assistant, yet his gaze remained fixed on Yang Qian. Yang Qian, though an aficionado of fine tea, lacked such detailed knowledge of its preparation. Thus, his gaze shifted towards the assistant, Dolly, asking, do you understand the nuances of the kill green timing? Dolly, the assistant, blinked and displayed a look of embarrassment, replying, Mr. Yang, Dolly is not aware. Chen chuckled, a fleeting smirk of satisfaction crossing his face. Let us not put your assistant in a difficult position, Mr. Yang. Such specialized knowledge is beyond his understanding. Implicitly, he suggested that the assistant was merely an amateur. Yang Qian paid little heed to this remark, but Dolly felt humiliated, thinking to himself that it was absurd to flaunt such limited knowledge. His disdain was unmistakable in his expression. Chen cast a sideways glance at Dolly, thinking that even his modest understanding was sufficient for this moment. Given this, I humbly request your guidance, Mr. Yi. Yang Qian expressed his eagerness to uncover more mysteries of the tea. Yi Chen nodded slightly at Yang Qian and stated thus, "While your tea appears to be of sufficient quality, with its color, aroma, and flavor, it is fundamentally lacking in the timing of the kill green phase. The correct duration for this process should be 4 to 5 minutes. However, this pot of tea has exceeded 6 minutes." As he spoke, Yi Chen lifted the lid of the teapot and used a dedicated tea scoop to extract a few leaves. Due to the prolonged kill green duration, the tea's color had intensified, but to avoid affecting the infusion, the quantity of leaves used was on the lesser side. Typically, one would use around 3 grams for a cup, and for a Yixing teapot like this, approximately 10 grams would be appropriate. Yet only 7 grams had been used here. After replacing the lid, Yi Chen rubbed his hands together and picked up a cup, remarking, "However, this cup is quite commendable." The cup used in conjunction with the nanoa pot features walls that are not entirely smooth, allowing it to absorb a trace of the astringency that might otherwise go unnoticed, thus enhancing the fragrance of the tea. Upon hearing this, Yang Qian felt a surge of excitement. "Mr. Yi, it seems you are the revered tea sage of Dongjiang." Yang exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude at the serendipity of meeting Mr. Yi today. Such fortune indeed. The tea sage? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but scrutinize Yang Qian anew, pondering to himself, "So, he is the fabled tea sage?" This seemed entirely at odds with the legendary descriptions. Before arriving in Dongjiang, Yi Chen had heard of the tea sage's renown, a figure described as ethereal, who cherished fine tea and fostered friendships through it. Yet, the individual before him turned out to be the head of a construction company? Truly, rumors are often misleading. Chapter 72. The best without looking after discussing tea. Yang Qian inquired of Yi Chen, "I am curious, Mr. Yi, what brings you to my humble abode this time?" Yi Chen, pleased that the conversation had finally turned to the matter at hand, replied, "I have a plot of land and wish to construct a few modest houses there. Given the project scale, I have chosen your esteemed company." Yi Chen spoke the truth. He had considered all the construction firms in Dongjiang, and only those of moderate or smaller size were capable of undertaking such a minor project. However, he was wary of the limitations of excessively small companies, which prompted him to approach Xiaoli Construction. Yang Qian, upon hearing Yi Chen's words, remained non-committal, while De Li, who was refilling their tea, displayed a distinctly dissatisfied expression. "Mr. Yi, that assertion is somewhat misguided. Our Xiaoli Construction does not shy away from projects of any size, not due to a lack of capability, but rather..." At this, Yang Qian shot a sharp glance at De Li, commanding, "This tea has grown stale. Fetch a new pot." De Li, swallowing his remaining words with a sniff, felt disdain for Yi Chen, internally grumbling about Yang's courteous demeanor towards him. What gave this young man the right? Unperturbed by De Li's remarks, Yi Chen continued addressing Yang Qian. "I have heard that your company boasts a mysterious designer responsible for several notable buildings in Dongjiang. Might it be possible to enlist this designer for my humble project?" As De Li busied himself with the tea, he ground his teeth in frustration, thinking how audacious. "The designer of Xiaoli is certainly not within your means." Yang Qian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yi Chen would have such high expectations. To request the company's top designer for a few small houses seemed excessive. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Yi, but it is not that I wish to decline your request. Rather, our esteemed designer resigned several months ago," Yang Qian explained. The matter of the enigmatic designer had indeed been a source of considerable vexation for Yang Qian, fraught with complexities difficult to articulate. "Resigned?" Yi Chen furrowed his brow, pondering the unfortunate timing. For the project at Dongsupo, he aspired to the finest. No other designer's work in Dongjiang could hold a candle to that of the mysterious designer. Nevertheless, Yang Qian, noticing Yi Chen's crestfallen demeanor, added, "Should you choose to proceed with our company, I can arrange for our design team to produce several alternative proposals for your consideration." Yi Chen contemplated this for a moment, reflecting that apart from Xiaoli Construction, he had no other appealing options. While the absence of the mysterious designer was regrettable, he could still evaluate the works of other designers, which might yet align with his requirements. "Very well, I shall trouble you then, Mr. Yang," he agreed. "You are too kind, Mr. Yi. I hope to present you with designs that meet your satisfaction, Yang Qian replied, casting a sideways glance at Dali. Understanding the cue, albeit reluctantly, Dali retrieved a document from a nearby cabinet and placed it directly before the two men. Mr. Yi, here is a comprehensive overview of our company's design, construction, and renovation services. Please review it and select the range that suits you. Yang Qian picked up the document and presented it to Yi Chen. It was evident to Yi Chen that the so-called selection range pertained to the spectrum of pricing. He was also aware that different price points corresponded with varying materials and levels of service. After briefly perusing the document, Yi Chen tossed it onto the table, declaring his preference for the finest options available. At this, both Yang Qian and Dali were momentarily taken aback. Although Yang Qian recognized Yi Chen's expertise in tea, he believed that such knowledge did not necessarily translate to business acumen. Furthermore, given Yi Chen's appearance, he hardly seemed like a person of substantial wealth. Opting for the best would certainly pose a challenge for him. Meanwhile, Dali dismissed Yi Chen as a naive country bumpkin, who, having stumbled upon Yang's penchant for tea, mistakenly assumed himself to be quite capable, displaying an air of arrogance. Noticing their astonishment, Yi Chen chuckled, asking if their implementation capabilities were limited. What a farce. This statement was a blatant challenge to the competence of Xiaoli Construction. Mr. Yi, there is no need to doubt our execution capabilities. However, since you have chosen our finest service, you must consider how to secure the necessary funds, Dali retorted, subtly mocking Yi Chen while also sniffing dismissively. Is this amount of funding truly substantial? Yi Chen inquired, revealing his surprise. Dali smirked, stating that the best service from their company started at 6 figures for the foundational documents, and the implementation itself would not be less than 8 figures. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen raised both hands, counting on his fingers with a look of astonishment, exclaiming, "Is it really that much?" His reaction was that of someone unaccustomed to such sums. Yang Qian, sensing that Dali's words were somewhat excessive, interjected, "Oh, Mr. Yi, there is no need to worry. If you find yourself in a tight spot, our company offers interest-free installment plans." Yi Chen then regained his composure, stroked his chin, and nodded, acknowledging the attentiveness of their service. "In that case, I shall provide a deposit. If I find your design satisfactory, we can proceed to discuss further matters. If not, consider the deposit as a token from Mr. Yang's tea." This declaration infuriated Dali, who inwardly scoffed at Yi Chen's presumptuousness, questioning how much of a deposit he could possibly afford and how he dared to suggest it was for Mr. Yang's tea. Seething yet cautious not to express his anger too openly, Dali gritted his teeth and asked, "Mr. Yi, do you have any idea how much Mr. Yang's tea costs? Is it 5 figures, 6 figures, or perhaps even 8 or 9 figures?" Yi Chen had long noticed Dali's condescending attitude, but had chosen to ignore it. Just as Dali was about to continue, Yang Qian raised his hand to stop him and smiled at Yi Chen, saying, "There is no need for a deposit, Mr. Yi. Since I have already made a commitment to you, I will ensure its fulfillment. Moreover, our design proposal may not even meet your expectations." Since Mr. Yang has made such a statement, Yi Chen retrieved a card from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. "Then I shall require the design draft from that enigmatic designer. This serves as a deposit. The code is 6 nines. It is a platinum card, merely a deposit." Yang Qian appeared quite troubled. "Mr. Yi, that designer has truly resigned. Is this not an intentional obstacle?" "Mr. Yang, since Mr. Yi harbors doubts, we need not pursue this transaction any further," Dali interjected, sensing that Yi Chen was being somewhat overbearing. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Yi Chen's expression suddenly darkened. "It is not too late to discuss it now," Dali replied with a smirk, as this type of customer was indeed challenging, and they could easily choose not to accommodate him. "Oh," a shadow of a smile flickered across Yi Chen's grim face. "Then let us deliberate on the matter of breach of contract." With that, Yi Chen picked up the document, and with a swift motion, he flipped it to the page designated for signatures. Black ink on white paper, Mr. Yang's signature. And my signature. Chapter 73. Is this Yi Chen a magician? Yi Chen had long discerned that Yang Qian's assistant, Dali, was indeed a man of shallow perception. However, the impetus behind Yi Chen's actions stemmed from a more significant reason. Dali exhibited a subtle tremor in his hands while preparing tea and handing over documents. Initially, Yi Chun believed that this muscular assistant might simply suffer from essential tremor due to his athletic build. Yet, during their conversation, Dali's repeated sniffling raised Yi Chen's suspicions. Based on Dali's breathing patterns and the firmness of his speech, the likelihood of a cold or rhinitis could be dismissed. The room's air conditioning was set to a comfortable temperature, and 2 medium-sized humidifiers were operational, thus ruling out any temporary nasal allergies due to insufficient temperature or humidity. Moreover, Dali's gaze, whether directed at the items on the table, Yang Qian, or Yi Chun, often revealed a fleeting look of vacancy. With these observations, Yi Chun had concluded that Dali was highly likely to be a substance abuser, albeit one whose addiction was not deeply entrenched. In a medium-sized architectural design firm, with a reputed tea saint as the boss, how could an assistant become entangled with drugs? This conundrum certainly warranted further investigation. Therefore, Yi Chun resolved that the design and construction of Dongzhou must be entrusted to Xiaoli Architecture. Both Dali and Yang Qian turned their attention to the contract, where Yang Qian's name had already been signed in the position for Party B, while Yi Chen's name appeared for Party A. This was indeed perplexing. Just moments ago, Yi Chen had merely skimmed through the document without affixing his signature, nor had he touched the pen on the table. From whence did this name arise? Noticing that both men had recognized his name, Yi Chen proceeded to close the document, urging them to scrutinize the detailed clauses, emphasizing that they were more familiar with his choices than he was, and not to overlook any content in the remarks section, which was somewhat verbose. After saying this, Yi Chen tapped the contract, stood up, smiled at Yang Qian, and bid farewell. Yang Zong, I await your news. At that moment, Dali looked up as if to speak, but was halted by Yang Qian, who had yet to recover from his earlier astonishment. Once Yi Chen departed, Dali closed the door and turned to the newly seated Yang Qian, saying, Yang Zong, this Yi Chen. Enough. Yang Qian interjected, a hint of ire flickering in his eyes. This Yi Chen is no ordinary individual. His purpose here is far beyond merely erecting a few small structures. Dali was taken aback. So, as you imply, he hesitated, then raised his hand to vigorously rub his nose. Yang Qian, noticing Dali's gesture, felt his irritation intensify. Have you been indulging again, uncle? Dali flinched slightly, taking a step back, unable to contain himself. Yang Qian clenched his jaw, his eyes reddening with anger as he glared at Dali, warning, if I find out you've been there again, I will break your legs. Uncle, I won't dare again, I promise. Dali hastily nodded in agreement, yet internally he felt an insatiable itch, having trailed Yang Qian all afternoon, his patience wearing thin. Dali, known as Wang Dali, possesses a square face and a robust physique, walking with a noticeable unevenness in his shoulders. He is the beloved nephew of Yang Qian. Yang Qian's sister passed away early, and her husband abandoned the 10-year-old Wang Dali to seek fortune abroad. Concerned that Wang Dali might fall into mischief, Yang Qian kept him close, employing him as an assistant in his company after graduation, allowing him to keep a watchful eye over him. However, to Yang Qian's dismay, Wang Dali became entangled with a group of idle individuals, frequently sneaking off to the local high bar for hours of swimming. The business elite of Dongjiang are well aware of the reputation of that establishment. Twice, Yang Qian caught Wang Dali there and reprimanded him, only for Wang Dali to promise never to return. Yet today, Yang Qian found himself astonished to discover that Wang Dali had succumbed to his old habits once more. The peculiar Yi Chun unexpectedly arrived at the company to discuss a collaboration, which seemed rather insignificant to Yang Qian, leading him to suspect something was amiss. He recalled encountering Yang L in the elevator earlier and sighed, lamenting Yang L's lack of ambition. Wang Dali, casting a furtive glance at the strange contract, felt a surge of frustration, wishing he could incinerate it. However, upon scrutinizing the document on the table, he suddenly realized something. Uncle, that fellow left empty-handed, not even taking a copy of the contract. Does Yi Chen require a duplicate? Yang Qian shot wing da. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Go and attend to other tasks. Understood, uncle. Wang Dali wished to voice his thoughts, but, seeing Yang Qian's displeasure, refrained and exited. Wait. Yang Qian, still uneasy, commanded, Work overtime at the company tonight. Ah. Wandali was taken aback, but quickly nodded, yes, uncle. After Wandali left, Yang Qian promptly called Yang El. Yang El, since you are at the company, do come by. Today, Yang El indeed had business to discuss with Yang Qian. However, having encountered Yi Chun, he preferred to keep certain matters from him and retreated to the activity room on the 10th floor, spending the afternoon playing table tennis alone. He anticipated that once Yi Chun departed, Yang Qian would surely call him, and upon receiving the call, he made his way to Yang Qian's office on the 9th floor. Knocking on the door, he entered without waiting for Yang Qian to speak. He flopped onto the sofa and exclaimed, "You called me. What's the matter? Isn't it you who sought me out?" Yang Qian glared at Yang El, seething with anger. "Look at you. You greet me with such hostility. Perhaps I should take my leave." Yang El feigned rising from his seat. "Sit down." Yang Qian was fuming. "Just look at yourself. Not a single part of you is composed. Can you not learn a thing or two from your cousin?" Yang Qian pointed an accusatory finger at Yang El. All right. If you think so highly of your cousin, simply call him your son and pretend I don't exist. Why get so worked up over something so trivial?" Yang El retorted defiantly. Yang Qian trembled with rage, gritting his teeth to swallow his anger. "Spare me your pointless banter. I ask you, who is that Yi Chun who came with you today?" Upon hearing this, Yang LV was taken aback, pondering what had transpired with Yi Chun. Was it merely a desire to construct a house that had provoked old Yang? After a moment of contemplation, he straightened his posture and inquired about Yi Chen's predicament. "He is just like me, an orphan without parents." "Nonsense!" Yang Qian exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table. Yang LV rolled his eyes and crossed his legs, displaying an air of indifference. Observing this, Yang Qian suppressed his rising frustration and said, "Yang LV, I must discuss something of great importance with you. Let us temporarily set aside our previous misunderstandings and conflicts. This matter pertains to the fate of Shaoli Construction and the safety of the Yang family." Yang Qian recounted the peculiar occurrences he and Wang Dali had witnessed to Yang LV. Indeed, Yang LV seized his leg shaking and shot a glance at Yang Qian, exclaiming, "This is impossible. You can review the surveillance footage, albeit slowly." The two of them accessed the office's surveillance video, with Yang LV adjusting the playback to the slowest speed. It was then that they discerned the anomaly. As Yi Chun picked up the contract to peruse it, his little finger swiftly snatched a pen from the table, signing in the designated areas of the contract. Furthermore, he had inscribed an extensive passage in the remarks section. Astonishingly, all of this was accomplished in less than 3 seconds. Yang Qian was utterly dumbfounded. Was Yi Chun performing magic? Chapter 74. The Yang father and son. Upon witnessing the outcome, Yang Qian was drenched in a cold sweat. Yang Lu, however, found nothing peculiar about it. He casually deleted the video and remarked, "I always knew Yi Chun was extraordinary. We resonate quite well." After a moment, Yang Qian regained his composure. In his over 40 years of life, he had never encountered such a situation, and he felt a lingering trepidation. "By the way, Xiao Lu, Yi Chun mentioned that he wants you to personally design the small house he plans to build." Yang Qian found himself in a quandary. A few months prior, a major rift had developed between the father and son over a matter involving Wang Dali, during which Yang Qian had scolded Yang Lu, prompting Yang Lu to leave the Yang family and embark on his own entrepreneurial journey. Previously, many designs at Shaoli Architecture were completed by Yang Lu, but he preferred to remain incognito, operating under the pseudonym Mysterious Designer. This secret was known only to the two of them and had never been disclosed to Wang Dali. "Me personally design it?" Yang Lu was indeed willing to create a design for Yi Chun, but the contract was signed with old Yang, and he felt it had nothing to do with him. "Look, could you perhaps manage that car wash of yours first?" Yang Qian thought that within a few months, Yang Lu would inevitably find himself in dire straits and return to seek his assistance. Seeing Yang Lu here today, he assumed it was a sign that the car wash was struggling and that he was back to ask for money. Thus, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to bring him back to Shaoli. Absolutely not. Unexpectedly, Yang Lu shot him a glare and firmly refused. "My car wash is thriving. Every vehicle at the Lehigh Pier has purchased a monthly pass. If I close shop now, wouldn't that be akin to inviting trouble?" He continued, "Moreover, they are not withholding payment. They actually pay more than others. I'm living quite comfortably now. Why should I return to toil for you? With that, Yang Lu rolled his eyes in disdain. Yang Qian was nearly beside himself with frustration. You are the sole heir of the Yang family. Can you truly stand by and watch as this matter spirals out of control? Yang Qian knew that Yi Chun was no mere magician. If he had a powerful force backing him, wouldn't all of Shally Architecture's years of hard work be in vain? Certainly, while Yang Lu might be upset with Yang Qian, he could not genuinely turn a blind eye to someone in distress. However, he did not view the situation as grave. What truly spurred him to act was the fact that it was Yi Chun who sought his design. Fine. In light of your age and your pitiable state of being deceived by that ingrate for so long, I shall take a look, Yang Lu said with a frosty demeanor, reluctantly acquiescing. You. Yang Qian was so incensed by his son's words that he nearly leaped to his feet. Yang Lu, noticing his father's rising temper, quickly jumped off the sofa and stepped back toward the door. Don't glare at me. That Wang Dali will inevitably cause you trouble. Have you managed your own affairs? Yang Qian grabbed a document from the table, ready to hurl it at Yang Lu. You ungrateful wretch. With such a vast responsibility at home, you can just abandon it to pursue some business venture like a car wash. I shall eventually be driven to my grave by your antics. Yang Qian spoke as he swiftly tossed the contract aside. Yang L raised his hand, confidently catching the contract, and thought to himself that it would be better to infuriate you first, lest I end up suffering at the hands of that ungrateful wretch, leaving me to fight legal battles later. Noticing Yang Qian's temper reaching a boiling point, Yang L hastily gestured, but please let me finish my words first. Before we proceed, let us cool down. I need to properly prepare a design for my friend. Hearing that Yang L finally acknowledged the importance of the matter, Yang Qian managed to suppress his anger. I will accompany you to inspect the venue tomorrow, Yang Qian stated. No, I would prefer to go alone. I do not wish to attract attention and become the subject of gossip. As Yang L spoke, he weighed the contract in his hands and departed. After Yang L left, Yang Qian reflected on his son's words, realizing that he could not afford to be careless. Had it not been for Wang Dali's entanglement with that gang and their drug-related activities, he might have dismissed Yang L's concerns as nonsense. However, the reality of the situation compelled him to exercise caution. Wang Dali, who had been lurking by the door, attempted to eavesdrop on the father-son conversation. But the soundproofing of the room was too effective. He heard not a single word. When he saw Yang L heading towards the exit, Wang Dali quickly slipped into the adjacent secretary's office. Upon entering, he overheard Secretary Xiao Lin muttering to herself, "Alas, this account cannot be settled on time." Upon hearing this, Wang Dali approached her, inquiring, "Xiao Lin, what seems to be troubling you?" "Assistant Wang, your timing is impeccable. Could you assist me in resolving this matter? This outstanding payment has been pending for nearly a month, and it was supposed to be settled tomorrow. However, Director Lu's wife is giving birth tomorrow," she explained. "Does that imply no one will be there to collect the payment? Then your documentation is not in order," Wang Dali remarked, glancing at the figures on the document. His mind racing. Indeed, there are always these loose ends, and they are quite vexing. Xiao Lin lamented as she sifted through the files. "Leave this matter to me," Wang Dali announced, extending his hand towards her. "Is that acceptable?" Xiao Lin was quite agreeable, as settling the outstanding payment would allow her to file the documents appropriately. "Of course it is. You know my standing." Wang Dali winked at Xiao Lin. "Well, Assistant Wang, you might want to inform your uncle," Xiao Lin advised cautiously. "Very well. I shall do that." With that, Wang Dali took the documents and exited the secretary's office. Upon leaving, he spotted Yang L departing with the contract, pondering what he intended to do with the newly signed agreement. Once Yang L was gone, he returned to the door of Yang Qian's office, glanced at the items in his hand, and knocked. "Come in." Yang Qian, still brimming with unresolved anger, responded. "Uncle." Wang Dali approached the sofa. "Why have you returned?" Yang Qian's temper flared once he saw Wang Dali. "Uncle, Secretary Lin mentioned that the company has an outstanding payment to collect. But since Director Lu's wife is giving birth tomorrow, Xiao Lin entrusted me to handle this matter," Wang Dali explained as he presented the documents to Yang Qian. "Originally, Such matters would not be delegated to others, even if the marketing department found itself pressed for time. However, when Yang Qian's gaze fell upon the materials, an idea sparked within him. Upon receiving the documents, he realized they pertained to the final payment for the newly constructed factory of the Lianmu Garment Factory. Indeed, uncle, the amount is not substantial, yet delaying this matter could hinder Shaolin's progress. What if it slips our minds one day? Wang Dali remarked. 120,000. Quite a sum, is it not? Yang Qian directed his eyes towards Wang Dali. Just a trivial expense. Wang Dali replied with a squint and a grin. Very well. Once the final payment is settled, procure a pound of golden melon for me. I shall be hosting guests next month. Yang Qian stated, returning the documents to Wang Dali. Chapter 75. Still lacking 5 platinum cards after Wang Dali departed. Yang Qian's gaze once again fell upon the teapot. According to Yi Chun, the quality of this tea had been compromised. Xiao Lu also harbored numerous doubts regarding Dali. Could he truly commit an act that would betray me, Yang Qian? It was evident that by reducing the quality of the tea, the remaining funds must have been embezzled by Wang Dali. This time, Yang Qian consented to Dali's request to settle the final payment and instructed him to procure tea worth 120,000 directly, wishing to ascertain whether Wang Dali was indeed as Xiao Lu had portrayed him. The following morning, after completing his early chores, Yi Chen mounted his bicycle and headed towards Mingyi Clinic. He had not disclosed his employment at the clinic to either the Xiao couple or Xiao Ruoxue. As he rode westward along Guangfa Road, he happened to pass by Zhenjiang Car Washington. Having not encountered Yang Lu the previous day while discussing the construction of houses at Dongzhou Slope, he felt a tinge of curiosity and headed directly to the car wash. Yang Lu was also up early. He had just returned from fishing in Pigeon Village when he spotted Yi Chun and hurried over. Today's catch is quite substantial. You arrived just in time. These fish are fresh. Let's enjoy a pot together. Yi Chun balanced on one leg, leaning on his bicycle, and glanced into the iron bucket. These fish are rather sizable. The biggest must weigh around 2 pounds, right? Indeed, the smallest is 2 pounds. Yang Lu exclaimed, waving his hand. I'll personally take charge of the cooking. With this bucket of fish, I can whip up 10 or 8 different dishes. We can savor the fish another day. I came to ask you something. Yi Chun diverted his gaze from the bucket. No need to inquire. That matter is already in my hands. I assure you, you will be satisfied. Yang Lu patted his chest confidently. You know what I intend to ask? Yi Chun looked at Yang Lu in astonishment. ISNT it about constructing a few houses at Dongzhou Slope? Rest assured, I went to inspect it yesterday, and there are absolutely no issues. Yang Lu replied. Wait, Yi Chun sensed something amiss. How did you know I was planning to build houses at Dongzhou Slope? Is Yang Lu some sort of fortune teller? Since obtaining that contract, Yang Lu had no intention of keeping anything from Yi Chun, especially since he would eventually need Yi Chun's approval on the design draft before commencing work. Weren't you at Xiaoli Construction yesterday? You even specifically requested me to handle the design personally. Have you forgotten so soon? Yang Lu chucklet. What? You are that mysterious designer? This revelation took Yi Chun by surprise. He mused that he could never have guessed. The owner of a car wash was, in fact, an architectural designer. Moreover, the works of this enigmatic designer were greatly favored by Yi Chun. Do I not appear to be one? Yang Lu remarked, winking playfully at Yi Chun. Aren't you also quite adept at performing tricks? Tricks? Yet Yi Chun quickly grasped Yang Lu's implication. Merely a display of skill. However, your relationship with President Yang of Xiaoli Construction must be quite extraordinary, wouldn't you say? This was Yi Chun's doubt, as he had observed their familiarity the previous day. Moreover, recalling their encounter at the entrance, Yang Lu had interrupted the security guard's words as they entered the Xiaoli office building, which had sparked Yi Chun's suspicion from that moment onward. Alas, let us not dwell on that matter. I shall inform you later. For now, let us indulge in some fish and wine. Yang LV waved his hand, unwilling to mention Yang Qian. Oh, Yi Chun decided not to linger on the topic. But there was one thing he wished to remind Yang LV. Since you are indeed that enigmatic designer, you must share a close relationship with General Manager Yang of Xiaoli Architecture. There's a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. What is there between us that cannot be said? You are my savior. Even if you scold me now, I shall heed your words. Young LV responded with remarkable candor. Huh, why would I scold you for no reason? Yi Chen chuckled. That assistant of General Manager Yaw. If you have frequent dealings with him, do exercise caution. Yi Chen, lacking concrete evidence, felt hesitant to elaborate further. I have long suspected that ungrateful wretch has ulterior motives, yet old Yang places his trust in him. What can I do? Young Elfe adoptet a nonchalant de mi honor. Very well. Yi Chen chose not to press further. I shall forego the fish today. I must go to work. And let us reconnect later. My phone number is on the contract. So you also have a job? I had thought you. Hith. Young LV did not finish his sentence, but merely waved his hand. All right. Once the sketch is ready, I shall call you. Excellent. After saying this, Yi Chen mounted his bicycle and departed. However, upon reaching the alley where Wu Taishan resided, he spotted Yi Quan's car parked there. Yi Chen had no desire to encounter him. Yet, the most direct route to the Mingyi clinic was through that very alley, and unwilling to take a detour, he had no choice but to proceed. It seemed Yi Quan had been anticipating his arrival, already out of the car and waiting for Yi Chen. This old man is relentless, Yi Chen muttered to himself as he rode over. Pulling up beside the car, he saw Yi Quan eagerly approach. Xiao Chen, are you busy? He asked, a broad smile on his face. Yi Chen found Yi Quan's sycophantic demeanor particularly irksome. Casting a sidelong glance, he remarked, What do you want? What do you intend to offer me now? Yi Quan was momentarily taken aback. Why did this young man always expect something in return upon their meetings? Hadn't he already given enough? Certainly not enough. Yi Chen had not taken his life. After all, was it not merely due to his surname Yi? TSK. How could Uncle possibly know what else you might need? I merely wish to inquire while waiting here. Yi Quan could only muster this as a response. What do I lack? Can you provide it? Yi Chen laughed. As long as you speak, Uncle shall do his utmost. Yi Quan immediately patted his chest in assurance. Oh, is that so? Yi Chen nodded, questioning the validity of Yi Quan's words. Indeed, there are certain things I lack. That platinum card was used to pay the deposit for the design of the house at Dongzhou Slope, which merely sufficed for the design fee. After stating this, Yi Chen nodded formally, his gaze fixed on Yi Quan, implying that what he had provided was woefully insufficient. Gulp. Yi Quan swallowed hard. That card held at least 8 digits in savings. Internally cursing, he mused whether this brat intended to construct a palace on that desolate plot of land at Dongzhou Slope. Just how much more do you require? Yi Quan inquired, his voice trembling slightly. He was acutely aware of his son's prodigal nature, spending money with reckless abandon, and had not anticipated that this Yi Chen was no less extravagant than Yi Wei. How much do I lack? Yi Chen raised his hand and touched his ear, seemingly engaged in a serious calculation. Subsequently, he extended 5 fingers, waving them before Yi Quan. 5,000. 10,000? Yi Huan venturet cautiously. Yi Chen shook his head. Yi Quan's eyes darted. 5 million? 5 cards, platinum cards. Yi Chen's expression was grave, devoid of jest. You go and gather it. No need to gather. I can provide it right now. Yi Quan felt a surge of frustration. He retrieved a platinum card from his pocket, saying here, Take this for now. The rest, I shall have someone deliver to you later. Accepted. Yi Chen took the card without hesitation and departed. Initially, he had intended to acquire a small sum to coax the little rascal back to the Yi family, fulfill his obligations to Yi Batian, and secure the ancient currency of the Yi family. However, he had not anticipated that Yi Chen would be so cunning. Chapter 76. A modest trial. Upon exiting the alley of Wu Taishan, Yi Chen made his way directly to the Mingyi clinic. Just as he was approaching the clinic, he caught sight of a familiar figure beneath a nearby tree. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xiao Feng. A wave of joy washed over Yi Chen. He had only learned of Xiao Feng's whereabouts the previous night, and during the day he had no inkling of where Xiao Feng might go. Yet here he was, serendipitously encountering him. As he prepared to ride his bicycle towards him, he suddenly noticed a woman standing opposite Xiao Feng. Who could she be? Yi Chen pondered, curiosity piqued. She wore a sleek black dress and black high-heeled shoes. Her long hair, cascading down, and with sunglasses perched on her face, she appeared to be in her 30s. Could she be his master's girlfriend? The thought brought Yi Chen even greater delight. At last his master seemed poised to return to the mundane world. However, upon further reflection, Something felt amiss. He had been by Xiao Feng's side for a full 20 years and had never heard him mention a woman. According to Wu Taishan, Xiao Feng had only recently arrived in Dongjiang, perhaps a month prior. It seemed improbable that he would have found a girlfriend so swiftly, unless he had ventured into the realm of matchmaking. The manner in which they conversed suggested a degree of intimacy. The woman appeared somewhat animated, occasionally inching closer to Xiao Feng, who consistently stepped back. How astonishing! My worldview has been utterly challenged. My master has never retreated from anything. Yet here he was, compelled to step back 3 times by a woman. Given the circumstances, should he still approach them? What if this woman were indeed an old flame of his master? Wouldn't my arrival disrupt their reunion? Contemplating this, Yi Chun resolved against approaching and instead crossed the street directly to the Mingyi clinic. Inside the clinic, Yi Chun noticed that Ming Bai's wife was still absent, which struck him as peculiar. She had not been home in the afternoon, nor in the morning. Where could she possibly be? Ming Bai, upon noticing Yi Chun's arrival, hurried over and greeted him. Mr. Chun, you've come quite early. Indeed, after so many years, it's my first day at work. I'm a bit excited. Yi Chun chuckled, his gaze surveying the room. His eyes eventually fell upon the desk, adorned with medicine pillows. This shall be my workspace. Ming Bai, seeing Yi Chun's evident excitement, remarked, Mr. Chun. Yi Chun raised a hand to interrupt. Please, no more Mr. Chun. From now on, just call me Xiao Chun, and you shall be old Ming. That feels more friendly. Xiao Chun. Ming Bai momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly recovered with a smile. Very well, I shall call you Xiao Chun from now on. As Yi Chun took a seat at the desk, he began experimenting with the stethoscope and sniffing the small medicine pillows, marveling at the newness of it all. Ming Bai observed him, silently reflecting, if he were still here, he would be of this age. Before long, patients began to arrive. Although Yi Chun had boasted of his medical prowess the day before, Ming Bai still felt a twinge of unease and decided to observe as he treated a few patients at home before venturing out. As the patients arrived, Yi Chun greeted them with a warm smile, inviting them in. Please, do come in. Oh no, please have a seat. In his moment of excitement, he inadvertently blurted out a welcome, but quickly corrected himself, realizing it was inappropriate. The visitor was a man in his 50s or 60s, his brow furrowed, leaning heavily on a cane with one hand while the other rested on his hip, moving with great difficulty. How curious. Yi Chun mused to himself, observing the man. What could have caused such affliction at such a young age? The man, overhearing Yi Chun's remark, immediately displayed his displeasure. Who are you? I came to see Dr. Ming. Ming Bai, standing nearby, chuckled, Sir, this is Dr. Chun from my clinic. He will be attending to you today. Most visitors came seeking Ming Bai's expertise. Upon hearing this, the man cast a skeptical glance at the jovial Yi Chun. This little brat? Can he even treat patients? It looks like he has enough ailments of his own. Yi Chun's expression darkened in an instant. It was one thing to be called a little brat, but to be deemed unfit for the profession was intolerable. He glanced down at himself, recalling the warm welcome he had just offered. Perhaps he should adopt a more serious demeanor as a healer. This gentleman, Ming Bai attempted to explain, but Yi Chun swiftly pulled him behind him. Addressing the man, he said, Your legs were functioning well until just yesterday. Or was it the day before? As he spoke, he began counting on his fingers. Yes, for mornings ago, you awoke with an aching lower back, but you dismissed it. Thus it dragged on, for 1 day, 2 days. Indeed, it has been 3.5 days. And now you find yourself in this state. Ming Bai furrowed his brow, chastising himself internally for placing his trust in Yi Chun. How can he possibly know these things? Is he merely guessing? However, to his surprise, the man regarded Yi Chun with a mixture of astonishment and scrutiny. How do you know this? Seeing that the man was beginning to believe him, Yi Chun adjusted the stool beside him and raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Such trivial ailments cannot escape my notice. Not only do I understand how you acquired this condition, but I also know how to treat it swiftly. Ming Bai was taken aback. Could it be that Shan Yi has indeed deduced correctly? In truth, Yi Chun was not guessing. Rather, he had discerned the man's condition through his experience. Please have a seat, Yi Chun said, gently supporting the man's waist as he assisted him onto another stool before taking a seat opposite him. Ah, young man, you are remarkable. The man's countenance finally brightened. and he placed his hands upon the medicinal pillow. Now, please take a look. Yi Chen paused, replying, "Look at what? I have already assessed everything." The man, momentarily taken aback, thought it peculiar that this young man considered merely identifying the cause of his ailment as a complete examination. Mingbai felt compelled to interject, reminding, "Dr. Chen, in traditional Chinese medicine, one must observe, listen, inquire, and palpate. That is not right, my mentor informed me. To diagnose an illness, one merely needs to observe." Yi Chen spoke the truth. All of Tang Yinyan's meager skills had been acquired through his tutelage. Upon hearing the repetition of the word observe, the man across from him burst into laughter, while Mingbai stifled his amusement, choosing to remain silent. He was curious to see how Chen Yi intended to heal the ailment with just observation. "Very well, observe away. Once you're done, let us see how you plan to remedy my condition." The man was eager to ascertain whether this young fellow was merely engaging in theatrics. To his surprise, Yi Chen looked at him with a bewildered expression and said, "I have already completed the treatment." At these words, the man's face twitched and his countenance darkened. "Are you jesting with me? You merely looked, and now it's cured? If you dare to play me for a fool, I swear." The man rose abruptly from his seat in anger, but as he spoke, he suddenly realized that the pain in his back had vanished. Chapter 77. Beautiful lady, look here. As Yi Chen assisted the man in taking a seat, his hand rested upon the man's waist, traversing key acupoints such as the Mingmen, Shinshu, and Yangyao. This patient suffered from a condition caused by a draft that infiltrated through a poorly shut window during the night, resulting in sluggish blood flow in the lumbar region and an accompanying sensation of discomfort and numbness. Due to negligence and delayed treatment, certain nerves in the lumbar area were also affected, leading to his difficulties in movement. With a mere touch upon several acupoints, Yi Chen facilitated the flow of yang energy, alleviating the man's condition by 90%. The man, feeling relief from the pain in his lower back and invigorated, took a couple of laps around the room and stretched his limbs, astonished. "Ah, divine doctor," he exclaimed. He then grasped Yi Chen's hand tightly, expressing his excitement. "Dr. Chen, your diagnostic skills are truly remarkable." "Ah, it's nothing, just a trivial matter." Yi Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Just apply a hot water bag when you return home, and in a few days, you'll be completely healed." Thank you. The man said as he fished out 500 yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table as payment for the consultation. Seeing this, Mingbai immediately picked up the money and returned it to the man, stating, "This minor ailment doesn't warrant a consultation fee. I have never charged for such trivial matters." Before the man could protest, Yi Chen swiftly accepted the money, declaring, "How can this be considered a minor ailment? If you had sought help elsewhere, treatments like blood-activating ointments, anti-inflammatory painkillers, and bone-strengthening powders would easily surpass 500 yuan. Dr. Chen has a point," the man remarked. "Last time my wife had a cold and fever, after various tests including chest x-rays, it cost over 1,000. Thus, he insisted that the consultation fee was indeed quite reasonable. Ming Bai, however, still felt that charging in this manner was inappropriate. Noticing Ming Bai's hesitation, Yi Chen placed a hand on his shoulder and said, "Come now, old Ming, today I am in charge of the consultations, so you shall follow my lead." With that, Yi Chen withdrew his arm, turning to the man, "No need to see you out." "All right, then I shall take my leave." The man cheerfully tossed aside his crutch and departed with a smile. "Xiao Chen, although you are working here, I still feel it necessary to remind you." Ming Bai began, but Yi Chen, anticipating his concerns, raised a hand to interrupt him. "Old Ming, since I am here, we are in a cooperative relationship. In such a partnership, I will respect your rules and refrain from charging excessively, but we cannot disregard the necessity of fees altogether. Medical conditions vary in severity. It is only right to accept payment for services rendered. For minor ailments like a cold or cough, one might forego a fee. But for severe cases such as broken limbs or serious injuries, can we not charge? Certainly, we must charge, and not just a nominal fee." As Yi Chen spoke, he gestured with his hands, contemplating the gravity of what could lead to such dire injuries. Certainly, it must have been a substantial transaction. He earned such a fortune. What harm is there in me taking over a bit of his wealth? Is it truly more painful than losing flesh? Then there are those who have committed unpardonable acts. Logically, such individuals should not receive our aid. Yet the compassionate heart of a healer knows no boundaries. We extend our hands to assist them as well. However, in such circumstances, the price becomes a matter of negotiation. Ming Bai listened to Yi Chen's assertions, feeling utterly devoid of rebuttal. Although Yi Chen's references to severed limbs and necks were somewhat exaggerated, there was a kernel of truth in his words. Very well, since you have articulated your perspective, I shall respect your opinion. I happen to have errands to attend to today, so I shall trouble you to hold the fort here. Ming Bai remarked. Of course. Go about your business. Yi Chen waved him off with a nod. The morning passed without a single additional patient, leaving Yi Chen feeling rather bored. He rose and approached the door to the inner room, only to find it locked. Turning back to the desk, he pondered whether old Ming would return for lunch and wondered where his wife had gone. Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, the clinic's landline rang. Yi Chen answered the call, discovering it was Ming Bai, who informed him that he would not be returning for lunch and suggested Yi Chen find something to eat on his own. After locking the clinic's door, Yi Chen ventured outside for a quick bite, returning by 1:30. As soon as he settled back into the clinic, a patient arrived, a woman in her 30s, clad in a black, knee-length dress with long hair and sunglasses. Upon entering, Yi Chen immediately recognized her, recalling that she was the same woman who had stood by the roadside with his master that morning. The woman walked straight in, ignoring Yi Chen entirely, and inquired if Dr. Ming was present. Yi Chen felt completely overlooked. "Hey, miss, over here, look this way," he called out, waving his hand. Only then did the woman slowly remove her sunglasses, her gaze landing on Yi Chen. "You are." "I am Dr. Chen," Yi Chen replied warmly, rising to gesture for her to take a seat. "Oh," she responded casually, showing no intention of sitting down. "I am looking for Dr. Ming. Dr. Ming is not here. From now on, I will be attending to patients at this clinic. Please, do not hesitate to share your concerns with me. Yes, you. We shall address your ailments without any lingering issues." Yi Chen had spent a languorous half-morning, and finally, a patient had arrived, one who intrigued him considerably. After all, a woman capable of making his master, Xiao Feng, retreat 3 steps must possess considerable depth. If she indeed harbored feelings for his master, why not play the role of a matchmaker? With this thought, Yi Chen promptly adjusted a chair, inviting her to sit and converse. The woman regarded him, seemingly contemplating for a moment before she finally sat down. Very well then. Seeing her seated, Yi Chen took a place on the chair behind the desk, his gaze appraising her figure. After a moment, he suddenly frowned, contemplating that this woman exhibited a rosy complexion, steady and robust breathing, and unobstructed vital energy. She appeared to be in perfect health. After a while, noticing Yi Chen's persistent scrutiny and the subtle changes in his expression, the woman inquired, "Dr. Chen, after observing me for so long, have you discerned anything?" Yi Chen's gaze finally shifted away from the woman. Otherwise, he would need to make a record first. With that thought, he picked up a pen and paper from the table, preparing to document. Wang Ying, 36 years old, a patient of depression, suffering for 20 years. The woman who identified herself as Wang Ying stated in a rather unremarkable tone. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was taken aback. Depression for 2 decades? What did this imply? It essentially indicated that she shared a 20-year emotional entanglement with his master. Yet, his master had never mentioned this individual. From Wang Ying's words, Yi Chen had already concluded that this woman must have fallen into depression because of Xiao Feng. The scene he witnessed earlier that morning on the street served as a compelling testament. The woman frequently approached, while Xiao Feng consistently recoiled. Chapter 78, Consultation Fee. A diamond card. Wang Ying's words plunged Yi Chen into a sea of confusion once more. What could possibly justify Master S' rejection of this woman for 2 decades? As he pondered, he couldn't help but notice that this woman, with her exquisite beauty and captivating aura, was indeed a rare gem. Was it truly impossible to cure her? Seeing Yi Chen lost in thought, Wang Ying pressed on with her inquiry. "Can you?" "Absolutely," Yi Chen replied without hesitation. A man could not admit to his inability, but he wished to express that he needed to gather more information before proceeding with her treatment. However, Wang Ying would not allow him to finish. "Then, write the prescription. I'm willing to pay any amount. as long as you can treat me. Yi-chan inhaled sharply, taken aback by her assertive demeanor. It was evident that he had stumbled upon a considerable predicament. Yet, with no alternative, he resolved to proceed. He took a deep breath and prepared to write the prescription. Upon hearing his affirmative response, a faint smile graced Wang Ying's lips, her first expression since entering the room. Yi-chan bit down on his pen, diligently inscribing the prescription. Half a minute later, he tore the completed document from the pad and handed it to Wang Ying. Her expression morphed from curiosity to visible displeasure upon reading the contents. "Dr. Chen, is this truly the prescription you crafted?" She seethed, gripping the paper tightly, as if she wished to crumple it and hurl it at him. "Rest assured, this remedy will ensure your complete recovery, with no side effects whatsoever," Yi-chan replied, maintaining a calm demeanor with a smile. Wang Ying gritted her teeth, her anger surging within her. Despite her ire, she managed to suppress it long enough to ask, "Where can I obtain this medicine?" Yi-chan shrugged nonchalantly. "You asked me to diagnose. You never specified that I should procure the medicine for you," implying that while he would charge for the consultation, the procurement would incur an additional fee. "I will pay double the price. You will fetch the medicine for me." Wang Ying's gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes on Yi-chan. "That is certainly feasible, but should I retrieve it for you? The cost may be quite unpredictable." Yi-chan raised an eyebrow with a playful smile. "No matter the expense, I can afford it," Wang Ying asserted resolutely. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan's lips curled into a smirk. "A deposit, then?" he declared, extending his hand. Wang Ying scoffed, producing a card from her bag and flinging it onto the table. 3 days. I expect to see the medicine, or I shall shatter the reputation of your esteemed clinic." Yi-chan gasped, not shocked by her threat, but rather by the diamond card she had tossed onto the table. This woman certainly was generous. It dawned on him that his master, a paragon of excellence, was indeed priceless, and Wang Ying's use of this card was hardly a loss for her. "Very well, 1 week it is." Wang Ying remained skeptical of Yi-chan's capabilities. "The password?" Yi-chan inquired nonchalantly as he accepted the diamond card. 6 ones, she replied. "Be mindful. You may exceed your limit." Yi-chan smiled as he tucked the bank card into his pocket. "It matters not," Wang Ying replied calmly. "Very well. At this time next week, I shall prepare the medication for you." Next, after speaking, Yi-chan lifted his chin and glanced towards the door. Upon hearing his words, Wang Ying instinctively turned to look at the entrance, saw no one there, cast a sidelong glance at Yi-chan, and then rose to leave. With one hand propping up his chin and the other idly fiddling with the diamond card, Yi-chan pondered, "Wang Ying? Are there any prominent families with the surname Wang in Dongjiang? There is indeed a Wang Youfu in Kyoto. What might their connection be?" Unable to unravel the mystery, he decided to let the matter rest. Another languid afternoon passed without a second patient. Checking the time, Yi-chan stretched and yawned. This clinic of old Ming's is rather dull, and he often treats patients without charging. Truly remarkable. As he was musing, Ming Bai and Yu Yu returned from outside. The moment they entered, their faces bore an unmistakable weariness. Yi-chan quickly stood up. Old Ming is back. "Greetings, Mrs. Ming." He waved at Yu Yu as well. "Thank you for your hard work, Xiao Chen." Yu Yu managed a strained smile before retreating to the inner room. Ming Bai's expression was equally grim, as if he had encountered a series of unfortunate events outside, yet he still managed to smile for Yi-chan. "Xiao Chen, you've worked all day. It's time to clock out. Are you not inviting me for dinner?" Yi-chan jested, and before Ming Bai could respond, he added, "There's always tomorrow. I shall take my leave now." As he stepped out of Ming's clinic, Yi-chan turned back to take another look. The Ming couple had been out all day. What could have possibly occupied them? They appeared utterly drained. Did he perhaps have other ventures to attend to? Lost in thought, Ming Bai suddenly burst through the door, calling, "Xiao Chen." Yi-chan rushed forward. "What is it, old Ming?" On the table lies a bank card. Is it one that a patient has forgotten? Ming Bai held out the card for Yi-chan to see. "Oh, the password is 6 ones. It corresponds to the consultation fee collected today," Yi-chan remarked casually. "What?" Ming Bai was taken aback. "What kind of monumental ailment did you treat to charge such a hefty fee?" "Xiao Chen, this is absolutely unacceptable." Ming Bai's face was fraught with anxiety. "It's fine to collect a consultation fee, but this card is no ordinary one. The amount within is unknown. Yet the overdraft limit is astonishing. Why is it unacceptable?" Old Ming, did you not inquire about the complexity of this patient's condition? This sum is merely a deposit. Yi Chen chuckled. A deposit? Ming Bai's brows knitted tightly. He began to regret agreeing to let Chen Yi practice here just the day before. Based on their previous encounters, they had hit it off, and he had deemed Chen Yi to be rather dependable. Yet, after just one day on the job, he had already committed such an imprudent act. Ming Bai felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. Indeed, a deposit. This patient's ailment is beyond the capabilities of even divine intervention. But fortunately, she has encountered me. Chen Yi, her future happiness rests entirely in my hands. Yi Chen chuckled as he patted his chest. What a ridiculous situation. Xiao Chun, you must return this item to its rightful owner, no matter how grave the illness. Such an exorbitant sum is unnecessary. Are we inviting calamity upon Mingyi Clinic? It is simply unthinkable to return it. I have already pledged to treat his ailment, and if I were to go back on my word, she would surely take my life. Yi Chen's expression suddenly turned grave. What? The mention of murder instantly drenched Ming Bai in a cold sweat. However, rest assured, I shall not implicate you in this matter. Thus, we must accept this money. Otherwise, the next time you encounter me, I shall be burdened with paper money. Chapter 79. A firm proposal after dinner. Xiao Wenlei and Qin Fong were watching television when Yi Chen emerged from the kitchen. He glanced at the door, noticing that Xiao Ruoxue had not yet returned, and settled onto the sofa. Xiao Chen, why have you not been taking evening strolls lately? Xiao Wenlei inquired while sipping his tea. Oh, the air outside has been quite poor recently, so I've canceled my walks. In truth, he had entrusted the task of picking up Xiao Ruoxue to Wu Taishan. That's for the best. It's advisable to stay in during the evenings. When Ruoxue returns, you both should retire early, Xiao Wenlei remarked. Qin Fong nodded in agreement. Your father is right. Young people should make good use of their evening hours to rest properly. Her words carried an implicit suggestion. Yi Chen understood immediately. This was a matter that troubled him greatly. He truly wished to utilize the evenings effectively, but Xiao Ruoxue was not cooperating. For over a year, he had been sleeping in the living room on the second floor. Chuckling awkwardly, he nodded in affirmation. Yes, yes. Do not merely laugh it off. This is a significant matter that requires attention. Xiao Chen. Xiao Wenlei was quite anxious. The couple harbored hopes of one day boasting about their grandchild. The sooner, the better. Indeed, Xiao Chen, your father speaks wisely. By the time we were your age, Ruoxue was already quite capable. Qin Fong added. He quite capable. Yi Chen mumbled, feeling embarrassed. Your statement seems flawed. Xiao Wenlei turned his gaze towards Qin Fong. At our age, Ruoxue was not only capable, but could even wash clothes. Her? Qin Fong scoffed. Are you certain your daughter can wash clothes? Have you asked her if she can do so now? Hasn't she grown up? Isn't she busy with her career now? Besides, who washes their own clothes these days? Isn't Yi Chen around? Xiao Wenlei countered. Yes, busy with her career. Yet has she forsaken the matter of continuing the family line? Qin Fong said, growing impatient. I believe this matter cannot be delayed any longer. Old Xiao, you must summon the vigor of your youth. It is time to enforce a firm proposal. Upon hearing Qin Fong's words, a glimmer of light sparkled in Xiao Wenlei's eyes. Ah, what a splendid idea. Let us settle on that. He then turned to Yi Chen and proclaimed, Xiao Chen, I hereby impose upon you the requirement to ensure that within 3 months, you must conceive a child with Ruoxue, and by next year, we shall welcome a second child. What? Yi Chen sleeps Taichit. Is this something that can be mandated? And a second child as well? As they awaited Yi Chen's response, a voice came from the entrance. Miss Lin has arrived. Please welcome her. Lin Qinjiao? Yi Chen thought. Why is she here again? Lin Qinjiao entered the living room, holding a gift box and wearing a smile as radiant as spring. Upon her arrival, Qin Fong and Xiao Wenlei immediately rose to greet her. Oh, Lin Mai, you should have informed me before arriving. I would have gone out to meet you. Qin Fong warmly ushered Lin Qinjiao to sit down. Lin Qinjiao placed the gift box on the table and said, Sister Fong, brother-in-law, Mr. Yi, arriving so late, I hope I am not intruding upon you? Xiao Wenlei graciously made room, immediately waving his hand in protest, insisting he would not disturb. Your sister Fong has been eagerly anticipating your daily visits. Indeed, After a busy day at the beauty salon, the evenings leave her yearning for someone to converse with. Please, continue your discussion. I shall prepare some fruit for you. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Wenlei quietly exited the living room. Yi Chen chuckled, saying, I will go brew some tea. No need for formality, Mr. Yi. Lin Xianjiao observed Yi Chen's intentions, sensing that she was not particularly welcomed. Let your father handle it. Xiao Chun, please sit down and keep Lin Mei company. Qin Fong interjected, fully aware that Lin Xianjiao's return was likely driven by her eagerness for the scar cream. Reluctantly, Yi Chun took a seat opposite, remaining silent as the two women exchanged pleasantries for a while. After a moment, Lin Xianjiao glanced at Yi Chun and remarked, Mr. Yi, you must be quite busy these days? Upon hearing this, Qin Fong immediately understood her implication and hurriedly replied, Not at all. He merely cooks and tidies up the house. The rest of his time is quite leisurely. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Yi Chun interjected, Since you are here today, Miss Lin, I must share something with you. The scar cream is of no use for your scar, Lin Xianjiao. Thus, I have not bothered to concoct it. Qin Fong thought to herself, My son-in-law is clever. He surely knows Lin Xianjiao is here for the scar cream. Mr. Yi, please continue. Lin Xianjiao urged. Your scar cannot be resolved by the cream, Yi Chun stated directly. Upon hearing this, Qin Fong's face tensed. Oh dear, Xiao Chun, please refrain from speaking carelessly. Lin Mei's scar is not severe. How can you say it is futile? Perhaps you've been too busy to attend to it recently? It's all right, it can be delayed a few days. Good things take time. Qin Fong had boasted about the cream in front of Lin Xianjiao. Lin Xianjiao had never been particularly interested in the scar cream. She merely used the pretext to spend more time with Yi Chun. Now, she no longer feared lacking an excuse. For Yi Chun had become a shareholder at the Lehigh Wharf, and Xiao Ruoxue was the vice president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. They were indeed in the same boat. Not to worry. After a moment, Lin Xianjiao said, I am well aware of my scar, and even a deity might struggle to remedy it. Yi Chun smiled. I only said the cream would not resolve it. I never claimed the scar was beyond redemption. Upon hearing this, Qin Fong laughed. I told you my son-in-law possesses some skill. He can grace the halls and manage the kitchen. This sentiment seemed to echo a compliment towards women. At this moment, Lin Xianjiao's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Internally, she mused. Although Yi Chun appears carefree and somewhat unruly, he has never boasted. Could he truly be sincere? Lin Xianjiao's scar was indeed a mark that would make even a celestial being frown. So, Mr. Yi, do you have a solution? Lin Xianjiao inquired slowly. A solution undoubtedly exists, however. Yi Chen hesitated. No matter the cost, as long as Mr. Yi has a way, I am more than willing to pay. Lin Xianjiao believed that conventional methods would undoubtedly be ineffective, and it seemed that Yi Chun might have a more costly solution in mind. This is not merely a question of finances. Yi Chen cast a sidelong glance at Lin Xianjiao, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. If it is not a matter of money, then it must indeed be a grave issue. Oh, Lin Xianjiao's eyes displayed a hint of curiosity. Mr. Yi, perhaps you could elaborate. Indeed, Xiao Chun, do not keep us in suspense. Sister Lin is a dear friend of mine. Even if it doesn't require spending, you must devise a solution. Qin Fong remarked to Yi Chun. This solution is rather straightforward. If Ms. Lin is genuinely eager to know, let us choose an auspicious day to have a thorough discussion. Yi Chen's smile faded as he addressed Lin Xianjiao. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianjiao mused to herself, uncertain of what intentions Yi Chun might be harboring. Chapter 80. Trouble at the dock in the seaside villa by the Caspian Sea. Wang Ying entered the room and unfurled the prescription that she had crumpled in her hands. Gazing at the word love inscribed upon it, she let out a heavy sigh. Dr. Chen, I am curious to see how you will procure this remedy for me within a week. After neatly folding the prescription again and placing it into her bag, her phone on the table vibrated momentarily. Wang Ying picked it up, considering for a moment before answering. Hello, Dad, what is it? Xiaoying, what has been going on with you lately? You mentioned going to Dongjiang to assist your uncle with a new product. Yet he has not seen you at all. If you're unable to contribute there, you should return home. A deep voice emanated from the other end. I am vacationing by the sea. An old classmate is accompanying me for a bit of relaxation. I shall return in a few days. Wang Ying replied. What about the matter I discussed with you last time? Have you given it any thought? The voice inquired again. Huh, the eldest son of the Yi family? What are your thoughts on this, Dad? Not only is the age difference a concern, but Yi Wei's character is deplorable. He lacks even the most basic decency. You expect me to marry such a person? I would rather remain single for life. Wang Ying asserted vehemently. What kind of talk is that? He hasn't complained about your age. Why are you being so picky? Do you not understand the significance of a Yi family? If our Wang family could align with the Yi family. The voice on the other end was tinged with anger and earnestness. You needn't say more. Are you truly willing to barter my lifelong happiness for your comfortable status? Do you not feel any shame? Wang Ying's chest heaved with indignation. Is this how you speak to your father? The voice shouted. I am being quite courteous. If you wish for me to return, then consider this matter settled. With that, Wang Ying hung up the phone and flung it out of the window. At Dongyang Villa, number 16, a momentary tension enveloped the living room. Lin Qianjiao did not rush to respond to Yi Chen, instead smiling and asking, Is Ruoxue still not back at this hour? At that moment, Xiao Wenlei approached with a plate of fruit, saying, Miss Lin, please enjoy some fruit. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lin Qianjiao responded naturally. Speaking of Ruoxue, Qin Fong chimed in. She is so focused on her career that she has delayed the most important matters of a woman. As Qin Fong spoke, she began to peel an apple, adding, By the way, Miss Lin, are you married? This question cast a fleeting shadow of embarrassment across Lin Qianjiao's face. Not yet. I have been preoccupied with my career all these years, neglecting the essential matters of womanhood. She laughed lightly. Ha ha. Qin Fong chuckled. You are clearly a career-oriented woman, unlike our Ruoxue. Not wishing to let her continue, Yi Chen interjected, Mom, let me peel this apple. Qin Fong nodded, handing the apple over. Our Yi Chen is both filial and considerate of his wife. He truly is outstanding, she remarked with pride. Huh. Lin Qianjiao smiled lightly, about to say something further, when her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, she turned to Qin Fong and said, Excuse me, Fong Jie, I need to take this call. No problem at all. Qin Fong replied with a smile. As Lin Qianjiao stood up and left the living room, she reached the door and answered the call. Mo Qing, what is going on? She knew that Mo Qing was aware of her whereabouts, and unless it was of utmost importance, she would never have called. Long Jie, there has been an incident at the dock. Mo Qing's voice came through the line. Meanwhile, in the living room, Yi Chen was peeling an apple, occasionally glancing outside. He thought to himself that, given Lin Qianjiao's usual demeanor, she would never take a call while conversing with her mother-in-law. Since Lin Qianjiao frequently interacted with the Xiao family, it was clear she had a purpose, and she must have arranged everything meticulously before coming here. It appeared that this call was from her assistant, which sparked a sudden thought in Yi Chen's mind. He placed the half-peeled apple in front of Qin Fong and said, Mom, this peeler feels a bit awkward. Just leave it as it is. The apple is very clean. It's fine to eat with the skin on. Xiao Wenlei added, I washed it thoroughly. Yi Chen nodded, and upon looking up, he saw Lin Qianjiao returning. He noticed a hint of tension in her eyes, indicating that the matter discussed on the phone was quite serious. Lin Qianjiao also caught Yi Chen's questioning gaze and simply nodded in acknowledgement before saying to Qin Fong, Fong Jie, there's an urgent matter in my company. I must leave now. Oh, then I won't keep you. Qin Fong, understanding the urgency, refrained from insisting she stay. I had some drinks today. My assistant drove me here, and he is currently handling things at the office. Fong Jie, could you please have Mr. Yi give me a ride? Lin Qianjiao continued. Of course. Qin Fong readily agreed, showing no suspicion towards Lin Qianjiao's words. She then said, Xiao Chen, please see off Lin Mei. Certainly. Yi Chen responded, as he had the same intention. He drove according to Lin Qianjiao's directions towards the Lehigh Dock. On the way from Danyang Villa to Lehigh Dock, they passed by the Su family seafood establishment, and Yi Chen glanced out the window, musing about how Su Bingquan had been unusually quiet lately. Throughout the journey, Lin Qianjiao remained silent, her brows furrowed, suggesting that the situation was far more serious than Yi Chen had anticipated. Yi Chen was keen to seize this opportunity to gather information about the dock. Lin Qianjiao was not only the leading figure in Dongjiang, known as the Dragon of Dongjiang, but also a powerful figure behind the Dongjiang Business Association, being one of the three dominant forces in the region. With such a complex identity, it was unlikely she would remain untouched by any investigations related to Zhonglong. Even if Lin Qianjiao was as pure as a lotus, she could still fall prey to those with ulterior motives seeking to drag her down. If the incident occurred at Lehigh Dock, it would be even more complicated to navigate. In less than half an hour, the car stopped in front of an office building not far from Lehigh Dock. A group of 4 or 5 men in black suits stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Qianjiao's car approach, they hurriedly ran forward and stood straight beside the vehicle. Yi Chun alighted from the vehicle and moved to the passenger seat, opening the door for Lin Qianjiao. After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally stepped out of the car. A few individuals clad in black suits rushed over, exchanging astonished glances with one another. Although Lin Qianjiao was renowned as the leading lady of Dongjiang, she had never permitted a man to open the car door for her. Thus, Yi Chen's gesture appeared rather reckless in the eyes of these black-suited figures. However, Yi Chun was oblivious to Lin Qianjiao's customs. Whereas everyone, after disembarking, Lin Qianjiao surveyed her surroundings and shouted at the group. Among the black suits, the leader stepped forward and, bowing his head, replied, "Sister Long. Assistant Mo has already been taken away by the police." Chapter 81. Unease upon hearing the words, Yi Chun internally acknowledged that indeed something had transpired at the dock. The police taking Mo Qing away likely indicated a serious issue. As he pondered this, Lin Qianjiao turned to him and inquired, "Do you have time?" "I suppose so." Yi Chun replied with a nod. "Then come with me to the police station," Lin Qianjiao stated, promptly turning to enter her vehicle. Yi Chun raised his hand to stop her, questioning, "Aren't you going to stay and ascertain the details first?" The young man who had just opened the door for Lin Qianjiao, along with the black-suited associates nearby, gasped in shock. No one dared to obstruct Lin Qianjiao's decisions. Hearing that Mo Qing had been taken by the police, Lin Qianjiao felt a surge of anxiety. After years of meticulous management at the dock, there had never been a single misstep. Mo Qing was her most capable assistant, diligent and highly skilled in handling matters. The fact that an incident occurred during her brief absence left Lin Qianjiao feeling utterly bewildered. "You are right." Lin Qianjiao hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Turning to the lead figure in black, she commanded, "Akue, lead the way." "Yes, Dragon's sister." Akue bowed slightly to Lin Qianjiao before proceeding towards the office building. Inside the small conference room of the office building, Akue observed Yi Chun sitting beside Lin Qianjiao, his gaze questioning whether it was appropriate for him to speak at this moment. "What are you looking at? Speak up." Lin Qianjiao, sensing Akue's uncertainty, snapped, "Yes, Dragon's sister." Although he harbored doubts about Yi Chen's identity, Akue refrained from further inquiry and began recounting the events that transpired at the dock that evening. At 8 o'clock tonight, a shipment was scheduled to arrive. However, at 7:30, the crew aboard the vessel sent a message indicating a minor malfunction, resulting in a delay. At precisely 8 o'clock, a team of police arrived for a routine inspection. At 8:30, when the shipment finally docked, the crew members suddenly experienced severe stomach issues and promptly left for the hospital. Before the person in charge of the cargo list departed for the hospital, he handed the cargo documentation to Assistant Mo. Meanwhile, Assistant Mo received a call from the property management company responsible for the seaside villa, stating that there had been an electrical explosion in the villa area. The maintenance personnel had already conducted emergency repairs and advised Assistant Mo to return and check for any issues after the repairs. When Mo Qing left, she handed that cargo documentation over to Akue. Subsequently, I led a team to inspect the cargo, but just as we were about to board the vessel, the police rushed in and began inspecting the cargo hold. Consequently, the documentation given to me by Manager Mo was seized by the police before I had the chance to review it. At this juncture, Akue cast a glance at Yi Chun. Yi Chun remained seated, quietly listening. "What about the crew members?" Lin Qianjiao inquired. "They have already been detained by the police of the hospital," Akue responded. "And the surveillance footage from a ship?" Lin Qianjiao pressed further. "All of the surveillance footage has been taken by the police," Akue replied. "The leading officer is Chao Yanting's granddaughter, Chao Qingxiu." As she spoke, Lin Qianjiao cast a glance at Yi Chun, intending to gauge his perspective. However, Yi Chen remained utterly indifferent. "All right, I understand," Lin Qianjiao declared, preparing to rise. A Kuei quickly interjected, "Sister Long, there is one more matter." "What is it?" Lin Qianjiao's heart leaped in alarm, thinking, could misfortune truly come in waves? Several warehouses at the dock have been sealed, and all shipments are currently halted. However, the clients are pressing for updates. "What do you suggest we do?" A Kuei awaited Lin Qianjiao's directive. Typically, these issues were managed by Mo Qing, with Lin Qianjiao mostly receiving reports from him. She only personally inspected exceptionally vital shipments. Now that Mo Qing had been taken away, she found herself without this capable assistant and was at a loss for how to proceed. "What are you all doing? Is this such a trivial matter that you must consult me?" Lin Qianjiao expressed her irritation. "Sister Long, these matters have always been handled by Butler, Missouri. We, being subordinate, dare not act rashly. Moreover, the clients involved are formidable merchants and—" A Kuei continued, lowering his head. "And what?" Lin Qianjiao shot a sharp glance at a Kuei. "And for some inexplicable reason, Luo Wenlai came this afternoon to register the transportation of a crucial shipment, insisting it must depart tomorrow." A Kuei informed her. "Luo Wenlai?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qianjiao managed to compose herself, pondering that this dog always came with its tail tucked between its legs before her. Yet how much of it was genuine, and how much was feigned? Did he think she was oblivious? Initially, Lin Qianjiao believed that today's unforeseen events might stem from genuine issues with the cargo on the other side, and that the Liha dock had failed to conduct thorough inspections, resulting in the police's intervention. However, upon hearing A Kuei mention Luo Wenlai, she realized this was undoubtedly a premeditated act. Disseminate the information. Lin Qianjiao turned to provide a Kuei with instructions. Yet, Yi Chen raised his hand and tapped the table. "President Lin, when does our contract take effect?" Lin Qianjiao was taken aback. Why was Yi Chen bringing up the contract at such a moment? She smiled and replied, "Of course, from the moment of signing. My Wort is my bond." "Very well. Then I shall take charge of the matters at the dock, and you can handle the police department's affairs. We shall act separately," Yi Chen declared, rising to his feet. Yi Chen was aware of the close relationship between Lin Qianjiao and Chao Yanting. Thus, he surmised that securing Mo Qing's release from the police department should not pose a challenge. His intention to remain at the dock was to gain insight into the operations there. This presented an excellent opportunity for understanding the dynamics at play. Yi Chen's words left a Kuei momentarily stunned. The authority at the dock had always rested solely with Lin Qianjiao and Mo Qing, with no third party involved. And there had never been a time when a man held sway here. "Sister Long." A Kuei did not recognize Yi Chen, but seeing him dressed in rustic attire, he felt a surge of indignation. Was he to be commanded by this bumpkin? Lin Qianjiao, upon hearing Yi Chen's proposal, hesitated briefly. Although she had previously brought Yi Chen into the dock shares due to her myriad speculations regarding his identity, she remained exceedingly cautious until she could ascertain the truth of who he was. The current situation is rather peculiar. It is imperative for the police department to intervene swiftly. Otherwise, if Mo Qing remains detained for an extended period, the circumstances may become quite challenging. However, Yi Chen's presence at the dock does not entirely assuage Lin Qianjiao's concerns, for there are secrets entangled within this affair. Observing Lin Qianjiao's apprehension, Yi Chen chuckled and remarked, "If that is the case, I shall take my leave, as I have soup to prepare this evening." With that, he turned and made his way toward the door. "Yi Chen," Lin Qianjiao promptly called out, rising to approach him. "I was just pondering. You're unfamiliar with this place, and I fear you may encounter difficulties. Is that so?" Yi Chen paused, a smile dancing at the corners of his lips. "If I cannot manage such a trivial matter, then it would indeed be a tremendous loss for you, Lin. Regarding the contract you just signed." Lin Qianjiao bit her lip in frustration and turned to a Kuei. "A Kuei." A Kuei stepped forward. "Dragon's sister." "Yes, Monsieur." Lin Qianjiao gestured with her head, causing a Kuei to hesitate momentarily before complying. "Mr. Yi." A Kuei bowed respectfully to Yi Chen, though internally he harbored dissent. Nevertheless, he dared not oppose Lin Qianjiao. "From this moment forth, Mr. Ye's words shall be regarded as my own. Do you understand?" Lin Qianjiao had no alternative but to enforce this directive. Chapter 82. Yi Chen's inference. As Yi Chen watched Lin Qianjiao depart from the dock, he stroked his chin, reflecting on the words spoken by a Kuei in the small conference room. Internally, he engaged in a meticulous analysis of a Kuei's remarks, noting the significant keywords that had been deliberately glossed over, which prompted the police to swiftly investigate the cargo hold and apprehend Mo Qing. This was sufficient evidence to suggest that the unidentified goods aboard the vessel were of considerable gravity. The implication was unmistakable. The quantity was undoubtedly substantial. Even before the ship docked, issues had already arisen. First, a call at 7:30 regarding a minor malfunction, and second, the crew was suffering from stomach ailments. Why did the property management of the villa contact them immediately upon receiving the shipping documents? The coastal villa was the most luxurious estate in Dongjiang. How could a mere electrical fault lead to such chaos? This series of events was far from coincidental. It was evidently a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy to frame Lin Qianjiao. But who would harbor such intentions against her? Who had the audacity to target one of the three powerful figures in Dongjiang? Moreover, this plot involved numerous individuals, indicating that the mastermind possessed considerable skill in orchestrating such a scheme. A Kuei appeared obedient, yet there was an underlying insincerity about him. Having been subordinate to the young Mo Qing, he must have harbored feelings of discontent, though he dared not express them. With the police taking Mo Qing away, a Kuei seized the opportunity to curry favor with Lin Qianjiao, thus eliminating himself from suspicion. The police had discovered unidentified goods on the cargo ship, but they had not disclosed the quantity, and given the proximity to the incident, it was likely that specific details would remain under wraps for the time being. Following Yi Chen's instructions, a Kuei led him to the vicinity of the cargo ship, observing the rural bumpkin deep in thought. Staring intently at the vessel without uttering a word, a Kuei inwardly cursed him for being pretentious. He had anticipated that with Mo Qing's arrest, Lin Qianjiao would be the one to take charge at the dock, but to his surprise, she had entrusted the temporary affairs to this young man, prompting another mental rebuke. How could such a child merit the title of president? Despite his thoughts, a Kuei dared not disregard Lin Qianjiao's orders and said, "Since you are in charge here for the moment, why don't you make some arrangements?" His tone was laced with condescension, and it was evident to Yi Chen that a Kuei held him in low esteem. "Your name is a Kuei, is it not?" Yi Chen did not turn around or glance at him. "Yes, I am a Kuei, the third in command at this dock. Whenever Sister Long and Manager Mo are away, I am the one who calls the shots here." A Kuei's words implied a reminder to Yi Chen that although Lin Qianjiao had left him in charge, he was merely a temporary figure in a domain governed by the seasoned veterans. "Since you are the third in command here, I have a few questions I would like to pose," Yi Chen replied, slowly turning to meet a Kuei's gaze. A Kuei met Yi Chen's piercing eyes and faltered an instant. "Go ahead," he said, bracing himself, his expression betraying a hint of confusion. "At 7:30, you received news of the delayed arrival of the ship. How was this conveyed?" Yi Chen inquired. "Naturally, it was through the walkie-talkie," A Kuei scoffed, perceiving the rural simplicity of the individual before him, who clearly lacked understanding. Once the vessel was approximately 10 nautical miles away from the dock, communication signals ceased, necessitating the use of walkie-talkies to contact the dock. "When you received the news from the ship, did you pay attention to their location?" Yi Chen pressed further. The central navigation indicated a distance of 42 kilometers. A Kuei answered these questions with a sense of pride in his ease. "Were there any malfunctions with the dock's equipment at that time?" Yi Chen asked once more. "These devices are monitored by professional maintenance personnel 24 hours a day, ensuring they never experience any failures. And we have backup equipment as well." A Kuei retorted dismissively. "The cargo ship's docking time? Precisely at 8:30. The police's arrival at the dock? Around 8, I suppose." A Kuei was uncertain about the exact time, as they were awaiting the arrival of the cargo at 8:30, and it was not uncommon for police to come for inspections intermittently. Thus, he had not given this matter much thought at the time. "Oh." Yi Chen elongated his tone and remarked, assuming the police arrived at the dock around 8. "Let us provisionally consider their arrival as 8:15. You received the information at 7:30, if the cargo ship's maintenance took only 5 minutes, and it traveled at a maximum speed of 50 kilometers per hour, by 8:15, the vessel would have covered half an hour's distance, equating to 25 kilometers. At that point, the cargo ship would still be 17 kilometers away from the dock. How then did you communicate with the cargo ship? Chen continued his inquiry, directing his question at Akaway, still through the walkie-talkie. Was that even a question? Your walkie-talkies are solely for internal use? Chen probed further. What do you mean, Mr. Yi? Akaway was somewhat irritated. Lin Xianjiao had temporarily entrusted him with matters at the dock, and here he was calculating time and speed like a mathematician. Chen ignored Akaway's anger and stated that based on this timeline, the police had already received news of unidentified cargo aboard the ship prior to its docking. That is merely stating the obvious. Akaway retorted, visibly vexed. If the police had not received any information, they would not have gone directly to inspect the cargo ship. But have you considered that the cargo might have been tampered with before it even reached the opposing shore? Yet, why did the police wait until the ship docked to conduct their inspection? Chen raised a challenge. Is it not possible for the ship to be interfered with en route? Akaway found Chen's query rather foolish. Furthermore, he added that once the crew arrived at the dock, they collectively experienced gastrointestinal distress, which, in his view, clearly indicated that tampering had occurred during the ship's maintenance en route. However, if the ship had been tampered with along the way, how did the police receive their information? The communication equipment between the cargo ship and the dock is proprietary to them. Chen observed that the mid-voyage repairs and the collective malady afflicting the crew aboard the cargo ship were indeed the result of some foul play. However, these incidents were merely a diversion. They had successfully captivated everyone's attention towards this matter, leading to speculation that the vessel's malfunction at 7:30 was manipulated by an external force. Are you suggesting that the cargo was tampered with before its departure from the dock, and that the individual who raised the alarm is also in collusion with them? Akaway, not one to be easily deceived, began to find some merit in Chen's analysis. Consequently, his disposition subtly shifted. Do you believe, then, that this incident is a deliberate scheme orchestrated by the opposing dock to undermine Sister Long? No, Chen replied, while internally contemplating the individuals at the rival dock. Though unfamiliar with them, he recognized that given Lin Xianjiao's approach to matters and her inexplicable confidence, she must be backed by a formidable force. Even if the rival dock disregarded Lin Xianjiao, they would undoubtedly consider her powerful ally. Thus, Chen surmised that it was highly likely that this incident was orchestrated by individuals from the Dongjiang side. Chapter 83. Divergent Actions. Akaway accompanied Chen, traversing the dock for over an hour. During their time there, they encountered two other deputy directors of the dock, a Lei and a Lian. Akaway inquired a few matters from them before taking his leave. After departing, Akaway repeatedly suggested to Chen that they should inform the cargo owners on the ship that the delivery would be delayed this evening. But each time he was met with Chen's objections. Akaway, however, was plagued by an abundance of doubts and felt suffocated by them. Though his questions mirrored Chen's, his urgency stemmed from a desire to showcase his capabilities in today's events, hoping to gain Lin Xianjiao's admiration. Akaway, do you wish to shine brilliantly at this harbor? Chen suddenly halted, turning to face Akaway. Akaway paused, momentarily perplexed by Chen's intent. What do you mean by that? With a slight smile gracing his lips, Chen turned to gaze at the containers not far ahead. What I mean is, as the third in command at the dock, you must shoulder your responsibilities when the first and second are absent. Upon hearing this, Akaway sighed. You may not realize, but this situation could truly lead to a significant downfall for the dock. Even Lin Xianjiao seems somewhat lost today, let alone a mere director like myself. A downfall occurs only when one engages in unlawful activities. Do you genuinely believe that the cargo incident was instigated by your own people? Chen countered. Absolutely not. Akaway immediately retorted. I have been at this dock for nearly a decade, and I have held the director position for 7 to 8 years. If the dock were to engage in such reckless actions, it would have collapsed long ago. Most matters at the dock are overseen directly by Manager Mo, and every significant shipment is personally inspected by Sister Long. Who is Sister Long? Those who work under her are all meticulous and cautious. with their heads constantly on a swivel. Who would dare to engage in such behavior? Furthermore, none of the individuals here have any involvement with those illicit items. A Kuei spoke with conviction, devoid of any hesitation, which led Yi Chun to believe that the dock was indeed a remarkably clean establishment. Since you assert this, why can't we resolve this matter effectively? Yi Chun inquired. This issue is both severe and intricate. I am uncertain. A Kuei's gaze drifted. Your uncertainty is alleviated by my presence, Yi Chun remarked, casting another glance at a Kuei. After spending more than an hour together, a Kuei's animosity towards Yi Chun had diminished considerably. He scrutinized Yi Chun once more. Yi Chun placed a hand on a Kuei's shoulder, half embracing him, and lowered his voice deliberately. Based on my prior analysis, reflect carefully. Have you offended anyone recently at the dock? A Kuei pondered. Offended anyone? All who interact with the dock must curry favor with Sister Long. How could there be any offense? Therein lies the crux of the issue. Yi Chun withdrew his arm. I can assist you with this matter. Once accomplished, the credit will be yours. Upon hearing this, a Kuei's eyes revealed a glimmer of doubt. Are you attempting to extract some advantage from me? What benefit could I possibly offer? Yi Chun's face bore a smile that was neither fully joyous nor entirely mocking. As he scrutinized the Kuei from head to toe, you frequently indulge in alcohol, your liver is somewhat compromised, your lifestyle is irregular, and your kidneys are not entirely healthy. Moreover, you suffered an eye injury in your youth that still affects your night vision. Given these ailments and the scant amount of money you possess, what I possibly gain from you? A Kuei, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine and cold sweat broke out on his back. Yi Chun's words were profoundly unsettling. In their first encounter, after merely an hour of conversation about the happenings at the dock, he had seemingly discerned all of a Kuei's afflictions. While the issues with his liver and kidneys were somewhat common among middle-aged men with frequent social engagements, how could Yi Chun have known about the incident from his childhood? In fact, in the dead of night, a Kuei began to question whether the person before him was truly human. Swallowing hard, he asked, "What do you suggest I do?" After a moment's hesitation, a Kuei resolved to take a gamble and hear Yi Chun's proposal. Show me all the information regarding the dock's dealings from the past 3 days, Yi Chun instructed. A Kuei blinked and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "All right, follow me." The police had only confiscated items from the cargo ship. The database remained untouched. As Yi Chun reviewed the record from the past 3 days concerning the dock, a clearer picture began to form in his mind. He returned the materials to a Kuei and said, "Here's what you should do." A Kuei leaned in closely, attentive to Yi Chun's strategy. The police had sealed the cargo ship that arrived at 8:30, along with several related warehouses. If things proceeded smoothly with Mr. Lin, these locations would likely be unsealed by tomorrow. If not, the remaining warehouses would be at risk as well. Tonight, we shall split up and visit these businesses. Yi Chun continued, jotting down a list of merchants recently engaged with the dock on a piece of paper. You will go to these places, and I will visit these others. Remember, if you see any activity at their premises, take immediate photographs. Understood? Then, we shall reconvene here at 2:30. Yi Chun noted an address on the paper. Why are we going there? A Kuei inquired, puzzled. You will find out in due course, Yi Chun replied, adding, remember, it is at 2:30, do not be late. Why? A Kuei still had questions swirling in his mind, but felt too shy to voice them at that moment. Before Yi Chun, the self-proclaimed clever A Kuei felt utterly outmatched. After we meet here and gather the evidence, you must head straight to the police station. Over an hour had passed without any sign of Lin Xianjiao, and Yi Chun surmised that a resolution to this matter was unlikely to materialize tonight. Upon reaching the police station, seek out Chao Qingxiu. Present her with the materials, and remember, do not give them to anyone else but her. A Kuei nodded as he absorbed this instruction. One more thing you must remember. Never mention my name in front of Chao Qingxiu. Yi Chun added with emphasis. Why? A Kuei remained perplexed, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely nodding in assurance that he would remain silent at all costs. Eventually, he made arrangements for the others at the dock before parting ways with Yi Chun. After leaving the dock, Yi Chun headed directly towards Sue's Aquatic Products, the place he deemed most suspicious and felt compelled to investigate personally. As he approached within 500 meters of Sue's Aquatic Products, he suddenly spotted several men in black. armed and advancing towards the warehouse of the establishment. Lacking any means of transportation, Chen walked the distance, finding it relatively easy to conceal himself. Upon noticing the group, he quickly took refuge behind a nearby dumpster. Among the men, Chen discerned a towering figure leading the group, who walked with a noticeable unevenness in his shoulders. At that moment, Chen felt an unsettling familiarity with the leader. He seemed strikingly recognizable, as if he had encountered him before. After a moment of contemplation, a realization struck him. Could it truly be that person? Chapter 84. Wang Dali is robbed 500 meters away from the Su family seafood business. Chen recognized that the leader among the group of armed individuals was none other than Wang Dali, the assistant of Yang Qian from the Shaoli Construction Company. What could possibly bring him and his men to the Su family seafood establishment at this late hour? The business had already closed for the night, with the warehouse situated just over 100 meters behind the main premises. The group had arrived at the warehouse door. Next to the warehouse stood a small building where the warehouse guard resided. Wang Dali, wielding an iron rod, instructed his accomplices, first, tie up the guard. Obeying his command, several men rushed in, catching the sleeping guard off guard. Before he could even don his clothes, they subdued him, swiftly tearing the bed sheets to bind him. Wang Dali entered the small building and, noticing the keys hanging on the wall, casually snatched them and tossed them to a nearby associate, declaring, "Open the warehouse." As Chen, who had stealthily approached, overheard the commotion inside, he pondered, what grievance does Wang Dali harbor against the Su family that compels him to vandalize their warehouse? Initially intending to investigate any unusual activity at the Su family seafood business, he found himself embroiled in an unexpected situation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen abruptly altered his plan. He retrieved his ever-present yellow wig and donned it, scanning his surroundings. With a sudden leap, he tore down the promotional banners at the entrance of the Su family seafood market. Ripping off a few strips, he fashioned them into makeshift adornments for his chest, neck, and waist, leaving one small piece to obscure a significant portion of his face. Just as Wang Dali stood poised with his iron rod, awaiting his accomplices to open the warehouse, Chen surged forward. "Who are you? What are you doing?" Chen shouted at the group. The unexpected voice startled them, causing Wang Dali to instinctively duck behind one of his companions. "Who are you?" Wang Dali stammered, visibly shaken. Chen gently brushed his yellow wig and replied, "I am, of course, the warehouse guard. What is it that you seek?" "Ha! What do you mean by that?" Wang Dali's confidence surged upon hearing Chen's claim. "Of course, I'm here to collect a debt." "Ridiculous. What enmity could Su's family possibly have with you? What debt are you attempting to collect?" Chen retorted, "Kid, you're courting death." Wang Dali snapped, his annoyance flaring. He waved his hand at his companions, instructing, "Bind this yellow-haired fool. Let him suffer." Upon hearing this, the men brandished their iron rods and charged towards Chen with furious growls. Chen remained standing, showing no sign of retreat. Wang Dali, smirking, thought to himself clearly, "This is a coward who can't even move." But in an instant, the grin on Wang Dali's face froze. Before his men could reach Chen, they were inexplicably flung backward as if struck by an unseen force. Chen, now standing confidently with one hand on his hip and gesturing towards Wang Dali with the other, beckoned, "Come at me." The movement was somewhat alluring, and the voice possessed an enticing quality. Wang Dali was so frightened that he wet his pants. Ghost. Beside him, someone who had flown a short distance rushed forward, clinging to Wang Dali's leg. "Brother Dali, it's a ghost." At that moment, Wang Dali wished to flee but found himself unable to do so, collapsing onto the ground instead. The others, who had scattered, regained their senses and attempted to crawl away. Chen swiftly tore a banner from his waist and hurled it towards them. Just as those individuals had taken a couple of steps, they fell to the ground with a thud. "Run again, and it will cost you your lives," Chen declared coldly. Upon hearing this, those individuals lay flat on the ground, paralyzed with fear. At this moment, Chen slowly approached Wang Dali, who was inching backward, trembling with terror. "Didi, don't come any closer. Please, grievances have their roots, debts have their owners." As the little yellow-haired man drew near, Wang Dali covered his head in desperation, pleading, "Didi, don't kill me. I only came to teach him a lesson. I've never committed any wrongdoing. Spare my life. Wang Dali, is this the extent of your courage? Daring to run wild in the middle of the night? Yi Chen advanced and stepped on Wang Dali's leg. Anu. Although Yi Chen did not apply much pressure, Wang Dali screamed in sheer fright. Silence. Yi Chen shouted, his ears pained by the cacophony. Wang Dali immediately clamped his mouth shut. I will ask a question, and you shall respond. I will not kill you. Yi Chen instructed. I will tell you. Please don't kill me. Wang Dali's face was a mess of tears and snot. What are you doing here? Yi Chen inquired. We were here to break things. We just arrived and haven't done anything yet, truly. Wang Dali stammered. Why break things? Yi Chen pressed further. Su lao da what no, Su. Su Xiao called people to steal our brother's belongings. What belongings? Yi Chen asked. And no, I can't say. Wang Dali hesitated. Speak now, or you shall perish. Yi Chen applied gentle pressure with his foot. Wang Dali immediately felt as though his leg would shatter, crying out, please spare me. I will tell you. He called people to rob our brothers. Food. Speak plainly. What food? Yi Chen Beiluit. Fantasy number 4. New ice. Wang Dali wiped away his tears and snot. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen was somewhat astonished. Are you saying Su Bingxian robbed drugs from you? Had it not been for tonight's events, Yi Chen might have assumed that the Su family brothers were drug addicts themselves. However, the coincidence was too striking. Although Wang Dali was now terrified, he discerned from the little yellow-haired man's address to Su Bingxian that he was not one of the Su family. Hero. Wang Dali promptly reached out to grasp Yi Chen's leg. Yi Chen deftly evaded him. Hero, I implore you to judge fairly. Su Bingxian has stolen our brother's belongings. Should we not seek retribution? With a surge of courage, Wang Dali inquired, should we tally the accounts? Indeed, Yi Chen replied, but how much did he take? Over the span of 4 or 5 days, he pilfered nearly 20 grams from me. Wang Dali asserted, turned to pull over the individual who had earlier clung to his leg. You can ask them if you don't believe me. The onlookers, recognizing that this young man with the yellow hair was not affiliated with the Su family, grew bolder and stepped forward. Indeed, noble hero, Su Bingxian has left us in utter despair. The goods we painstakingly acquired have been snatched away. My brothers have been struggling to make ends meet these past few days. They lamented. At that moment, Yi Chen sighed and addressed the group. To be frank, he has also taken my provisions. Chapter 85. A spectacle unfolds. Yi Chen counted the 8 individuals sprawled on the ground, including Wang Dali. If each one had seized at least 10 grams, the total would amount to over 100 grams. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that Su Bingxian would not limit his pillaging to just these few. Moreover, if the cargo ship at the Caspian dock contained only a mere 100 grams, the police would not deploy such a formidable force. Thus, it is evident that what Su Bingxian sought was far more substantial. This revelation brought clarity to the situation. Su's aquatic products frequently traversed the Caspian dock, granting them considerable familiarity with the area. Now, having learned from Wang Dali and others that Su Bingxian had orchestrated the theft of their goods, it became apparent that the discovery of unidentified cargo on the Caspian dock was intrinsically linked to the Su family. Yet, the Su family, being relatively modest in stature, could hardly harbor such profound animosity towards Lin Qianjiao as to necessitate her demise. Could it be that the Su family was acting under someone else's directive? There remained one individual whom Yi Chen deemed inextricably connected to this affair, Luo Wenlai. According to a Kuei, Luo Wenlai had abruptly announced that a shipment was to depart the following day with utmost urgency. The Luo family, engaged in import and export trade, would naturally interact with the dock. Yet, why did he insist on moving a batch of goods mere hours before calamity befell the dock? Was it merely a coincidence? Yi Chen's suspicion towards Luo Wenlai was further fueled by the events at the Sana Hotel a few days prior. A man of Luo Wenlai's caliber would not simply suffer a setback without any subsequent action. Xiao Ruoxue had long been overshadowed by Luo Wenlai, and the sudden emergence of Lin Qianjiao, elevating Xiao Ruoxue's status, would undoubtedly be a source of humiliation for him. However, the Luo family and the Su family had little to no prior dealings, and if Luo Wenlai were indeed involved, he would merely serve as a supporting character in this unfolding drama. given Luo Wenlai's stature. How could he possibly submit to the Su family's whims and act as their accomplice? Perhaps, Yi Chen contemplated. Luo Wenlai had inadvertently learned of the Su family's intentions and sought to capitalize on the chaos for personal gain. This notion struck him suddenly. Still seated on the ground, Wang Dali fell silent after a remark from the young man with yellow hair. His eyes darted towards his brother, contemplating that since they were all victims, they might as well join forces to confront Big Su decisively. Indeed, that is a commendable idea. Yi Chen nodded, shifting his foot off Wang Dali's leg. Pray tell, how shall we collaborate? We should smash Big Su's warehouse, procure some goods to compensate our brothers for their losses. Wang Dali exclaimed, gritting his teeth as he struggled to rise from the ground. His animosity toward those who had robbed him was palpable. After painstakingly gathering funds to purchase goods, he found himself robbed once again. Yi Chen instinctively stepped back, as Wang Dali's earlier fear had led him to wet his pants, and the odor was quite unbearable. Yet, Wang Dali's words reaffirmed that these addicts would resort to any means necessary for a fix, their faculties severely diminished. While the idea is sound, how can you ensure that you won't betray me afterwards? Yi Chen inquired, tilting his head. We are kindred spirits in hardship. Who would betray whom? Wang Dali waved his hand, making a solemn vow. The remaining 7 individuals gathered around, raising their fists in solidarity, vowing never to betray their comrades. Yet, could the words of a junkie be trusted? Mere words hold no weight. We must establish a written agreement. Yi Chen crossed his arms and proclaimed. Wang Dali, fearing that the young man might turn against them, readily consented. The group proceeded to the small room of the warehouse keeper, where they procured pen and paper to inscribe their signatures. Not only did they sign, but they also exchanged contact numbers and identification details. Holding the signed paper, Yi Chen scrutinized it, feeling it was insufficient. He glanced around the room and noticed a fruit knife resting on the table, which he promptly seized. Upon seeing the young man wielding the knife, Wang Dali instinctively took a step back. Yi Chen surveyed the room, randomly summoned an individual, and, with a swift motion, sliced the person's fingertip, declaring, "Now, imprint your blood." The injured individual gasped softly, but, dismissing the pain, pressed their bloodied finger onto the signed document. The others crowded around, each leaving their mark. Very well, our debt collection alliance is officially established today. Wang Dali, you shall be our leader, Yi Chen dramatically declared. The 8 of them nodded in agreement, eagerly awaiting Yi Chen's instructions for their next course of action. However, Yi Chen folded the paper and tucked it into his pocket, stating, "You all stay here. I will retrieve the tools." Tools? We already have weapons. Wang Dali raised the iron rod in his hand. Yi Chen waved dismissively. That won't suffice. I possess something far more potent. Upon hearing this, the others regarded him with newfound admiration. Brother, hurry back. Yi Chen waved them off and swiftly vanished into the night. Wang Dali and the others, witnessing the young man's ghostly disappearance, couldn't help but feel awestruck. Akue, following Yi Chen's instructions, ventured to the Lianmu clothing factory and the Shimo hardware and building materials store. However, he found it peculiar that both warehouses were locked and devoid of any activity. Yi Chen had told him to record whatever he observed, yet there was nothing to document. Was he toying with me? Akue pondered, feeling a sense of betrayal, but also a determination to return at the designated time and uncover Yi Chen's true intentions. Approaching 2:30 in the morning, Akue arrived early at the vicinity of the fish that swims all day bar, as indicated by Yi Chen. Positioned behind a sturdy tree, he had a clear view of the bar's entrance. Just as he began to question why Yi Chen had directed him here, he witnessed a man and a woman emerge from the bar, their steps unsteady and disoriented, as if under the influence of alcohol. Knowing the nature of the establishment, Akue deduced that the pair had likely indulged in drugs. Reflecting on the earlier locations that had been devoid of activity, he contemplated whether to document this scene, given that there was indeed a commotion here. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder, causing a cold sweat to break out across his body, though he managed to stifle any sound. One important clue this is: a thrilling spectacle is about to unfold. Appearing behind him is Yi Chen. Upon seeing Yi Chen's arrival, Ague wiped the virtual sweat from his brow. Yi-chan immediately gestured for him to remain silent and to keep a close watch. Indeed, not far from the entrance of the bar, a man and a woman were intercepted by a figure clad in black. The assailant brandished a short knife, waving it menacingly in front of them, demanding they leave their belongings and depart unharmed. Though his voice was muffled by a mask, Yi-chan discerned the identity of the man through his tone. Chapter 86. A condition for the tribulation originally. Yi-chan had arranged for Ague to meet him at the entrance of the high bar, as it was a known hub for illicit activities. When an unidentified cargo was discovered at the docks, if it indeed stemmed from the actions of individuals from Dongjiang, it would undoubtedly be linked to Liu Yixiao. However, Yi-chan did not anticipate encountering Wang Dali at the Su family's seafood market that night. Through Wang Dali and his associates, Yi-chan learned that the hidden cargo was likely pilfered from the high bar by the Su family. Yet, how could such contraband be stealthily concealed within the cargo on the ship, all while evading inspection at the opposite dock, only to be discovered upon reaching Lin Xinjiao? This conundrum left Yi-chan perplexed. At that moment, Ague observed a man and a woman reluctantly surrendering their belongings under the intimidation of a cloaked figure. The assailant swiftly seized the items and fled without uttering a word. Yi-chan instructed Ague to wait for him in the car, promising to return in 10 minutes before vanishing into the shadows of the night. Ague felt as though he merely blinked, and Yi-chan had disappeared. The night air was chilling, prompting him to glance around, sensing the weight of countless eyes upon him. After hastily departing from the tree, he hurried to his vehicle, lit a cigarette, and sought solace for his racing heart. Yi-chan quickly trailed the cloaked figure, who entered an alley while tearing open the bag stolen from the couple, cursing under his breath. Damn it, the goods have been dwindling lately. Su Bingxian is truly worthless, offering such a meager sum. Upon hearing this, Yi-chan was certain that this figure was none other than Hua Lao-chi. Wasn't Hua Lao-chi a lackey of Liu Yixiao? How audacious to be robbing within his territory. Yi-chan mused, adjusting his phone to record the encounter. Hua Lao-chi's mention of Su Bingxian confirmed Yi-chan's suspicion that Su Bingxian had hired him. Gazing at the height of the alley's walls, Yi-chan sprang upward. Hua Lao-chi, having ripped open the bag, eagerly dipped his fingers into the white powder and brought it to his nose. Damn it, Liu Yixiao. This stuff is becoming increasingly impure. A hauntingly drawn-out female voice echoed overhead. Ah, Hua Lao-chi gasped, pressing his body against the wall, dropping some of the contents from his hands. Liu Zong. I didn't mean. I was referring to myself as a scoundrel. My entire family is scoundrels. What do you have in your hands? Yi-chan perched atop the high wall of the alley, admiring the starry sky while using a feigned voice to intimidate Hua Lao-chi. And nothing at all. Hua Lao-chi immediately discarded the items on the ground, raising his hands high to prove his innocence. Why did you dare to steal on my territory? Yi-chan inquired further. It was Su Bingxian. He compelled me to do it, and he offered me a little money. Hu Lao Gis Dam. His gaze darting about in search of the source of the voice. After a while, Hua Lao-chi no longer heard any sound and cautiously called out, Mr. Liu? Noticing no response from his surroundings, he quickly bent down to pick up the items on the ground and dashed out of the alley like a madman. Yi-chan approached Ague's car and handed over a piece of paper, saying, This, along with the video you recorded earlier, must be delivered to Chao Qingxiu before dawn. Is that all? Ague still harbored doubts. Can a video lasting less than a minute and a document resembling a co-signature compel Chao Qingxiu to release Mo Qing and make Lin Xinjiao regard me with newfound respect? What? Is that insufficient? If you feel it lacking, then you must rely on yourself. With that, Yi-chan attempted to exit the vehicle. Ague hurriedly stopped him. Mr. Yi, please don't rush off. My mind is not quite sharp. I implore you to guide me further. I have already advised you for half the night. Just remember what I told you earlier. I am tired now and wish to return home for some rest. After yawning, Yi-chan jumped out of the car and swiftly departed. Hey, Mr. Yi. By the time Ague exited the vehicle, Yi-chan had vanished from sight. In the early hours of the morning, Lin Xinjiao left the Chao residence and, upon returning to her villa in Linhai, sent a message to Yi-chan. What have you discovered? At that moment, Yi-chan, having returned home late, had not even ascended to the second floor. fearing he might awaken Xiao Ruoxue. Upon receiving Lin Qianjiao's message, Yi Chen, lying on a living room sofa, pondered over the events that had transpired at the dock that day. Su Bingxian had hired Hua Laoqi to seize goods from his superior, Lu Yixiao, and Wang Dali had unfortunately become one of the victims. If the goods Su Bingxian stole were indeed concealed on the cargo ship at the Lehigh dock, then the items Chao Qingqiu confiscated must be assorted and varied. Wang Dali and the others, having been robbed, dared not report it to the police. Such a cunning scheme could only originate from someone well acquainted with this type of crowd. Yet, Su Bingqian did not seem to be a drug addict. Could it be that his brother Su Bingxian was? But why would Su Bingxian frame Lin Qianjiao? How had he managed to stealthily conceal the goods within the cargo? Moreover, the sudden call from the property management company and the crew's collective stomach ailment. All these arrangements were executed with remarkable precision. After Lin Qianjiao left the dock, she would certainly not head to the police station, but rather seek out Chao Yanting. What would be the outcome? With these questions swirling in his mind, Yi Chen contemplated for a moment before replying to Lin Qianjiao. I have discovered that I cannot sleep at home. Upon receiving his message, Lin Qianjiao nearly dropped her phone, muttering, Yi Chen, as a stakeholder at the dock, dares to jest with me? That evening, Lin Qianjiao did not receive a definitive answer from Chao Yanting. He merely stated that everything would be discussed once the results emerged. However, Lin Qianjiao knew that if evidence to clear her name at the dock could not be swiftly found, even Chao Yanting would not be able to protect her. At that moment, she even contemplated reaching out to someone in Kyoto for assistance, but after careful consideration, she refrained from doing so. Lin Qianjiao once harbored doubts regarding Yi Chen's identity and his connection to the prestigious Yi family of Kyoto. She instructed Mo Qing to investigate personally. However, the findings left her profoundly disheartened. Mo Qing discovered that Yi Chen had never changed his name, nor had he ever journeyed to Kyoto. A year prior, he had appeared in the vicinity of the Lehigh Coastal Club, where he became acquainted with Xiao Ruoxue. Based on the timeline, it was deduced that Yi Chen must have arrived at the Coastal Club's harbor aboard a passenger ship traveling from Jiangcheng to Dongjiang that very night. Thus, Lin Qianjiao surmised that Yi Chen hailed from the opposite shore of Jiangcheng. Just as her frustration reached its zenith, another message from Yi Chen arrived. Do you recall the matter we discussed at my home last night? If you wish to navigate this tribulation, I have a condition. Chapter 87. Gentle spring breeze as dawn broke. Chao Qingqiu, who had fallen asleep at her desk, was roused by the vibrating sound of her mobile phone. Upon glancing at the screen, she discovered an email with nothing but a date in the subject line. Having worked through the night, fatigue weighed heavily upon her. Stretching lazily, she casually opened the email, only to find a recorded message. Damn it. Such recordings have become increasingly rare. Su Bingxian truly is insufferable, offering merely a pittance. Curse it. Lu Yixiao, that wretched woman, is diluting the goods more and more. Who are you calling a wretch? Lu, I wasn't referring to you. I mean, I'm the wretch. Our entire family is wretched. Were you holding your hand? Nothing at all. Why are you stealing on my territory? It was Su Bingxian. He urged me to steal. He offered me a bit of money. At this juncture, Chao Qingqiu was completely awake, replaying the recording multiple times before murmuring to herself. So that is how it is. No wonder I couldn't extract any information from Mo Qing. Who is this person sending me messages? With this thought, her curiosity deepened, and she realized that while the recording was timely, it appeared to hold little immediate significance. As she pondered these matters, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Come in. Chao Qingqiu raised her gaze toward the entrance. Her colleague entered, accompanied by a tall, robust man. Captain Chao. This man is a director from the Lehigh Wharf and claims to have urgent business with you, her colleague announced, ushering the man into the room. Chao Qingqiu assessed him briefly, confirming his identity before replying, Very well, you may proceed. Akue, following Yi Chen's instructions, had brought the materials to the police station and informed the personnel at the entrance that he wished to see Chao Qingqiu. You are Akue? Chao Qingqiu recalled this man, who had previously led a team to inspect the cargo at the wharf. Captain Chao, I am Akue, a director from Lehigh Wharf. I possess evidence that proves our innocence. Akue handed over the documents he held. Chao Qingxiu had only taken Mo Qing with her initially. Firstly, because she was the one in charge there, and secondly, upon receiving the report, Chao Qingxiu found the situation suspicious. Additionally, she was quite familiar with Lin Qianjiao from Lehigh Wharf. The two families shared a long-standing friendship, and should Lin Qianjiao be in trouble, Chao Yanting would have surely informed her beforehand. Receiving the items from Akue, Chao Qingxiu replied, "All right, I will keep this. You may leave now." Noticing that Chao Qingxiu barely glanced at the documents, Akue felt a twinge of doubt. "Captain, I also have a video recording." "Oh," Chao Qingxiu said, her curiosity piqued. "Let me see." Akue activated his phone and played a video recorded at the entrance of the bar, capturing the moment someone attempted to steal. After watching, Chao Qingxiu summoned a technician from the precinct to make a copy of the video before allowing Akue to depart. Combining the two pieces of evidence with the audio from the email, a sudden clarity emerged in Chao Qingxiu's mind. After compiling these materials into a document, it was sent to an email address. 5 minutes later, Chao Qingxiu's phone rang. It was her senior, Gu Feng. Upon seeing the email, he inquired if she was facing any challenges. Surprised by the promptness of Gu Feng's call, Chao Qingxiu felt a rush of excitement. Her senior certainly cared for her deeply. "Feng Gu, I suspect the person who provided me with this information must be Yi Chen," she exclaimed. "Oh, is it the individual you mentioned previously?" Gu Feng responded. "Indeed, I have always felt that this person is shrouded in mystery. Although he appears rather carefree and even somewhat timid at times, there is an undeniable unique aura about him that does not escape my notice." Chao Qingxiu continued. "Well, since you are confident in your instincts, perhaps you should give some thought to what you mentioned last time," Gu Feng suggested. "It is not solely instinct. Based on a few encounters, I am at least 60% certain of my assessment regarding him," Chao Qingxiu asserted, brimming with confidence in her judgment of Yi Chen. "Then what would you like me to do regarding the matter in the email?" Gu Feng inquired from the other end of the line. "Nothing at all. I am completely assured," Chao Qingxiu replied. After hanging up with Gu Feng, she twirled her phone in her hand before dialing Yi Chen's number. Yi Chen had just finished breakfast and, despite having been awake all night, appeared remarkably invigorated, thanks to the skills imparted to him by his mentor, Tang Yunyan. In the living room on the second floor, Xiao Ruoxue had just finished her morning routine when she heard the phone ring. She hurried over to answer it, but upon seeing an unfamiliar number on the screen, she pondered who might be calling Yi Chen. Should she answer it for him? Glancing downstairs and not hearing Yi Chen's footsteps, she decided to pick up the phone. "Hello, good day," Xiao Ruoxue greeted politely. On the other end, upon hearing a woman's voice, Chao Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback before replying, "Hello," without needing to guess. Chao Qingxiu immediately recognized that the person answering was undoubtedly Yi Chen's wife. Since she had already introduced herself, to avoid any misunderstandings, Chao Qingxiu clarified, "Hello, I am Officer Chao Qingxiu from the Central Police Station." At the mention of this, Xiao Ruoxue's hand trembled in fright, nearly dropping the phone. "See, Chao officer. What is the matter?" she stammered. What frightened Xiao Ruoxue was the fear that Yi Chen might have encountered trouble last night when he returned home late. "Everything is fine. Please do not be alarmed." Chao Qingxiu could sense the tremor in Xiao Ruoxue's voice and felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had merely intended to clarify a matter with Yi Chen and had inadvertently caused concern for his family. At that moment, Yi Chen had prepared the meal and, thinking to call Xiao Ruoxue downstairs to eat, he ascended the stairs only to find her with a distressed expression, answering his phone. "Ruoxue." Yi Chen approached her. Xiao Ruoxue quickly covered the phone's microphone and asked, "Did you do something last night? If there is anything, you must tell me in advance." Although the Xiao family lacks significant power, they possess a network of connections. Before his retirement, Yi Chen noticed the beads of sweat forming on Xiao Ruoxue's tense forehead and swiftly raised his hand to wipe them away. "Do not worry, everything is fine. Rest assured." Upon hearing Yi Chen's reassuring words, Xiao Ruoxue handed him the phone and whispered, "It's the Central Police Station." "No problem, just an old friend," Yi Chen replied as he took the call. With his other hand, he gently grasped Xiao Ruoxue's hand, pulling her to sit beside him on the sofa. Xiao Ruoxue did not resist. Her heart was filled with concern over whether Yi Chen had encountered trouble and her curiosity about the conversation he was about to have. Thus, she had no intention of leaving. Yi Chen, unfazed by Xiao Ruo Shui's presence beside him, seized this opportunity to hold her hand unabashedly for the first time, feeling a delightful warmth blossoming in his heart. Chapter 88. The burden of a precious body. Chao Qingqiu waited for a moment before finally hearing Yi Chen's voice. Was it you who sent the email? Chao Qingqiu asked directly. What? Inviting me and Yang Lu for tea? Oh, you are too kind, Captain Chao. Yi Chen, while listening to the phone, smiled at Xiao Ruoxue. What Yang Lu? Who is Yang Lu? Chao Qingqiu thought he must have misheard. I merely resolved a minor gynecological issue for you. A trivial task. There is no need for you to take it to heart. Yi Chen replied with a cheerful tone. Gynecological, you are the one with gynecological issues. Yi Chen, are you out of your mind? Chao Qingqiu fumed, his anger flaring instantly. Forget about the tea. Let's not be so formal. That's enough. Without waiting for Chao Qingqiu to say anything further, Yi Chen hung up the phone. Though Yi Chen's mobile device appeared ordinary, he had modified its software. After answering a call, he could press a combination of keys to interfere with the transmission of the other person's voice, ensuring that those nearby would not overhear the conversation. Thus, Xiao Ruoxue was entirely unaware of what was being said on the other end of the line. Even though she didn't hear anything, Xiao Ruoxue felt a sense of relief, recognizing that Yi Chen possessed some medical skills and often helped friends with minor ailments. Yi Chen's comments were simply aimed at alleviating Xiao Ruoxue's fears. However, her earlier actions had prompted him to reflect on a pressing concern, recalling Wu Taishan's words. He mused that if a mere phone call could pale Xiao Ruoxue's face, what would happen if she were to learn of more dire matters? Would it truly lead her to a state of anxiety that would disrupt her life? Simultaneously, Yi Chen's mind wandered back to the day Xiao Ruoxue visited the Mingyi clinic, leading him to speculate whether she was already suffering from anxiety. The more he pondered, the more he felt compelled to expedite the completion of his current task. Only by creating a clean environment could they ensure a safe and prosperous life for their family and the community. Yang Lu's girlfriend at the Zhenjiang car wash had a trivial issue and insisted on thanking me. Yi Chen thought for a moment before briefly explaining to Xiao Ruoxue. You nearly scared me to death. Xiao Ruoxue exclaimed, patting her chest. You can't just sit idly. Why not consider a job at Baida? After putting down his phone, Yi Chen found himself holding both of Xiao Ruoxue's hands. Her hands felt as soft and comforting as cotton candy, a delightful sensation. At that moment, he couldn't help but recall the morning when Xiao Ruoxue had stealthily kissed him. Changing the subject, he said to Xiao Ruoxue, how about I sleep in the bedroom from now on, so you won't have to wake up early to sneak a kiss? It could be quite exhausting. To avoid being overheard by those downstairs, Yi Chen deliberately lowered his voice, while Xiao Ruoxue, mishearing him, asked, what did you say? Stealing. At this juncture, her face suddenly flushed, and she hastily withdrew her hand from Yi Chen's palm. What nonsense are you spouting? I meant, it's time to eat. Yi Chen also felt that bringing up this matter now created an awkward atmosphere between them. After breakfast, Xiao Ruoxue hurriedly left, and Yi Chen gazed at her retreating figure, pondering to himself why she was out so early on a weekend. Was she headed to the Mingyi clinic again? Could it be that she truly was experiencing mental anxiety? He had intended to follow her, but just then, Chao Qingqiu's call came through. Yi Chen muttered to himself, I suppose I should deal with this matter first. Hello, beautiful officer, good morning. Chao Qingqiu was seething with frustration at that moment. On the other end of the line, she spoke with little regard. Mr. Yi, I need you to come to the central police station. I'm on my way to work and don't have the time. Captain Chao, if you wish to invite me for tea, let us do it another day. Yi Chen chuckled while making his way to the bicycle parking area. Mr. Yi, be serious. I called you here to give you a chance. If I were to come to your home personally, it wouldn't end well. Gao Ginki, Fleet Dan, trying to intimidate him. What? Captain Chao, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Don't scare me. Yi Chen held onto his bicycle, pretending to be terrified. Then please cooperate with our work and come here immediately. Chao Qingqiu concluded, abruptly hanging up the phone. Gazing at Yi Chen's name on her screen, Chao Qingqiu scoffed. Still trying to play coy with me. The reason for her calling Yi Chen again was that she had reviewed the records from the Rihai dock that morning and discovered that Yi Chen was a newly invested shareholder at the dock. This intrigued Chao Qingqiu considerably. Once outside, Yi Chen did not head directly to the police station, but instead went to the Rihai dock, where Lin Qingqiu was listening to Ah Kuei report on work matters. After a light knock, Yi Chen entered without waiting for response. Upon seeing Yi Chen, Ah Kuei's expression shifted through a range of emotions, feeling a tumult of conflicting thoughts. After last night's events, he found Yi Chen both astute and somewhat suspect, as he had gone to the police station as instructed, but left without any information. However, Ah Kuei felt hesitant to offend Yi Chen due to his intelligence, leaving him in a state of inner turmoil. When Lin Qingjiao noticed Yi Chen's arrival, she instructed Ah Kuei, "You may leave now." Just as Ah Kuei was about to rise, Yi Chen firmly placed his hand on his shoulder, saying, "No need, Ah Kuei is not an outsider." Upon hearing this, Ah Kuei's heart surged with excitement. Although he was unaware of Yi Chen's standing with Lin Qingjiao, any opposition to her words made him regard Yi Chen as formidable. Indeed, Lin Qingjiao nodded very well. "What are your conditions?" Yi Chen smiled, recognizing Lin's keen intellect. He continued, "I have but one request." "What is it?" Lin Qingjiao asked, a hint of urgency in her voice. With Chao Yanting giving her no clear guidance, she worried that if the dock's issues were not resolved swiftly, it would not only affect profits, but also tarnish their reputation, potentially leading to a series of complications. "It must not disrupt my family's life," Yi Chen stated. "That is quite simple." Lin Qingjiao smiled, her lips twitching. However, as Yi Chen raised his hand, he declared, "I have yet to finish my words." Lin Qingjiao immediately wore a solemn expression and replied, "I knew it wouldn't be that simple." Yi Chen smiled and continued, "We cannot allow anything to disrupt my family's life. This applies not only to you, but to anyone who draws breath." This broadened the scope considerably. Nevertheless, for Lin Qingjiao, this was not a matter of great significance. She nodded and said, "No problem. But I must also remind you of one thing." Lin Qingjiao was determined not to let Yi Chen lead her by the nose, although, at present, it seemed she was already being guided. "You speak." Yi Chen nodded, having gained some understanding of Lin Qingjiao through their interactions over time. Now, Yi Chen was also a member of this stock, and regardless of the storms that may arise, they would bear it together. Lin Qingjiao laughed and remarked. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly and asserted, "Don't mention merely bearing a dock. Even with Miss Lin's esteemed presence, Yi Chen can shoulder it." Chapter 89. Questioned by Chao Qingqiu at Yi Chen's behest, he brought only a Kuei to the police station, reasoning that as Lin Qingjiao, the formidable overlord of the docks, she should not have the liberty to wander into such a place. This statement served as both an elevation and a subtle mockery of Lin Qingjiao. Despite her efforts the previous night, she had failed to secure a single definitive response from the Chao family. Although Lin Qingjiao possessed hidden cards, she was acutely aware of the cost of revealing them at this juncture. A Kuei, perplexed by Yi Chen's arrangements, inquired during the journey, "Mr. Yi." Yi Chen interrupted, "I know what you wish to ask. First, you believe the items delivered to the police station at dawn are utterly useless. Second, you are curious as to why I have brought only you along. Indeed, Mr. Yi possesses great wisdom." A Kuei quickly responded, "There is no need to flatter me. If you were truly a hopeless case, I would not elevate you thus." Yi Chen replied with a smile. "Mr. Yi, it is indeed a matter of being like mud that cannot support a wall." A Kuei awkwardly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen shot him a glare. "Are you mud then?" A Kuei shook his head vehemently while driving. "No, no. Then you must be a worthless piece of dung. But that is of little consequence. What matters is that since you, a Kuei, are the third in command of the docks, you must embody that title in every sense." Yi Chen continued, "I hope, mister, you will offer me more guidance. I shall remember it deeply and work tirelessly." A Kuei vowed earnestly. "Is that a promise you make?" Yi Chen, taking him seriously, insisted, "Let us formalize it with a written agreement." "A written agreement for a mere promise?" A Kuei was taken aback. Yi Chen, without hesitation, retrieved a piece of paper from his pocket, which was already prepared. "I shall recite it for you. Listen closely." A Kuei's lips twitched. Inwardly thinking this felt like a performance. A Kuei, willing to stand by his brother, to face life and death, to brave fire and water without regret. That will suffice. Now, let us affix your fingerprint. Yi Chen concluded, abruptly pulling a Kuei's hand from the steering wheel to stamp it on the paper before releasing it. A Kuei was at a loss for words, realizing that Yi Chen was indeed quite the dramatist. Merely pressing his finger without ink was sufficient for a thumbprint. Yet, in the next moment, his perception shifted entirely. Yi Chen shook the paper before him, revealing a vivid crimson fingerprint, startlingly clear. A chill coursed through a Kuei's body, prompting him to slam the brakes and halt the vehicle. Mr. Yi Chen glanced at the paper, then patted a Kuei's shoulder. Such youthful vigor. Kulme, sign here. At that moment, a Kuei felt a sharp pain in his thumb and, upon inspection, was horrified to find it bloodied and alarming. He hastily placed his finger in his mouth, cursing inwardly, "This is utterly bizarre." After signing, a Kuei resumed driving. Upon arriving at the police station, he queried Yi Chen, "Mr. Yi, what should I say when they question me, and what should I refrain from saying?" "Speak your mind. You haven't committed any crime." Yi Chen remarked. Indeed, a Kuei exclaimed, nearly on the verge of a breakdown. Chao Qingqiu summoned Yi Chen to a private room, and upon entering, Yi Chen casually took a seat and began to clean his ears with great diligence. Although Chao Qingqiu felt a surge of anger, he maintained his composure, ensuring his ears were thoroughly cleaned lest he forget some crucial details. Whether one forgets or not is not a matter of the ears, but of the mind. Yi Chen chuckled. "Since you are a new shareholder at the dock, do you have anything to disclose regarding last night's events?" Chao Qingqiu cut to the chase. "Of course I do." Yi Chen ceased his ear cleaning and spoke earnestly. "Then please enlighten me as to why drugs were concealed within the cargo." Gao Qingqi Ingui, tossing a document onto the table before Yi Chen. "I have disclosed all that I need to. The rest is for you to handle, Captain Chao." Yi Chen did not even glance at the material. "Do you really believe that the scan information you and a Kuei provided will suffice to secure Mo Qing's release and hastily conclude this case?" Chao Qingqiu scoffed. "If the case isn't closed, then I suppose we shall await the dock's lawsuit against you." Yi Chen shrugged nonchalantly. You possess quite the audacity, even contemplating defaming the police." Chao Qingqiu seethed internally. "Whether it is defamation or not, I trust you, Captain Chao, understand the truth far better than I do," Yi Chen asserted solemnly. Chao Qingqiu felt a pang of frustration. Yi Chen had a knack for evasion, and if this continued, he would undoubtedly ensnare him in a web of words. With that thought, he smiled. "Time is of the essence, so I won't engage in needless banter. Your defiance here serves no purpose and will only render matters worse for all involved." Yi Chen laughed. "Then what would you suggest, Captain Chao, to remedy the situation?" Chao Qingqiu feigned contemplation, then articulated a premeditated response. "Given that you have provided such detailed evidence, it is evident that the matter is quite clear. What I require is your cooperation. Throughout our investigation, you shall be responsible for providing testimony." He fixed his gaze firmly upon Yi Chen's face. Yi Chen frowned, feigning thoughtfulness. "Having material evidence is insufficient. We also require eyewitnesses, which complicates matters. You are well aware that I am not one to seek the limelight. The reason? You can surely deduce it. As a strikingly handsome man, I tend to become the center of attention wherever I go, and that brings about numerous inconveniences in my life." Listening to Yi Chen, Chao Qingqiu felt an overwhelming urge to have him leave at once. "Then, what does Mr. Yi deem appropriate?" Chao Qingqiu gritted his teeth. "First, let us examine this document." Yi Chen began, raising his hand to tap the materials on the table, which detailed the various contraband items confiscated from the cargo ship, totaling over a dozen types. This indicates that the goods did not originate from a single individual. They may have come from 7 or 8 people, or perhaps even 70 or 80, considering the vast quantity and the variance in quality. In the second point, the document further states that at 11 o'clock at night, the premises of Lianmu Clothing Factory and Ximao Hardware and Building Materials were utterly silent, as if life had been extinguished. What does this indicate? At this juncture, Yi Chen withdrew his hand from the materials and raised his gaze to inquire of Chao Qingqiu. Though Yi Chun did not peruse the document, he was acutely aware of its contents, leaving Chao Qingqiu in a state of perplexity. However, after a brief moment, she found clarity. Perhaps he had long since comprehended everything. Chao Qingqiu scoffed. What does it signify? It merely suggests that they are legitimate businessmen who do not operate at night. But are you aware whose goods were aboard the vessel you searched last night? Yi Chun pressed. At this remark, the sardonic smile vanished from Chao Qingqiu's face. The goods of Lianmu and Ximao. Chapter 90. Besides Mo Qing, there is also Lin Qingwan, if that is indeed the case. Chao Qingqiu began to comprehend that the cargo ship arriving at the port at 8:30 bore goods from Lianmu and Ximao. Yet, astonishingly, they had not arranged for anyone to wait for the cargo for timely storage. This could only imply that these two parties were already aware that an incident would occur at the dock, preventing the timely storage of that batch of goods, thereby negating the need for anyone to await the unloading. Contemplating this, Chao Qingqiu blinked thoughtfully. Captain Chao was an astute individual. Otherwise, he would not have ascended to his current position through sheer ability. Yi Chen chuckled. Inwardly, Chao Qingqiu scoffed, recalling how he had berated her mercilessly at the CF last time, only to now find him fervently flattering her. However, what kind of person was Yi Chen? This air of mystery only intensified Chao Qingqiu's curiosity towards a young man before her. Considering the evidence that Captain Chao had painstakingly gathered over the course of a night, the matter could soon come to light. Shouldn't the subsequent steps be entrusted to the relevant departments for separate handling? Finally, Yi Chen's reminder left Chao Qingqiu feeling as though she had contributed nothing, with the evidence in her possession seemingly a testament to his efforts. After pondering for a moment, Chao Qingqiu remarked that this incident would leave her indebted to him, promising to repay the favor when a suitable opportunity arose. The nature of favors is such that you will always owe me, yet repaying them is not as straightforward. With that, Yi Chen stretched and rose from his seat. If it weren't for his urgent curiosity about why Xiao Ruoxue frequently visited the Mingyi clinic, he might have lingered with Chao Qingqiu for another 2 hours, delighting in her indecision regarding whether to release Mo Qing. Chao Qingqiu. As Yi Chun stood to leave, she hurriedly called out to him. What? Is there something else? He replied, displaying a hint of exasperation. Free lessons have their limitations. I am not your donkey to be worked endlessly. Not that. Chao Qingqiu blinked, her expression slightly awkward. You must have lost sleep over this matter, haven't you? Is it that obvious? Yi Chen exclaimed, quickly raising a hand to touch his face. This strikingly handsome visage of mine. After saying this, he regained his composure and proceeded towards the door. Not obvious at all. Chao Qingqiu rolled her eyes. I'll treat you to a meal. Yi Chen abruptly turned back. I'm listening. What as for lunch? You're treating. You. Chao Qingqiu found herself at a loss for words. Fine. One meal, one tea bankrupt the Chao family. I'm leaving. With a wave of his hand, Yi Chen exited. Once outside the police station, Akue followed closely behind Yi Chen, glancing back nervously until they reached the car, at which point he dared to speak. Yizong, how did it go? They locked me in a room, only allowing me to drink water, and didn't T ask me anything. This left Akue exceedingly anxious. You haven't T committed any crime. Why would they question you? Yi Chen shot him a quizzical glance. But if they don't ask me, how can I provide them with evidence? If Mo Zong can't return today, I fear that Long Jie. Akue's words suddenly trailed off. After a lengthy pause, Yi Chen finally inquired about what Lin should do if manager Mo truly fails to emerge today. Mr. Yi, there are certain matters that should not be addressed by us subordinates. Akue responded, visibly troubled. Yi Chen pressed on, but if it turns out that throughout this ordeal, you, Akue, have sacrificed your own rest, tirelessly toiling day and night, diligently gathering evidence upon discovering the issue, and ultimately guiding the dock to weather this crisis, do you not think your standing in front of Lin would be elevated? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, subtly reminding Akue. Upon hearing this, Akue's expression brightened. Indeed, it would enhance my standing by threefold. After this incident, Akue would naturally rise in status before Lin Qinjiao, for it was a significant matter that salvaged the dock from peril. Yi Chen had simple motives for encouraging this. Firstly, to appear more modest before Lin Qinjiao. instilling a sense of caution in her towards him. Secondly, the dock was pivotal to his mission, necessitating his own informants there. Mo Qing was utterly devoted to Lin Qianjiao, making it exceedingly difficult to manipulate Mo Qing. Thus, it was more prudent to cultivate a Kuei who possessed a modicum of cleverness and a respectable standing at the dock. Additionally, this incident would provide the Xiao family with Lin Qianjiao as a protective shield, alleviating Yi Chen's concerns in future endeavors. There was another aspect that puzzled Yi Chen. Lin Qianjiao, though formidable in appearance, was still a woman and likely possessed some hidden enterprises beyond the dock. It would be impossible for her to be on par with a Shi and Hu Sanda solely by her own merit. Yi Chen was unfamiliar with a Shi and had yet to encounter him, but he was well aware of Hu Sanda, Yi Quan's brother-in-law, and Hu Feng's younger brother. Although Yi Quan was cunning, he could not rival Hu Feng's ruthless tactics. Yi Quan's marriage to Hu Feng was considered a match in the capital, as the Hu family, alongside the Gu family, wielded immense power, with the Yi family being equally formidable. Against these two colossal forces, Lin Qianjiao appeared significantly weaker, prompting Yi Chen's curiosity about whether she would reveal her trump card if the dock's issue proved insurmountable for them today. At that moment, an excited Kuei turned to Yi Chen and declared, "Mr. Yi, I can now answer the question you posed earlier." However, Yi Chen, disinterested, understood that Lin Qianjiao had never trusted men. Even when he opened a car door for her, it was perceived as a ghostly occurrence by onlookers. Thus, many matters likely remained beyond a Kuei's reach. Sister Long has more than just the dock under her purview in Dongjiang. A Kuei continued. Oh. Yi Chen's eyes widened in surprise, realizing a Kuei was more informed than he had anticipated. He asked, and what does that imply? Therefore, if manager Mo truly does not appear, it's possible Sister Long may abandon her. A Kuei whispered. This response indeed took Yi Chen by surprise. Mo Qing was Lin Qianjiao's sole confidant. To abandon her would be akin to severing one's own limb. Huh. The thought brought a smile to Yi Chen's lips. A Kuei, perplexed, promptly inquired, Mr. Yi, what causes your laughter? I find your perspective rather naive, Yi Chen replied, patting a Kuei on the shoulder. Even if Lin would forsake the dock, she would never relinquish Mo Qing. Yi Chen was employing a tactic of provocation. A Kuei, clearly falling for it, exclaimed, That is impossible. Losing Mo Qing, there remains Lin Qingwan, but sacrificing a dock would sever a major financial artery for Sister Long. Lin Qingwan? Could it be that Lin Qianjiao has another confidant of greater significance than Mo Qing? Chapter 91. The pinnacle of skill lies in concealed strength. Yi Chen sought to glean some insight about Lin Qingwan through a Kuei, yet a Kuei remarked, I only know of Lin Qingwan, but I have never laid eyes upon her. In instances where Master Mo found himself at a loss or unable to act, it was often Dragon's sister who entrusted matters to that enigmatic woman. Pondering this, Yi Chen reflected on a Kuei's words, recognizing Lin Qingwan as a mysterious figure, which suggested that Lin Qianjiao would not permit her to make an appearance easily. He then questioned whether his actions had been too hasty. Otherwise, Lin Qingwan would inevitably reveal her true self. However, prior to this moment, Yi Chen had been unaware of such an individual, rendering any discussion of urgency somewhat moot. Upon arriving at the dock, Yi Chen chose not to meet Lin Qianjiao. Instead, he imparted a set of phrases to a Kuei before riding away on his bicycle. At the Ming Medical Clinic, when Yi Chen arrived, only Ming Bai remained. He was uncertain of Yu Yu's whereabouts, and whether Xiao Ruoxue had come to the clinic was also unclear. Yet, Yu Yu's consistent absence struck Yi Chen as peculiar. Upon noticing Yi Chen's arrival, Ming Bai stood and said, Xiao Chen, I must step out for a moment. I won't be back for lunch, so you'll have to manage on your own. Yi Chen's eyes darted, and he sat at the table with a sigh. Alas, with such a meager salary, I cannot even count on lunch. Ming Bai, sensing the awkwardness, held his coat and, after a moment's contemplation, extracted a key. How about this? You can cook. During lunch, please do take the effort to prepare something in the kitchen. Yi Chen, eager for this arrangement, promptly accepted the key, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, old Ming. Typically, the inner room remained locked, and curiosity gnawed at Yi Chen regarding what secrets lay behind that mysterious lock. during his initial meal in the clinic, fearing that Ming Bai might discern his true intentions. He had refrained from probing too deeply or speaking freely. Now, as an attending physician, he was determined not to squander this opportunity for exploration. After Ming Bai departed, a steady stream of patients arrived, primarily seeking remedies for minor ailments such as headaches, colds, or sprained ankles. Yet, even these trivial issues kept Yi Chen occupied for the entirety of the morning. According to Ming Bai's policy, no fees were charged for such minor complaints. It was not until past 12 that he finally found a moment's respite. Exhaling, this clinic is indeed peculiar. Either it charges nothing or imposes exorbitant fees. Like in my case. Stretching his limbs, Yi Chen's gaze fell upon the door of the inner room. Its constant locking suggested the presence of clandestine secrets. Grasping the key, he approached the door. Upon unlocking it, the interior appeared as it had before. The kitchen to the left and a small living area with an open balcony to the right. The small living room flanked by 2 bedrooms, both securely locked. Yi Chen felt a surge of irritation. What could be so secretive as to warrant such a multitude of locks? Examining the keyring in his hand, he discerned that, while it bore several keys, none were capable of unlocking the bedroom doors. Originally, Yi Chen could effortlessly unlock these doors without any keys. However, he deemed such an act as leaving himself vulnerable to future repercussions. The couple, Ming Bai and his wife, harbored numerous secrets, and their identities were ambiguous. What if they were reclusive masters of the realm? Wouldn't that expose Yi Chen's modest skills? As Xiao Feng once articulated, the pinnacle of mastery lies in concealing one's abilities. This wisdom had long resonated within Yi Chen's mind. In the kitchen and living room, he found no anomalies, so he prepared a modest meal before resuming his consultations in the afternoon. At the Caspian dock, Kuei, as usual, after overseeing the various affairs of the dock, proceeded to Lin Qianjiao's office. Sister Long, Manager Mo, called to inform me that the cargo will depart as scheduled this afternoon. She will return in half an hour. Kuei reported with utmost respect. I understand. Please have a seat. Lin Qianjiao responded. 10 minutes prior, she had received a call from Mo Qing, stating that the matter had been resolved and she would return to the dock shortly. Upon hearing Lin Qianjiao's invitation to sit, Kuei felt a rush of surprise and hesitated for a moment before daring to take a seat across from her. Now tell me, how did you come to realize that there was an issue with yesterday's events? Earlier that morning, Lin Qianjiao had sent a message to Yi Chen, eager to learn how he planned to address the situation. Yet, Yi Chen merely replied that she could inquire with Kuei about the matter. With no answers from Yi Chen, Lin Qianjiao had no choice but to question Kuei. Upon hearing Lin Qianjiao's inquiry, Kuei, as Yi Chen had anticipated, began to prepare for her questions regarding yesterday's incidents. Straightening his attire and sitting up attentively, he recounted what Yi Chen had taught him. Sister Long, in my humble opinion, while it may appear that the issue stemmed from the cargo ship's delay in arriving, there are, in fact, numerous loopholes within this situation. Oh, pray, elaborate, Lin Qianjiao urged, aware of Kuei's intelligence, yet recognizing that yesterday's events were complex and might not be readily deciphered by him. Their actions were merely a ruse to divert our attention. However, the more pressing concern lies with the recipients of the cargo aboard that ship. Half of the cargo belongs to Lianmu and Xinmao Building Materials, yet neither of these entities had prepared to receive their goods last night. Moreover, the representatives of several other businesses had been calling after 10 o'clock last night, and again this morning, demanding compensation for the labor costs incurred due to the delay in shipping. While this amount may not be substantial, our dock's failure to promptly inform them of the delay means that, once they raise the issue, they are certain to receive compensation. This was also one of the reasons why Yi Chen had prevented Kuei from notifying the merchants, as he sought to ascertain whether the cargo mix-up was indeed related to this shipment. Furthermore, under Yi Chen's direction, all merchant calls were not answered last night. Yet curiously, Lianmu and Xinmao were conspicuously absent from the list of those inquiring. Subsequently, Kuei recounted his late-night covert investigation at High Bar and the evidence he had gathered, which he had delivered to the police station, narrating the entire sequence of events. From beginning to end, Kuei adhered to Yi Chen's instructions, never once mentioning his name. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianjiao indeed scrutinized Kuei regarding this matter. You are quite astute, analyzing the situation aptly and acting promptly, thereby averting a greater loss for the doc. Kuei replied, this is merely my duty, having followed Sister Long for so many years and received such ample care. When the doc requires my support, I must step forward. Kuei added a touch of dramatics to his words. All right, you may attend to your tasks. Lin Qianjiao found it hard to easily believe that Kuei possessed such capabilities. Yet, why did Chen choose to act in this manner? He is now a shareholder of our doc. He should leverage this incident to establish his authority here. Yet, he has chosen to bestow this credit upon Kuei. Why? Chapter 92. Fishing around 4 in the afternoon, Ming Bai and Yu return to the Ming Medical Clinic, their faces adorned with a semblance of joy. After exchanging pleasantries with Yi Chen, they invited him to join them for dinner, which Yi Chen graciously declined, citing his wife's recent health issues that required his early return for her care. Upon hearing this, Ming Bai inquired if there were any ailments beyond the scope of Xiao Chen's expertise. Perhaps it is merely a matter of the heart, just as I, despite my profound medical skills, grapple with my own unmanageable concerns, Yi Chen reflected. Noting that Ming Bai did not pursue this line of conversation, he continued, Old Ming, are you not in the same predicament? Would you dare claim to be free of any heartache? Indeed, Ming Bai harbored a heartache that had persisted for 2 decades, a contributing factor to the frequent day-long absences of the couple. However, he did not possess complete trust in the young Chen Yi, perceiving him as overly cunning. And this heartache was not something he could easily divulge to outsiders. Should it fall into the wrong ears, it might exacerbate his condition. Then I shall not insist you stay, Ming Bai eventually responded. As Yi Chen stepped out of the clinic, he felt a wave of frustration. Ming Bai was exceedingly astute. Upon exiting Wu Taishan's alley, he received calls from both Xiao Ruoxue and Xiao Wenlei, indicating that they would not be returning for dinner, relieving him of the need to prepare their meals. Coincidentally, Yi Chen intended to visit Yang LV. Feeling that Yang LV shared a significant bond with Yang Qian from Shaoli Construction. Although Yang LV had not explicitly mentioned it, Yi Chen perceived their relationship as akin to that of father and son, while Wang Dali's drug use was a personal failing. As the assistant to the president of Shaoli Construction, it inevitably cast a shadow on the Yang family. Yi Chen wished to discuss this matter with Yang LV, enabling them to brace for any potential fallout. Upon arriving at Zhenjiang Car Wash, he found Yang LV tidying his fishing gear, visibly delighted at Yi Chen's arrival. You came at the perfect time. I shall take you to indulge in the pleasures of sunset fishing. By the riverside of Gezi village, an old van was parked, and both Yang LV and Yi Chen, each with a fishing rod in hand, sat by the riverbank awaiting a catch. How was the design for Dongzhou slow progressing? Yi Chen inquired. I have a plan in mind, though I have yet to put it to paper. Rest assured, this is no challenge for me. Yang LV replied with ease. Does Shaoli Construction have other designers aside from you? Yi Chen further questioned. Of course, take Wang Dali for instance. Although his skills are lacking, he does possess a diploma from a prestigious university. Yang LV's expression turned scornful at the mention of Wang Dali. Wang Dali? It seems you harbor some animosity towards him, Yi Chen remarked. Not animosity per se, but I find that kind of petty individual utterly distasteful, playing the victim before old Yang, while being nothing but a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. Yang LV's disdain was palpable. And what does old Yang say about this? He seems quite fond of that assistant. Yi Chen observed. Alas, old Yang is too benevolent, unwittingly injuring himself while believing he is acting nobly. Yang LV vented his dissatisfaction with Yang Qian. Last night, as I took a leisurely stroll, I happened upon the lively fish swimming about, and guess whom I encountered? It was none other than Wang Dali, a revelation that required no guessing. That fellow is so enamored with his vices that he will inevitably meet his demise through them. Yang Lu has long been aware of Wang Dali's shortcomings. Does old Yang know? Yi Chen inquired. Perhaps he does, or perhaps he does not. But what difference does it make? He has always felt a sense of obligation towards his late sister's son, believing it to be his duty to care for the younger generation. This notion lies at the heart of the conflict between Yang Lu and Yang Qian. Yang Qian perceives Yang Lu's discontent with Wang Dali's presence in the Yang household. particularly since Yang Qian has shown him special attention, leading Wang Dali to feel as though he is usurping Yang Qian's place in the family. Conversely, Yang Lu maintains that he is merely addressing the issue at hand, perceiving Wang Dali as a pitiful figure who frequently invokes his mother's memory to elicit Yang Qian's sympathy. Consequently, the father and son often find themselves embroiled in heated arguments over this matter. Should Wang Dali engage in unlawful activities, would old Yang not be implicated? Chen realized that Wang Dali was not only Yang Qian's assistant, but also his own nephew. Has he not committed enough transgressions? Indulgences in drinking, gambling, and deceit, what skill does he lack? A veritable exemplary youth. Yang Lu scoffed. And he faces no consequences? Chen was taken aback. What repercussions could there be? Although Wang Dali has a wide array of interests, he is also quite timid. His misdeeds are minor. Otherwise, he would have long been incarcerated. Yang Lu felt helpless against him, harboring deep-seated resentment. Illegal activities, regardless of their magnitude, ought to incur appropriate penalties, especially when they involve substances. Such was the sentiment. Yet in reality, Yang Lu was too weary to voice his frustrations. If Wang Dali truly falters this time, will old Yang come his aid? Chen tentatively asked. If he dares to intervene, I shall sever all ties with him, Yang Lu declared, striking the stones by the riverbank with a fist. Upon realizing he had spoken too freely, he glanced at Chen, wondering why he appeared unperturbed by the implications of my relationship with old Yang. A fish has taken the bait. Chen's gaze fixated on the water's surface as he swiftly seized his fishing rod, reeling in a splendid catch. Quickly, Yang Lu exclaimed, hastily grabbing the net to ensnare the sizable fish. You truly are the expert, old Yi. This fish must weigh at least 5 pounds. Yang Lu, an avid and skilled angler, had never before encountered such a large specimen in these waters. Even more thrilling was the fact that Chen had caught a koi weighing over 4 pounds. Strangely, the fish had not bitten the hook, but had instead become ensnared by the line against its gills. As they placed the fish into a metal bucket, Yang Lu marveled at its unblemished skin, realizing it was destined to become a cherished pet in his home. Ha ha ha! Yang Lu's words elicited laughter from Chen. Merely a stroke of coincidence. They continued their endeavors until dusk began to settle, at which point they gathered their belongings and made their way homeward. On the journey, Chen once again broached the topic raised by the riverbank. Since the Shaoli architecture is the labor of love between you and your father, it is prudent to prepare in advance. Do not allow certain individuals and circumstances to ensnare you. Yang Lu understood the essence of Chen's words, yet he felt utterly at a loss regarding this matter. That Yang Qian was exceedingly stubborn. He sighed and replied, old Yi, you are my friend and have always been sincere with me. I appreciate your goodwill. There's a saying that one does not weep until faced with the coffin. But old Yang is the type who may not shed tears even upon seeing the coffin. Therefore, you need not worry about me in this matter. I shall leave it to fate. After a moment of contemplation, Chen added, since we are friends, I actually have an idea that might persuade old Yang. Chapter 93. Uncertainty surrounding a death wish before the two could return to the car wash. Yang Lu received a call from Yang Qian. The call was to suggest that he arrange a meeting with Chen to discuss the design of the small house in Dongzhoupa. After inquiring about the time and place, Yang Lu readily agreed. Once he hung up, he turned to Chen and exclaimed that it was remarkable how thoughts manifest. As old Yang wanted to treat them to dinner, Chen, upon hearing this, thought to himself that it was quite a coincidence. Just as he intended to persuade Yang Qian on Yang Lu's behalf, old Yang called. Noticing Chen's silence, Yang Lu urged him, seizing this rare opportunity to properly convince the stubborn elder. Chen felt somewhat conflicted. He had only suggested helping Yang Lu persuade old Yang, but hadn't he committed to doing so that very day. He contemplated how to decline Yang Lu's invitation, as he anticipated a rather eventful evening at the dock that he wished to witness. Observing Chen's hesitation, Yang Lu's expression darkened, questioning whether he no longer regarded him as a friend, lamenting how moments ago they had sworn loyalty only to now abandon each other in dire times. What kind of talk was that? Despite their brief acquaintance, Chen understood Yang Lu's forthright nature, recognizing their similarities in certain aspects. Moreover, he was currently in a cooperative relationship with Old Yang, being his significant client. What harm was there in accepting a meal invitation? Should Wang Dali, that despicable fellow, reveal his true colors, Old Yang would undoubtedly be grateful to Yi Chen. With this reasoning, Yi Chen felt compelled to accept. Yang Jiushan Fong was the sole dining establishment in Dongjiang specializing in cuisine, owned by a billionaire restaurateur. In the private room on the second floor, Yang Qian had been waiting, somewhat excited as he had not anticipated Yang Lu's swift agreement. It was a rare moment of harmony between father and son, often at odds due to Wang Dali's matters, where even a simple conversation would ignite arguments. Today, however, Yang Lu had displayed an unprecedented amiable demeanor over the phone. To celebrate this newfound good mood, Yang Qian had requested the establishment's owner, Yang Ji, to prepare their signature dishes. As Yang Lu parked the van at the entrance of Yang Jiushan Fong, he and Yi Chen made their way inside. Yet, just before reaching the door, they encountered Luo Wenlai, who had just stepped out of a vehicle accompanied by an assistant. Upon spotting Yi Chen, a surge of hatred enveloped him, and he muttered under his breath that it was indeed a case of enemies crossing paths. Their previous encounters at Lianmu Clothing Factory and Sana Hotel had left Luo Wenlai deeply resentful of Yi Chen, particularly the incident at Sana Hotel, where he later discovered that Yi Chen was the son-in-law of the Xiao family, who had pretended not to recognize Xiao Ruoxue in his presence, only intensified his fury. Yi Chen found it odd as well. Logically, Luo Wenlai had hastily departed the day before to expedite shipment, seemingly to capitalize on the turmoil at the dock and exploit Lin Xinjiao. Was there perhaps something of even greater significance at play? As these thoughts raced through Yi Chen's mind, he caught sight of Luo Wenlai approaching them. "You little scoundrel, how dare you come to a place like this?" Luo Wenlai stepped in front of Yi Chen with a few strides, raising his hand to block his path. Upon witnessing the disrespect directed towards Yi Chen, Yang Lui immediately positioned himself between the two individuals, without waiting for Yi Chen to speak. Isn't this the hypocrite who constantly embarrasses himself in various media? The assistant of Luo Wenlai noticed the situation and stepped forward, pointing at Yang Lui. "Don't seek trouble." Yang Lui retorted defiantly, "I relish the trouble. What can you do about it? If you have the courage, strike me." On his own turf, Yang Lui was bolder than anyone else. As he spoke, he gestured towards Luo Wenlai and his assistant. "Look at you two, master and servant, putting on airs. Today has truly opened my eyes. I am finally witnessing a real-life farce." Luo Wenlai was taken aback. The youth accompanying Yi Chen was even more audacious. When had he ever endured such humiliation? He signaled to his assistant, Xiangzi, to handle the loquacious young man first. Xiangzi understood Luo Wenlai's intent and raised his fist, aiming it at the incessantly chattering Yang Lui. At that moment, Yang Lui was animatedly expressing, "Individuals like you, hypocrites and societal leeches, deserve to be trampled upon." Just as Yang Lui's words trailed off, Xiangzi's fist was about to shatter his nose. Xiangzi's strike was swift, leaving Yang Lui no time to evade. He could only choke on his words, helplessly watching as a fist loomed larger before him. Just as Yang Lui widened his eyes, bracing for the impact, a hand suddenly appeared before him. With a resounding clap, Xiangzi's fist was firmly grasped by Yi Chen, followed by the crisp sound of bones dislocating. Before Xiangzi could utter a sound, he was unceremoniously tossed aside. Stumbling, he struggled to regain his footing. "Incredulous, you dare to lay hands on me?" Yang Lui was taken aback, his gaze shifting slowly to Yi Chen. "Brother, you are astonishingly quick. I only knew you could combat feral dogs barehanded, but I never anticipated." His first encounter with Yi Chen had indeed been when Yi Chen rescued him from the jaws of a vicious dog. Yet to Luo Wenlai, this was an intolerable affront. However, he had witnessed Yi Chen's prowess before. He simply did not expect this young man to act so boldly here. Raising a hand to stop Xiangzi, who was about to charge, he whispered, "You cannot defeat him. Call for reinforcements. Today, we shall thoroughly teach this blind fool a lesson." Meanwhile, Yi Chen remained composed, patting Yang Lui on the shoulder. "We are here to dine, not to engage in garbage disposal." Implicitly, he referred to Luo Wenlai as refuse, unworthy of their attention. Yang Lui relished these words, shaking his head in agreement. I trust my brother. The two bypassed Luo Wenlai and strode towards Yangji Imperial Kitchen, only to be intercepted by two security guards as they approached. These guards recognized Luo Wenlai, the so-called benevolent figure frequently appearing in major media outlets. The two young men before them, clad in ordinary attire and wearing expressions of deep resentment, clearly appeared to be mere impoverished souls. Irritated by the obstruction, Yang Lui stepped forward, pointing at the guard. Are you blind? You dare stop me? However, he forgot that today, due to his fishing excursion, he had casually donned his car wash work attire and had not even changed clothes, all the while urging Yi Chen to persuade Yang Xian. As for Yi Chen, he remained clad in his usual shabby garb, truly a mismatched pair. You, young man, open your eyes wide and take note. This is Yang's Imperial Kitchen, not a place for beggars. The first security guard exclaimed, waving a beautifully wrapped baton dismissively. The second guard added, Today, we have 2 tables of important guests at our establishment. If you two wish to beg for scraps, wait until the guests have finished dining before you can scavenge. They truly regarded them as beggars. Brother, you are indeed merciful. These petty rascals merely seek a free meal. If they can't be sent away, then force them out. The first guard remarked. The second guard whispered, Master Yang has instructed not to cause any disturbances. Upon hearing the guards, Yang Lu nearly lost his composure. You two imbeciles, summon Yang Ji for me. You dare utter Master Yang's name? The first guard's face darkened. I see you are not just courting trouble, but rather seeking your demise. Chapter 94. Today's affairs are not over. Observing Yang Lu's explosive temper, Yi Chen gently nudged him, saying, Yang Lu, let's not dwell on this any longer. Perhaps it would be wiser to discuss this another day. If we continue to entangle ourselves in this matter, we may miss the lively bustle at the dock tonight. We can forego this meal. There is no rush in persuading Yang Xian, and the design issues concerning Dongzhou Slope need not be deliberated at the dining table. I have no desire to squander time here. Yet, Yang Lu was unwilling to relent. Cursing inwardly, he thought, damn it, I have only been away from the Yang family for a few months, and now I cannot even enter my own territory. Filled with indignation, he decided that he would no longer be courteous towards Yang Ji. Let them tear their faces apart if need be. I fear nothing. You two watchdogs,